Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1 The Men from the Sea. The New World, an island that appeared ordinary at first glance. Clang. Boom. Although the island seems to have no buildings, the sounds of massive collisions can be heard from time to time. Whoa. Captain and that guy are still fighting. It's been almost a whole day. On a sandy beach at the edge of the island, a bandana-wearing pirate turned to his companion. Haha, this is just the beginning. After hearing his words, the pirates beside him laughed, prompting the rest of the crew to join in. That's right, this is just the beginning. After all, their captain was none other than one of the 4 emperors of the sea, red-haired Shanks. The pirate who had spoken earlier nodded in agreement. But then, his gaze fixed on the ocean, and his expression stiffened. There's someone on the sea. There's someone out there. The others followed his pointing finger and saw a massive sea king's head gradually floating from the horizon. Beside it was a faint, blurry figure. Strangely, the person didn't seem to be riding the sea king, and it was more like they were dragging it across the water. Unable to tell whether this was friend or foe, the crew immediately tensed, drawing their weapons in readiness. All right, everyone, put your weapons away. That's no enemy. The first to speak was Yasopp, the sniper of the red-hair pirates, clad in a cloak with his dreadlocks swaying. His observation haki had already identified the approaching figure from afar. Lucky Roo, who is as round as a ball, waddled over while chewing on a piece of meat. Finally, he's here. Naruto. Time to prepare the feast. Naruto, that Naruto. A newer member of the red-hair pirates blinked in confusion before realization dawned on him. You mean the great hero, the one-man army, Uzumaki Naruto. That name might not have been widely known in Paradise, but in the New World, where the strongest gathered, it was legendary. Yep, the same Uzumaki Naruto who's defeated a Marines admiral and is one of the world government's top 4 most wanted criminals. A few of the younger pirates began murmuring excitedly. After all, the name Uzumaki Naruto has frequently appeared in world news since they were young. It is said that if he was not a lone wolf like Mihawk and had not formed his own pirate group, the New World wouldn't have just the 4 emperors, but a 5th emperor. The scene switches to the valley of the island. The valley, which was once filled with towering rock formations, had been reduced to rubble by the aftermath of the battle. Had there been any living creatures on this island, they would have been wiped out long ago under the intensity of this clash. Clang. Blades coated in haki collided once more, and a single stray slash split a mountain peak clean in half. Against the imposing black blade, Yoru, which is shaped like a massive cross, the unassuming rapier, Griffin, held its ground effortlessly. Another exchange, another shockwave of haki and slashing force rippling outward. Even after a full day of fighting, neither combatant showed any signs of fatigue. It was as if their stamina was limitless. At this time, Shanks, gripping his sword with one hand, seemed to sense something and opened his mouth to speak. But Mihawk showed no intention of stopping, swinging his blade relentlessly. With no choice, Shanks wrapped his sword in a surge of haki. Divine departure. This slash was far more powerful than any before. Even Mihawk's slash was cleanly severed by it. The residual force of the slash shot straight toward the valley's entrance. Only now did Mihawk's haki detect someone standing there. But it was too late to fire another slash to intercept the attack. He turned his gaze back to Shanks. Unexpectedly, Shanks acted as if he hadn't even noticed the attack, sheathing his sword calmly. Boom. Even as a mere remnant of the slash, an attack from the world's greatest swordsman was nothing to scoff at. But the man who had been struck didn't move an inch, he simply stood there and took the hit head-on. As the dust settled, a tall man with long golden hair tied appeared before the two. Dressed in a loose-fitting orange haori and wooden sandals, the man with loose ponytail stood there casually, a barrel of sake in his left hand while his right hand remained slightly raised in front of him. Clearly, he had just effortlessly blocked that attack with nothing more than his bare palm. At the same time, Dracula Mihawk realized with astonishment that the blond man hadn't even used haki, and he had tanked the slash purely with his physical strength. What a terrifying man. Hey, Shanks. I come all this way with fine sake to share, and this is how you treat an old friend. Waving his hand lightly, Uzumaki Naruto clicked his tongue in annoyance before stepping forward in his wooden clogs, making his way deeper into the valley. Ahahaha. Naruto, you finally made it. It's been years since we last met, hasn't it? Shanks suddenly broke into a goofy grin, rushing over to the man, Uzumaki Naruto, and clapping him heartily on the shoulder with his remaining arm. At this time, Mihawk sheathed his weapon and approached as well. Uzumaki Naruto. To block an attack like that barehanded. Your reputation doesn't disappoint. As he spoke, his sharp eyes flicked toward the sword hanging at Naruto's waist. From the scabbard alone, he could tell it was a standard katana. I'd love to cross blades with you in a proper duel. Faced with Mihawk's burning fighting spirit, Naruto just chuckled and waved him off. Give me a break. This thing's just for show. When it comes to swordsmanship, I'm nowhere near the world's greatest swordsman. Then, lifting the sake barrel in his hand, he quickly added before Mihawk could say more. But if it's a drinking contest you want, I won't lose. For men of the sea, battle and feasts were the two great joys of life. They're non-negotiable. And even for someone as aloof as Mihawk, that much still held true. As night fell, the group gathered around a roaring bonfire, feasting and drinking to their heart's content. Bang. Wooden cups clashed together as the three men downed their drinks in unison. Ah, now that's good sake. Shanks slammed his empty cup onto the ground, his face already flushed red. Beside him, Mihawk nodded in rare agreement, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Of course it is. I borrowed this from old man Rayleigh. Naruto, sitting across from them, showed no signs of drunkenness whatsoever. It seemed this much alcohol was nowhere near enough to faze him. But then, for just a moment, his expression dimmed. Naruto, you're still. Looking at Naruto's expression, Shanks, who knew the inside story, restrained the smile on his face and asked carefully. Yeah. Still no luck. Mihawk, who was listening to their conversation, also put down his glass. Honestly, after searching for over 20 years, I'm starting to forget what my hometown even looks like. Having said this, Naruto let out a dry laugh before downing another cup in one gulp. Ever since he had been rescued by Roger over 2 decades ago, he had been searching for a way back to Konoha. But no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find even the slightest trace of his hometown. Whether it was the 5 great nations or Konoha, no one on these seas had ever heard of them. And when he reached Wano country and saw those devil fruit users who called themselves ninja but actually did not have a trace of chakra, his heart had sunk even further. Don't worry. I know you'll find your way back someday. Shanks gave Naruto's shoulder another hearty slap. To be honest, I don't even think about going home that much anymore. After all, I've spent more of my life sailing these seas than I ever did in that village. Maybe, it's just stubbornness at this point. Seeing the mood turning somber, Shanks quickly steered the conversation elsewhere. Speaking of which, we really owe you one for holding off the Big Mom pirates last time. At this point, Shanks also smiled. Before, the Red Hair pirates had clashed with the Beast pirates, but news of the battle reached another emperor, Big Mom, who immediately set sail with several of her sweet commanders. Though her target remained unclear, the situation was undeniably unfavorable for Shanks and his crew. At that moment, Naruto, who happened to be wandering the new world, caught wind of the news and decisively moved to intercept Big Mom's forces alone. Whether an actual battle broke out between him and the Big Mom pirates remained unknown, but Morgans, the head of the World Economic Journal, published a headline the very next day, Big Mom pirates retreat. Could the lone wolf, Uzumaki Naruto, be the reason? After that, Naruto's fame began spreading beyond the new world, reaching even the paradise half of the Grand Line. So, did you really hold off the entire Big Mom pirates by yourself? Well, not exactly, ha ha ha. At the question, Naruto quickly snapped out of his earlier melancholy, scratching the back of his head and laughing. Honestly, they were pretty friendly. We ended up throwing a feast, drank a ton, and then they just left. Though Naruto made it sound casual, everyone present knew better. They were all familiar with Charlotte Lean's temperament, and there was no way things had been that simple. And their suspicions were correct. Before the feast, Naruto had indeed engaged in a fierce battle with Big Mom. That fight ended in a draw. Originally, Big Mom and her crew had already decided to withdraw, but Naruto stopped them with lines like, meeting like this is fate, and, since we're already here, and had somehow convinced them to hold an impromptu banquet at sea. As a result, Naruto's interception not only avoided turning them into bitter enemies but even led to him becoming drinking buddies with Big Mom's strongest fighter, Charlotte Katakuri, the man who never lets his back touch the ground. Naruto, you really are. Speaking of which, that kid you entrusted with your dreams and your left arm, isn't he about to set sail? As if catching a glimpse of Shanks' missing arm by chance, Naruto took a swig of alcohol and looked over with a teasing grin. Yeah, Luffy is 17 years old this year. I heard you even gave him Captain Roger's hat. In that case, I really ought to go see this kid for myself. Having said that, Naruto set down his cup with a smile, his expression turning serious as he stared at Shanks. To see if he's truly got what it takes. Hearing this, Shanks put down his cup as well, his drunken demeanor fading as his gaze sharpened. Naruto, don't do anything unnecessary. The words sounded almost like a cold warning, but Naruto didn't respond, still wearing that same smile. Suddenly, two overwhelming pressures erupted between Shanks and Naruto. Intense, it materialized into visible lightning-like sparks, cracking the ground and shattering nearby rocks. Even the clouds in the sky were split apart by the force. Some of the newer recruits in the Red Hair Pirates could barely stand under the clashing conqueror's haki. So strong. This is Uzumaki Naruto. No wonder he's the world government's most wanted criminal. This presence is insane. Meanwhile, veterans like Lucky Roo and Yasop acted as if this were nothing unusual, even laughing and chatting among themselves. The two conquerors' haki seemed evenly matched, locking in a stalemate for over 10 seconds before both sides withdrew at the same time, as if by mutual understanding. Ha 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 ha, you're still as good as ever, Shanks. Naruto raised his cup toward Shanks and took another hearty swig. Stop lying, you weren't even going all out. Shanks on the opposite side also had a smile on his face, as if the earlier tension had never existed. And don't talk like I'm some old man. You're only a year or two younger than me. Though Shanks complained, he happily kept drinking alongside Naruto. Mihawk, who had been silently observing the whole time, paid it no mind. He knew neither of them had any real intention to fight. However, that level of conqueror's haki wasn't even their full strength. Mihawk's piercing, hawk-like eyes gleamed through the firelight as he stared at Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, just how strong are you? Fighting you would be something to look forward to. Hey, but you do look like an old man now. On this side, Naruto shamelessly poked fun at Shanks' appearance. It was true, while Naruto still looked like he was in his early 20s, Shanks, despite being only 37, had such a rough, unshaven face that he could easily pass for 40 or 50. It's not fair. We're practically the same age. Though he grumbled like this, the smile on Shanks' face never faded. He raised his cup toward Naruto, downed several more drinks in quick succession. And then collapsed, completely knocked out. After all these years, how come your alcohol tolerance is still so poor? Looking at his old friend's condition, Naruto just smiled and shook his head, then drank the sake in one gulp and raised his glass high. All right. Who's next? Let's keep this going. Oh. Seeing Naruto raising his glass heroically, the Red Hair Pirates roared in excitement, raising their own cups and taking turns challenging Naruto to more drinks. And so, the feast continued in high spirits. The night of revelry was still far from over. Chapter 2, Since things have come to this, let's eat first. Ugh, ow ow ow. Sunlight streamed through the window, filling the room. A young boy in pajamas sat up on his bed, rubbing his head, his face twisted in pain. Naruto instinctively pressed a hand to his forehead, feeling a throbbing ache inside his skull. Looks like I really overdid it with the drinking this time. I should learn from my mistakes and drink less next time. He muttered to himself as he opened his eyes, but the scene before him made him gradually freeze. A room that was both familiar and foreign. Even though over 20 years had passed, every detail of this place seemed etched into his memory. I'm back. It took a long moment for Naruto, who was standing by the window and gazing at the familiar streets outside, to fully accept the reality of the situation. He had been wandering on the sea for so many years in search of answers, but he never expected that after waking up from a drunken stupor, he would return to this village. Not just that, even his body had reverted to that of his 12-year-old self. He wanted to reach out and rub his nose, but he heard a loud rip as his long-lost pajamas tore at the seam. Huh. Naruto turned around and looked at the mirror beside him. The reflection staring back at him seemed slightly taller than he remembered. So, I really am back, huh? He picked up the orange tracksuit lying by the bed and held it up, frowning. The outfit he used to wear was now clearly too small for him. It seemed my body had changed in more ways than one. With no other choice, Naruto rummaged through his drawers until he found a loose-fitting yukata. This set of clothes feels similar to the samurai-style robes he'd worn during his time in Wano country. But even as he changed, Naruto couldn't shake the surrealness of it all. He stared at the back of his hand for a long while, only to realize he wasn't as happy as he thought he'd be. Leaving behind that vast, boundless ocean, only to return to this village, so familiar yet so cold. For a moment, Naruto wasn't sure what to do next. Growl. Just then, a loud, unmistakable sound interrupted his thoughts. Uzumaki Naruto is hungry. Since things have come to this, let's eat first. If there is anything that these decades of drifting at sea have taught Naruto, it is that, when you have the chance to eat your fill. Back when Roger had first rescued him from that deserted island, he was almost starved to death. While he had learned the multiple shadow clone technique before coming to the island, this technique consumed a lot of stamina and chakra. The small wild animals he hunted were not enough to fill his stomach. However, facing the large beasts on the island, that were as tall as hills, Naruto, who had only barely mastered the 3 basic techniques, stood no chance. It's not like I could have used the sexy technique on wild animals or something. If I had known earlier, I would have learned more forbidden techniques from the Scroll of Seals. Back then, Naruto couldn't even fathom how a human could take down such monsters without relying on ninjutsu. Of course, this perception was completely shattered when he saw Gaban split both beast and mountainside in half with a single swing of his axe. If I can become this strong, I will definitely be able to become Hokage and be recognized by everyone. Admittedly, Naruto's thinking had been naive at the time. But his burning desire to grow stronger had still earned Roger and his crew's approval. But the training that followed was far beyond anything Naruto had ever imagined. The people of the One Piece world seemed to possess inhuman physical prowess by default, so much so that Naruto nearly died more than once during the initial stages of his training. It was far more brutal than anything he'd endured at the Ninja Academy. Fortunately, Naruto's body seemed to harbor some mysterious power that kept him going. Whenever he dismissed his clones and endured the overwhelming fatigue and pain, that power rapidly repaired his body. However, neither Roger nor Naruto himself ever noticed this. They simply assumed Naruto was born with an extraordinary recovery ability. Roger and others were also very interested in the several magical ninjutsu Naruto had mastered. After all, when they first found Naruto, he had been swimming near the shore, so it clearly wasn't an ability granted by a devil fruit. Afterwards, after Naruto's rather lacking explanation, they also tried the so-called chakra extraction technique with a playful attitude. However, whether it was Roger or anyone else, none of them could draw out even a trace of chakra from their bodies. In the end, the matter was quietly dropped. Walking through the streets of Konoha, Naruto mentally sorted through his memories of what had happened before he left, all while searching for a place to eat. However, the malicious whispers from villagers who recognized him were far too obvious. They didn't even bother hiding their disdain. "Look, it's that demon fox. Hurry, stay away from him. Damn monster. Why does Hokage-sama still let him stay in the village? Ah, what a familiar feeling." Compared to the life-or-death bloodlust between pirates, this kind of petty malice was nothing more than a light blow. Yet, it had been an unavoidable part of his childhood. Nostalgic. After all, his heart was no longer that of a child. Not only did Naruto not feel sad, he even amused himself by using observation haki to gather more information. Yes, his haki was still intact. However, his armament haki, which relied heavily on physical strength, had been severely weakened, likely reduced to less than a tenth of its former power. TSK. I still need to train more. Shaking his head, Naruto tucked his hands into his sleeves and continued walking. After all, I never realized there were so many ill-intentioned people lurking around me. Casually glancing at a certain spot on a rooftop, Naruto smirked lightly before stepping into a restaurant. Only after his figure disappeared did a person suddenly collapse on the roof of that building, seemingly unconscious. Apart from him, several others dressed similarly also lay unconscious in different locations. Naruto hadn't dealt with these guys harshly, and he just used his conqueror's haki to politely greet them. There was no killing intent, not even much malice. They were like emotionless puppets. Who were they? Why did they dare to spy on me openly in a ninja base like Konoha Village? And why would they monitor an orphan like me? Is it simply because I am the rumored demon fox demon? The presence of these watchers gradually caused some cracks in Naruto's original, beautiful fantasy about Konoha Village. It seemed there were still secrets about myself that even I wasn't aware of. Not to mention the faint but lingering sense of being watched that still clung to me. Naruto's brow furrowed slightly, but he soon relaxed again. Well, it doesn't matter. I believe the mastermind behind these people would make a move soon. For now, the priority is to eat. When Naruto stepped into the barbecue restaurant, the front desk clerk instinctively greeted him, but upon recognizing him, his expression immediately twisted into disgust. "Scram, get out of here." The clerk waved dismissively, impatience dripping from his tone. "What, you don't want business that comes knocking?" Naruto wasn't angry. Instead, he grinned and pulled out a bulging frog wallet from his pocket. The wallet landed on the counter, making a crisp sound of coins colliding. Even if it was just filled with small change, it was still a considerable sum. "Of course not. Please, right this way." At that moment, the owner, who had been watching from a distance, stepped forward with a beaming smile and led Naruto to a seat inside. It's no wonder Yakiniku-Q had managed to grow its business so successfully, even remaining prosperous well into Naruto's tenure as Hokage. A principled owner like this was key. Clearly, the owner's principle was money. A paying customer was a good customer, fox demon or not. Of course, the malice these two people had towards Naruto was clearly visible to him. In fact, the owner's malice might have been even stronger, just far more concealed. But the men didn't let a single hint of it show. "So, young man, you've still got a lot to learn." Naruto turned back and flashed a grin at the clerk, watching as his face flushed red with anger before leisurely strolling into a private booth. Just as Naruto was feasting in the restaurant, another dispute erupted in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen. The Umbu monitoring the Jinchuriki have all been knocked out. Someone from another village must have targeted the Jinchuriki. The theft of the scroll of seals just happened, and you still plan to turn a blind eye to this. I have already said that you should just hand Uzumaki Naruto over to my route for training. Let me send my men to retrieve the Jinchuriki immediately and place him under strict surveillance. In the Hokage's office, Shimura Danzo, who was clad in traditional robes, was spewing vitriol at the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who silently puffed on his pipe. Danzo, the situation isn't as dire as you make it out to be. Hiruzen took a slow drag from his pipe and interrupted directly. Naruto is still in the village. On the desk beside him sat a large crystal ball, which was displaying a live feed of Naruto eating at the barbecue restaurant. The moment he received the news that the Umbu had been knocked unconscious, Hiruzen had already used the telescope technique. This technique allowed him to remotely monitor a target based on their unique chakra signature. It can be said to be a surveillance ninjutsu that combines stealth and precision. Even so, the fact that Umbu's members were incapacitated without a sound remains undeniable. Danzo seemed unwilling to let go of this opportunity to interfere with the Jinchuriki. Pretending to concede, he instead pushed his true agenda. The Umbu under your command couldn't send a warning before being taken down. I believe the surveillance of the Jinchuriki should be handed over to the people of my route. Enough, Danzo. Hiruzen's sharp tone made it clear he saw through Danzo's intentions. He rapped his pipe against the desk, his voice stern. I am the Hokage. Those words instantly stifled the countless arguments Danzo had ready. Even if Hiruzen was only acting Hokage, for now, he was still the Hokage and his word was final. Stay out of this matter. I'll arrange for someone else to handle Naruto. With that, Hiruzen turned away and no longer looked at Danzo. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. After saying this angrily, Danzo walked out with a gloomy face. What schemes he might be brewing in his mind now, no one could say. Naruto. He reached out and gently covered the crystal ball, and the image of Naruto devouring meat vanished. After a while, Hiruzen said to the ninja who had just entered. Go summon Naruto. Use his graduation interview as the pretext. When Yumino Irika heard these words, he froze for a second before breaking into a smile. Despite still nursing injuries from last night, he eagerly accepted Hiruzen's order. Meanwhile, Naruto, who was busy stuffing his face with meat, frowned, but his hands did not slow down at all. The sensation of being watched had disappeared. So, who will appear next? Before he could ponder further, the owner of Yakiniku Q stepped into the private booth with a fake smile on his face. Excuse me, sir, but would you mind settling the bill first? As he spoke, his body blocked most of the doorway, as if to prevent Naruto from skipping out on payment. He wasn't afraid of Naruto, a mere academy student, daring to attack him. First, the owner had no real grasp of the power gap between an academy student and an average adult. In his eyes, a brat like Naruto was hardly some prodigy and thus no threat. Secondly, he knew that Konoha had relatively strict regulations and rules for ninjas, one of which was that they could not attack civilians at will. So even if Naruto tried something, he could just report it directly to the Hokage. Oh. I've never heard of a restaurant that demands payment before the customers even finished eating. After finishing another plate of grilled meat, Naruto let out a small burp and grinned at the owner. Chapter 3 Naruto x 3rd Hokage x Konohamaru. Faced with Naruto's question, the owner maintained his professional smile, but his attitude remained clear. To be honest, this really wasn't the owner's fault for not playing by the rules. In fact, when Naruto had first started eating, the owner hadn't paid much attention. It wasn't until later when a staff member secretly came to tell him that Naruto had already devoured enough food for 15 people that he reluctantly came over to ask for payment. Judging by Naruto's expression, it seemed like even this amount of meat wasn't enough, and he looked like he was about to order even more. If he kept going, there was no guarantee that the wallet in his pocket would even have enough to cover the bill. Though I'm not full, whatever, let's settle the bill. This is not an exaggeration. After returning to Konoha, not only had his height and physique grown somewhat, but the monstrous appetite he'd developed at sea seemed to have followed him back. This amount of meat wouldn't even count as a scratch for a small sea king. With that, Naruto stood up and followed the owner to the counter. Looking at the number on the bill and recalling the menu prices he'd glimpsed when entering, Naruto couldn't help but grin. Good job, you even cheated the child's money and dared to raise the price for an orphan like me. But it didn't matter. I wasn't planning to pay anyway. Today, let Uzumaki-sensei give you a lesson. Naruto flashed the owner a smile, and then, under the man's stunned gaze, he formed a hand seal with his index and middle fingers. Ninjutsu, sexy technique. A puff of smoke dispersed, and what remained was a sexy girl in revealing clothes. He'd used this technique countless times over the decades in that other world, and his proficiency in it had already reached peak levels. Considering what he was about to do next, Naruto held back a little this time. Before the owner and the clerk could react, Naruto clutched his arm and dramatically collapsed to the ground, letting out a pained wail. "Stop hitting me. Stop, I'll pay. Please spare me." His voice was pitiful and anguished, dripping with raw emotion. The clerk who had disliked Naruto earlier was still confused, but the owner immediately realized what was happening and snapped his head up to look around. Sure enough, thanks to Naruto's loud voice, not only had the other customers in the restaurant turned to look, but even passers-by outside had stopped to see what was going on. People were naturally curious, and hearing such a scream in the heart of Konoha Village quickly drew a crowd. "What's going on here? I heard she didn't have enough money, so the owner beat her up. That's outrageous. They could have just let her go home to get the money. Why resort to violence?" The murmurs from the crowd sent the owner's blood pressure skyrocketing. He instantly understood what Naruto was trying to do. "No, he dash." The owner tried to explain, but caught off guard, he couldn't find the right words fast enough. Meanwhile, Naruto seemed completely oblivious to the stares around him. He was not at all afraid of the attention and was completely immersed in his performance. If this had been the little Naruto from the past, he would never have been able to pull off something like this. Back then, he might have played pranks or stolen food, but all of that stemmed from his fear of being excluded and his longing for recognition. Of course, the current Naruto couldn't care less about such things. Thinking back to when he'd liberated slaves at Mary Gio's, he'd faced stares from crowds dozens, no, hundreds of times larger, filled with either murderous intent or overwhelming gratitude. Compared to that, this little scene was nothing. "Hey, get up already." Behind the owner, the same clerk seemed to realize things were going south and quickly stepped forward, reaching out to pull Naruto up. But as soon as he touched Naruto's arm, he let out an even more pitiful scream. This left the clerk frozen, his hand hovering midair, unable to proceed, yet unable to withdraw. When Irika arrived at the entrance of Yakiniku-Q on the Hokage's orders, this was exactly the scene he witnessed. Acting on instinct as a ninja, he immediately stepped forward to assess the situation. And just as Irika made his way through the crowd and reached Naruto's side, he abruptly stopped his wailing. He turned his head and stared unblinkingly at the face marked by a scar across the bridge of the nose, and his childhood memories resurfaced. That was the face of the man who had shielded him from Mizuki Shuriken with his own body. Of course, in this world, that had only happened yesterday. He could even smell the faint scent of medicine seeping through Irika's bandages. "Long time no see, Irika-sensei." With another puff of smoke, Naruto returned to his normal appearance as if nothing had happened, smiling as he spoke those seemingly random words. "Ah, Naruto. You, huh? Did you get taller?" After looking at Naruto, who had transformed back, Irika instinctively greeted him, and then looked at him with some confusion. After all, they'd just seen each other yesterday, so how had Naruto seemingly grown a full head overnight? No, it must be the clothes. Irika looked at Naruto, who was wearing loose-fitting outfit, and convinced himself. Naruto didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked Irika first, "So, Irika-sensei, did you come here for something else?" As he spoke, Naruto's gaze was steady, as though he cared deeply about Irika's response. "Oh, right. I almost forgot, the Hokage wants to see you for your ninja debriefing. You should head over now." Remembering his actual task, Irika instinctively ignored the still gawking crowd. After speaking, he even reached out with a proud smile and ruffled Naruto's hair. "Huh. He really did get taller. Is that so?" Ignoring Irika's bewilderment, Naruto didn't show much excitement. He simply nodded, then tucked his hands into his sleeves and strode toward the edge of the crowd. Just as he was about to leave, he seemed to remember something and turned around and gave Irika a big smile. "Oh, right. Irika-sensei, I'll leave the cleanup here to you." Naruto clasped his hands together in an apologetic gesture, and then his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Huh? Since when was Naruto this good at the body flicker technique? Irika was still standing there dumbfounded when he felt a hand clap onto his shoulder. When he turned around, he saw the owner and the clerk of Yakiniku-Q were looking at him eagerly. They heard it clearly that the brat just called this guy sensei. "Well then, Ninja-sama, we'd appreciate it if you could cover his bill." Huh? In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen was resting his chin on his hands, peering at Naruto from under the brim of his hat. Across from him, Naruto sat sprawled lazily in his chair, completely relaxed. "So, Naruto. Why aren't you wearing your forehead protector?" Hiruzen glanced at the newly submitted ninja registration form in front of him. The photo showed Naruto exactly as he was now, carefree and unbothered. His outfit wasn't the standard activewear suited for a ninja, and he wore no identifying insignia. Even his footwear was a pair of wooden sandals. Hiruzen hadn't noticed through the telescope technique earlier, but now that he was seeing Naruto up close, the boy had changed drastically. Forehead protector. Ah, that thing. I figured I shouldn't wear it until I officially become a ninja. Wouldn't want to damage it or anything. This is a lie. The truth was, he had completely forgotten where he'd even put the forehead protector. Fine, that's acceptable. At least in the photo, Naruto wasn't making any weird faces, which was a surprise to Hiruzen. He had half expected Naruto to paint his face or do something outrageous just to leave a lasting impression. Naruto, have you gotten taller? Hearing this, Naruto just laughed it off. Sometimes, a boy's growth spurt can happen in the blink of an eye. But this was clearly more than just a growth spurt. People didn't grow this fast. Hiruzen complained in his heart. Having said that, the changes in this kid after just one night were truly remarkable. Could it be related to the Nine Tails? And those unconscious Umbu? Hiruzen's gaze swept over Naruto a few more times before he shook his head inwardly. Impossible. This kid wasn't even a genin yet, while those Umbu's members were at least special jonin level. Even if he had grown a bit, he was still just Naruto. Being able to knock out multiple Umbu at the same time without making any sound, it is unlikely to be related to him. While Hiruzen was sizing Naruto up, he didn't realize Naruto was doing the same to him. For Naruto, Hiruzen had always been a kind old man in his memories. Not only do he often give him snacks, but he also taught him some lessons from time to time and talked to him. That was why, when he was a child, Naruto longed had dreamed of becoming a Hokage like the third, hoping to earn the village's recognition. But now, Naruto felt like those hazy childhood impressions had begun to crack. The moment those watchers had passed out, Hiruzen had summoned him. That was too much of a coincidence. To be honest, Naruto didn't want to believe that the grandfatherly figure from his memories had been keeping him under surveillance all this time. Why would they be watching me? Am I really some kind of demon fox? Naruto didn't know. But at least there was one thing that made him feel at ease. He did not sense any malice from Hiruzen. He knew the old man's affection for him was genuine. However, thanks to his observation haki, Naruto also picked up on something else from Hiruzen, a faint sense of guilt and remorse. So, is Old Man Third hiding something from me? For a moment, neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Bang. Just then, a small figure kicked the door open and barged in. Grandpa. Fight me. It was a kid no older than 5 or 6, wearing a t-shirt with the Konoha emblem and a long scarf draped around his neck. As he charged in, he raised a shuriken, ready to throw it at Hiruzen. I, Konohamaru-sama, will become the 5th Hokage. Konohamaru declared his ambitions with full confidence, but he didn't expect that before he threw the shuriken, his left foot tripped over his right foot, and then he tumbled forward, about to faceplant onto the floor. He instinctively closed his eyes, but the expected pain never came. Ahahaha. What a lively little brat. At some point, Naruto had vanished from his chair and reappeared beside Konohamaru, effortlessly lifting him up by the scruff of his collar with one hand. Konohamaru froze for a second before his face twisted into indignation. He flailed wildly, shouting at Naruto. Let me go. Who are you calling a brat? You're just a brat too, aren't you? Despite his fierce struggling against Naruto's enhanced physique, he was as powerless as a chick in a hawk's grip. Meanwhile, Hiruzen's eyes had widened slightly. How? That speed. It far surpassed the level of an ordinary genin. At this time, another person rushed in from outside the door. He was wearing a black ninja attire and a pair of round sunglasses on his face. This was Konohamaru's private tutor, the special jonin, Ebisu. Why you? Release Konohamaru-sama at once. Do you even know who he is? He's the grandson of the 3rd Hokage. However, Naruto seemed completely deaf to Ebisu's shouting. Instead, he leaned in closer, scrutinizing Konohamaru's face. After hearing what Ebisu said, Konohamaru stopped struggling and instead looked at Naruto with a provocative look. So now you're going to act all shocked because I'm the 3rd Hokage's grandson. You're the same as everyone else in the end. He opened his mouth to speak. TCH. Now that you know, hurry up and... Whoa. Now that I look closely, he really does kind of look like you, Old Man Third. Naruto swung Konohamaru around like a flimsy ribbon, loudly announcing his new discovery. Ebisu, who was standing by, couldn't sit still when he saw the young master's uncomfortable expression, so he lunged forward to intervene. You brat. Let go of Konohamaru-sama. But his decisive strike moved as slowly as a turtle in Naruto's eyes. Without even glancing at him, Naruto sidestepped effortlessly, even finding the time to take off Ebisu's sunglasses and put them on himself. Still, he didn't keep swinging Konohamaru around. Instead, he set him back down on the floor. Then, before Konohamaru could continue his speech, Naruto flicked his forehead with an okay sign. Bang. Despite the light flick, Konohamaru went flying, tumbling across the floor several times. But even as he rolled away, some unseen force seemed to cushion his fall, leaving him only momentarily dazed. Aside from a bright red mark on his forehead, he was unharmed. Ha, what a funny little guy, very energetic. After saying this, Naruto dodged yet another attack from Ebisu, who had charged at him from behind. After tripping the special Jonin with a single sweep of his foot, Naruto adjusted the sunglasses on his face and grinned at the stunned Hiruzen. Well then, old man third, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Without waiting for Hiruzen's response, he vanished from the Hokage's office. The only ones left were a dizzy Konohamaru, a speechless Hiruzen, and a thoroughly humiliated special Jonin whose face had turned beet red. Chapter 4 Our jungler begins to act. Listen well, Konohamaru-sama. You are the grandson of the third Hokage. You mustn't associate with that kind of person. Perhaps because he had lost face in front of Konohamaru and Hiruzen, Ebisu had been rambling non-stop ever since Naruto left. He completely failed to notice the complicated expression on Hiruzen's face behind him, or the fact that Konohamaru had long since disappeared. Meanwhile, thanks to the summons from Hiruzen, Naruto suddenly remembered that the Genin graduation exam was just a few days away. Gulp, gulp. Sitting on the edge of a rooftop, Naruto pulled out a sake flask from who knows where, popped the lid, and took a few swigs. But after just a couple of sips, he resealed it and smacked his lips in dissatisfaction. Really, can this even be called alcohol? Having grown accustomed to the distilled rum he drank on the high seas, Naruto couldn't help but show clear disappointment at the weak, bland taste of this sake. He tossed the flask he'd swiped from a certain Hokage aside with a look of disdain. But after a moment's thought, Naruto stuffed it back into his pocket. Better than nothing. Pushing the sunglasses he'd taken from Ebisu slightly down his nose, Naruto glanced at the small figure below, pacing back and forth as if searching for something. Oi. Kid, did you lose your wallet or something? Hearing Naruto's familiar voice, Konohamaru's first instinct was to duck behind a nearby lamppost. But before he could move, Naruto was already standing right in front of him. Your name is Mashimaru? You've been following me since earlier, huh? Naruto bent down, bringing his face close to Konohamaru's. It's Konohama, are you? Konohamaru's first reaction was to shout his name loudly, but then, as if startled by Naruto's proximity, he leaped back and crossed his arms defensively. Who's following you? I, Konohamaru-sama, was just taking a walk. Is that so? I was going to help you out if you asked nicely, but never mind. See ya. With that, Naruto turned to leave. Wait. When Konohamaru heard Naruto say this, he hurriedly dashed in front of Naruto, blocking his path. I'll be your underling. Konohamaru suddenly blurted out this seemingly random declaration. Before Naruto could respond, he continued, in exchange, teach me how to get stronger. But Naruto just crossed his arms and waved a hand dismissively. Nah, what are you talking about? I'm just a genin, you know. Getting stronger? Don't you already have a teacher? Though his words said otherwise, Naruto's gaze as he looked at Konohamaru was filled with approval. And for good reason. The Konohamaru standing before him now was exactly like his younger self when he first witnessed just how powerful Roger and the others were. For a moment, Naruto even saw Konohamaru's figure overlapping with that of his childhood self. Heh. Don't underestimate me. Hearing Naruto's refusal, Konohamaru completely brushed it off. I saw it clearly. Glasses Sensei couldn't even lay a finger on you just now. If you wanted to beat him, it'd be a piece of cake. Konohamaru planted one hand on his hip and pointed at Naruto with the other, his tone full of conviction. At these words, though Naruto didn't agree outright, the amusement in his eyes deepened. I want to become Hokage. So everyone will acknowledge me, Konohamaru-sama. So please, let Sarutobi Konohamaru become your disciple. After saying this, Konohamaru actually bowed deeply to Naruto like a proper adult would, not caring at all that Naruto seemed to be just a kid who had just graduated from the ninja academy. Even though I'm just a genin. Hearing Naruto's tone soften slightly, Konohamaru immediately lifted his head, his face lighting up with joy. That doesn't matter. Even if I am the demon fox everyone talks about. As he spoke, Naruto crouched down in front of Konohamaru, locking eyes with him. The ever-present grin on his face vanished, and in that moment of exchanged gazes, the distant echoes of countless battles seemed to rise around them. For an instant, Konohamaru felt as though he was being stared down by some dangerous beast. His limbs stiffened, and even forming coherent words became difficult. But he forced himself to stand his ground, staring straight into Naruto's deep, ocean-like eyes. The crushing pressure, heavy as a mountain, bore down relentlessly on Konohamaru's nerves, making time feel agonizingly slow. Then, just as abruptly as it had come, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and Naruto's grin returned. Ha 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 ha, not bad kid. Your name is Konohamaru, right? Naruto reached out and clapped Konohamaru on the shoulder. Why yeah. That's right, boss. I'm Konohamaru. Catching the shift in Naruto's tone, Konohamaru's face immediately lit up with excitement. Well then, you better brace yourself. Getting stronger isn't as easy as you think. Having said that, Naruto turned and started walking in another direction. And Konohamaru eagerly scampered around him, chattering non-stop. Boss. Where are we going now? Are we starting ninjutsu training? To his surprise, Naruto just glanced back at him and smirked dismissively. With a scrawny little body like yours? No way. Then, raising a finger, he declared. Konohamaru, do you know what the first step to getting stronger is? Naruto seemed to slip effortlessly into the role of teacher, and Konohamaru ate it up, his face brimming with curiosity. First, you have to eat. Only when you're full can you build a strong body. Look at these pathetic muscles of yours dash. As he spoke, Naruto rolled up the loose sleeve of his yukata, revealing the corded muscles underneath. He clenched his fist lightly in the air. Bang. A sharp crack erupted from his grip. Whoa. Nothing could have been more convincing than this. Konohamaru stared at Naruto with pure admiration, his concept of what made a strong person subtly shifting in a certain direction. The two of them continued walking, chatting idly as they went. Only after they'd gone quite a distance did Konohamaru scratch his head and hesitantly speak up. Ah, boss, this doesn't look like the way to a restaurant. Hearing this, Naruto nodded and flashed Konohamaru a wide grin. I know. Just follow me. Oh. Truth be told, since he'd just had a dine and dash earlier, it wasn't the best time to hit up another place. He'd just have to make a return visit in a few days. Besides, the portion sizes in the village's restaurants were downright pitiful, not enough for Naruto. Hadn't he gotten hungry again right after eating? If you wanted a proper meal, hunting for it yourself was the only way. Chapter 5, you look delicious. Ugh. Boss, I really can't eat anymore. In the forest, Konohamaru said with a miserable look on his face to Naruto. You can't eat anymore after just this little. Konohamaru, you still have a long way to go. No choice, I guess you'll stop here for today. Naruto, who was sitting opposite him, shook his head and continued to eat with relish. Oh okay. Boss. Perhaps because his stomach was too full, Konohamaru's reply sounded utterly lifeless. Looking at the small mountain of bones piled up behind Naruto, then at the mere few grilled ribs he himself had managed to gnaw through before giving up, Konohamaru finally realized the difference between a true powerhouse and an ordinary person. But he really couldn't eat any more. Fortunately, Konohamaru wasn't the type to get discouraged easily. He quickly adjusted his mindset and asked Naruto with eager anticipation. Boss, what kind of training should we do next? Can you teach me that move from earlier? Thinking back to a few hours ago, when he and Naruto had come to this forest to hunt wild beasts, Konohamaru had originally thought it would take a lot of time. Unexpectedly, Naruto had merely glanced into the woods and immediately pinpointed their prey's location. However, what left Konohamaru most awestruck was the technique Naruto used to deal with those beasts. There was no fancy ninjutsu used, just casually picking up a small stone and throwing it was enough to pierce straight through the bones of those animals. Sure enough, Boss Naruto was on a whole other level compared to that Glasses Sensei. Even if that perverted Glasses Sensei threw a kunai, it would at most injure a beast. There was no way he could match Boss Naruto's skill. Huh. Naruto was momentarily taken aback before realizing what Konohamaru meant. Oh, that's not some special technique. You just need enough raw strength. Having said that, Naruto simply stood up, and then, under Konohamaru's stunned gaze, he opened his mouth wide and devoured the remaining meat in his hands in a few bites before clapping his hands together. Phew, now that's a satisfying meal. Would have been even better with some sake. It was just an offhand comment, but Konohamaru secretly took it to heart, already planning to bring his grandfather's finest liquor tomorrow as an offering to his boss. Unfortunately, he was doomed to disappointment. After all, his grandfather's good liquor was already in Naruto's pocket. Now that we're full, and since you brought it up, let's start with strength training. Tucking his hands back into his sleeves, Naruto gave Konohamaru a kind smile. All right. The innocent Konohamaru had no idea what kind of hell awaited him next. Boss. Are we really training like this? Konohamaru soon realized just how naive his earlier thoughts had been. Standing in front of a massive boulder that was polished by Naruto with his bare hands and was taller than him, Konohamaru began to wonder if he had misheard. That's right. Now lift this rock onto your back. We're starting the training. Naruto's words sent a chill down Konohamaru's spine. He wanted to protest, but then he saw Naruto himself strip off his upper garment and hoist an even more absurdly gigantic boulder onto his back. Compared to the massive rock with a diameter of 4 meters on Naruto's back, the stone in front of Konohamaru seemed almost insignificant. However, as if completely unfazed by the weight, Naruto began jogging slowly while carrying the boulder, which completely obscured his figure from view. With a pained expression, Konohamaru tried every possible angle to lift his own rock, unaware of one crucial detail. Even under such an immense burden, Naruto's footsteps left no indentations on the ground. Not even his wooden clogs showed the slightest sign of damage. This was the training method Roger had once used on him. Beyond just weighted running, Roger had demanded that Naruto avoid damaging the ground or his sandals while moving. To achieve this, Naruto had to coat both his sandals and the ground with haki. The sandals were manageable, but precisely applying haki to the ground with each step, with just enough to reinforce its hardness without wasting too much energy, was the true challenge of this training. Ha. Without bothering to help Konohamaru, Naruto could feel his limbs and muscles heating up. He was getting into the groove. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, Naruto was carrying an utterly exhausted Konohamaru back to the residential area. Looking at the little brat snoozing soundly on his shoulder, Naruto couldn't help but show a satisfied smile. Though Konohamaru hadn't managed to run very far and had relied on chakra to assist him, he had indeed carried that massive boulder all by himself. From start to finish, he hadn't asked for help even once. So similar. Just as stubborn as myself. And that was exactly the kind of resolve needed to become strong. A few moments later, Naruto suddenly appeared behind a masked Umbu ninja. Please send Konohamaru to the third Hokage. I'm counting on you. The Umbu's member startled so badly he nearly drew a kunai, but all he saw was Naruto gently setting Konohamaru down before vanishing in an instant. Perched on a rooftop, Naruto glanced toward the distant Hokage building. The sensation of being watched still lingered. Seriously, even genin deserves some privacy, you know. While mentally grumbling about certain old men who refused to act their age, Naruto leaped across the rooftops without the slightest attempt to conceal his movements. Meanwhile, back in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen sat in silence, having observed Naruto's every move through his crystal ball. Naruto has changed. In every possible way. Moreover, judging by his last behavior, he had even noticed the surveillance. Sigh, so willful. Hiruzen was certain that, at least for now, Naruto shouldn't know about his true origins. But he had undergone such a drastic transformation overnight. At the same time, the boy wasn't even trying to hide his actions. It was almost as if he was openly venting some kind of emotion. Naruto. Minato. Exhaling a slow stream of smoke, the old man murmured under his breath. In the dim light of the Hokage's office, the wrinkles on the old man's face seemed to deepen ever so slightly. Meanwhile, Naruto had already returned to his small apartment. After taking a cold shower and changing into his newly bought clothes, Naruto simply lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Soon, Naruto's consciousness sank into darkness. Hey, brat. A deep, rumbling voice echoed through the void, pulling Naruto's awareness back. When he came to, Naruto found himself standing in what looked like an underground waterway. Before him stood a set of barred gates, sealing away the darkness beyond. Where is this? The place felt oddly familiar, as if I had been here many times before. Brat. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, a massive claw suddenly slammed against the bars right in front of Naruto, and then, from the shadows, an enormous orange beast revealed itself. Ah! A fox. To Kurama's disappointment, his grand, dramatic entrance didn't seem to faze the brat in front of him in the slightest. If anything, Naruto looked interested, even reaching out to poke at his massive paw. The unexpected reaction caught Kurama off guard, making him momentarily forget what he was going to say and even reflexively pulled his paw back. What a big fox. Opposite him, Naruto showed no fear whatsoever, instead sizing up Kurama with fascination. The size of this fox is almost the same as those of ordinary sea kings. As he compared Kurama's size with those creatures, Naruto absent-mindedly rubbed his stomach. Despite having eaten not long ago, he suddenly felt hungry again. Brat. What's with that look? To some extent, Biju could sense their Jinchuriki's emotions. Therefore, when Naruto stared at him, Kurama was hit with an overwhelming wave of pure, unfiltered malice. It wasn't the usual fear or disgust most ninja directed at him, the kind that saw him as a calamity. No, this was something else entirely. Big guy, you look delicious. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Naruto uttered words no one had ever dared say to Kurama before. Chapter 6, Chapter 16-7, Assemble. Naruto's shocking declaration left Kurama momentarily speechless. In fact, it was so far beyond the fox's comprehension that his mind short-circuited, and he instinctively expelled Naruto's consciousness from the space. Only when the area returned to silence did Kurama finally snap back to reality. Damn it, I still didn't get to say it. Speaking of which, Kurama really has a lot of resentment towards Naruto, his Jinchuriki. It all started decades ago. One day, he suddenly realized he had lost all perception of the outside world. The space around him had plunged into complete stillness, and his chakra sensing range was forcibly compressed to only within Naruto's body. From that moment on, Kurama was effectively imprisoned in the truest sense. If that were all, it might have been bearable. But as his Jinchuriki, Naruto had begun frequently overdrawing his chakra. To the point where Kurama had no choice but to grit his teeth and supply his own chakra just to keep Naruto alive, because if the Jinchuriki died, Kurama would perish as well. Even though he would eventually revive, Kurama had no desire to die like that. As if realizing that the fox had no choice but to keep him alive, Naruto then began squeezing every last drop of potential from his body. It wasn't just chakra. On multiple occasions, Kurama sensed Naruto pushing himself to the brink of death from sheer exhaustion. He had no choice but to use his chakra to forcibly sustain Naruto's life. He had even considered dragging Naruto into this mental space to give him a stern talking to. But just like losing his perception of the outside world, Kurama had also lost the ability to communicate with Naruto for decades. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make contact with Naruto's consciousness. This kind of daze continued for decades. Until today, when Kurama suddenly realized he had regained his perception of the outside world. So, he immediately tried to pull Naruto's consciousness in. But things didn't go as expected. In Kurama's perception, Naruto's consciousness was as immovable as a mountain. Just dragging him in had taken an enormous amount of effort. What the hell has this guy been through? Even compared to Kushina Uzumaki or Minato Namikaze, Naruto's consciousness was on a completely different level. Most people's consciousnesses were only slightly stronger than average at best. Damn it. Forcing Naruto's consciousness out had also drained Kurama considerably. With no other choice, he could only lie back down and let himself sink back into slumber. Naruto felt like he had just had a dream. He couldn't quite remember the details, but he vaguely remembered that it seemed to be related to food. After changing into a new set of clothes he'd bought, Naruto examined himself in the mirror. Not bad. Looking sharp. Naruto took out the forehead protector he had found after rummaging through boxes and drawers, and after thinking about it, he still didn't put it on his head. Instead, he loosely tied it around his arm, just like Shikamaru had back when they graduated from the ninja academy. Thinking about that, Naruto couldn't help but feel nostalgic. In his memories, he'd been ostracized by most of his classmates in the academy, and only Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and a few others had treated him as a friend. Most of the other kids had been warned by their parents, either directly or subtly, to stay away from him. Of course, that stuck-up Uchiha Sasuke hadn't shunned him like the others either. Rubbing his chin, Naruto realized his memories were getting a bit hazy. He faintly recalled the image of a certain girl, but after so long, no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't bring her face back to mind. Ah well, if I can't remember, it must be nothing important. Naruto didn't dwell on it. After finishing his morning routine, he headed straight out the door. Today was the team assignments. Even though he was still undecided about whether he should keep being a ninja, Naruto was looking forward to reuniting with the old friends he hadn't seen in years. Following the path from his memories, Naruto soon arrived at the ninja academy and entered the classroom. He casually found a seat and sat down. He glanced to the side and immediately locked eyes with Sasuke, who had been sizing him up. Oh, this brat's still as stuck up as ever, huh? Seeing the other party's cold, arrogant expression, Naruto just found it amusing, completely unlike the frustration he'd felt in the past. Well, what could he do? Mentally, he was practically an old man now. With a faint smile, Naruto nodded at Sasuke before leaning back in his seat, folding his arms into his sleeves, and closing his eyes to rest. Yes, his new outfit for the day was still a loose-fitting yukata. Compared to the tight-fitting outfits worn by other ninja, Naruto was much more accustomed to wearing this type of clothing. As he closed his eyes to rest, he didn't notice the bewildered expression on Sasuke's face. What the? Is this really that dead last? Sasuke stared at Naruto in disbelief, even forgetting to maintain his usual aloof demeanor. It had only been a few days since they last saw each other. How had that loudmouth loser in the orange jumpsuit suddenly become a completely different person? To be honest, Sasuke had always kept an eye on Naruto. Like him, Naruto had lost his parents, but he had never given up on himself. Even though he performed poorly in class, Naruto still worked hard, and Sasuke had noticed all of it. In a way, he saw a bit of himself in Naruto. That was why Sasuke had always paid attention to him. But today's Naruto. How should he put it? It wasn't just the clothes or the appearance. More importantly, there was an indescribable aura about him, as if he couldn't care less about what was happening around him. This Naruto was nothing like the loud, brash deadlast he remembered. Naruto. Just then, Shikamaru's voice came from the side, drawing the attention of both Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto. What are you, eh? Did you get taller? In response, Naruto simply flashed a bright grin, pointing at the forehead protector tied around his arm and then at the one on Shikamaru's. Haha, I ended up passing by accident. As for the height, guess I just hit a growth spurt. Don't be ridiculous. How can someone grow that much taller in just a few days? Though he had a ton of questions, Shikamaru ultimately decided not to press further. Forget it, why bother so much? True to his lazy nature, Shikamaru lived by the philosophy of, less trouble is better, and, if I can lie down, I won't sit. After that one complaint, he just plopped down in a seat at the back. When Naruto saw that no one else was coming to talk to him, he reclined in his seat, pulling his forehead protector over his eyes like a sleep mask to catch up on some rest. It was all because of that dream I had last night. I'm still feeling a little sleepy. Time flew by as Naruto dozed off. A while later, a pink-haired girl and another girl with a golden ponytail squeezed in through the back door. The two bickered half-heartedly along the way. Suddenly, the pink-haired girl seemed to notice something and immediately abandoned the girl next to her, rushing forward. Good morning, Sasuke. The girl's name is Haruno Sakura, and she is a genin who graduated from the same class as Naruto and Sasuke. At the same time, she is also one of Sasuke's most ardent admirers. When she caught sight of that annoying head of blonde hair, Sakura, whose eyes were full of Sasuke, instinctively reached out to shove the person blocking her way aside. Get out of the way, Naruto. However, before her hand could even make contact, another hand intercepted it, gripping her wrist with precision. Hey now, interrupting a man's dream of all-you-can-eat barbecue and bottomless drinks is a one-way ticket to hell, you know. After pulling the forehead protector up, Naruto still seemed half asleep, and his gaze unconsciously exuded an intangible pressure. Fortunately, he reacted in time and released Sakura's wrist before his haki could fully manifest. But in that brief moment, both Sasuke and Sakura, who were closest to him, had felt that suffocating, overwhelming presence. Unlike Sakura, who was frozen in shock, Sasuke's eyes flickered with doubt and disbelief. This guy. Was that terrifying aura just now really coming from him? For a split second, he had seen that man's shadow, the same oppressive force that had rendered him completely immobile that day. Now that he's fully awake, Naruto looked at Sakura's somewhat familiar face but seemed to struggle to recall her name. Oh, you want to sit inside, right? Here, go ahead. And just like that, Sakura, whose mind was still blank, was pushed by Naruto to the seat closest to Sasuke. It wasn't until Iruka stepped onto the podium and announced, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke will be on Team 7, that Sakura finally snapped out of her daze. She first looked at Naruto, who had changed drastically, in a daze, her mind still unable to wrap around what was going on. But then, the joy of being placed on the same team as Sasuke diluted the confusion in her mind. Yay! I get to be with Sasuke. Meanwhile, the two boys beside her. One kept glancing sideways, as if he had something to ask but didn't know where to start. The other lightly smacked his fist into his palm. Thanks to Iruka's announcement, he had finally remembered the girl's name. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Only delicious food and fine sake cannot be betrayed. On the other side, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen was gathered with the Jonin instructors around a crystal ball, observing the situation in the classroom. This year's top rookie, Uchiha Sasuke. One of the Jonin murmured, watching the black-haired boy with his chin propped on his hands, his expression cold and aloof. The orphan of the Uchiha clan. There was a hint of pity in Yuhi Kurena's eyes as she looked at Sasuke. Yes. Hiruzen tapped his pipe, clearing out the remaining ashes, then addressed the others. The team assignments have been distributed to you. Go and prepare now. Yes. Kakashi, stay behind. The other Jonin nodded and disappeared one after another using the body flicker technique. Once only Hatake Kakashi remained in the office with him, Hiruzen refilled his pipe and took a slow puff before placing his hand over the crystal ball again. Kakashi, there's someone I need you to pay special attention to. Hearing this, Kakashi raised his eyelids slightly, and a hint of seriousness finally appeared in his usual lazy eye. Is it Uchiha Sasuke? In his opinion, Sasuke's abilities and temperament far surpassed those of his peers, but at the same time, he was also the most likely to cause trouble. But to his surprise, Hiruzen shook his head and removed his hand from the crystal ball. Then, the lens of the crystal ball slowly moved, reflecting another figure who was sleeping soundly. This is... Kakashi stared at the figure who, even on such an important occasion as the team assignments, was dressed in nothing but a casual yukata. He looked familiar, yet somehow different from what Kakashi remembered. Uzumaki Naruto. Huh. Kakashi was taken aback when he heard this answer. After all, Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage, his own teacher, Namikaze Minato, and also the village's Jinchuriki. In other words, he was under constant surveillance. Even Kakashi himself had been assigned to monitor Naruto before he was transferred from the Umbu to become Jonin instructor. But the Naruto in his memory was still just that little troublemaker, always pulling pranks. Looking at the figure in the crystal ball, Kakashi clicked his tongue. Do kids really grow up this fast? When Hiruzen heard Kakashi's words, his hand twitched slightly, but he didn't respond. To be honest, when he saw that Naruto had grown noticeably taller overnight, his first thought was that the Jinchuriki had been replaced. Especially since, on that very same day, the Umbu's members assigned to monitor the Jinchuriki had all been knocked unconscious by an unknown assailant. For a brief moment, he had even considered ordering Danzo and his route to secretly capture Naruto. But in the end, he hadn't gone through with it. Perhaps it was out of guilt toward the fourth Hokage, or maybe some other reason. But given that this involved the Jinchuriki, which is a matter of utmost secrecy, it couldn't be made public. Ideally, even the village's great clans shouldn't be informed. To use today's terms, the Jinchuriki is the ultimate deterrent to a ninja village, similar to nuclear weapons. Any changes in its status could easily trigger unrest among the villages. Especially now, when they had only recently reached a truce with Tsunagakure. So, Hiruzen decided to meet Naruto in person first. Ultimately, he came to a mixed conclusion. As someone who had watched Naruto grow up, Hiruzen could confirm that this was still the same Naruto. But the undeniable truth was that Naruto's personality and abilities had undergone significant changes. Of course, this was also thanks to Naruto himself making no effort to hide it. Recently, Naruto has changed quite a bit. I'm concerned that someone may have made contact with him in secret. The prime suspect in this matter was none other than Hiruzen's dear student. From now on, I want you to keep a close eye on him. The private discussion in the office continued for a long time. The next day, in a certain classroom. They're so slow. Sakura, leaning in the front seat, complained softly, and then, she would occasionally glance at Sasuke, who sat silently beside her. But maybe this wasn't so bad, being able to spend time alone with Sasuke-kun at such close range. She shyly enjoyed the alone time with her crush, her mind still brewing over what excuse to use to start a conversation. At this moment, a soft snoring sound shattered her fantasy. Ah, it would be even better if this third wheel weren't here. She immediately turned her head and glared fiercely at Naruto, who was sitting behind them, using his forehead protector as an eye mask while snoring away. Sakura, feeling a little annoyed, instinctively reached out to smack Naruto awake, planning to vent her frustration on him. But as her hand moved, she suddenly froze, her mind flashing back to Naruto's words from yesterday. For some unknown reason, she silently retracted her hand and sat back down. Forget it, it's not worth bothering with him. She made up an excuse for herself in her mind. Click-clack. The sliding door of the classroom opened, and a silver-haired figure walked in. Yo, I'm your team's Jonin instructor, Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi stepped onto the podium, wrote his name on the board, then turned his gaze downward. After his gaze swept over Sasuke and Sakura, it lingered for a moment on Naruto, who was still asleep. Casually picking up a piece of chalk, he flicked it downward. The chalk shot out like a shuriken, hitting Naruto squarely on the forehead. But he was still sleeping there, and even his breathing rate didn't change. Could you wake him up, please? Seeing this, Kakashi sighed helplessly and shrugged. Hey! Naruto, wake up. The teacher's here. Hearing Kakashi's words, Sakura immediately shook Naruto awake, no longer caring about anything else. After pulling the forehead protector off his face, Naruto let out a big yawn before locking eyes with Kakashi on the podium. Oh, hey. Without a trace of awkwardness, Naruto raised a hand and greeted his new Jonin instructor as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Under his mask, Kakashi's lips twitched. He had a feeling this particular student was going to be troublesome. But no matter what, he is a professional Jonin instructor, so Kakashi quickly adjusted his mindset and continued as if nothing had happened. Alright, let's start with some self-introductions. Tell us what you like, what you dislike, your hobbies, dreams, or whatever. Let's start with you. Sasuke, who was pointed at by him, lowered his arms and said coldly. Uchiha Sasuke. There are many things I hate, and nothing I particularly like. Hearing this, Sakura's expression dimmed slightly beside him. As for my dream, it's not just some simple wish. I will restore my Uchiha clan, and kill that man with my own hands. As he spoke, Sasuke's face darkened, his eyes filled with unmistakable ferocity. Alright, got it. Next, you. Kakashi didn't comment and simply pointed at Sakura. Sakura, who was called upon, swallowed nervously at first, then quickly composed herself. My name is Haruno Sakura. What I like is. As she spoke, she kept sneaking glances at Sasuke beside her, her meaning obvious. Unfortunately, all three males in the room seemed to completely ignore it. What I hate is spicy food. Originally, she had wanted to say she hated Naruto, but when the words came to her lips, they somehow turned into this. Good. And lastly, you. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like good food and fine sake. Naruto had a smile on his face as he said this. Hey, minors aren't allowed to drink, you know. Kakashi's warning was completely ignored as Naruto continued, as for what I hate, probably people who betray their comrades. Hearing this, Sakura didn't react much, but both Sasuke and Kakashi couldn't help but think of certain figures in their minds. For a moment, the atmosphere grew heavy. But Kakashi, being an adult, wasn't so easily affected. He quickly chuckled and remarked, good food and fine sake. That's it. TCH, Kakashi-sensei, you really don't get it at all. As he spoke, Naruto stood up with an air of importance. Listen well, good food and fine sake are the only things in life worth not betraying. The sheer conviction in his tone left the other three momentarily speechless. Cough, very good. All three of you have very distinct personalities. Starting tomorrow, we'll begin taking on missions. As he spoke, he wrote the time and place on the blackboard. Kakashi-sensei, what kind of mission are we doing? When Sakura heard that she was going to carry out a mission right away, she felt a little uneasy. Hee, a survival exercise, you'll see when the time comes. After saying this, Kakashi's gaze suddenly sharpened. If you fail this test, I'll personally send you back to the Ninja Academy. Chapter 8, Look behind you. The next day, at 5 in the morning, the sky had yet to fully brighten. Sakura and Sasuke, each carrying a ninja tool pouch, arrived at the meeting spot. Naruto isn't here yet. Sasuke was the first to speak up, contrary to his usual practice, which instantly lifted Sakura's originally unhappy mood for getting up early. Yeah, and Kakashi-sensei isn't here either. So, this time I'm truly alone with Sasuke-kun. In Sakura's heart, she was roaring with excitement like a frenzied gorilla. This giddy, heart-pounding feeling of being alone with her crush lasted until the first rays of sunlight appeared an hour later. Then, as the sun rose higher, her frustration grew. Seriously, everyone agreed on the time, but no one's here. More importantly, Sasuke-kun doesn't even talk to me. Sakura, who had been standing around like an idiot with Sasuke for so long, tried to start a conversation several times, only to be shut down by his indifferent replies. No matter what, she is still a little girl. So after a few more times, Sakura's excitement has almost dissipated. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that Kakashi finally showed up. Yo, everyone, good morning. You're way too late. Sakura no longer cared about respect for her teacher, and pointed an accusing finger at Kakashi. However, Kakashi ignored her complaint. Instead, he glanced around with a slight frown. Naruto isn't here yet. That dead last, who knows if he overslept like a certain teacher. Sasuke smirked coldly, making a pointed remark. Hearing this, Kakashi chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head. Well, you see, a black cat crossed my path. No, never mind, cough. He reflexively made an excuse before quickly regaining his composure as a serious instructor. Looks like one of you is already ready to pack up and return to the Ninja Academy. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, a sound of falling was suddenly heard not far away. The three people's eyes were all focused on the figure falling from the tree. It was Naruto, who was sleeping with a sake bottle clutched in his arms. It's morning already. As if completely unfazed by the pain, Naruto stretched lazily before rubbing his eyes and standing up. Hey, you guys are here. I've been waiting for you the whole time. No matter how you look at it, you look like you're just drunk and passed out there. Kakashi's lips twitched beneath his mask as he silently compared Naruto's current state to his teacher, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. They're nothing alike. With that thought, Kakashi decided to focus his attention on Naruto today. Honestly, don't underestimate what it means to be a ninja. Alright, let's set the deadline for noon today. As he said this, Kakashi placed an alarm clock on a wooden stump, then turned back to add, today's training exercise is to snatch these 2 bells from me. Whoever gets a bell gets to stay. Whoever fails will be tied to that stump to watch the rest of us eat lunch, and then be sent back to the Ninja Academy. This bell test was one of the methods his teacher, the fourth Hokage, had once used to evaluate his team. Now, using it on Naruto felt like a kind of fate. This answer was somewhat beyond his expectations. After all, in his initial assessment, Naruto should have been the least likely of the 3 to give up. Have you thought this through? Well, if I give up, then those 2 can stay, right? As he said this, there wasn't even a hint of regret on Naruto's face. Don't screw around. Who needs a loser like you to sacrifice himself? Surprisingly, before Kakashi or Sakura could respond, it was Sasuke who snapped first, his voice sharp with irritation. His expression was deadly serious, almost aggressive, as if Naruto's pity act had struck a nerve. When Kakashi saw this scene, he secretly gave Sasuke a thumbs up in his heart. He had been wondering how to provoke Naruto into taking this seriously. Exactly. And even if you quit, Naruto, if neither of them gets a bell, they'll still fail. So troublesome. Realizing that quitting wouldn't change anything, Naruto simply plopped down onto the grass, lazily propping his head up with one hand. Fine, fine. Let's just get this test started already. As he spoke, he waved his hand dismissively, as if he was a kindergarten teacher who was forced to play with the children. This brat. Even Kakashi, who is usually unflappable, felt a vein throb beneath his forehead protector. You can use ninja tools, and I will counterattack accordingly. Begin. The moment he gave the signal, Sasuke and Sakura instantly vanished from sight, leaving Naruto alone, still sprawled lazily on the grass. Since Kakashi had specified he would only counterattack, he could do nothing but watch as Naruto lay there, completely open. If I had known, I would have said I'd attack first. Time passed by little, the sun climbing higher as noon approached. But in the clearing, Naruto and Kakashi still remained motionless. The other two genin, who were hiding in the bushes and treetop, were getting restless. In the end, Sasuke couldn't hold back and launched the attack first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than a dozen kunai and shurikens flew through the air and hit Kakashi accurately. But he turned into a wooden stake in a puff of smoke. Substitution technique. Seeing that his attack was ineffective and his position had been exposed, Sasuke immediately relocated. From the shadows, Kakashi's gaze swept the area, tracking both Sakura and Sasuke with ease. Who should I take out first? His eye flickered, but he still didn't forget the instructions given to him by Hiruzen. With a flick of his wrist, two shuriken, faster than Sasuke's earlier attacks, flew towards the sleeping Naruto. The shuriken were wrapped with nearly invisible wires, ensuring that even if Naruto failed to react, Kakashi could still retract them at the last moment. Just when the shuriken was less than 10 centimeters away from Naruto's face, so close that even Kakashi was about to pull back. Naruto, as if sleepily adjusting, suddenly slipped his hand from under his head and rolled onto his back, snoring soundly on the grass. The two shuriken missed entirely, embedding themselves into the ground instead. A coincidence? Or? Thinking of this, Kakashi's fingers twitched, and the wires tugged the shuriken back into the air, sending them flying toward Naruto once more. This time, Naruto shifted again, turning onto his side as if uncomfortable, perfectly dodging the attack once more. Sure enough, this kid is not simple. Just as Kakashi was thinking this, a confident voice rang out behind him. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a light shout from Sasuke, a massive fireball erupted from his mouth, engulfing Kakashi's figure. Due to his limited chakra reserves, the technique only lasted a brief moment before fizzling out. But Sasuke was confident that even a Jonin would be injured if caught off guard by this move. Though it might have been excessive, he had a reason he couldn't afford to fail. Look behind you. The sudden voice froze the smirk on Sasuke's face. As the flames dissipated, there was no sign of Kakashi in front of him. Instead, Kakashi was crouched right behind Sasuke, hands forming the tiger seal as he lunged forward. Konoha's secret technique. Strongest taijutsu, 1,000 years of death. The moment the attack struck its target, even a cold and composed boy like Sasuke couldn't maintain his usual icy expression. Too bad. I was originally planning to use this on Naruto. Watching Sasuke collapse to the ground, clutching his butt, Kakashi retracted his fingers with an air of melancholy. Oh. Then how about you look behind you now? When did he? Just like Sasuke, Kakashi was also startled when he heard the sudden voice next to him. But he was a Jonin after all, and at the critical moment, he used lightning attribute chakra to stimulate his legs, bursting out with a speed far beyond his usual speed. Of course, this was also because Naruto hadn't been serious in the first place. The end result was that Kakashi, who is now covering his butt with one hand, turned to look at Naruto with a wary look on his face. Meanwhile, Naruto stood there casually, lifting his right hand, which had two bells hanging on it. Well then, I guess this means the exercise is over, right? Chapter 9 Night Assault. In the clearing, the four people gathered together again. Among them, Sasuke was glaring resentfully at Kakashi, while Kakashi himself had a solemn expression as he looked at Naruto. Naruto stood there, casually tossing the two bells up and down in his hand. Beside him, Sakura, who had been completely out of the loop the entire time, looked utterly confused. What happened? How had Naruto managed to get both bells? When Sakura saw that both bells were in Naruto's hands, her first thought was how he had pulled it off. But soon, another realization struck her. If Naruto grabbed two bells by himself, wouldn't that mean I? As if sensing her thoughts, Naruto grinned and swept his gaze over the three of them. Just as Sakura's heart sank lower and lower, a crisp jingling sound suddenly rang through the air. She instinctively stretched out her hand to block in front of her, and a small silver bell landed in her palm. At the same time, another one was caught by Sasuke. This should do it, right? Then, I'll head back first. Naruto smiled at Kakashi and turned to leave. Hey! Don't you dare walk away. Once again, it was Sasuke who spoke up first. He couldn't accept that the guy he had always seen as a loser was now stronger than him. And to make matters worse, Naruto's final act of what felt like pity had trampled all over his already fragile pride. Sasuke threw the bell to the ground. When he saw that Naruto had actually stopped, he turned to Kakashi. I didn't get a bell. Send me back to the academy. After saying this, he turned back to glare at Naruto. What you did was completely unnecessary. Beside him, Sakura bit her lower lip as she watched Sasuke's outburst, her eyes darting between him and Naruto. In the end, she followed Sasuke's lead and threw her bell to the ground as well. I feel the same. Kakashi-sensei, please don't make Naruto go back to the academy alone. If we're talking about failing, then I think I should also. Hey, you two. Seeing his two teammates suddenly do such a youthful and impetuous thing, even Naruto, who originally had other plans, couldn't help but stop in his tracks, scratching his head helplessly. But it was also at this moment that he truly took a proper look at his two teammates. Even if their experience might not even amount to a tenth of his, and their strength was far from comparable, he didn't dislike this kind of personality in them. All three of you, pass. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly spoke up. When they heard his words, Sakura and Sasuke both looked shocked, while Naruto didn't react much. He turned his gaze to Kakashi, as if waiting for an explanation. Cough, those who doesn't value their comrades, isn't worthy of my recognition. To put it bluntly, this test is actually to see if you all had that quality. From what I've seen, all three of you have undoubtedly passed. With that, Kakashi nodded. I'd like to say something. At this point, Naruto suddenly raised his hand and wanted to say something. However, Kakashi seemed to realize that letting this kid continue would ruin the moment. Hadn't he noticed how Sakura and Sasuke now wore expressions of sudden understanding and admiration? Alright. The test is officially over. Starting tomorrow, we'll begin our missions properly. Everyone, dismissed. With those words, he vanished using the body flicker technique, leaving the three genin staring at each other in bewilderment. When their eyes met again, Sakura and Sasuke both awkwardly looked away. Perhaps the sudden emotional outburst just now overdrafted their shamelessness, as they silently gathered their things and left in the directions they had come from. Only after Sasuke and Sakura had left did Naruto click his tongue, his expression turning deep and contemplative once more. It seems what happened last night should have nothing to do with Kakashi-sensei and the third Hokage. Time rewinds, returning to the depths of last night. Naruto, who was sleeping on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. He glanced toward the window in several directions before silently changing his clothes and leaping out. His speed wasn't fast. In fact, he seemed to be deliberately slowing down. Only when he reached the depths of the deserted forest did he finally stop. You followed me this far. Why keep hiding? The moment his words fell, three figures emerged from the shadows. Each of them wore an animal mask, concealing their faces completely. Through careful probing and personal investigation, Naruto had already learned that people dressed like this belonged to the village's special forces, the so-called Umbu. They were the same ones he had knocked out when he first returned. But why were they coming for me in the middle of the night? The Hokage has ordered a summons for Uzumaki Naruto. Please come with us. The leader's tone was utterly perfunctory, not even bothering to explain the reason for the Hokage's summons. Is that so? I'll go see Old Man Third myself, then. No need to trouble you. They didn't seem to care about Naruto's response at all. Without hesitation, they closed in from both sides, clearly intending to take him by force. Seeing their actions, Naruto immediately realized. There's something wrong with these guys. His instincts told him that these were the big fish he had been waiting for. When he first learned that the ones surveilling him were likely Hiruzen's men, he had been somewhat displeased. But now that this group had appeared, Naruto understood that there were more eyes on him than he thought. Unlike the innocent Umbu he had knocked out before, the malice radiating from these people was practically overflowing. And more importantly, Naruto turned his head to the other side, his gaze piercing through the darkness as if seeing past all obstacles. This thick, greedy, murderous intent, in Naruto's observation haki perception, felt like a pile of rotting sludge dredged from the deepest trenches, constantly polluting his vision. Before Naruto could even react, the Umbu imposters around him struck first. The one closest to him moved first. In his eyes, even if Naruto is a Jinchuriki, he was ultimately just a genin who had just graduated from the ninja academy, so he didn't take him seriously at all. So much so that he didn't even bother using ninjutsu, simply drawing kunai to subdue him. But the moment he pulled out his weapons, his consciousness instantly cut off. Genjutsu. The other two watched as their comrade collapsed to the ground, unconscious. They immediately scattered like a frightened bird and began to quickly form hand seals. Naruto did not show any attacking gesture. He simply stood there, letting them complete their hand seals. However, secretly, he had been silently memorizing the hand seals of these guys, and also used his observation haki to track the flow of chakra in their bodies. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Wind release, wind cutter technique. In an instant, razor-sharp wind blades shot toward him. At the same time, the ground beneath Naruto's feet turned into a bog. But to their shock, Naruto simply stepped on the air and rose into the sky. TCH. The Marine's Rokushiki really is handy. After exclaiming in his heart, Naruto unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, instantly knocking out the remaining two ninja. He had already memorized all the ninjutsu he could learn. As for secret techniques like the parasitic insects, he had no interest in them. He formed a hand seal casually, and a vast amount of chakra gushed out along his chakra pathway. A wind blade several times larger than before slashed forward, instantly cleaving through the dense trees. This power isn't much weaker than an average swordsman's flying slash. In midair, Naruto looked at his hand in amazement. And such attacks can be used continuously, even though the amount of chakra in my body has shrunk a lot. If I had known this technique back when I was sailing the seas, Mary Geos would have been destroyed long ago. As the wind blade split the earth, in Naruto's perception, the source of the deepest malice was moving away at an extremely fast speed. He wanted to give chase, but the moment he had attacked, the enemy had already decisively fled. Even with his speed, catching up now would be difficult. However, Naruto wasn't about to let them escape so easily. Grabbing a nearby tree branch, he coated it in pitch-black armament haki, then pulled his body taut like a drawn bowstring. Whoosh! The tree branch instantly shot through the air like a bullet. After throwing out the tree branch, Naruto landed back on the ground. Let's take a good look at you. He murmured softly and reached out to remove one of the unconscious men's masks, but was surprised to find that the other party's mouth and nose were bleeding. They were already dead. Unwilling to give up, Naruto took off the masks of the other two again and found that every single one of them had died. Clearly, they had some kind of suicide mechanism implanted in their bodies. Turning his gaze toward the direction the enemy had fled, Naruto's eyes became as deep as the sea. Fine. Run all you want. I can afford to fail countless times. But you only get one more mistake. Chapter 10, The Hardworking Genius, the Genius of Hard Work. Sasuke has arrived at Point B. Sakura has arrived at Point C. Over the walkie-talkie channel, Sakura and Sasuke both sent their readiness signals, but Kakashi still hadn't heard a reply from Naruto. Naruto. This kid, did he get drunk somewhere again? Rubbing his forehead, Kakashi felt a headache coming on. Just a few days ago, he had brought the hearts of the members of Team 7 together in a cool manner, but during these past few missions, Naruto had either been slacking off in the trees or hiding in some bushes drinking. He doesn't look like a genin at all. Rustle. As the leaves parted, a figure slowly emerged. It was none other than Naruto, the very person Kakashi had been complaining about. I always feel like someone is scolding me behind my back. Taking a swig from his flask with one hand while cradling a cat in the other, Naruto finally remembered he was still wearing his earpiece. He adjusted the earpiece back into place. Naruto has arrived at Point A. Mission target captured, hiccup. When everyone gathered around Naruto, their expressions shifted in different ways. Sakura looked at Naruto with a complicated look in her eyes. She always felt that the Naruto in front of him seemed very different from the one in her memories. Unlike before, when he'd always buzz around her noisily, his strength now seemed far beyond what it used to be. During these past missions, even though he never followed orders, he often completed objectives faster than the rest of them. Of course, with her skill level, it was hard for her to notice just how strong Naruto had really become from the details. However, she also realized that her attention had always been fixed on Sasuke, and she'd never really paid much attention to Naruto before. Had Naruto always been this tall? However, when she caught the scent of alcohol on him, the admiration that had just risen in her heart instantly turned to disgust. Ugh. This habit of drinking like some old man was something she just couldn't stand. Unlike the girl's complicated thoughts, the look in Sasuke's eyes when he looked at Naruto was much simpler. This guy, when did he become so strong? Even during the earlier training exercise, Kakashi-sensei had almost failed to react in time. Why? How had he grown so much stronger in such a short time? Alright, mission target confirmed. Let's head back. After verifying that the cat in Naruto's arms matched the mission description, Kakashi clapped his hands and called for the team to return. At the same time, he subtly glanced at Naruto, feeling like something was off. Got I dash. Before he could finish, Naruto's body suddenly turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. A clone. This guy, had he been using a clone to complete the mission the whole time? Almost at the same time, blue veins in the shape of a hashtag appeared on the foreheads of the other two genin. Only Kakashi, who knew the inside story, silently picked up the cat and walked ahead without a word. Multiple shadow clone technique, huh? Meanwhile, beneath a waterfall deep in the forest. 1999, 2000. A shirtless figure, carrying a boulder far larger than his own body, was doing squats under the relentless pounding of the waterfall. Not far from him, countless other figures were training in various ninjutsu. Every single one of them looked identical, their hands weaving signs to unleash a dazzling array of different techniques. Naruto and I-chan, I did it. After saying this, Konohamaru nearly collapsed, the boulder on his back crashing toward the ground. Just as he was about to be crushed by the boulder, Naruto, who had been rowing with a massive tree trunk, directly used the tool in his hand to accurately pick up the stone and send it flying. Then let's take a break. As soon as he said this, the countless Narutos scattered throughout the forest vanished into smoke. Instantly, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion crashed into Naruto's mind. But he only stiffened for a second before nonchalantly walking over to Konohamaru and plopping down beside him. Here, hydrate yourself and get some nutrients. With that, he pulled out a pile of food from who knows where, stuffing several large skewers of grilled meat into his own mouth while making sure Konohamaru got some too. Ugh, wait. Naruto and I-chan. Konohamaru flailed desperately and finally managed to survive Naruto's deadly force feeding. Huff, huff. Ni-chan, will this really make me stronger? Konohamaru's eyes were unfocused as he mechanically chewed the meat in his hands, muttering the question. Over the past few days, Naruto had put him through all kinds of training, so intense it felt like a year's worth of lessons under his glasses-wearing teacher. Honestly speaking, he was planning to give up at first, but when he saw Naruto using the shadow clone technique to perform various extraordinary training beside him, he couldn't bring himself to say the words. Of course. Naruto nodded as if it were obvious, then reached out and roughly ruffled Konohamaru's hair, spinning him around like a top. Konohamaru, you're a genius. Suddenly, Naruto pulled his hand back and dropped the statement out of nowhere. Question mark. Konohamaru raised his head and looked at Naruto blankly. Compared to me, you are really talented. After taking a swig from his flask and letting the numbing buzz soothe his mind, Naruto continued slowly. He wasn't exaggerating. In fact, over the past few days, Naruto had tried teaching Konohamaru some of the ninjutsu he'd mastered. The results were surprising. Aside from the 3 basic techniques and his signature, sexy technique, Konohamaru had even managed to grasp advanced ninjutsu like Swamp of the Underworld and Wind Cutter with decent proficiency. That wasn't something just any kid could do, at the very least, Naruto definitely couldn't do it in the past. Konohamaru lowered his head, staring at his still trembling hands in confusion. Really? But, Naruto and I-chan, I'm still so far behind you. Hearing this, Naruto scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. He didn't know how to respond to this. He couldn't exactly say, well, your Nii-chan here has a few extra decades of experience. After thinking for a while, he suddenly stood up and clapped a hand on Konohamaru's shoulder. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. After saying that, without waiting for Konohamaru to recover from his exhaustion, he hoisted the boy onto his back and took off. The wind rushed past them so fast Konohamaru nearly threw up everything he'd just eaten. By the time they reached the edge of the village, Naruto finally set him down. Calculating the time, it should be about time. Glancing at the sun in the sky, Naruto muttered to himself, Naruto and I-chan, what are we waiting for? Your answer. Look, here he comes. As he spoke, Naruto pointed in a certain direction, and Konohamaru's gaze followed. 10 laps around the village in handstand. If I can't do it, then 2,000 kicks on the wooden post. Youth. Burns bright. In the distance, a thick-browed boy in a green spandex jumpsuit was hand-walking toward them at full speed. Konohamaru gaped at the sheer, suicidal determination radiating from the guy, completely stunned. By the time the boy reached them, Konohamaru still hadn't snapped out of it. Ah. Isn't that Naruto? Are you training nearby as well? When Rock Lee saw the familiar figure, he greeted Naruto loudly. Yo. Lee. Naruto also stretched out his hand and greeted Lee, then introduced Konohamaru next to him. I brought this kid here specially to see your training. He can be considered my disciple. You can call him Konohamaru. Ah. Nice to meet you, Konohamaru. Ah, hi. Konohamaru stammered, still dazed. Then Lee suddenly panicked, as if remembering something urgent. Ah. I have to keep training. If I don't finish by noon, it's a failure. See you later, Naruto. Konohamaru. After saying that, without waiting for a response, he walked away again. Later, Lee. After shouting at the departing Lee, Naruto turned around and looked at Konohamaru. I met Lee during training these past few days. He is a very hard-working guy. As he spoke, Naruto led Konohamaru to a bench under a tree and sat down. Konohamaru, you're a genius. You have talents that neither Lee nor I have. When Konohamaru heard Naruto say this, he immediately wanted to refute. After all, in his eyes, Naruto was already a superhuman powerhouse. Unexpectedly, Naruto seemed to know what he was going to say and reached out to hold his head. Someone once told me that for ordinary people to catch up to geniuses, they have to put in 100 or even 1,000 times the effort. Lee is a genius of hard work. He's got a drive that surpasses normal people, and that is the step for him to climb to the top. And you, Konohamaru, you were born with stairs leading straight to the summit. As he said this, Naruto stretched out his finger and pressed it on Konohamaru's heart. You are destined to surpass Lee and me and reach the highest peak that no one has ever imagined. I have great confidence in you. You're a genius. Remember that. Every step you take would take someone like us 10, 100 steps to match. So don't stop. Don't doubt yourself. Keep moving forward. Go and help us see the scenery we'll never reach. Hearing this, Konohamaru's eyes sparkled like stars, and there seemed to be a flame burning at the place on his chest where Naruto had touched him. No one had ever acknowledged him like Naruto had. Naruto recognized him as Konohamaru, not as the grandson of the third Hokage. YOSH. With his heart pounding, Konohamaru shot to his feet, and the soreness and pain in his limbs seemed to have completely disappeared. I'll do my best. Meanwhile, far away in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen slowly withdrew his hand from the crystal ball and took a deep drag from his pipe. Chapter 11, The Land of Waves, Departure. What's this? Why are there only little brats? Inside the mission reception hall of the Hokage building, Tazuna, who was drunk, looked at the group in front of him with clear disdain. I'm a super expert bridge builder. While I'm back in my country constructing the bridge, you brats better protect me with your lives. As he spoke, he took another swig of alcohol. Ugh, he's just like Naruto. A total drunk. Seeing the client, Sakura, who was originally happy because she and her team had finally received their first C-rank mission, immediately became unhappy. No, I'm totally different from this kind of person. But when Naruto heard this comment, he immediately waved his hands in protest. Even I wouldn't drink such cheap booze. That's what you're complaining about. Upon hearing his reply, Sakura yelled in exasperation. Beside her, Sasuke sighed and facepalmed, already feeling like this mission was doomed. The client named Tazuna also had the same idea as him. Sigh. If only I could afford to hire real Chunin, I wouldn't have to rely on these brats. He grumbled in his heart. Hiruzen, who was watching the whole scene, also lowered his hat silently. He had originally assigned this mission to temper Team 7 and, at the same time, continue observing Naruto. After all, over the past few days, he had been closely monitoring Naruto's training sessions with his grandson, Konohamaru. The changes in Naruto were so drastic that he barely recognized him anymore. If he hadn't confirmed again and again that Naruto hadn't been replaced, he would have sent Umbu to capture Naruto long ago. Come to think of it, he originally thought that after making this decision, Danzo would jump out to oppose it, or insist on sending his route to monitor the situation. But strangely, the old Warhawk had been unusually quiet lately, so much so that even he, the Hokage, couldn't locate him. But, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. With Danzo no longer buzzing around like an annoying fly, Hiruzen found his mood significantly improved. Despite Tazuna's lingering doubts about Team 7's capabilities, his limited funds left him no choice but to set off with them. After packing their supplies, the group departed through the main gate of Konoha. Whoa, so this is what the outside world looks like. Naruto sipped his sake leisurely while taking in the scenery beyond the village. Hearing this, Tazuna nearly choked on his drink, coughing twice before wiping his mouth. Hey, you dash. He originally wanted to say, you little brat, have you never even left the village before, but when he saw Naruto's imposing physique, he swallowed his words. Forget it, I won't bother with him. Naruto didn't mind his reaction and simply grinned at him. Since they were escorting a civilian, their pace wasn't particularly fast. Even after several hours of travel, they still hadn't left the forest. The sunlight overhead was harsh, but fortunately, Naruto was dressed lightly today, unlike Kakashi and Dazno, who were bundled up in heavy clothing. After passing a small puddle, they continued forward. At this time, a pair of ninjas wearing Kirigakure forehead protectors slowly emerged from the water. They are the Demon Brothers, a duo of Chunin who specialized in coordinated attacks to deal with their targets. Watching the group's retreating backs, they quickly decided on their first target, the team's leader, Kakashi, who seemed completely unaware of their presence. One of them leaped high, landing right in front of Kakashi. The bladed chain between the two brothers swiftly wrapped around Kakashi, and with a simultaneous tug from both of them, Kakashi's body was instantly cut into several pieces and fell to the ground. Aha! Sakura, who hadn't processed what had just happened, couldn't hold back a scream, while Tazuna's face instantly turned pale. In his opinion, if even the Jonin in charge of leading the team was killed without putting up a fight, then his own chances of survival were slim. Beside them, Sasuke remained composed, his expression cold, as if completely unfazed by Kakashi's apparent death. Naruto, on the other hand, was even more relaxed. He even took a sip from his flask of sake, acting as though he hadn't seen anything at all. The second one. The demon brothers swiftly flashed behind Naruto, attempting to repeat their earlier tactic. However, Sasuke reacted quickly, drawing a kunai and shuriken and hurling them with precision, pinning the chain to a nearby tree. Seeing their arms restrained by the chain and unable to move, the two brothers exchanged a glance and activated a hidden mechanism. The chains on their arms instantly detached, and they lunged towards separate targets. Let's see how you block this. Their sharp claws aimed for Naruto, who still seemed completely unprepared, as well as Tazuna, who was just an ordinary civilian. Naruto still hadn't put down his flask, appearing completely unfocused. However, if one moved the flask aside, they'd see his eyes were locked onto Sakura's position. The two attackers were fast, so fast that even Sasuke couldn't react in time before the metal claws were about to strike Tazuna. "Uncle, get back." Even though she was scared, Sakura remembered her duty as a ninja. Despite her trembling hands, she stood firmly in front of Tazuna, gripping her kunai defensively. Seeing this scene, Naruto smiled gently, and a hint of appreciation appeared in his eyes. Courage at the critical moment. Where the hell are you looking? The elder of the demon brothers, Meizu, couldn't help but let out a loud shout when he saw Naruto's distracted gaze. Bang! His claw was suddenly caught in Naruto's grip. Idiot! My weapon is coated in deadly poison. Though his movement was restricted, Meizu wasn't worried. With a subtle flick of his fingers, the hidden blades inside the claw retracted sharply. You talk too much. Having witnessed a seedling's growth, Naruto was in a decent mood. Crunch! The metal gauntlet and claw shattered under an overwhelming force, and the arm inside was crushed into pulp. Aha! Meizu couldn't hold back a scream of agony. Fortunately, Naruto was kind-hearted. He didn't prolong the suffering, instead, he released his grip, then drove his fist straight through the man's chest. The splattering blood seemed to be blocked by an invisible force, leaving Naruto untouched, but the other enemy was drenched in the warm liquid. Feeling the blood on his body and seeing his brother's lifeless body, the younger brother, Gozu, immediately leaped back in panic, scrambling to escape. At this time, Kakashi, who had been observing the whole time, finally showed up and knocked the opponent unconscious. Ah. Naruto, you dash. Looking at the Kirigakuru's missing nin with a big hole in his chest in front of Naruto, and then looking at Sasuke and Sakura, whose expressions had shifted dramatically, Kakashi felt a headache. You really went too far. Ah, sorry, I'll be more careful next time. Naruto scratched his head apologetically, as if he'd only made a minor mistake. But after what they had just witnessed, none of the others could see him as the same goofy, grinning genin from before. Chapter 12 Children, don't drink alcohol. Sasuke was handling things relatively well. Faced with a sudden death, he didn't show much discomfort, his mind was more occupied with shock at Naruto's strength. While he had already suspected it before, seeing a Chunin-level opponent die so helplessly at Naruto's hands was still staggering. If it were me in that situation, would the outcome have been the same? After running the scenario through his mind, Sasuke's gaze toward Naruto grew increasingly complicated. Kakashi, on the other hand, was thinking much deeper. There is no doubt that Naruto's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary Chunin. Beyond that, it was hard to gauge without actually fighting him. At the very least, it was clear that Naruto's physical abilities were extraordinary, capable of shattering steel with sheer brute force. If I remembered correctly, this kid should have mastered one of the forbidden techniques, the multiple shadow clone technique, right? Such physical prowess, could it be due to the Nine Tails? At the same time, Kakashi keenly sensed that Naruto had deliberately killed that man in front of him. Did he already know something? Was this a display of fangs, not just toward him, but toward the village as a whole? Unlike the two overthinkers beside him, Sakura and Tazuna were more overwhelmed by the shock of witnessing death, along with an instinctive urge to vomit. Glancing at Naruto's back, Sakura reassured herself internally, it's alright, Naruto killed a hostile ninja. This is normal. Meanwhile, Tazuna had grown much more subdued, no longer daring to mouth off. Cough, Tazuna-san. At this time, Kakashi, the Jonin instructor, suddenly spoke up. Huh? Why yes, what is it? When Tazuna heard his name being called, he quickly responded. Your commission was for us to protect you from bandit attacks, but now, Chunin-level assassins have appeared. This has already exceeded the scope of a C-rank mission. I suspect you've been withholding critical information from us. As Kakashi said this, the look he gave Dazuna began to become extremely oppressive. Still reeling from the earlier shock, Tazuna could only stammer weakly. A mission of this level, which is now bordering on B rank, is beyond what we can handle. We'll prepare to return to the village immediately. The latter part was directed at Naruto and the others. Having said his piece, Kakashi made a show of turning to leave. Tazuna couldn't bring himself to beg them to stay. After all, he had concealed vital details, and the funds he'd provided were nowhere near enough to hire ninja capable of handling a B-rank mission. Was this as far as I could go? The gray-haired old man lowered his head, a deep despair settling over him. He could already envision the future, his homeland falling completely under the control of the evil businessman, Gato, crushed under his exploitation. The mere thought made his heart twist in agony. Then, he did something that left the group in stunned silence. The elderly man, who was already over 50 years old, dropped into a formal dajiza, with his forehead pressed firmly against the ground in the deepest bow of supplication. I sincerely apologize for hiding the truth about the mission. The Land of Waves has always been a poor nation. Because of Gato and his gang, we simply don't have the funds to hire stronger ninja. I know my actions were despicable, but please, please help me. Please, save the Land of Waves. Our future can't be destroyed by Gato. He was answered by silence. Objectively speaking, Tazuna's actions were reprehensible, as he's essentially treating the lives of the genin as expendable. But at the same time, he truly had no other choice. He'd been forced to betray his own principles just to scrape together a chance at survival. After all, if he'd told the truth and no strong enough ninja took the mission, his fate would have been just as bleak. Seeing that no one else spoke up, Sakura awkwardly broke the silence. There's nothing we can do. This mission is beyond us. Let's go, Naruto, Sasuke. To be honest, she didn't want to abandon their first high-rank mission. And faced with Tazuna's desperate plea, she couldn't bring herself to outright refuse. But at the same time, Sakura was acutely aware of her own limitations. If they continued, she would likely just become dead weight. Meanwhile, Sasuke stood frozen in place, lost in thought. At this time, Naruto suddenly stepped forward and walked up to Tazuna. Without a word, he reached into the old man's bag and pulled out the cheap bottle of alcohol. Gulp, gulp, gulp. In just a few swigs, Naruto downed nearly half the bottle of sake. Sasuke and Sakura both stared in shock at Naruto, who had inexplicably chugged someone else's drink. Hey, even if you wanted a drink, now's not the time, and you didn't even ask. But Kakashi's gaze sharpened. He seemed to have guessed what Naruto was planning. Ah. It really tastes like crap. Wiping his mouth, Naruto casually set the bottle down. Then, in one swift motion, he grabbed Tazuna by the collar and yanked him up from his kneeling position. Then, he said to Tazuna, who is staring at him blankly. I can't just stand by and watch a man's knees covered in dust. I, Uzumaki Naruto, have already accepted your payment. Now, let's keep moving. After saying this, Naruto turned and strode forward without another word, leaving the others staring at his retreating back. Behind him, Sasuke seemed to come to some realization of his own. A faint smirk tugged at his lips as he stopped overthinking Naruto's strength. Then, in an uncharacteristic move, he picked up the half-empty bottle and took a couple of small sips before silently following Naruto. Tazuna and Sakura were both dumbfounded. Kakashi, as the team's leader, felt obligated to speak up. Naruto, Sasuke, are you sure about this? Naruto's only response was a careless wave of his hand. Then, as if steeling herself, Sakura suddenly grabbed the remaining liquor and took a big gulp. Her face immediately scrunched up in disgust, but she turned to Kakashi with determination. Kakashi-sensei, please take care of us. Hearing this, Kakashi could only chuckle wryly before accepting the bottle from her. Honestly. Kids shouldn't be drinking. Tazuna stared at them all in disbelief before bowing his head again, his voice trembling. Thank you, truly. Thank you very much. After getting rid of the demon brothers, the journey after was relatively smooth, almost as if Gato had only sent that one assassination team. But everyone knew this was just the beginning. Along the way, Tazuna explained the full situation in the Land of Waves. In short, Gato's company monopolized the shipping industry, exploiting the locals while smuggling illegal goods. The construction of the bridge would break that monopoly and finally lift the Land of Waves out of poverty. Gato had countless thugs, gangsters, and even missing Nin under his command. There were likely many more like the demon brothers in his side. As they talked, the group boarded a small boat and crossed into the Land of Waves borders. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. I've also learned a bit of swordsmanship. The group traveled along the main road of the Land of Waves, their nerves tense the entire way. Except for Naruto. He maintained the same carefree demeanor as if he were taking a leisurely stroll, showing no difference from his usual relaxed attitude in the village, aside from not drinking anymore. Naruto, you should be more careful. Even if you're confident in your strength, you shouldn't let your guard down too much. As the Jonin instructor of Team 7, Kakashi felt it was his duty to offer some advice. In response, Naruto flashed him a carefree grin. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei. I'm not worried about being ambushed. As he spoke, he rolled up his loose sleeves. After all, Kakashi-sensei, you've already noticed the enemy's position too, right? After saying that, both he and Kakashi turned their gazes toward a certain corner of the forest. Enemies. Hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke and Sakura immediately reacted, drawing their kunai and assuming combat stances. Everyone, get down. Kakashi suddenly shouted as if sensing something. Sasuke, who had quicker reflexes, immediately pulled Tazuna down to the ground. Sakura also reacted swiftly, crouching low. At that moment, a massive blade, which is larger than a person, spun through the air with a sharp whistling sound, hurtling toward them. Kakashi effortlessly dodged the attack with his reaction speed. Meanwhile, Naruto reached out his hand, leaving everyone stunned. Naruto. Sakura seemed to have thought of what might happen next and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Clang. The moment the giant blade made contact with Naruto's skin, a metallic clashing sound rang out. Naruto casually gripped the massive sword as if plucking a branch from a tree, holding it by the blade itself. At that moment, Sasuke's pupils shrank to pinpricks. This small glimpse of Naruto's power sent a shock through his heart. Sasuke asked himself, if I was faced with such an attack, my only option would be to dodge using the body flicker technique. No, I might not be able to dodge it. I am still not that proficient in the body flicker technique. Kakashi was also a little shocked when he saw this. This is insane. But Naruto didn't pay any attention to their thoughts. After catching the massive blade, he casually gripped the hilt with his right hand and swung it a few times as if testing its weight. Invisible shockwaves sent the leaves rustling wildly. You might not believe this. A somewhat mischievous smile suddenly appeared on Naruto's face. But I've also learned a bit of swordsmanship. Whoosh. Except for Kakashi, almost no one could clearly see Naruto's swing. But the crescent-shaped slash that expanded midair was clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. This is a flying slash from a master swordsman, kid. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Kakashi muttered in a daze. He didn't sense any chakra in that slash. In other words, this was a pure physical attack, something Naruto had achieved with sheer physical strength alone. But a slash that detached from the blade and flew forward. I had never seen it before. In fact, Kakashi's father, Hatake Sakumo, who was known as the White Fang of Konoha, had been a master swordsman in his time. Kakashi himself had also inherited the Hatake clan's swordsmanship and had considerable talent in cold weapons. But he had never heard of such swordsmanship, and even after seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't comprehend it. The slash expanded outward, and the trees and rocks blocking its path were cut in half almost instantly. Crack. Crack. Naruto glanced curiously at the large, unadorned sword in his hand, only to find cracks spreading across its surface. This weapon couldn't withstand his swings at all. Ah, right. Only then did he remember that, in his excitement over the new toy, he had forgotten to reinforce it with armament haki. No, it was also the fault of whoever forged this blade. How could they dare to bring out such a low-quality weapon? Thinking of this, Naruto disdainfully tossed the sword to the ground. The sound of the blade hitting the earth snapped everyone out of their daze. That was terrifying. Tazuna was the first to break the silence. The slash had flown right over his head. Seeing how effortlessly it sliced through distant boulders, it wasn't hard to imagine what would have happened if it had hit him. Beside them, Sasuke clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with disbelief and lingering fear. An attack of that level, there was no way I could have blocked it either. Just what the hell was Naruto? If Team 7, as his allies, were merely shaken by Naruto's slash, then Momochi Zabuza, who had faced it head-on, had practically glimpsed the gate of hell. The overwhelming sense of imminent death had triggered a rapid flashback of his entire life. From surviving the brutal training in Kirigakure, to retrieving the Kubikurabocho from the corpse of Biwa Juzo, to his failed assassination attempt on the Mizukage that forced him into exile, and then picking up Haku along the way. Haku. The image of Haku's face seemed to snap Zabuza out of his near-death vision, allowing him to desperately dodge at the last second. Zabuza, who had just escaped death, was gasping for breath. When he saw his Kubikurabocho being casually tossed to the ground by Naruto, a wave of anger emerged in his heart again. Damn it. This is a Konoha's genin. Gato, how did you gather the information? In that instant, Zabuza already wanted to retreat. An opponent like this was far beyond what his silent killing technique could handle. Not to mention, his weapon was now in the enemy's hands. But just because he wanted to leave, it didn't mean Naruto and Kakashi would let him. Click. The soles of Naruto's wooden clogs tapped lightly on the ground, making a crisp sound. Before Zabuza could even react, a kunai was already pressed against his throat. Kakashi stood behind him, without a trace of hesitation in his gaze. Meanwhile, Naruto stood completely relaxed in front of the enemy, yet the pressure he exuded was far more terrifying than Kakashi's. Aren't you the demon, Momochi Zabuza? It seems that you have also received a job from that Gato. Kakashi seemed familiar with the assassin before them. As for Naruto, he tucked his hands into his sleeves, showing no intention of continuing the fight. TCH. I underestimated you. Hatake Kakashi, the copy ninja of Konoha, and you monster. Zabuza was still being stubborn, and when he said the second half of his sentence, he turned his eyes to Naruto. Hearing his bravado, Kakashi directly pressed the kunai deeper, drawing a thin line of blood on Zabuza's neck. Naruto seemed to have not heard what Zabuza said at all. He suddenly turned his eyes away and looked elsewhere. Strangely, the previously defiant Zabuza's eyes flickered with urgency when he noticed Naruto's movement. So he didn't hesitate at all, and his body instantly turned into a pool of clear water. At the same time, Zabuza's real body, which was hiding in the shadows, quickly performed the hiding in mist technique, and a thick mist quickly spread around. Now. Water prison technique. In an instant, the scattered puddles of water merged into a massive, dark sphere, trapping Naruto inside. Good. First, we had to neutralize the biggest threat, that unsettling brat. Naruto. Naruto. Sasuke and Kakashi's voices rang out simultaneously. Since Sasuke was closer, he could clearly see what was happening, even as Sakura and Tazuna were blinded by the mist. At the same time, another water sphere formed in Zabuza's free hand, ensnaring Kakashi, who seemed too stunned to react. The two people trapped in the water spheres struggled subconsciously for a few times, but the water spheres seemed to be indestructible and remained intact with the continuous support of Zabuza's chakra. Soon, Naruto appeared to lose consciousness, as if suffocating. Similarly, Kakashi could only hold his breath, while fighting back was impossible. The situation had taken a dire turn. At this moment, there was a mixture of disbelief and heaviness in Sasuke's eyes, and the knuckles that were holding the kunai turned slightly white. Fortunately, the opponent's hand seemed to be restricted because he had to maintain the two water spheres. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke knew that he could not hesitate, so he immediately charged forward, formed hand seals with his hands, and a huge fireball half a person's height sprayed straight at Zabuza. Haku. But Zabuza did not dodge. Instead, he roared a single name. Chapter 14 Haku. Haku. Ice release, ice rock dome of magnificent nothingness. Almost simultaneously with Zabuza's roar, a cold, genderless voice rang out. Also appearing was a thin figure wearing a mask and a massive, oval-shaped ice wall. Sasuke's great fireball technique was effortlessly blocked by the ice wall. What? He has allies too. Seeing a new enemy join the battlefield, Sasuke's heart sank. Sasuke. At that moment, Sakura's voice called out from behind him. At the same time, two kunai shot precisely toward the water spheres holding Naruto and Kakashi. Clink. Clink. The kunai were intercepted midair by ice needles and knocked aside. Stay back. Reacting swiftly, Sasuke raised a hand to stop Sakura from advancing further. Your job is to protect the old man. Leave this guy to me. Hearing this, Sakura bit her lip and fell silent. Witnessing her teacher and teammate being trapped by the enemy was an overwhelming pressure for a young girl like her. But Sakura also understood her duty as a ninja. Based on what Tazuna had explained about the current state of the Land of Waves, if she abandoned her post and Tazuna, the client, was killed, it wouldn't just mean failure for Team 7. It would also mean the bridge project in the Land of Waves would never be completed. But torn between her companions and her duty as a ninja, making a decisive choice was far too difficult for Sakura. On the other side, after not hearing the sound of Sakura continuing to move, Sasuke also felt relieved and focused all his attention on the masked figure who suddenly appeared in front of him. This guy uses ice-based ninjutsu. Before Sasuke could take action, the masked ninja, who is referred to as Haku, launched his attack. He used the long senbon needle as a melee weapon, thrusting towards Sasuke at high speed. Haku's quick movements made Sasuke's pupils contract slightly, his entire body tensing. Clang. The kunai in Sasuke's hand clashed against the senbon several times before the two locked in a stalemate. Damn it, this guy is fast. Sasuke's brows furrowed. Then, to his shock, he watched as Haku used his free hand to perform one-handed seals. Secret technique, 1,000 flying water needles of death. As Haku's voice fell, the surrounding moisture condensed into countless ice senbon midair, all shooting towards Sasuke at once. Damn it. Damn it. Am I going to die here? Facing the life-or-death crisis, Sasuke's heart filled with unwillingness. His peripheral vision caught Naruto, who seemed to have already lost consciousness from suffocation, and the man's figure appeared in his mind again. No, I can't die. I will never die here before I kill that man. The terror of imminent death sent an intense shock through Sasuke's psyche. Unconsciously, his eyes turned blood red, and a small tomo appeared in each pupil. One tomo Sharingan, awakened. In an instant, everything around Sasuke seemed to slow down. The senbon raining down from above, Haku's movements, and even Sakura, who had already thrown several kunai in a desperate attempt to deflect the needles, all became clear to him. I can react. Sasuke's movements accelerated instantly. He twisted his body, dodging Haku's assault, then deflected dozens of ice senbon with precise strikes of his kunai. Good. I have a chance. Seeing Sasuke's red eyes, Zabuza, whose hands were still restrained, let out an intrigued chuckle. Oh. Those eyes. You're from the Uchiha clan of Konoha, aren't you? The Uchiha clan's Sharingan is a very famous dojutsu in the entire ninja world. Back when the Uchiha clan hadn't been wiped out, their clansmen had carved out a fearsome reputation on the battlefield with those very eyes. Too bad, your clan should have been wiped out by now. Hearing this, Sasuke whipped his head around, his eyes glaring fiercely at Zabuza. You still have time to look away. Just that momentary distraction was enough, as more ice senbon came flying at him. Clang. 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 The sound of metal striking metal filled the air. Realizing that Sasuke could react to the speed of his senbon, Haku immediately increased his chakra output, creating even more ice needles to attack. The sudden increase in attack power made Sasuke, who had just felt a little confident, feel heavy again. Not enough. This still isn't enough. As early as when he was 7 years old, he witnessed his own brother slaughtering his own clan. And at that time, he had awakened the One-Tomo Sharingan. Under normal circumstances, Sasuke couldn't use it freely. But today, under strong stimulation, he had finally managed to use the Sharingan in actual combat. This sudden increase in combat strength had indeed given him the illusion that he could turn the tables at a certain moment. However, under the enemy's relentless assault, the One-Tomo Sharingan was already showing its limits. Whoosh! 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 3 more kunai shot from behind Sasuke, knocking aside several senbon and buying him a split second to dodge. I'll help you, Sasuke. TCH, unnecessary. Looking at Sakura, who had rushed to his side, Sasuke wanted to snap at her. But seeing the determination in her eyes, he couldn't say the words. As if she knew what Sasuke wanted to say, Sakura turned around and added, it's fine. I've already hidden Tazuna-san in a safe spot. Now, we just need to take them down and rescue Naruto and Kakashi-sensei. Got it. For once, Sasuke didn't ignore Sakura's offer. Instead, he met her gaze and nodded firmly. A flicker of joy flashed through Sakura's heart at his response. But before they could say anything else, Haku had launched another attack. Secret technique, demonic mirroring ice crystals. He formed hand seals, and this time, instead of senbon, massive blocks of smooth ice, each as tall as a person, rose around Sasuke and Sakura. What is this? Sakura and Sasuke stood back to back, ready for the enemy's attacks. Now, I'll get serious. After saying this, Haku walked into one of the ice mirrors, right before the 2 stunned eyes. Then, his figure reflected endlessly across the polished surfaces, multiplying until his image filled every single mirror. Then, every reflection of white drew senbon and threw them forward. Miraculously, real senbon shot out from each mirror. In an instant, Sasuke and Sakura were surrounded by an inescapable storm of senbon. Clang. 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 Even though the 2 of them cooperated with each other and used their kunai and shuriken to knock these senbon away, there were still many that slipped through and hit them. Ah. Soon, Sakura's shoulders and arms were covered with scars from being cut by the senbon. Sasuke wasn't faring much better. While he hadn't been directly hit, maintaining the Sharingan was draining his stamina rapidly. However, what made them despair was that Haku had taken out more senbon and attacked the 2 again. This time, even Sasuke was struggling to keep up. Whoosh! A single senbon shot from Sasuke's blind spot, straight toward his head. Look out! Sakura was using the kunai in her hand to block another senbon. But upon seeing this, she didn't care about anything else and threw her hand up to intercept it. Thunk! The senbon pierced straight through her palm, but the impact slowed it enough for her to grab it. Sasuke. I'm fine. Sakura's face was pale, her voice weak. Blood dripped from the wound. Sasuke, whose face was splashed with Sakura's blood, instantly showed an angry expression. The warm blood seemed to have ignited something in him. In Sasuke's red pupils, another Tomo quietly appeared. At the same time, Naruto, who had been wrapped in a water sphere, opened his eyes without anyone noticing. Looking at Sasuke and Sakura who were in a tough battle, his eyes were no longer as lazy as before. Chapter 15 Another pair of assassins. After awakening the two Tomo Sharingan, Sasuke felt the pressure from the ice senbon suddenly lighten. The senbon that he could only narrowly dodge before could now be accurately blocked by him, and he even had enough leeway to help Sakura. Seeing Sasuke deflect the attacks aimed at her, Sakura quickly reacted. She pulled out the last few kunai from her ninja tool pouch and hurled them at the ice mirrors. Since the enemy was using these mirrors to launch their attacks, then perhaps breaking the mirrors would. Snap. A hand reached out from behind one of the ice mirrors, catching the flying kunai. Then, Haku slowly emerged from the mirror. Landing lightly on the ground, he let out a soft breath, as if maintaining such a high-density attack had drained a considerable amount of his stamina. At this point, the key players on both sides were restrained, and the remaining combatants had reached a stalemate. Haku's masked face turned toward Zabuza's direction, and as if resolving himself, he prepared to merge back into the ice mirrors. But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. An arm connected with black threads suddenly shot out from the side and directly grabbed Haku's throat. At the same time, a figure wearing a black robe with red clouds leaped out from the shadows and instantly subdued the exhausted Sasuke and Sakura. "See, Kakuzu. I told you waiting it out was the right move." The man pinning down Sasuke and Sakura turned his head to speak to his companion. The guy called Kakuzu, who is the owner of the flying hand, slowly emerged from the forest at this time. TCH, waste of time. Kakuzu glanced at the situation on the battlefield and began muttering under his breath. Demon, Momochi Zabuza, 40 million Ryo, Ataki Kakashi, 41 million Ryo, and you. Kakuzu simply ignored Shiro, Sasuke, and the others, then walked closer to Zabuza, who was standing still, and then glanced back and forth at the three people in front of him. Uzumaki Naruto. I don't know what you've done, but someone's offering 90 million Ryo for your head. You're the most valuable one here. Looking at this guy who suddenly appeared and Haku who was gripped in his hand, Zabuza's heart sank to the bottom. Right now, he really wanted to release the two people trapped in the water spheres in exchange for his freedom of movement, but he hesitated. Oh. Care to tell me who's being so generous? At that moment, something happened that shocked Zabuza and everyone else present. Naruto, who had been pretending to struggle in the water prison, suddenly opened his eyes and even spoke through the water sphere. This guy, he was faking it the whole time. Sorry, but as a professional, I can't reveal my employer's identity. When Kakuzu heard the question from the boy in front of him, he felt that the other party was overestimating his own abilities. Is that so? Well, no worries. Maybe you'll change your mind later. Zabuza was shocked and had a bad premonition in his heart, so he wanted to cut off his chakra and escape immediately. But Naruto was even faster than him. Fishman Jujitsu, Ebb Tide Lifter. The water suddenly seemed thickened, as if turning viscous, before Naruto gripped it with both hands and hurled it forward like a raging dragon. Faced with the high-pressure water blast, the experienced Kakuzu immediately discarded his contemptuous thoughts. Earth Release, Earth Spear. Chakra surged into Kakuzu's other arm, hardening it to an extreme degree. He then launched that arm as well, colliding with the oncoming water blast midair. After a few seconds of stalemate, the water overpowered the arm and continued surging forward. Seeing this, Kakuzu quickly retracted his arms and leaped into the air, barely dodging the attack. The water blast tore through several trees behind him before finally dissipating. Damn it. Zabuza knew he had likely fallen into a trap. Without hesitation, he severed the chakra maintaining the water prison technique and instantly flickered toward the nearby lake. Kakashi-sensei, can I leave this guy to you first? As he said this, Naruto pointed at Zabuza, who had already escaped, and spoke to Kakashi who was still wet. Kakashi looked at Naruto deeply but said nothing more. He then turned and chased after Zabuza. Having already expended a significant amount of chakra and stamina, Zabuza was quickly overtaken by Kakashi. The two stood facing each other on the lake's surface, tension thick in the air. Kakashi also knew that the situation no longer allowed him to continue slacking off and training his students, so he simply adjusted the forehead protector that had been worn crookedly, revealing the other eye beneath. Like Sasuke's, it was a Sharingan from the Uchiha bloodline. The only difference is, instead of 2 Tomo, it had 3. Zabuza glanced at the captured Haku, then back at Kakashi, gritting his teeth. He began forming hand seals at high speed. Tiger, ox, monkey, rabbit. To his shock, Kakashi mirrored his movements perfectly, performing the exact same sequence in perfect sync. The lake's surface began to ripple violently. Both men's hands blurred as they weaved hand seals with terrifying speed. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Zabuza and Kakashi's voices rang out simultaneously. Two massive water dragons erupted from the lake, crashing toward each other with furious momentum. Perhaps due to both combatants' depleted chakra, the clash of dragons ended in a stalemate, neither able to overpower the other. On the other side, Kakuzu's partner dragged Sasuke and Sakura over to him. Haku, who had been restrained earlier, seized the chance to slip away, vanishing into the forest. This brat seems like trouble. Shut up. Kakuzu found his partner's commentary unnecessary. Was there any need for him to state such an obvious fact? Maybe I should just kill him one of these days. Meanwhile, Naruto had somehow appeared right in front of them, gazing at the captured Sasuke and Sakura with a faint smile. Don't worry. Just take a nap. Then, without warning, he uttered something cryptic. Unnecessary participants should exit the stage now. The moment those words left his mouth, an overwhelming, suffocating pressure erupted from his body. To those standing before him, it felt as though they were staring up at an insurmountable mountain, a crushing, unstoppable force that sapped their will to fight. For a brief moment, dark lightning seemed to crackle around Naruto, sending shockwaves that blasted away the surrounding foliage. The momentum quickly enveloped them. The first to faint was Sakura, followed swiftly by Kakuzu's partner. Perhaps because of his Sharingan, Sasuke was able to hold on a little longer than the other two. He finally remembered that this was the same sensation he had felt from Naruto on the day of their team assignments. No. That wasn't an illusion. This feeling. Before he could finish the thought, his consciousness became completely blurred. No matter what, Kakuzu is an old man who had lived for nearly 90 years, so his mental fortitude far surpassed that of most. Therefore, even under the assault of Naruto's conqueror's haki, he managed to cling to consciousness. But the conqueror's haki still affects him. His limbs trembled, and the 5 hearts in his chest seemed to stutter. Cold sweat slowly flowed down his forehead. In that moment, facing this boy, Kakuzu felt the same overwhelming dread he had once experienced before the man hailed as the god of ninja. How? Is it possible? Kakuzu refused to believe it. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. The immortal ninja is dead. Faced with the overwhelming pressure from Naruto, Kakuzu reacted like a startled cat, instantly baring his claws and fangs. The threads beneath the skin on his back rapidly snapped, revealing what had been hidden underneath. It was a massive tentacle composed of black threads. Secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear. The tentacles quickly tore through Kakuzu's clothing, exposing the 4 masks on his back. Then, the masks began to squirm violently before being lifted by the tentacles. A pitch-black monster, supporting the masks, emerged from his back. Watching as the masked monster, formed from black tentacles, effortlessly crushed the ground beneath it into a massive crater, Naruto frowned slightly. I can't exactly fight you here directly. Before Kakuzu could fully process his words, he suddenly felt his body being lifted into the air, a strong sense of weightlessness enveloping him. By the time he regained his bearings, he realized Naruto was gripping his head with one hand, dragging him out of the forest at high speed. Meanwhile, the masked monster representing the water attribute chakra, which he had just summoned using Earth Grudge Fear, wasn't so lucky. It was instantly destroyed by a single kick from Naruto, severing its connection to his consciousness. Feeling one of his hearts stop beating, Kakuzu was immediately gripped by a sense of mortal danger. Though he was known as the immortal ninja, he understood all too well that if all 5 of his hearts were destroyed before he could replenish them, even he would die. Therefore, the moment he regained control of his body, he immediately lashed out at Naruto with his black tentacles. At the same time, his body detached from his neck, allowing him to move freely. 2 masks of different colors quickly shifted from his back to his shoulders. Lightning Release, False Darkness. Earth Release, Earth Spear. Earth Grudge Fear, Tentacle Fist. In an instant, dark purple lightning transformed into a spear, shooting from the mask, while one of his arms turned ashen white, similar to Naruto's armament haki hardening, and struck at Naruto simultaneously. Idiot. At this range, let's see how you dodge. Truth be told, if his head hadn't been gripped by Naruto, Kakuzu wouldn't have resorted to this tactic. After all, if the lightning spear hit Naruto, he himself would also be electrocuted due to the contact. But with 5 lives to spare, even after losing 1, he could afford the risk. Faced with the incoming lightning spear and tentacle fist, Naruto didn't even blink, nor did he attempt to use Kakuzu's head as a shield. This guy couldn't die yet. At least Naruto doesn't want this connection to be completely severed before he finds out who is behind this. So, through the gaps between Naruto's fingers, Kakuzu watched as the tentacle fist struck Naruto's forehead first, and a triumphant grin instinctively spread across his face. But the next moment, his expression froze in shock. Naruto's head seemed to have been made of some unbreakable alloy. When Kakuzu's fist collided with Naruto's forehead, it felt no different from smashing into solid rock. The lightning spear struck Naruto immediately afterward. Purple electricity coursed through his body in an instant, and Kakuzu, who is still in contact, also felt the numbing pain of the shock. But Naruto remained completely unfazed, only tilting his head slightly from the impact. Now, do you feel like talking? Naruto's tone was as calm and indifferent as before, but to Kakuzu, it sounded like thunder crashing in his ears. What the hell are you? Taking a B-rank ninjutsu head-on without flinching, this level of physical durability reminded Kakuzu only of the muscle-bound freaks from Kimogakure, who tempered their bodies with lightning attribute chakra. I never thought that a killer like you would have such a strong professional code. It sounded like a complaint, or perhaps just a mutter to himself. After saying this, Naruto lifted Kakuzu's head high and slammed it straight down into the ground. Boom. The impact shattered the earth, sending spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward in layers. Meanwhile, Naruto landed lightly back on the ground. Fire release, intelligent hard work. Wind release, pressure damage. From within the dust-covered rubble, Kakuzu's voice suddenly rang out. At the same time, a ball of highly compressed air and a sea of flames appeared. The flames were swept and spread by the exploding wind pressure in midair, instantly turning into a large sea of fire, submerging Naruto's figure in the blink of an eye. Combination ninjutsu, strange mask exploding flame. At this moment, Kakuzu slowly emerged from the rubble, his hands forming hand seals as the two black tentacle monsters continued spewing attacks. At the same time, countless threads rapidly stitched his head back together. Naruto's earlier throw had nearly turned his skull into paste, and if not for his extensive experience in stitching corpses, he wouldn't have been able to restore his own head. A careless fool. He, the immortal ninja Kakuzu, had once again triumphed over his enemy. Of course, though he thought this way, his hands never stopped moving, his earth grudge fear monsters relentlessly unleashing ninjutsu. The sea of flames continued spreading, threatening to engulf the area where Sasuke and the others were. It seemed he intended to burn his own partner to death as well. He felt it's a perfect opportunity to replace him with someone less troublesome. At this moment, a voice Kakuzu least wanted to hear rang out. Multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, smoke from the shadow clone technique rapidly expanded. After the smoke dissipated, hundreds of Narutos appeared in front of the sea of flames. Just clones. They'll still die under my combined ninjutsu. He seemed to be very confident in his own ninjutsu. Even after seeing that he failed to kill Naruto directly, Kakuzu had no intention of stopping and running away. Instead, he poured even more chakra into the attack. Meanwhile, the Naruto clones all formed hand seals in unison. Earth release, Earth-style wall. This is a C-rank ninjutsu he had learned from one of the unknown pursuers who had chased him before. Normally, such a technique would be ineffective in this situation, but that depended on who was using it. With Naruto's monstrous chakra reserves, the Earth-style wall, which should have only raised a thin barrier, now summoned a 10-meter-thick fortress of earth in an instant air. The outer layer of the wall crackled under the flames, drying and cracking rapidly, but more mud surged forward, reinforcing the barrier against the fire. Damn it. Since when was Earth-style wall this strong? Seeing the scene, Kakuzu felt a surge of sheer disbelief. But before he could intensify the flames, a series of crisp cracking sounds froze him in place. He turned his head with some difficulty and saw Naruto had already stood beside him at some point. At this moment, Naruto's hands had already plunged into the masks on Kakuzu's body. Now, only Kakuzu's original heart remained beating. Now, do you feel like talking? Naruto's tone was still casual, as if he were asking if Kakuzu wanted to grab a meal. But as he spoke, his hand was buried inside Kakuzu's chest, gripping his last remaining heart. Naruto had encountered plenty of immortal beings with powerful regeneration back on the seas. He remembered one guy in particular who used the Kage no Mi to turn corpses into zombies. Those things are the real immortals, as unless exposed to sunlight, they would regenerate no matter how many times they were cut apart. T/N, the author is actually wrong. Moria zombies can only be defeated by removing the shadow inside them, which can be done by letting them swallow salt. Now, with his final life in the enemy's grasp, Kakuzu finally realized. Maybe he wasn't as fearless of death as he thought. We were contacted through the black market. I don't know who he really is. As the saying goes, a wise man knows when to yield. Kakuzu was nothing if not pragmatic. I see. Naruto nodded regretfully before locking eyes with Kakuzu. Anything else you want to say? Seeing that Naruto had no intention of letting him go, the last flicker of Kakuzu's survival instinct faded. Akatsuki will avenge me. Squelch. Naruto pulled his hand away and wiped the blood off Kakuzu's clothes, who had completely lost his life. Now it's your turn, Kakashi-sensei. Chapter 17 Kakashi's Choice. While Naruto was effortlessly handling the two Akatsuki's members, Kakashi was locked in a fierce battle with Zabuza on the water's surface. The water dragons controlled by the two clashed repeatedly, tearing into each other before colliding violently, their chakra rapidly depleting with each exchange. Although Zabuza had already expended most of his chakra maintaining 2 water prison techniques, Kakashi wasn't faring much better, as his own chakra reserves were notoriously low. Therefore, as their battle reached its climax, both knew they had to end it quickly. When the 2 water dragons collided and collapsed once more, Zabuza didn't continue with ninjutsu. Instead, he reversed his grip on his kunai and charged straight at Kakashi. Meanwhile, Kakashi raised his hand to his mouth, lightly biting his fingertip. Summoning technique. In an instant, 8 dogs of varying sizes lunged at Zabuza. Facing the trained ninkin, Zabuza slashed with his kunai, injuring 2 of them, only to have his thigh clamped onto by a larger dog moments later. Damn it. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he raised his kunai, aiming to stab the dog's head. Taste your Master Pakin's special move. Suddenly, an unassuming pug leaped up like a facehugger, slamming onto Zabuza's face, its stubby little legs pressing against his skin. With his vision blocked and his face filled with the stench of the dog, Zabuza no longer cared about his thighs. He reached out his hand, pulled the dog named Pakin off and tossed him aside. However, the moment he did, a flash of lightning was already upon him. Zabuza-sama. At the critical moment, Haku's figure suddenly appeared in front of Zabuza, throwing his body against Kakashi's palm. The lightning-charged strike was deflected, but the lightning chakra still coursed through Haku's body. Arg. Even without being pierced by the lightning-charged strike, Haku was scorched by the electricity, his mask shattering under the force to reveal a delicate, androgynous face. At this time, Haku's face was full of pain, but he still gritted his teeth and spoke to Zabuza behind him. Zabuza-sama, run. When Zabuza saw Haku's condition, he no longer hesitated and hurled his kunai at Kakashi. By the time Kakashi dodged the kunai and looked back, the 2 had already vanished from the lake's surface. As Zabuza left, the thick mist shrouding the area gradually dissipated. Kakashi half knelt above the water, somewhat exhausted, and gasped for breaths. To be honest, if Zabuza hadn't retreated just then, Kakashi might have been the one to flee first. His chakra had always been limited, and with the added drain of the Sharingan, it was running out even faster. Tap. At that moment, a figure landed lightly beside Kakashi, standing effortlessly on the water. Kakashi looked up to meet Naruto's eyes. Looking at Naruto's flawless water-walking technique, Kakashi's mood grew heavier. Without a doubt, a genin who could easily handle a ninja of Kakuzu's caliber was far beyond even what Kakashi had been at that age. And judging by how Naruto's clothes didn't even have a single wrinkle, it was clear he dealt with the 2 assassins effortlessly. Kakashi-sensei, it seems you have a lot of questions. At this time, Naruto took the initiative to extend his hand toward Kakashi. Coincidentally, so do I. Maybe we should talk, just the 2 of us. Looking at Naruto's clear eyes without any malice and thinking of Naruto's true identity, Kakashi hesitated for a few seconds before finally taking the offered hand. The sky had darkened, and since moving with 3 unconscious people was inconvenient, Naruto and Kakashi simply found a clearing nearby to set up camp and light a fire. They were already deep within the land of waves, not too far from their destination. Once Tazuna woke up, they would continue their journey. But before that, there were things that needed to be clarified. I know, Kakashi-sensei, you were probably sent by Old Man Third to keep an eye on me. And I don't plan on hiding anything from you. Sitting against a large tree, Naruto casually grilled a fish over the fire as he spoke to Kakashi. Kakashi, who had seemingly come to terms with something, stood nearby with a relaxed expression, his gaze fixed on the flickering flames. When Naruto spoke, he didn't react with shock at being exposed, but simply nodded slightly. Here's the deal. You ask me a question, and after I answer, I'll ask you one in return. Sounds fair, doesn't it? As he spoke, Naruto handed the grilled fish in his hand to Kakashi. You go first. After saying this, Naruto leisurely pulled out a flask of sake and took a slow sip. Kakashi held the fish in silence, countless questions swirling in his mind, but in the end, they condensed into just one. How did you do it? Do what? Handle those 2 guys, or... A genin who had just graduated from the ninja academy, no matter what, you shouldn't be this strong. Honestly, I even wondered if you were replaced by someone else. As he spoke, Kakashi's gaze shifted to Naruto. After asking this question, he was already prepared to turn hostile at any time. But Naruto simply shook his head lightly in response. The truth is, even I'm not entirely sure. Kakashi-sensei, let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a student at the Ninja Academy who, desperate to graduate, was tricked into stealing the Scroll of Seals. Amid the crackling of the firewood, Naruto slowly recounted a fantastical tale. And so, that ninja spent 20 years searching across the seas. Just when he was about to give up, he suddenly found himself back in his old home. Sounds unbelievable, doesn't it? Naruto gave a rough summary of his experiences, making no attempt to hide the fact that he had crossed worlds. As a man who had thrived on the open seas, he disliked the scheming, distrustful nature of ninjas' interactions. At the same time, he didn't feel the need to hide his own experiences. Even now, with no one but Kakashi knowing about his journey to another world, people still sought to kill him. Weakness was what invited greed, while strength granted the right to live openly. Of course, the second reason was that he sensed no malice from Kakashi. In fact, just like with Hiruzen, his observation haki picked up a faint trace of guilt from the men. Kakashi stood frozen, still processing the unbelievable story Naruto had just told. The concept of crossing worlds was something he had never heard of. As he had not yet become the sixth Hokage, he naturally had no qualifications to look up information about the Dragon Veins mission, nor did he know that time travel was even a possibility in this world. Though he couldn't fully understand or believe it, Kakashi could sense Naruto's sincerity. To put it bluntly, given the strength Naruto had already displayed, being able to effortlessly defeat those two dangerous opponents without a scratch, there was no reason for him to lie to Kakashi, who was already out of chakra. If what he said was true. Thinking of this, Kakashi turned his gaze to Naruto's face. Looking at that face which was still very young but with a sense of vicissitudes in the corners of his eyes, Kakashi sighed silently in his heart. Just how much suffering had he endured before finally making it back home? Now, it's my turn to ask a question. After saying this, Naruto set his sake flask down, his expression turning serious. Kakashi-sensei, I can tell that neither you nor Old Man Third have any ill will toward me. But why are there people specifically assigned to monitor me in the village? Before coming here, someone even tried to attack me under Old Man Third's orders. At these words, Kakashi's eye snapped open, his expression turning grave. So, I want to know, what secret is hidden in my past that makes so many eyes watch my every move? This. Kakashi hesitated when he heard this, unsure whether he should answer. Kakashi-sensei, please tell me the truth. I've been completely honest with you about myself. And your answer will determine how I treat the village from now on. I hope you will think carefully before answering me. The moment these words left Naruto's mouth, Kakashi felt an immense pressure weighing on his shoulders. After a long silence, he finally spoke in a strained voice. The truth is. The conversation between the two faded into the night wind. Chapter 18 Zabuza and Haku's End. Huff, huff. Zabuza, with his upper body naked, was currently sprinting through the forest with Haku on his back. Not far behind them, the noise of pursuit grew louder. Zabuza-sama, please, put me down. On Zabuza's back, Haku spoke weakly. It had been over a day since their defeat at the hands of Kakashi, and neither had rested. Haku knew that even someone as physically resilient as Zabuza must be nearing his limit. Especially while carrying burden like him. Shut up. Zabuza only muttered those words in response, not slowing his pace in the slightest. That damn gato. Zabuza seethed inwardly, committing the name of their employer to memory. Let's rewind the clock just a bit earlier. Zabuza, whose chakra was almost exhausted, had been saved by Haku's desperate sacrifice. The two of them sank to the bottom of the water together, using the lingering mist to escape with their lives. Battered and wounded, it took them an entire night to return to the hideout of their employer, the wealthy businessman Gato. Get us a room. Zabuza, who was supporting Haku, spoke unhappily to Gato, who walked towards them with a smile. Unexpectedly, after seeing their miserable condition, Gato not only did not ask anyone to take them to rest, but instead chuckled softly. Then, from behind him, dozens of figures emerged. Zabuza also knew these ill-intentioned men. They were all thugs who were rampant in the countryside, and some third-rate ninjas from small ninja villages. Under normal circumstances, Zabuza could slaughter these amateurs, which were weaker than even the Demon Brothers, without breaking a sweat. But now, with both of them on the verge of collapse and Zabuza's Kubikurabocho left behind, he couldn't do anything. Kill them. At Gato's command, this group of rabble stepped forward with malicious grins. The first few men charging ahead were impaled by Zabuza's kunai to the throat, collapsing instantly. But the others didn't even glance at their fallen comrades, with some even stepped over the corpses and blood to keep advancing. With the huge profits promised by Gato on the line, the fewer people splitting the money, the bigger their individual shares would be. As the saying goes, even ants can kill an elephant if there are enough of them. And right now, the gap between Zabuza's strength and theirs wasn't nearly as vast as usual. After sacrificing a few more lives, the mob closed in on Zabuza. At this range, kunai and shuriken were far less effective, and Zabuza barely had any weapons left on him. Ice release, ice swallow. Behind Zabuza, Haku gritted his teeth and forced himself through the hand seals despite his injuries. A spike of ice shot toward the thugs lunging at Zabuza's side, piercing one before fanning out in a deadly arc. The technique claimed several lives in an instant, it also left Haku open. A short ninja had somehow gotten up behind Haku, and when he saw the other party forming hand seals and performing ninjutsu, he seized the opportunity and drove a dagger deep into Haku's back. In an instant, blood instantly soaked through Haku's clothes. The pain forced Haku to his knees, and the intense pain almost overwhelmed Haku's consciousness. Zabuza, who was at the front, also noticed what was happening behind him. After cutting a guy's throat with a kunai, he couldn't help but turn his head and glance at Haku. And what he saw was that the smaller ninja had succeeded in his attack, and he wanted to take this opportunity to completely decapitate Haku. At that sight, Zabuza's eyes turned red. It was not some kind of dojutsu like the Sharingan, but the lingering madness of Kirigakuru's blood mist, where he had once been known as the demon. Bloodlust nearly dyed Zabuza's vision completely red. His skin seemed to take on a crimson hue, his entire body resembling a true demon. This was precisely the origin of his nickname, Demon. Die. Without even using a weapon, Zabuza caught the dagger aimed at Haku with his bare hand. With a sudden exertion of force, he snapped the dagger in half and drove the sharp tip straight through the skull of the ambusher. Ha-dash. The enemy's blood drenched Zabuza's upper body entirely. As he turned to glare at the thugs who fought only for money, his ferocious appearance momentarily froze them in place, too terrified to advance. Haku, suppressing the pain and dizziness from blood loss, gently placed a hand on Zabuza's back. What are you afraid of? There are only 2 of them. Get them. Whoever brings me their heads first gets 50 million ryo. Money is a powerful thing, and facing the high reward offered by Gato, this group of thugs seemed to regain their courage. Just as they were about to close in again, Haku, who was standing behind Zabuza, spoke softly. Ice release, Thousand Frost. With a single-handed hand seal formed behind Zabuza's back, Haku expended his remaining chakra to unleash one final ninjutsu. A swirling storm of ice and snow burst outward, instantly obscuring everyone's vision. By the time they recovered, Haku and Zabuza had vanished. Gato stomped forward furiously, bellowing at the thugs, where did they go? Where? You useless trash. Get after them and finish this. Though Gato knew nothing of combat, he understood the principle of, you get what you pay for. The gap between Zabuza and these hired thugs wasn't something numbers alone could bridge. The thought of letting the 2 escape, recover, and return to hunt him down endlessly sent panic surging through Gato. He angrily jabbed his cane against the floor, only to realize the sensation was off. Lifting the cane, he spotted blood on its tip, then followed the trail to the ground. A large pool of blood remained where the 2 had stood moments ago. After them. They're badly wounded, they can't have gone far. As Gato gave the order, all the thugs in the base rushed out and quickly chased after the bloodstains left on the ground. Gato sat down on a sofa in annoyance, snapping for a servant to pour him a drink to calm his nerves. But then he found that no one answered after he called out several times. Where is everyone? Are they all dead? He stood up in a rage, but he never expected that a strange voice suddenly came from behind him. Now this is a proper drink. Rich scum like you really do get the good stuff, huh? Gato's first instinct was to shout angrily, but then he came to his senses and cold sweat instantly flowed down his forehead. Looking at the stranger who had broken in silently and was drinking leisurely in front of him, Gato raised defensively and shouted loudly, don't kill me. Whatever they paid you, I'll double it. No, 5 times. 10 times. He had already begun to regret letting everyone chase after Zabuza, but unfortunately, the situation has reached this point, so the only thing he had to consider was how to survive. He hadn't had enough of life yet, he still wanted to indulge in his decadent luxuries. But Gato's thoughts ended there. Idiot. Once you're dead, all your money will be mine anyway. Looking at the fallen Gato, the man swirled his glass gently, took a sip and said. Then, glancing at the wine, he clicked his tongue. TCH. I still can't get used to this stuff. After putting the wine glass aside, he slowly walked out the door in his wooden clogs, gazing in the direction Zabuza had fled. Zabuza and Haku, huh? Chapter 19 I could never do such a thing. In the dense forest, Zabuza was once again caught up by the thugs. But this time, there was no chance left for him to escape. Damn it. Gripping a kunai in one hand and supporting Haku on his back with the other, he glared fiercely at the surrounding pursuers, who were watching him like predators eyeing their prey. Zabuza-sama, please put me down. Don't worry about me. I'm just your tool. If he could buy even a little more time for Zabuza-sama, then he would have fulfilled his role as a tool, wouldn't he? Haku, whose face was frighteningly pale due to excessive blood loss, whispered weakly into Zabuza's ear, but Zabuza did not respond at all. Even if we were to die, we would die together. At this final life-or-death moment, Zabuza finally confronted his true feelings toward Haku. He no longer saw Haku as just a tool, but as his companion, or even family. Such words felt foreign to him, a man who had clawed his way out of the bloodiest era of Kirigakure. But after witnessing Haku risk his life again and again to protect him, even someone as emotionally detached as Zabuza couldn't help but be moved. I will survive. I will definitely survive. Zabuza muttered to himself, as if speaking to his own heart, or as if he was talking to Haku. So stop talking nonsense. You're coming with me. As my most reliable tool, don't even think about dying before I throw you away. He roughly grabbed Haku's belt and tied him tightly to his own body. Then, gripping a kunai in one hand and senbon in the other, he charged at the enemy. The surrounding henchmen let out strange shouts as they rushed forward. Money blinded their hearts, especially for men like them, who had no convictions and acted purely for profit. As long as you kill the demon, Momochi Zabuza, they can not only receive a reward from Gato, but they can also take Zabuza's body to Kirigakure to receive another bounty. In their eyes, Zabuza had transformed into stacks of cash, fueling their greed. Even as the first unlucky fool who charged ahead was killed by Zabuza, the others showed no hesitation. For them, taking off Zabuza's head was worth throwing away their fear of death. After slashing and stabbing another thug to death, Zabuza carelessly took a cut to his left arm, the senbon in his hand clattering to the ground. Seeing this, the remaining attackers grew even more frenzied, their eyes practically glowing with greed. No one noticed that at this moment, a figure was standing on the top of the tree, silently observing everything unfolding below. Watching the two figures who refused to abandon each other even in their most desperate moment, a memory from the past seemed to overlap with the scene before him. Below, Zabuza seemed to realize that he had reached the end. He closed his eyes and stood still. How unfair. But the expected pain never came. Before he could react, a series of thud sounds echoed around him. Zabuza immediately opened his eyes, only to see the once ferocious thugs now collapsed on the ground, their eyes rolled back, some even foaming at the mouth. What happened? Zabuza's voice was hoarse. Haku, who was limited by his position on Zabuza's back, hadn't seen what occurred either. To be honest, I was planning to deal with you two as well. At this time, a familiar voice rang out from above them. Then, a figure leaped down from the tree. It was Naruto, the Konoha's genin they had encountered before. Facing this absurdly powerful ninja again, Zabuza's pupils contracted sharply. From Naruto, he felt an overwhelming pressure. While Naruto seemed to be full of flaws, his instincts screamed at him. Any thought of attacking would lead to certain death. Relax. If I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. Naruto, who was leaning against a tree, said this lightly, then walked over and reached out to untie the belt wrapped around Haku's body without any hesitation. The moment Naruto approached, Zabuza's entire body stiffened, his instincts urging him to strike. But fortunately, his rationality held him back. Why? Why spare us? Why save us? Zabuza had countless questions he wanted to ask. Do I need a reason? I did it because I felt like it. As he spoke, Naruto reached out to remove Haku's clothes to treat his wounds. But when he got a clear look at Haku's delicate, feminine face, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Man, you really look like a girl, huh? As his clothes were being taken off, even Haku's usual calm demeanor faltered. His pale cheeks flushed slightly despite himself. What's there to be shy about? We're all guys here. In Naruto's eyes, Haku is just a young boy who hadn't fully grown up yet. While he may seem like a teenager to others now, don't forget that underneath this appearance, he is actually a middle-aged man who has already passed his 30s. Even the rough-looking Zabuza was only 23 years old this year, and is still a young man in Naruto's eyes. Casually patting Haku's head, Naruto then pulled out a roll of bandages from who knows where and began carefully dressing Haku's wounds. Watching Naruto act so familiarly, Zabuza felt like his brain couldn't keep up. Just the day before, we had been enemies trying to kill each other. So why was this guy now so casually treating his opponent's injuries? Suddenly, a roll of bandages smacked straight into Zabuza's face, snapping him out of his thoughts. Quit standing there like an idiot. Patch yourself up. Seeing Zabuza still frozen, holding the bandages, Naruto gave him a look of utter disdain. What, you want me to bandage you up too? After hearing this, Zabuza fell silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke in a stiff tone. What do you want? To this, Naruto's answer was simple. He just waved his hand dismissively. Don't overthink it. There's nothing you can give me. As he spoke, he finished redressing Haku's wounds and helped him back into his clothes before adding, I've already made myself clear. I did this because I wanted to. There was no deeper reason, no hidden motive. It's just because I'm stronger than you. Stronger than both of you combined. Even if you don't appreciate my kindness, you have no choice but to accept it. Understand? As he spoke those last words, Naruto looked down at the two of them. Though his expression remained calm, both Zabuza and Haku felt as if the young men before them had suddenly transformed into an insurmountable mountain. Only the strong can control their own fate. The weak are controlled by the strong. This is the core idea of Naruto's words. Realizing this, Zabuza and Haku fell silent. There was no refuting such logic. All right, starting today, you two are dead. Got it. I won't be this merciful every time. With that, Naruto lightly leaped back onto a tree branch. Tools, a dash. He listened to the entire conversation between Haku and Zabuza without missing a word. He also noticed what Haku said, who always called himself Zabuza's tool. Then again, weren't ninja just tools for the daimyo of various nations? After relearning the general situation of the ninja world, Naruto found himself questioning, is the existence of ninjas really necessary? Even the Marines under the world government had a clear purpose. But ninja seemed to exist solely for the sake of killing. No matter how they were dressed up, whether with the will of fire or any other ideology, their true nature couldn't be hidden. Even Konoha Village, which appeared harmonious on the surface, regularly took on assassination missions. There is no justice in these killings. Is this how the world should be? Whether it was Zabuza, the ninja chasing him, or even Kakashi and the others, they all seemed like nothing more than tools, existing only to carry out someone else's orders. Dragon, maybe you were right. Naruto's murmur was lost to the night wind, heard by no one but himself. Only after Naruto's figure had completely disappeared into the distance did Zabuza silently stand up again, lifting Haku onto his back once more. The two of them set off in another direction. For a while, neither spoke. Zabuza-sama. Let's leave this place. Shut up. Zabuza-sama. Yeah. Please. Don't abandon me. Fine. Chapter 20, Chapter 20 No Forgiveness. Ninetales, 4th Hokage, Jinchuriki. When these three terms were connected one by Kakashi, the truth of 12 years ago was slowly revealed before Naruto. It wasn't until long after Kakashi finished speaking that Naruto finally let out a long, dazed sigh. Looks like the villagers weren't entirely wrong. In a way, calling me a demon fox wasn't completely off the mark. Naruto's tone was light, as if he didn't care about any of it at all. But his eyes were shrouded in shadow, making it impossible to discern his true emotions. Kakashi wasn't sure whether his decision today had been the right one. To be honest, he had already started regretting it halfway through. He shouldn't have let his emotions drive him to reveal confidential information that should have remained secret. But Naruto's account of his fantastical experience was far too shocking, leaving Kakashi's own mindset in turmoil for a while. In principle, the truth about the Ninetales rampage 12 years ago, as well as Naruto's identity as the Ninetales Jinchuriki, were not supposed to be disclosed. Keeping this information hidden was, in a way, a form of protection for Naruto, at least, that was the justification Kakashi had believed in until today. But given the power Naruto had now displayed, coupled with the 20 years he claimed to have lived in another world, that justification no longer seemed to hold up. Moreover, by all rights, Naruto, as the greatest victim and the one most connected to the incident, deserved to know the truth. In comparison, Kakashi was more concerned about the attackers Naruto had mentioned. He knew very well that Naruto had always been under the protection, or surveillance, of the Anbu directly under the Hokage. So, who could have made these Anbu's members disappear without a trace while also allowing attackers to attack the Jinchuriki openly within Konoha's borders? The implications were terrifying to consider. In an instant, several of the most likely suspects flashed through Kakashi's mind. Among them, the leader of Root, Shimura Danzo, stood out as the most probable culprit. He remained outwardly calm, but still kept the matter in mind, planning to report it to Hiruzen when they returned to the village. But for now, the more pressing issue was Naruto's reaction upon learning the truth. Kakashi could no longer maintain his usual carefree demeanor. He stared at Naruto across the campfire, opening his mouth as if to speak, but in the end, his duty as a ninja outweighed his personal feelings. Naruto, I believe the third Hokage kept your origins a secret to protect you. After all, you dash. So this is the guilt you all feel, huh? Sure, the Jinchuriki, such a powerful weapon, should naturally be kept under wraps. For the first time since returning from the One Piece world, Naruto showed such intense emotional fluctuation. Faced with his question, Kakashi was left speechless. He wanted to defend Hiruzen further but couldn't find any more convincing words. Yes, even if Naruto's identity as the Jinchuriki had to be concealed, at the very least, he could have been allowed to grow up in Konoha as the child of a hero, couldn't he? Instead, not only was Naruto denied the privileges befitting the orphan of the fourth Hokage, but the rumors of him being the demon fox were also allowed to spread among the villagers, subjecting him to years of undeserved isolation and ostracism. Compared to the suffering Naruto had endured, any words of justification now felt hollow. Naruto. I think the third Hokage had his own reasons. Even as he said this, Kakashi himself wasn't convinced. But to keep Naruto stable, he chose to say it anyway. If possible, I hope you can forgive him. Across from him, Naruto raised his head, his face now fully illuminated by the firelight. What kind of expression was that? Beyond the resentment and anger, the only thing visible was disappointment. I won't forgive him. Kakashi wanted to say more, but Naruto raised his hand to stop him. Kakashi-sensei, thank you for telling me the truth. As for old man. Third, I want to hear him explain all of this to me himself. As he spoke these words, Naruto wasn't entirely sure how he felt. Over the years, if he had to pick the person in Konoha who had treated him the best, there was no doubt it would be the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. T/N, what about Teuchi? His special place in Naruto's heart was something even Iruka couldn't surpass. At some point, Naruto had even come to see him as his own grandfather. During the days of his real childhood, it was Hiruzen who had given him care and warmth. If someone claimed all of that had been an act, Naruto would be the first to deny it. But then, why had he treated him this way? By now, the first light of dawn had begun to break over the horizon. Unknowingly, the two of them had spent the entire night talking around the campfire. Whether it was due to staying up all night or something else, Kakashi thought he caught a faint redness around Naruto's eyes. Let's leave this matter here for now. We'll talk more after we complete the mission. Naruto quickly steadied his emotions, slipping back into the persona of the great hero from the high seas. Before Kakashi could say anything else, he gestured toward the other three who are still unconscious. I'll leave them in your care, Kakashi-sensei. I'll go find some food for everyone. With that, Naruto vanished from the spot, leaving Kakashi alone to stare blankly into the flames. Naruto, who was in a bad mood, was flying aimlessly in the air. He soon passed over the forest and arrived above a cluster of buildings on the water. If I'm not mistaken, this place should be the destination of our trip, the home of that old man Tazuna. Lightly stepping on the air, Naruto looked down at the people below. Some of them were already preparing for the day's work at sea. If I went down now, I should be able to find some food, right? Considering that there was an old man in their group, Naruto dismissed the idea of hunting a wild beast for a grand barbecue. I shouldn't let the old man suffer from indigestion. It would be troublesome. Suddenly, Naruto's gaze shifted toward the distance, where a spiraling, pointed structure hidden deep in the forest caught his attention. His observation haki spread outward like an unstoppable tide, quickly enveloping the building. After sensing what was happening inside, Naruto's focus sharpened. So there's still this part of the story. Pushing off the air with his feet, Naruto shot forward like an arrow, streaking toward the building. And then, the previous scene happened. The arrogant businessman Gato just happened to cross paths with Naruto, who was out hunting, and was swiftly dealt with. Following the tracks outside, Naruto watched the entire process of Zabuza and Haku's performance when facing death. Perhaps because of his own past experiences, Naruto didn't want to let these two meet their end like this. So he intervened. And because of Naruto's intervention, Haku and Zabuza did not die in the land of waves. Maybe they wouldn't listen to him. Maybe they would continue living as assassins. Or maybe they would eventually die at the hands of someone else. But that wasn't Naruto's concern. As he said, he wanted to save them, so he did. Their choices afterward had nothing to do with him. In a way, Naruto was an incredibly selfish person. Just like the other emperors of the sea, Naruto also has his own code of conduct. Without the knowledge of Team 7 or even the client, the life and death crisis in the land of waves had already been resolved by Naruto's casual intervention. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Sit down and have something to drink to quench your thirst. When Sakura opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was an unfamiliar ceiling. Instinctively, she tried to push herself up from the tatami beneath her, but the pain from her palm made her lose strength immediately. It was the spot where she had been stabbed by Haku earlier, and it was now wrapped in white bandages. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto. Sasuke. Her memories were still stuck on the scene where she and Sasuke had been suddenly attacked by an intruder. Now that she had woken up and couldn't see the others around her, she panicked. Just then, the sliding door made a soft creaking sound as it opened, and a familiar silver-haired figure walked in, carrying a bowl of hot porridge. Kakashi-sensei. Are you all right? Sakura didn't care about anything else. She weakly stood up and walked over to Kakashi. Her eyes instinctively glanced toward the doorway. Sit down and have something to eat first. You've been unconscious for a whole day. Helping Sakura sit down, Kakashi already knew what she wanted to ask. They're all fine. You were the only one seriously injured, so you need to rest for a while. Sakura took small sips of the warm porridge and listened to Kakashi, with some artistic embellishments, recounting the events after she fell unconscious. We've already arrived at the mission location. Now, we just need to protect Tazuna while he builds the bridge. Oh, is that so? Sakura nodded, still a little dazed. Kakashi-sensei really is strong, as expected of a jonin. In Kakashi's edited version of events, the assassins from both sides had attacked each other, and he had seized the opportunity to take advantage of the chaos. As for some of Naruto's actions, whether out of personal feelings or some other reason, Kakashi didn't mention them. Anyway, the most important thing is that everyone's safe. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sasuke, who had woken up earlier, was sitting at the edge of the bridge, staring unblinkingly at Naruto, who was fishing with a rod in hand. Beside them, Tazuna had already begun leading the other workers in constructing the bridge. The old man was truly obsessed with his bridge. After waking up, he had only eaten a quick meal before immediately rushing to get back to work. This wasn't surprising. In his view, the land of waves was now in a race against Gato. The sooner the bridge was built, the sooner they could break free from Gato's grip. However, what was strange was that even though it was already midday, the loud clanging noises from their bridge construction didn't seem to attract any interference. Under normal circumstances, Gato's thugs would have already come to harass us by now. Thinking this, Tazuna straightened his back, wiped his sweat, then glanced back at the two genin protecting them, and nodded with satisfaction in his heart. As expected of ninja from a great ninja village. Even genin had such strong intimidation. Perhaps no one present except Naruto knew that Gato likely wouldn't be causing any more trouble for the land of waves. Of course, since no one asked, Naruto didn't plan on mentioning it. Right now, he was leaning against a bridge pillar, with a straw hat covering his face and a fishing rod in his hand. It was unclear whether there were simply too few fish here or if Naruto's fishing skills were just terrible, but after an entire morning, the fishing rod hadn't shown the slightest movement. Fortunately, Naruto was not in a hurry. He just sipped his sake leisurely, looking completely relaxed, nothing like a ninja on a mission. At this time, a woman with long black hair approached, followed by a child wearing a fisherman's hat, carrying a basket. It was Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami, and his grandson, Inari. They had come to deliver lunch to the workers. Tsunami greeted everyone warmly as she handed out simple meals, while Inari had somehow wandered over to Naruto and Sasuke, staring at them silently. Sasuke quickly grew uncomfortable under the child's gaze, but since the other party was just a kid, he couldn't exactly snap at him. Naruto, on the other hand, lifted the brim of his hat slightly and smiled. "What's the big deal? You've been staring at me all morning without saying a word, and I didn't complain." Perhaps the awkward silence was too much for Sasuke to bear, as he was the first to speak. "Why?" Naruto responded with a questioning hum. "Why have you gotten so strong, Naruto?" Speaking these words had cost Sasuke quite a few brain cells, and a fair amount of pride. Under normal circumstances, he would never say something like this. But after this actual combat, Sasuke had first been thoroughly beaten by Haku, then completely helpless against the surprise attack from the Akatsuki's member. In contrast, Naruto, not to mention that unprecedented flying slash, just the sheer physical prowess he had openly displayed was already far beyond Sasuke's reach. Sasuke still remembered clearly that before graduating from the Ninja Academy, Naruto had been a deadlast who could barely perform even the 3 basic techniques. If I could also become that strong. You want to learn? Setting the fishing rod aside, Naruto sat up with a faint smirk, looking at Sasuke. Sasuke felt embarrassed immediately after being pointed out so directly by him, so he immediately stood up and walked back toward the village without another word. Naruto and Tazuna's grandson were the only ones left, staring at each other. "You can't win. There's no way you can stand up to Gato." The kid's first words were pure demoralization. Of course, Naruto had no intention of explaining anything to him. He just smiled slightly before pulling his head back down and pretending to nap. Naruto could see it clearly that this kid was saying these things because he didn't want them to make pointless sacrifices. Gato is already dead, but the fear living in people's hearts wouldn't vanish overnight. Naruto had understood this long ago, back when he had witnessed Dragon liberating those countries. Some things could only be healed with time. Seeing Naruto's lazy attitude, Inari grew both anxious and frustrated. He stomped his foot but couldn't bring himself to say anything else before his mother led him away. By dusk, Naruto still hadn't caught a single fish. Seriously, the water quality here is terrible. And this fishing rod is no good either. Even the bait. As he walked back to the village with the workers, Naruto kept making excuses for his failure. The others couldn't help but laugh, and the air was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. During breaks, some of the craftsmen had chatted with Naruto. They quickly realized that this boy, who looked like he was probably less than 15 years old, spoke in a way that was unexpectedly engaging, perfectly matching the tastes of these middle-aged and older men. By the end of the day, many had formed a favorable impression of him. Plus, with the rare absence of thugs coming to cause trouble, everyone was in high spirits. When they reached the entrance of the village, Naruto suddenly seemed to notice something and turned to look in another direction. Then, he waved goodbye to the workers and walked off alone. Thud. Thud. Under the setting sun, a solitary figure ran straight from the ground up the trunk of a large tree, and then, as if glued to the surface, he stood horizontally against it. But it didn't last long. The stickiness vanished, and Sasuke's body plummeted straight back down. Judging by the dust on his clothes, he had already repeated this many times. This was the method he had swallowed his pride to ask Kakashi for after Naruto's blunt retort had shattered his defenses. Using chakra to adhere to the soles of his feet, allowing him to defy gravity and stick to surfaces, even walk on water. At the same time, it was also a way to train chakra control. Sasuke brushed off the dirt and stood up again, his face showing no trace of discouragement or frustration. Like a machine, he charged at the tree once more. Tap tap tap. This time, he still didn't break his record, falling short of his target branch by about a meter. Just as Sasuke felt his feet losing their grip and braced for another fall, a hand suddenly reached down from above, yanking him up before he could react. It was Naruto, who had come over at some point. He had actually reached the top of the tree without making any sound. Don't try to rush it. Here, have something to drink first. Without caring about Sasuke's expression, Naruto tossed him a canteen. Sasuke took the canteen, his face flickering through several emotions before he reluctantly accepted Naruto's kindness. PFFTT. Unexpectedly, the moment the liquid touched his tongue, the strong stimulation of alcohol made him unable to hold back and spurted out. Fahaha. On the side, Naruto, who had successfully played a prank, let out a shameless, old man laugh. Chapter 22 back again. Sasuke, with a bitter expression on his face, wiped his mouth and tossed the canteen away. Luckily, Naruto reacted swiftly and caught it midair. Hey, don't waste it. Naruto said before carefully tucking the flask back into his chest pocket. Sasuke's face darkened, and he turned to leave in frustration. But before he could, Naruto reached out, slung an arm over his shoulder, and pulled him down to sit side by side on the tree branch. Sasuke tried to resist but was shocked to find that Naruto's arm felt as immovable as forged steel, there was no breaking free. Before he even realized it, he had been forced back down. This kind of strength. So, what's your reason for wanting to get stronger? Naruto's sudden question interrupted Sasuke's struggle and quickly redirected his thoughts. He stayed silent for a moment, then glanced at Naruto's distant, weathered expression. The words, "none of your business," that had been on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back down. I already told you before. I'm going to kill that man. He was going to kill Uchiha Itachi. The man who had slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan, his own older brother. Revenge, huh? That's different from me. Unlike Konohamaru, whose desire to grow stronger was closer to Naruto's, as he wanted to earn everyone's recognition, Sasuke's reason was much simpler and more direct. At the same time, it was also one of the most common motivations Naruto had encountered. On that vast, turbulent sea, while there were grand clashes between powerful figures that stirred storms and upheavals, beneath the waves also lay the tragedies and hatred of the weak. Small nations purged by the world government, civilians slaughtered by pirates, comrades killed by the marines. Fighting and killing, the blood-red color of the sea seems to never dissipate. After you get your revenge, have you thought about what you'll do then? Naruto suddenly turned his head and posed the question to Sasuke. Sasuke was a little stunned by his sudden question. After revenge? Sasuke had never thought about that. It was as if the only thing left in his life was his single-minded pursuit of vengeance against that man. He didn't even truly believe he could succeed, so he had never considered what would come after. Seeing Sasuke's silence, Naruto chuckled lightly, took another swig of sake, and then handed the flask back to him. My training will be very brutal. When it gets too much, take a drink. If you're drunk, you won't feel the pain. Hearing this, Sasuke jerked his head up, staring at Naruto in shock before looking down at the sake flask in his hand. Starting tomorrow, I'll be training you. Fine. Without Gato's interference, the bridge's construction progressed far faster than expected. In just 2 or 3 days, nearly 70 to 80% of the work had been completed. Sakura's wounds had also scabbed over, so she can now move freely again. Every day, she would go to the forest near the village and watch Naruto and Sasuke's training from a distance. Or, more accurately, she watched Naruto train Sasuke. Though Sakura didn't have the discerning eye of a true powerhouse, after everything they'd been through together, she could more or less tell that Naruto was no longer the dead last he used to be. But when she saw Naruto making Sasuke do push-ups with a massive boulder on his back while he lounged leisurely on top of it, sipping sake, she almost couldn't help but rush over. Fortunately, reason won out in the end. She decided to ask Kakashi for help first, as she was sure that Sasuke would definitely get injured from such intense training. But what made Sakura speechless was that after Kakashi came over and took a look, he simply concluded. Leave them be. Then he added something that stabbed right at Sakura's insecurities. Though, Sakura, if things keep going like this, you might soon find yourself left far behind by Naruto and Sasuke. And that was putting it nicely. In fact, based on Kakashi's observations, leaving Naruto aside, Sasuke's growth over these past few days had already far surpassed Sakura's. It was originally estimated that it would take several days for Sasuke to learn the water walking, but after Naruto's teaching, he mastered it in a single day under. On top of that, the insane physical training Naruto was putting Sasuke through reminded Kakashi of his rival, Konoha's blue beast, Might Guy. This level of training intensity, hopefully, Sasuke would still be able to stand by the time we return to the village. Opposite him, Sakura, who had been completely rattled by Kakashi's remark, took it to heart and decided to start training anew despite her still unhealed hand injury. Perhaps due to her superior precision in chakra control compared to Sasuke, Sakura also completed the water walking training in just one day. Then, following Kakashi's advice, she chose to further refine her chakra control. If I can't become as strong as them, maybe I can help everyone in a different way. Looking at the still healing puncture wound on the back of her hand, Sakura silently steeled her resolve. The genin of Team 7 seized every moment during these mission days to grow stronger. Including Naruto. After this period of rehabilitation, his physical strength had gone from being less than 10% of his original power to nearly 20%. To put it simply, his strength has almost doubled, and his armament haki had begun to thicken noticeably. Similarly, his height, which had already been roughly on par with Sasuke's, had stretched even further. Now, Naruto could confidently say he was the tallest member of Team 7. Due to differences in individual potential, Sasuke's training results are much better than Konohamaru's. So much so that on the last day of training, Naruto even felt it was about time to start teaching Sasuke about haki. The earlier, the better. After all, there are also children in the new world who have awakened their haki at this age. Big Mom's crew had several like that. Naruto, who has unknowingly developed a bit of the bird parent mentality, had already started planning how to train Sasuke and Konohamaru. It had nothing to do with allegiances or his future plans. It was simply that he enjoyed raising others, just like Roger and Gaban had back in the day. Meanwhile, the construction of the Great Bridge in the Land of Waves was nearing completion, which also meant Team 7's first C-rank mission was coming to an end. When the last bolt was tightened, Tazuna wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to look back in disbelief. There it was, a smooth, wide bridge, the path that would connect the Land of Waves to its future. He never imagined things would progress so smoothly. The Great Bridge of the Land of Waves is complete. Oh! All the workers who had contributed to the bridge's construction, along with the nearby villagers, erupted into cheers of joy. The completion of this bridge meant the Land of Waves would break free from the shackles of poverty, escape the shadow of Gato, and return to prosperity. That night, everyone gathered in the center of the village. They danced and sang around a massive bonfire, and many even brought out the alcohol they usually couldn't bear to drink, downing it with gusto. Sitting nearby, Naruto was also laughing as he danced and drank with the villagers. The cheap, murky liquor he'd normally scoff at now tasted like fine sake amid the laughter. A party. When something happy happens, you celebrate with a party. This was also proposed by Naruto. On the side, Tazuna's grandson, Inari, watched the cheering crowd, recalled his father-like figure, who had been killed for opposing Gato, and couldn't help but smile. Tears streamed down his face like they were free. Sakura on the side noticed this and gently wiped the boy's face with a handkerchief. Even Sasuke, who usually maintained a cold and aloof demeanor, broke character in the lively atmosphere and drank a few cups with everyone. Though that might have also been due to Naruto plying him with alcohol these past few days. Inari suddenly dashed over to Naruto and hugged his leg tightly. "Thank you." The boy's muffled voice reached Naruto's ears and he laughed heartily before hoisting Inari onto his shoulders. "Oi, brat, no matter what happens, never lose your courage, got it?" His face broke into a grin identical to Roger's, and staring at that smile, Inari found himself grinning back uncontrollably. The joyous atmosphere continued late into the night, with singing and dancing. The shadow of Gato that had loomed over the Land of Waves seemed to vanish overnight with the bridge's completion. Only Kakashi, who was sitting off to the side and while quietly reading the latest chapter of Ika Ika Paradise, knew that all of this was likely connected to Naruto. The next morning, Naruto had no idea how much he'd drunk the night before. When he finally woke up, he instinctively reached for something to cover his eyes. But he unexpectedly caught nothing. Hey, Naruto, how long are you going to keep sleeping?" Suddenly, a familiar voice reached Naruto's ears, causing him to open his eyes instantly. What greeted him was the red-hair pirates who had already started packing up their things, and that grinning uncle's face. "I'm back again." Chapter 23, Zeph's Nightmare. "Seriously, that Hawkeye guy, he actually left without waiting for me." Rustle. The sea breeze kept blowing against Naruto's face, sweeping his long golden hair back. "Hey, you, swim faster." As he said that, he gave the creature beneath him a punch. Oh. Under Naruto's butt was a turtle head larger than an average merchant ship. This is a giant sea king. After receiving this punch and sprouting a big lump on its head, the sea king let out a whimper of grievance but had no choice but to obey Naruto's command and pick up speed. Strictly speaking, Naruto didn't have his own ship. Most of the time, he either rode sea kings, walked on the sea himself, or hitched a ride on someone else's ship. There are 3 ways to get to paradise from the New World. Most pirates would choose to coat their ships at Sabaody Archipelago and then cross the Red Line underwater. Of course, people could also go directly over the Red Line, but that required submitting an application to the world government and abandoning their ship. For Naruto, the third method was the most practical. That is, crossing the calm belt directly. However, this method was usually only viable for marine warships equipped with seastone bottoms and steam power. Ordinary ships would not only lose propulsion in the calm belt, but also risk being attacked by the giant sea kings lurking there. Naturally, this was exactly Naruto's preferred way of crossing. There wasn't much else here, but there are plenty of sea kings. After witnessing Naruto punch another sea king of similar size to death and then eat it, this turtle sea king immediately became obedient. Feeling the sea breeze grow noticeably stronger, Naruto sat back down on the sea king's head and subconsciously pulled out the flask containing Rayleigh's treasured liquor. Just as he was about to pop the cork and take a swig, he realized it was completely empty. Those guys, seriously. Looking at the utterly dry flask, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Now, he was completely out of supplies and needs to find a place to restock as soon as possible. For a heavy drinker like him, being deprived of alcohol felt like having ants crawling all over his body. But speaking of alcohol, Naruto was reminded of his crossing experiences. Thinking back, both times I crossed worlds happened after getting drunk. Could that be the key to traveling between the 2 worlds? Too bad I didn't have any booze on me now to test the theory. Ugh, this is torture. East Blue, on a pirate ship with a white sheep's head as its figurehead. Everyone, look, the Verity, a floating restaurant. What do you think? Johnny, the bounty hunter wearing sunglasses, enthusiastically introduced the massive ship ahead to the Straw Hat Pirates. Whoa. Luffy and Usopp's eyes sparkled as they gazed at the enormous vessel. Compared to this floating restaurant, Going Merry looked like a tiny fish next to a whale. Just then, a marine warship sailed past them. Pathetic. The marine lieutenant on board glanced at the shabby pirate ship he'd never seen before and scoffed disdainfully. Let's hurry up and go. At this time, his female companion walked over, not even sparing the Going Merry a glance, and started to act coquettishly towards the marine lieutenant. The marine lieutenant couldn't be bothered to waste time on the Straw Hat Pirates and ordered his men to fire a cannon to sink them before turning to head toward the Verity. Boom. The cannonball shot toward them, and the crew's expressions darkened, except for Luffy, who kept grinning at the incoming projectile. Gomu Gomu no. Slingshot. Luffy grabbed 2 parts of the ship with his hands and used his torso to block the cannonball. Then, his body stretched rapidly from the impact, the power of the Gomu Gomu no Mi fully manifesting as he turned himself into a tightly drawn bowstring, ready to launch the cannonball right back. But just then, one of Luffy's hands suddenly slipped, causing his trajectory to veer 90 degrees sideways. The cannonball, now redirected, whistled through the air, straight toward the captain's quarters at the top of the Verity. A dash. Nami and Usopp both covered their mouths with their hands, almost unable to control their screams, while Luffy's face twisted into a guilty grimace. At that very moment, a golden-haired figure in a kimono abruptly appeared on the rooftop. "TCH, Boss Zeph, looks like you owe me another favor." Zeph stared blankly at the familiar figure standing by his window, and memories of the past quickly emerged in his mind. Why you? Why would a big shot like you come all the way to the East Blue? Zeph couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at Naruto's appearance, which hadn't changed at all in over a decade. He was so stunned that he even ignored the rapidly approaching cannonball. Naruto didn't spare the projectile a glance either. Instead, he reached through the window, grabbed a fork from Zeph's desk, and casually flicked it. The silver fork, which is now coated in armament hockey, shot through the air like a streak of light, piercing the cannonball clean through. Boom. A brilliant explosion blossomed in the sky. But fortunately, it was still some distance away from Verity, so it did not have any damage. I came all this way, and I'm starving. Boss, you going to let me eat properly or what? After dealing with the crisis, Naruto's gaze briefly flickered toward the straw hat-wearing kid below before he turned back to Zeph with a grin. When Zeph heard Naruto say this, he immediately shuddered all over, as if some deep-seated trauma had been triggered. Everyone. Assemble. He suddenly bellowed loudly. Hearing the head chef's voice, every cook and waiter in the Verity immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed toward the second floor. As they ran, they grabbed whatever utensils were nearby, like spoons and kitchen knives, their faces twisted with determination. Even though they are restaurant employees now, before joining Verity, they had all been pirates. But when they stormed into the head chef's room with weapons raised, they didn't see the expected scene of Zeph under attack. Listen up, brats. Activate NRT special mode. Every cook who heard this stiffened. Some of the older chefs saw Naruto's figure nearby and understood immediately, some even started trembling uncontrollably. They had served under Zeph long before he became a chef and had met Naruto before. But the younger cooks was confused, and Sanji, dressed in a black suit and had the same golden hair as Naruto, asked directly. "Oi, old man, what the hell are you talking about?" "The NRT special mode." They don't know the full name, and they only know that it is a special action mode that Zeph had established for Barity long ago. When activated, all front-of-house staff, waiters, and breaks were cancelled. Every single person had to rush into the kitchen to help, including Zeph himself. This mode is usually triggered only when a large number of guests suddenly arrive at the same time. But right now, the restaurant wasn't even at full capacity. "Idiot. Shut up and move." Zeph roared so loudly that even his braided mustache stood up. The NRT special mode, which is the short for Naruto special mode, existed solely because of a nightmare from Zeph's past. Back then, before founding Barity, Zeph had been just another pirate. After being saved by Naruto in a chance encounter, in order to thank him, Zeph enthusiastically invited him to taste his cooking. However, Naruto's bottomless appetite had nearly worked Zeph to death. And even then, Naruto had only been half full. "This time, I, Zeph, swear to wash away the shame. What kind of chef is he if I couldn't even fill up a guest?" After his outburst, Zeph actually tied on an apron and marched toward the kitchen himself, leaving the other cooks stunned. Is the head chef going to take action too? Meanwhile, Naruto cheerfully made his way downstairs and took a seat right in the middle of the dining area. Before leaving, Sanji couldn't help but glance at Naruto a few more times, as if trying to figure out what was special about this guy who suddenly appeared. And Naruto seemed to notice the other party's attention and flashed him a grin. "It looks like I would be able to eat my fill this time." It seemed riding that Sea King here is worth it. The Sea King had actually collapsed from exhaustion when almost reaching the East Blue, otherwise, Naruto would not have had to walk across the sea to get here. Bang. Just as Naruto was looking forward to the delicious food being served, the door of the restaurant was pushed open very rudely. Chapter 24, the most mysterious man in the entire pirate world, Jin, makes his entrance. The one who walked in through the door was none other than Marine Lieutenant, Full Body. He's dressed in a suit and is accompanied by a female companion. Holding his head high, he looked down disdainfully at the other diners, standing still as he waited for a waiter to escort him to his seat. Unfortunately, the entire Barity had already entered the special mode, and practically every available staff member had been crammed into the kitchen. Thus, Full Body stood there foolishly for a long while. By the time the gazes of those around him had taken on a hint of mockery, he finally flew into a humiliated rage and shouted, "Hey! Where are the waiters in this restaurant? Is this how you treat distinguished guests?" Hearing the commotion outside, Sanji walked out carrying a plate of lobster thermidor. However, he still chose to serve the dish to Naruto's table first. "Please enjoy your meal." Perhaps it was because this was the first time he had seen Zeph treat someone with such solemnity that even Sanji's tone had become unusually polite. Normally, he only displayed such elegance and courtesy when facing ladies. "Wow, this looks amazing. I'll savor it properly." Seeing the half-meter-long lobster, Naruto immediately lit up with excitement. Picking up his knife and fork, he cut off a small piece and chewed it slowly. As if acknowledging Naruto's table manners, a faint smile flickered across Sanji's face. But in the next instant, his expression darkened as he turned toward the noisy Marine Lieutenant. "Guest, please refrain from causing a disturbance here." "Ha! What did you just say? A mere floating restaurant." Full Body's attitude didn't improve even though Sanji had suppressed his anger. Instead, he grew even more aggressive, jabbing his finger into Sanji's chest. Hearing this, Sanji glared at the other party coldly, and his anger immediately became uncontrollable. "Why yes, right this way, sir. Let me show you to your seat." At that moment, a chef who looked like Popeye suddenly rushed out from the kitchen, wearing an obsequious smile as he shoved Sanji aside. TCH. Seeing that another chef, Patty, had taken over dealing with the Marine Lieutenant, Sanji suppressed his urge to beat the man senseless and turned to head back into the kitchen. But as he turned around, he saw that Naruto's plate was already completely empty and there was not a single drop remained. So fast. Sanji stared in astonishment. Watching Naruto delicately wipe his mouth with a napkin, he finally understood why Zeph had been acting as if facing a formidable enemy. Meanwhile, after ordering his meal, Full Body glanced around impatiently once more, ensuring that none of the people who had mocked him earlier dared to meet his gaze before finally settling down. You look familiar, kid." At that moment, he noticed Naruto sitting at the neighboring table. However, Naruto didn't even bother to pay attention to this marine, and just started to taste the white wine specially provided by Barity. "Damn it, you." Just as Full Body, who was always looking for death, was about to make a move, a panicked marine suddenly rushed in through the door. "Lieutenant Full Body, something terrible has happened. The prisoner we captured from the Crete pirates has escaped." "What?" Full Body immediately jumped to his feet, his face filled with disbelief. That guy hasn't eaten for 3 days. Wasn't he on the verge of death? Bang. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, and the Marine who had just delivered the news collapsed. A man with a bandana, wielding a pistol, pale-faced but exuding a fierce aura, slowly stepped inside. The other diners, having heard the Marine's earlier words, now looked at the newcomer with fear and unease. Jin walked right past Full Body, completely ignoring the idiot who claimed to have caught him with his own hands. He plopped down at an empty table. "Hey, you've got food here, right? Bring it out. Now." The one who came to serve him was also Patty, who still had a fawning look on his face. "Of course, sir, but do you have the money to pay?" "Huh." Hearing this, Jin's expression turned even more menacing as he raised his gun and pressed it against Patty's forehead. "Don't waste my time. You want to eat bullets instead. If you don't have money, then you're not a guest." Before Jin could react, Patty's fist slammed into him like an anchor. In just a few blows, the once ferocious pirate was nearly knocked unconscious by the burly chef. Cheers and applause erupted from the surrounding diners. Only Full Body took advantage of everyone's inattention and ran out of the door in shame. As for Naruto, he was still enjoying the newly served dish, completely oblivious to all the drama going on around him. It wasn't until 4 more individuals walked into the restaurant that he subtly lifted his gaze, locking onto a straw hat-wearing young man among them. Luffy, Usopp, Zoro, and Nami entered to find the diners cheering, leaving them utterly confused. They simply took the nearest available seats, which is coincidentally the very table Full Body had just vacated. Luffy's eyes gleamed with envy as he watched Naruto devouring his meal at the next table. Unable to contain himself, he immediately shouted, "Meat. Delicious food. I want meat. Show." "Luffy, keep it down." Usopp frantically gestured for him to lower his voice, afraid the restaurant staff might recognize them as the ones who had fired the cannonball earlier, even if it had been intercepted midair. Who knew if these people held grudges? Fortunately, the chefs at the Barity didn't seem sharp-eyed enough to identify them from such a distance. Soon, the food for their table arrived. Thanks to the financial backing of Kaya, the wealthiest heiress in Syrup Village, and the former Black Cat Pirates' funds, they still had plenty of money to spare. Whoa. So good. Delicious. After Sanji brought the dishes to the table again, he looked at Luffy with some disgust as the other party stretched out his hand and stuffed the food directly into his mouth. It was a sharp contrast to the refined diner at the neighboring table. But soon, his attention was stolen by the beautiful orange-haired girl in Luffy's team. "OC, I thank you for today's fateful encounter. Love. Laugh at me, for I can no longer endure this torment." Dropping to one knee, he presented a fresh rose to Nami with dramatic flair. The awkward spectacle made everyone else freeze mid-bite, except Luffy, who remained entirely unaffected, still stuffing food into his mouth at an alarming rate. Damn it, that old guy eats so fast. At this moment, Luffy's heart was filled with the desire to win. At some point, he had noticed Naruto's inhuman eating speed. Luffy, who is always confident in his own appetite, immediately saw it as a challenge. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't seem to keep up with the opponent's speed. While he was still struggling with the second tentacle of a giant grilled octopus, Naruto had already finished his entire plate and was wiping his mouth. This near-magical display of gluttony soon drew the attention of the entire room, including Sanji, who had just been rejected by Nami. Watching the 2 bottomless pits inhale food at an impossible pace, his expression darkened. "Damn it, no time to waste here. My beautiful lady, please wait for me. I'll return shortly." After sending another wave of affection toward Nami, he hurried back to the kitchen to help. But at the moment when he held his spatula, he seemed to have thought of something. He silently took out a plate of seafood fried rice. Thud. Jin, who was still slumped outside the kitchen door, heard something being placed in front of him and instinctively looked up. It was a plate of steaming seafood fried rice. Eat. Sanji lit a cigarette, leaning against the railing as he gazed at the horizon. Shut up. Get lost. No matter how desperate I am, I will never accept charity from others. Jin growled, clinging to the last shreds of his pride despite the mouth-watering aroma. Take this crap away. Quit the tough act and eat. To me, anyone who's hungry is a guest. After saying that, Sanji turned and walked back toward the kitchen. If you want to die with your pride intact, fine. But if you eat and survive, you might just see a new tomorrow. After he finished speaking, Sanji closed the door of the kitchen. He had no more time to waste on Jin. The bandana-wearing pirate, Jin, remained silent for a long moment before slowly sitting up and picking up the still-warm plate of fried rice. Chapter 25, Kid, do you have the resolve to wear this hat? #UN%, and... I told you, don't talk while you're eating. Watching Luffy, who had already stuffed himself into a round ball, continue shoving food into his mouth while mumbling something. Nami pressed her palm to her forehead in exasperation. Beside her, Usopp and Zoro remained equally silent. There was no helping it, after all, every customer in the restaurant had gathered around to watch Luffy's eating spectacle. They had never heard of someone eating like this. Burp. I'll definitely beat that uncle. After finally managing to swallow the food in his mouth, Luffy blurted out the words he hadn't been able to articulate earlier. Hearing this, the other three couldn't help but glance at the neighboring table where Naruto sat, along with the even more absurd mountain of empty plates piled in front of him. Because he ate so fast, the next dish was already served before the tableware was cleared away. Luffy was lucky to have come at the right time. If it were the usual Barity, there's no way he would be able to get such a massive feast. As Usopp and the others observed the blonde-haired Naruto calmly enjoying his meal, different thoughts ran through their minds. This guy feels really strong. Zoro's gaze lingered on the sword at Naruto's waist. His instincts told him that this might be the most formidable opponent he'd faced since setting out to sea. Usopp's thoughts were much simpler. There's actually someone who can out-eat Luffy. This guy's a monster. Nami was different from the other two. She scrutinized Naruto's appearance more carefully. He looks like he's in his early 20s at most. At the very least, his face seems younger than that green-haired guy next to me. Zoro, who was innocently dragged into her mental commentary, naturally had no idea what this girl was thinking. If he could hear her thought, he would definitely complain loudly. I'm only 19. Looking at it this way, Zoro really did age prematurely. To everyone else, Naruto still seemed like a young man, but for some reason, Luffy insisted on calling the blonde, fox-faced guy in front of him uncle. Maybe this was the intuition of an idiot. Here, drink this. If you can't eat anymore, just stop. At this time, Sanji walked over and placed a small bowl of soup in front of Luffy. That was the digestive soup he specially prepared. Whoa. You're a really nice guy, cook. Luffy, who is always quick to respond to kindness, grinned brightly. After he drank the bowl of soup in a few gulps, under the stunned gazes of the onlookers, his bloated belly rapidly shrank, returning to its original size in mere seconds. That's way too exaggerated dash. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but complained in their hearts. Even Sanji, the one who had prepared the soup, began doubting whether his cooking skills had somehow reached godly levels. Delicious. Curly brows, your cooking is amazing. After recovering, Luffy laughed and slapped Sanji on the shoulder. Even after the other party avoided him with a look of disgust, Luffy's grin didn't waver in the slightest. Then, he turned to look at Naruto again. He saw Naruto had finished another dish calmly and was dabbing his mouth with a napkin. I lost. In the brief time it took Luffy to digest, the fox-faced uncle had already polished off an entire mountain of food. But Luffy wasn't the type to stay down for long. With his usual boisterous energy, he bounded over to Naruto's side, then looked up and down at the other person whose figure had not changed at all with wide eyes. He couldn't fathom where all that food had gone. Uncle, you're seriously amazing. Facing the grinning Luffy, Naruto couldn't help but smile back. He really is alike. You're an interesting kid. What's your name? Naruto stood up slowly and asked Luffy softly. My name is Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm the man who's going to be the Pirate King. Pirate King, huh? After hearing this, the smile on Naruto's face suddenly faded, and his deep blue eyes stared quietly at the grinning boy in front of him. Kid, let me ask you, where did you get that straw hat? At this point, the surrounding crowd seemed to sense a shift in the atmosphere, and the previously lively chatter quickly died down. Nami and Usopp gulped nervously. These two members of the cowardly trio seemed to have triggered their passive abilities and vaguely sensed something bad was going on. Wait, wasn't everything fine just a second ago? Why does it feel like things are about to explode? Zoro, on the other hand, smirked like a predator sensing prey, and his hand unconsciously rested on the hilt of his sword. Even Japu from the kitchen poked his head out, silently observing the situation unfolding in the dining hall. My hat. Luffy, the one at the center of it all, remained oblivious to the tension. He was just stunned by the question, but still answered Naruto truthfully. This was given to me by Shanks. I promised him I'd return it once I become the Pirate King. I see. Naruto nodded slightly, his expression unreadable. Well, we've eaten enough. Let's go get some exercise. Question mark. Luffy tilted his head, not understanding the sudden suggestion. But before he could react, he felt an immense force clamp down on his head, and in the next instant, the world around him blurred. Before anyone could even process what had happened, Naruto had already dragged Luffy outside onto the deck by his skull. Zoro was the first to react. He drew his sword and was about to rush over to help. Although Usopp felt his legs trembling a little, but for the sake of his companion, he gritted his teeth and followed. Even Sanji, who is completely unrelated, sprinted after them without hesitation. Only Nami remained inside, her eyes flickering uncertainly toward where Luffy had disappeared. On the deck, Naruto released his grip, letting Luffy drop to the ground as he coughed, clearing his throat after the abrupt movement. "Hey! Uncle, what the hell was that for?" Once he recovered, Luffy immediately pointed an accusing finger at Naruto, shouting in protest. He seemed like a pretty cool guy earlier, why'd he suddenly start a fight out of nowhere? At this moment, Naruto's demeanor had completely changed. His face became extremely cold and he looked down at Luffy like he was observing an insignificant insect. "Kid. Do you have the resolve to wear that hat?" "Huh." Luffy reflexively opened his mouth to retort, but his words abruptly cut off. Because he could feel an invisible pressure suddenly emanating from the fox-faced uncle before him, making his expression involuntarily darken. He felt as if he were a tiny insect trapped in tree resin, struggling to even move a finger. Luffy's legs also began trembling uncontrollably. As his gaze withdrew from the other man's legs, Naruto made no effort to conceal the disdain in his eyes, speaking to Luffy in an utterly arrogant tone. "Come, let me see if you have what it takes." He stretched out his hand and lightly beckoned toward Luffy. "If you lack the resolve to be king, then this hat should return to where it truly belongs." "Who the hell are you? What do you want with my precious hat?" The moment he heard Naruto mention taking his hat, Luffy immediately flared up in anger, his fury instantly shattering the oppressive pressure Naruto had imposed on him just moments ago. This fox-faced uncle suddenly became incredibly annoying. "My name isn't something you need to know yet. Enough talk, make your move first. After all, if I strike first, you won't get a chance at all." Feeling that undisguised contempt, Luffy instantly lost his temper. He slammed both fists against his knees, forcibly suppressing the instinctive trembling. Then, with a powerful push from his feet, he charged straight at Naruto. Gomu Gomu no. Pistol. His body shot forward, but his hand remained in place, his arm stretching like rubber to an incredible length. Then, as the elasticity snapped back, combined with his own strength, his fist shot toward Naruto's face like a bullet. Bang. The punch landed squarely on Naruto's face, but the next moment, it was Luffy who clutched his hand and cried out in pain. "Ow. That hurts. It feels just like Grandpa's punches." Luffy was in so much pain he started rambling. Here, he was referring to the same kind of pain he felt when Garp hit him with his fist of love. Hurt? What's Luffy talking about? Isn't he made of rubber? Usopp's head peeked out from the restaurant door, staring in shock at Luffy, who was clutching his right hand and howling. "Go all out, kid. You've got one more chance." Naruto slowly raised a single finger. Chapter 26, like a mayfly seeing the blue sky. Damn it. While Luffy is usually, to put it nicely, straightforward, and to put it bluntly, a bit simple-minded. But in reality, he wasn't stupid. When faced with genuine humiliation, he could get just as angry as anyone else. Gomu Gomu no. Bazooka. The moment he saw Naruto tank his punch with his face, Luffy immediately realized just how formidable his opponent's physical defense was. Without hesitation, he switched from a single-handed attack to a double-handed one. Both arms stretched far back before snapping forward like cannons, tearing through the air as they shot toward Naruto again. But Naruto merely tilted his head slightly, and the attack missed him by a hair's breadth. Too slow, kid. 2 moves have been given, and now, it is Naruto's turn to attack. Of course, he wasn't going to get serious. For one, he actually kind of admired this kid. And secondly, there was no way Shanks would let him off the hook if he went too far. If he carelessly injured Luffy, the next time the 2 former crewmates met, it might just escalate into an all-out brawl. After dodging the punch, Naruto lightly tapped the ground with his foot, and his body flickered like a blur, instantly appearing right in front of Luffy. So fast. Among the onlookers, only Zeph, Sanji, and Zoro could barely make out the faint afterimage of his movement. And even that was only because Naruto was holding back immensely. A simple, unadorned punch landed squarely on Luffy's stomach, sending him flying backward. Luffy's eyes had begun to turn white while he was in midair. Midair, Luffy's eyes rolled back, his body plowing straight through 2 mooring posts before crashing into a pile of cargo crates and collapsing motionless on the ground. Luffy. Luffy. Zoro and Usopp both shouted in alarm and immediately tried to rush forward, but they never expected that Zeph would grab the backs of their collars and yank them back. Zeph shook his head at them, signaling that they shouldn't interfere. But inwardly, he was a little puzzled. Isn't Naruto going a bit too hard? Is it necessary to target a rookie who had just set sail? He was the only one present who knew just how overwhelmingly powerful Naruto truly was. If such a world-class powerhouse really wanted to deal with a rookie pirate, he would definitely not go through so much trouble. On the other side, Naruto waited a couple of seconds before sighing lightly. Is that all? Seeing that Luffy seemed to have lost consciousness, Naruto stepped forward, bending down to reach for the straw hat. Snap. At this moment, a trembling hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. What do you think you're doing with my hat? Seeing that the other party seemed to have woken up and stood up again, Naruto sighed in his heart. Dragon, in this regard, your son really takes after you. Stop resisting. It's clear you don't have what it takes to wear this hat. As Naruto spoke, he began to use more force, and Luffy was forced to retreat continuously under his pressure. If you don't let go, I'll have to get serious. Stop talking so much. I'm never giving you my hat. Naruto's attempts to demoralize him seemed completely ineffective. With a defiant shout, Luffy suddenly yanked his hand free and immediately launched into a frenzied barrage of punches. Goma Goma no. Gatling gun. Countless fists blurred through the air, striking so fast that to the spectators, it looked as though Luffy had suddenly grown a dozen arms. However, even this storm of attacks was useless against Naruto. His muscular frame swayed like a sheet of paper, effortlessly dodging every punch as if carried by the wind, untouched amidst the flurry of strikes. What kind of move is that? Zoro stared in shock as every single one of Luffy's attacks was perfectly evaded. Zeph glanced at him and said nothing. But he was actually also a little confused in his heart, since when did Naruto learn the Marines' Rokushiki techniques? Given his relationship with the Marines, who the hell would even teach him? Seeing that his continuous attacks couldn't land a single hit, Luffy seized the moment his fists retracted and suddenly raised his left leg high into the air. Goma Goma no. Axe. His leg seemed to turn into a literal axe, cleaving straight toward Naruto's head. Bang. But Naruto effortlessly caught the heavy strike with one hand, gripping Luffy's ankle before swinging him around like a ragdoll, smashing him left and right into the deck. Boom, boom, boom. The wooden planks shattered under the force, leaving behind 7 or 8 craters where Luffy's body had been slammed into them. After a few more brutal swings, Naruto finally released him, letting Luffy collapse into the last crater, gasping for breath. You still have time to give up. The next hit will kill you. No. Luffy didn't even hesitate for half a second before roaring at the top of his lungs. Staggering to his feet, his eyes burned with defiance as he glared at Naruto. However, despite his tough talk, Luffy's mind was acutely aware of the gap in strength between him and his opponent. Continuing in my current state, there was no way I could beat this fox-faced uncle. My attacks needed to be faster. Much faster. Then, as if struck by inspiration, an idea flashed through Luffy's mind. It just goes to show that Luffy is, in fact, a battle genius. Long before he would later learn advanced conqueror's haki from Kaido-sensei, he had already proven his adaptability, like when he countered Enel's mantra with Goma Goma no Baka, or used water to bypass Crocodile's Logia physique. Under the pressure of battle, Luffy always finds a way to break through his limits and create miracles. Luffy knew there was no time to hesitate, so gritting his teeth against the pain racking his body, he forced himself out of the crater and immediately dropped into a wide stance, pressing his fists against the ground. Then, his skin and veins transformed into rubber-like material, and his heart began pumping like a high-speed hydraulic press. More blood surged into his heart before being rapidly pumped out to his limbs. His skin instantly turned bright red under the strain, and steam began rising from his entire body. Seeing this scene, faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared at Naruto's lips, and his admiration for Luffy grew just a little deeper. Gear second. Jet pistol. Luffy's body shot forward like a bullet, disappearing from sight in an instant. This time, even Zoro and Sanji couldn't follow his movement. Not bad. Faced with this self-surpassing punch, Naruto slowly raised his hand. The muscles in his back swelled, and an invisible force made his robes, and the scattered debris around him, float upward. Their fists hurtled toward each other. But unlike Naruto, from Luffy's perspective, Naruto's fist, which was getting bigger and bigger in his field of vision and finally seemed to cover his entire vision, carried only one message. Death. If this punch landed, he would definitely die. But he still charged forward without hesitation. There are some things that Luffy cannot back down from. Bang. The next instant, Luffy reappeared right in front of Naruto, his steam-wreathed fist slamming squarely into Naruto's chin and forcing his head back slightly. Hit. I hit him. Luffy didn't feel any pain in his body and a smile appeared on his face. But soon, he noticed the eerie silence around him. When he turned around, he saw everyone else looking in the direction behind him with expressions of extreme shock. Among them, the less timid guys like Usopp had already fainted from shock. Even Zoro, Sanji, and Zeph had lost control of their expressions, looking as though they'd seen a ghost. Huh. At this moment, a drop of seawater landed on Luffy's head. He raised his head stupidly, still not fully processing the situation. But the increasing sound of water droplets hitting the ground made him abandon any thought of continuing the fight. Luffy slowly retracted his fist that was pressed against Naruto's chin and turned his head. And then, he witnessed one of the most unbelievable sights of his life. The sea itself had been split, as if pierced by an attack of unimaginable scale, carving out a massive trench wide enough to swallow an entire island. What is even more horrifying is that on the distant small island on the horizon, its once peaked mountain had been sheared clean off, as if some colossal force had scooped away the summit. In that moment, after glimpsing the true power of the world's top powerhouse, Luffy felt, for the first time, how insignificant he was, like a mayfly seeing the sky. Chapter 27 Krieg, Why Aren't They Afraid? Luffy stood frozen in place, staring at the natural wonder created by that single punch. His mouth opened and closed like a goldfish's, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Soon, the seawater that had been forcibly split by sheer force came crashing back down under gravity. The opposing currents collided, creating waves so massive that even the enormous ship Verity rocked violently. Whether it was due to overwhelming shock or exhaustion, Luffy lost his balance and nearly toppled backward, but a hand steadied him from behind. Luffy, huh? That punch just now, that was barely passable. At this time, Naruto's calm voice rang out, and his tone was completely different from the aggressive demeanor he had shown earlier. This time, he didn't call Luffy kid. Instead, he addressed him by name properly. With a light push, Naruto tossed Luffy toward Zoro and Usopp, who had somehow woken up from his unconscious state. The two carefully caught their captain, their eyes simultaneously shifting toward Naruto, whose face had regained its usual gentle smile. Seems like Shanks has a decent eye for talent. I hope one day, I can witness you become the next pirate king. Hearing the familiar name from Naruto's lips, Luffy immediately perked up. Despite the exhaustion from his first time using Gear Second, he wriggled like a limp noodle, trying to inch closer. Shanks. You know Shanks? Ah, of course. We were apprentices on the same ship, after all. Then why did you attack Luffy like that? Unexpectedly, it was Usopp, who was standing behind Luffy, who mustered the courage to ask Naruto directly. After all, just moments ago, he had already prepared himself for death. Just a test, a little test, that's all. Naruto pinched his fingers together, leaving only a tiny gap to emphasize how harmless his intentions had been. He walked forward slowly. Usopp instinctively wanted to retreat, but remembering he was still supporting Luffy, he forced himself to stay put. Naruto bent down slightly, his deep blue eyes locking onto Luffy's as if searching for something within them. And Luffy, being Luffy, didn't back down, he just stared back stubbornly. Suddenly, Naruto burst into laughter, his eyes crinkling shut. Ha 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 ha. I like you, Luffy. As he spoke, he vigorously patted Luffy's shoulder, nearly knocking Usopp over in the process. Luffy didn't mind the rough treatment. Though he couldn't pat back, his signature grin stretched across his face. Shishishi, you're not bad either, fox-faced uncle. After hearing Luffy's address to him, Naruto was stunned at first, and then he laughed even louder. Ha ha ha, in a way, calling me uncle isn't wrong at all. After saying something that left Luffy utterly confused, Naruto turned and walked back into Verity. After witnessing an epic battle, mostly starring Naruto, the diners quickly retracted their heads from the windows. By the time Naruto stepped inside, they had all returned to their meals, pretending nothing had happened. You really went overboard, Naruto. Zeph stroked his beard, glaring at Naruto with a mix of exasperation and relief. Haha, sorry. Got a little carried away. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly, offering a sincere apology. After all, if he hadn't controlled his strength properly, Verity might have been wiped out alongside everything else. So, are you still eating? As a chef, Zeph only cared about two things, his restaurant and whether his customers left satisfied. Of course. It's a rare opportunity to taste such delicious food. I also want to try all the signature dishes in your restaurant. Naruto grinned as he plopped back into his seat. Humph, don't bite off more than you can chew. After saying this, Zeph marched toward the kitchen, grabbing Sanji by the collar as he passed by him. Quit standing around, idiot. Get back to work. Just like that, the restaurant returned to normal. Zoro and Usopp, who were still carrying Luffy between them, also returned to their seats. It seemed that Luffy still had something to say. But before he could speak, Usopp suddenly realized something was off. Hey, where's Nami? Wasn't she just dash? Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the door being pushed open again. Two figures walked in from the door. One of them looked very familiar to everyone. It's Jin, the man the chefs had thrown out earlier. And standing beside him was an even taller, more imposing man. Let's rewind time a little. Not long after Jin finished his fried rice and left Verity on his small boat, he encountered the remnants of Krieg's fleet, who are starving, desperate, and no longer able to stay hidden. After repeatedly promising that they wouldn't attack Verity, Jin reluctantly agreed to lead his captain and the crew toward the floating restaurant. And then, the scene unfolded as it did now. At this time, a guest saw the pirate ship outside through the window and suddenly exclaimed. Wait, isn't that Dash? It's the Krieg pirate's ship. So that guy is the legendary leader, Admiral Don Krieg. He was the most vicious pirate in the East Blue, with 50 warships under his command. A terrifying pirate. Wait, Dash. The exclaiming diners suddenly remembered something and turned their gazes toward Naruto, who had gone back to casually eating as if nothing had happened. Somehow, 50 warships didn't seem all that impressive anymore. Just like that, an eerie silence fell over the restaurant. Meanwhile, Zeph, having heard Krieg's name, stormed out of the kitchen, again. Please, could you spare some food? I have money. As much as you want. Krieg's unexpectedly meek words left the surrounding diners and chefs utterly dumbfounded. Was this really the same fearsome pirate from the rumors? Many of them inwardly scoffed, wondering if the rumors had been exaggerated. Of course, the more rational ones immediately objected. Don't give him anything. Once he's eaten, he'll definitely attack us. So this is the true face of the legendary pirate, Krieg. No need to feed him. Call the Marines immediately. This is a golden opportunity. Patty, who looked like Popeye, burst into laughter, thrilled at the idea of capturing such a notorious pirate. Several other chefs quickly agreed. I won't do anything. Once I've eaten, I'll leave peacefully. After saying this, Krieg actually dropped to his knees in a deep bow, his forehead nearly touching the floor. Even Naruto couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the display. But unlike his reaction with Tazuna earlier, he made no move to intervene. What shallow acting. The malice radiating off him is practically suffocating. Shaking his head, Naruto chose not to expose Krieg and simply continued enjoying the food. In the end, nearly all the diners and chefs opposed giving Krieg food, but then Sanji walked out of the kitchen, carrying a plate of fried rice, and tossed it right in front of Krieg. The room erupted in protests, but Sanji just took a drag from his cigarette and repeated the same words he'd told Jin earlier. Anyone who's starving is a guest. I can't let a man die of hunger in front of me. But unlike Jin, Krieg showed no gratitude whatsoever. On the contrary, after eating the fried rice and regained some strength, he immediately showed his true colors. This restaurant isn't bad. From now on, it's mine. There was no trace of the pitiful look on Krieg's face that he had just shown when begging for food. Instead, he looked at the chefs opposite him with an arrogant look. Most of his fleet had been decimated by that man, so this massive ship would be perfect for rebuilding his forces. However, after Krieg said this, the expected panic never came. Instead, everyone in the restaurant stared at him with strange expressions, occasionally glancing toward Naruto, who was still casually eating. Don. This wasn't part of the deal. You promised you wouldn't attack Barity. Jin stared at Krieg in disbelief, but before he could say another word, Krieg silenced him with a brutal punch. Then, Krieg turned back to the chefs and diners. Hey! Did you hear me? Get the hell off my ship. And prepare enough food and water for 100 men while you're at it. Dash. Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back a snicker. The laughter quickly spread, and soon, both diners and chefs were struggling to keep straight faces. Huh. Krieg, noticing something strange situation, looked at the people around him in confusion. What's so funny? Aren't they afraid of me, Admiral Krieg? Chapter 28, it's coming. That man's iconic scene. Krieg could only feel that he had been set up by some invisible force, and everyone around him seemed to be acting against him. Just as confused as him was Jin, who had just been betrayed by his captain and punched to the ground, now lying there questioning his life. No one in the restaurant seemed to take his threat seriously at all. Luffy, even in his exhausted state, began shamelessly hooking up Sanji, who had been watching the spectacle from the sidelines. Hey, cook. Want to come on an adventure with us? Sanji took a drag from his cigarette and glanced at him without answering. In fact, he had originally thought about leaving Barity temporarily when the time was right, going on an adventure on the sea to look for the legendary, All Blue. It was said to be a mythical sea where ingredients from all 4 oceans gathered, the ultimate dream for any chef. But could this silly kid in front of me really make it happen? To be honest, he didn't dislike Luffy's personality. On the contrary, seeing how much the boy enjoyed the food he cooked had given Sanji a favorable impression of him. If I really joined their crew, it might not be such a bad idea. Just then, a sound came from the kitchen. Thud. Thud. The wooden leg of Zeph tapped against the floor, drawing Krieg's attention and interrupting Sanji's thoughts. When Krieg saw Zeph's face, his expression immediately twisted in shock. Zeph. Red leg, Zeph. For a moment, Krieg couldn't help but feel a chill. After all, he had heard of Zeph's fearsome reputation back in the day. Unlike Krieg, who had barely set foot in the Grand Line before being kicked out, Red Leg, Zeph had truly made a name for himself there. But soon, Krieg remembered something else, and his eyes turned mocking as he glanced at Zeph's wooden prosthetic. Humph, so you're their last hope. But what kind of fighting power can an old man who lost a leg in a shipwreck still have? As he spoke, he outright flung off the cloak covering his body, revealing the golden armor and rows of gun barrels beneath. Zeph, on the other hand, merely gave him an indifferent look before sighing. Krieg, if you've finished eating, get the hell out. The Barity doesn't welcome scum like you. Shut up. Prepare 100 servings of food for me right now. And hand over your logbook. With it, I can make a comeback and return to the Grand Line. Krieg's finger hovered over the trigger, ready to fire at the slightest provocation. In response, Zeph simply shook his head. You really picked the perfect time. Under normal circumstances, for the safety of his crew, Zeph might have been forced to compromise. But today. Glancing at Naruto, who was still casually enjoying his meal, Zeph couldn't help but feel that everything had aligned just right. Naruto, can I ask you to handle this? No problem, just consider it as an apology for what happened just now. Naruto wiped his mouth and stood up with a grin, then started walking toward Krieg. He wasn't like Shanks. For scum like Krieg, who disrespected food, chefs, and even basic decency, Naruto had no qualms about stepping in personally. Ah. You brat, you got a death wish. Krieg naturally couldn't tell how powerful Naruto was, but from appearances alone, the only weapon Naruto had was the thin sword. So how could it compare to Krieg's arsenal of firearms? Just as Krieg was about to open fire as a warning, Naruto suddenly paused, as if sensing something. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Boss Zeph, it looks like I won't need to lift a finger after all. Before anyone could process his words, a pirate who was already skin and bones from starvation stumbled through the door and collapsed face first onto the floor. Captain Krieg, it's that man, the man with the hawk-like eyes. He's here. Even as he fell, the pirate managed to gasp out his message. What? Zoro, who was sitting next to Luffy, exclaimed along with Krieg. He had heard of him, the world's greatest swordsman was a man with eyes as sharp as a hawk's. And Zoro's dream was to defeat him and take his place as the new world's greatest swordsman. Luffy, wait here for me. He turned to Luffy, shoved him toward Usopp, and stood up without another word. Ignoring Usopp's yelp as he nearly toppled over, Zoro strode straight for the door. Meanwhile, Krieg, who had been so arrogant moments ago, now stood frozen, his face turning green as cold sweat poured down his forehead. Clang. A crisp sound of a blade being drawn echoed, reaching everyone's ears. Even without seeing it, they could tell that it was the sound of an incredibly sharp sword. Immediately afterwards, a powerful gust of wind burst through the door, making the wooden panels creak violently. At this time, people who are close can finally clearly see the scene outside. A massive, battle-worn warship, which is larger than the Barity itself, had been cleanly sliced into pieces. Like a steak precisely sliced into pieces, the massive warship lay scattered across the sea. This gust of air is generated when the hull collapses. Zoro's pupils contracted, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword, only to realize he couldn't stop it from trembling slightly. Yet, an uncontrollable grin spread across his face. So this is the world's greatest swordsman. Meanwhile, the others couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. Right. Just moments ago, someone else had achieved a similar effect. With just his fists. At this time, Mihawk's coffin boat drifted to a stop in front of Barity, and the man himself stepped off with effortless grace. Every movement of this man, who seemed to embody the word cool, exuded the aura of a true master. Ignoring everyone around him, his sharp gaze locked onto Naruto, who had risen to his feet. You're a lot slower than me. Naruto looked at Hawkeye and greeted him with a smile. To everyone's surprise, the usually stoic Mihawk actually cracked a faint smile and nodded in return. It couldn't be helped. I encountered a group of blind pirates on the way. Hunting them down took some time. With that, as if he hadn't just single-handedly resolved the crisis at the floating restaurant, he began walking toward Naruto's table. Hey! Hawkeyes! Zoro, who had been completely ignored up until now, drew his sword, the Wado Ikemanji, and pointed it straight at Mihawk. I went to see you. He unwrapped the bandana from his left arm and tied it around his head, slowly drawing his other two swords. You have a lot of free time, don't you? Let's fight. Even after witnessing the inhuman level of power Mihawk possessed, Zoro still chose to challenge him. Krieg, who had been quietly celebrating being overlooked and trying to sneak away unnoticed, stared at Zoro like he was an idiot. That idiot, is he seriously this bold? As for Mihawk, he had seen challengers like this countless times before. He first glanced at Naruto for confirmation, and after receiving a casual wave of permission, he turned his attention back to the reckless young man before him. Kid, what's your goal? To be the strongest. With unwavering resolve, Zoro bit down on the hilt of his third sword, assuming his strongest battle stance. Humph. Foolish. Mihawk turned fully toward him, his words dripping with disdain, yet his eyes carefully sizing up his opponent. Pathetic weakling dash. If you were truly a first-rate swordsman, you'd understand the gap between us without even crossing blades. Is this courage? Or just ignorance? Zoro remained unfazed by this. Because of my ambition, and a promise to a dear friend. I see. Recognizing the determination in the young man's eyes, Mihawk gave a slight nod before reaching for the small cross pendant around his neck. To everyone's shock, it wasn't just a pendant, it concealed a tiny dagger no longer than a finger. What the hell is this supposed to mean? Zoro's expression darkened instantly. Words were one thing, but this kind of blatant disrespect in action was what truly ignited his fury. I'm not some beast that goes all out to hunt rabbits. Even if you're a somewhat notable swordsman, this is still the weakest of the seas. East Sea. Then, with an infuriatingly smug look, Mihawk added. Unfortunately, I don't have a blade smaller than this. The iconic scene is unfolding now. Chapter 29, Chapter 29. The Iron Fist of Education is about to reach the battlefield. There has to be a limit to how much you can look down on others. Zoro completely lost his composure and launched an attack at his opponent. Meanwhile, Mihawk stood calmly in place, as if the swordsman before him was utterly insignificant. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but complain in his heart, how childish. You are so grown up, but you still like to show off in front of a group of little kids who have just gone out to sea. He completely forgot that he himself had just shown off during his fight with Luffy. That said, when it came to sheer presence, Mihawk was definitely on another level. In terms of skill, Naruto wouldn't comment, but when it came to the demeanor of a master, he had to admit he couldn't compare. Turning his attention back to Zoro, who was charging at Mihawk, Naruto took his first proper look at Luffy's crewmate. His swordsmanship still had a long way to go. However, he had the courage to raise his blade against a stronger opponent. That's something Naruto admired. Onigiri. 3 swords converged in midair, their power focused into a single point. Frog in a well. Let me show you how vast the world truly is. Mihawk's voice was utterly calm as he lightly thrust forward with his tiny knife. Clang. The tip of the small knife precisely met the edge of Zoro's swords, and no matter how much force he exerted, it didn't budge an inch. This can't be. The gap shouldn't be this huge. Even after witnessing Naruto's earth-shattering attack earlier, Zoro couldn't accept this. Overwhelming destructive power was one kind of strength, but being effortlessly blocked in such a mocking manner was a far greater blow to his confidence. Oh. With his blood boiling, Zoro let out an unwilling roar and swung his 3 swords again, but each strike was perfectly parried by that seemingly omnipresent little knife. Gradually, his slashes grew more and more erratic. It was at this time that Mihawk launched his first attack. The small knife plunged straight into Zoro's chest, staining his shirt red with blood. Why didn't you dodge? Do you want me to pierce your heart? Mihawk stared at the men before him and questioned. Cough. I don't know. I just felt that if I retreated here, the vows and promises I hold dear would be shattered. Hearing this, Mihawk nodded in acknowledgement. Correct. That is defeat. A grin spread across Zoro's face at those words. That's exactly why. I can't retreat. Even if it means you might die. Death would be a relief. Not a trace of fear could be seen in Zoro's eyes as he faced death. What a tremendous willpower. For the first time, Mihawk looked the swordsman in front of him squarely in the eye. Kid, tell me your name. Gritting through the pain, Zoro reversed his grip on the sword in his left hand and assumed a stance. Roronoa Zoro. Now recognizing Zoro as a true opponent, Mihawk put away the small knife, which symbolized humiliation, and drew the massive black sword strapped to his back that is shaped like a towering cross. I'll remember you, a rare, strong one. As a swordsman, I will end your life with this, the world's strongest black blade. Then, raising the sword high, Mihawk took the initiative and charged at Zoro. On his end, Zoro began spinning his swords, focusing every ounce of his being. 3 swords style secret technique. 3,000 worlds. On the deck, the 2 swordsmen flashed past each other, then froze in place. Crack, crack. The 2 swords in Zoro's hands shattered into pieces, just like his battered body. He had lost. This was the first time since leaving Shimotsuki Village that Zoro had been defeated in a direct sword duel. And on this day, he finally saw the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Suppressing the agony racking his body, he turned around, spreading his arms as if welcoming death. This scene made Mihawk, who was about to deliver the final blow, frown slightly. What are you doing? A wound on one's back is the shame of a swordsman. Zoro grinned defiantly. Magnificent. Mihawk's evaluation of Zoro rose yet again, but his sword didn't slow in the slightest. Yoru, the black blade, descended from above, carving a massive wound from Zoro's shoulder down to his waist. Zoro. Luffy couldn't help but scream when he saw this scene. He tried to struggle to crawl over, but Naruto grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. Calm down. He's not dead. Just as Naruto said, despite the severity of the wound, Mihawk had expertly avoided all vital points. Clearly, a spark of admiration had ignited in his heart. He wanted to see whether this young sprout could truly grow as he claimed, to one day surpass him. It seemed the top-tier powerhouses of this sea all shared a similar mindset. Only a swordsman like Zoro, who truly possesses the heart of a strong warrior, is qualified to challenge Mihawk. Holding Luffy by the scruff, Naruto walked over to the two of them and glanced down at Zoro, who was lying in a pool of his own blood. He couldn't help but scold Mihawk with a sigh. You really went all out against a kid, huh? Looking at the gruesome wound on Zoro's body, Naruto thought to himself that he really should learn some medical ninjutsu when he got back. After all, if you didn't factor in devil fruit abilities, medical ninjutsu was far more efficient than ordinary medicine. TCH, you made a mess of Boss Zeph's floor. You'd better remember to pay for the damages. As he said that, he tossed Luffy next to Zoro and then slung an arm around Mihawk's shoulder. Come on, let's grab a drink first. Sheathing Yoru, Mihawk allowed himself to be dragged away by Naruto, though not without some reluctance. Before he knew it, a large mug of rum was shoved into his hand. Normally, Mihawk only drank red wine from a crystal glass. But he wasn't one to fuss over such things. Without much hesitation, he simply followed Naruto's lead and downed the entire mug in one go. The two of them drank like nobody else was around, completely ignoring the stunned onlookers who had witnessed the entire battle. This is the ease of the truly strong. Meanwhile, Usopp and Luffy checked on Zoro's injuries, while Sanji stepped forward to bandage him up. Before long, Zoro slowly regained consciousness. After all, Mihawk had held back, so he had only passed out from the pain. Blinking to clear his vision, Zoro saw the faces of his crewmates gathered around him. Thank goodness, Zoro, you're okay. Usopp let out a long sigh of relief, and Luffy's grin returned. But instead of relief, Zoro's face twisted with frustration, and even tears welled up in his eyes. Luffy. I lost. Yeah. Seeing his friend's expression, Luffy's smile faded slightly as he gave a small nod. If I can't become the world's greatest swordsman, that'd be a problem for you, right? I will never lose again. Not until I've beaten him. Got a problem with that. Pirate King. He covered his eyes with one hand, but there was no sign of surrender in the words that came out of his mouth. Nope. Luffy grinned, responding to his friend's vow as if he had never doubted him in the first place. Sanji, who was watching from the side, was extremely shaken. He had been thinking this since earlier. You are clearly facing the pinnacle of the world, wouldn't it be easier to just give up? Admit defeat and walk away. But whether it was this rubber guy or this damn moss-headed swordsman, neither of them knew the meaning of the word retreat. It made the hesitation he'd been clinging to feel impossible to ignore any longer. This time, he truly wanted to accept Luffy's invitation to become his nakama. T/N, I'll just use nakama for the One Pieces section. Because he, too, had a dream he couldn't abandon. Pirate King, huh? What do you think? Hearing the conversation nearby, Mihawk smirked slightly and glanced at Naruto. After all, who better to ask than a former crewmate of the Pirate King himself? I'm looking forward to it, ha 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 ha. Clinking his mug against Mihawk's, Naruto found today's alcohol tasted even better than usual. Just then, two figures, who are bound up like mummies, wriggled their way into the room. They were Zoro's former lackeys, Johnny and Yasaku. Bad news, Aniki. Aniki. What happened? They had come with urgent information, but the sight of Zoro lying bloodied on the ground instantly overwhelmed them. Nothing happened. What were you going to say? Zoro preemptively delivered his signature line before asking. Ah, it's Nami. Yeah. Nami tied us up and stole Going Merry. After hearing this, Usopp was the first to scream. What? That woman. That was a ship from Kaya. Did she say where she was going? Luffy asked. Johnny knew something about this. She seemed to be saying that she was going to take the boat to look for the fishman Arlong. It is said that this guy was once a companion of Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Before he could finish speaking, an indescribable, terrifying pressure erupted from beside them. You said. Arlong. He's still causing trouble. Naruto's entire demeanor had shifted, and he stood up with a frown on his face. Uncontrollable haki leaked from him, causing some of the weaker-willed guests to collapse onto their tables in fear. Under that overwhelming pressure, Johnny's words came out in stammers. Why yes. From what I know, he's active around Kokoyashi village. Rumor has it he's extorting head taxes from over 20 nearby villages. That irredeemable idiot. It seemed Naruto had some history with this fishman Arlong, because the moment he heard the name, his anger flared like never before. Even Mihawk looked mildly surprised at the intensity of his reaction. Sorry, we'll have to drink another time. With that, Naruto grabbed the collars of Luffy and the others, lifting them up like kittens. Let's go. Take me to him. Chapter 30 Marines, Revolutionary Army, and Pirates. The sky gradually darkened as the setting sun cast its glow across the sea, painting the waves with rippling red hues under the ocean breeze. This tranquility didn't last long before a small boat cut through the water like scissors, splitting the reflected sunlight in half. On the deck, Luffy, who had mostly recovered by now, walked up to the bow and asked Naruto with curiosity. Foxface uncle, do you know that guy? What's his name? Arleg. After hearing Luffy's words, Naruto, who had just calmed down a bit, sighed helplessly. I told you to just call me Naruto, never mind, just call me whatever. Shaking his head, Naruto began to explain. Arlong. No, it's not really about him. It's mostly because I promised someone that I'd take care of his people. That idiot thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he's in the East Blue. He has no idea how stupid his actions are, completely trampling on all the efforts fishmen and merfolk have made over the years. How dare he claim to be a companion of that guy Jinbei? Both Jinbei and Arlong started as thugs from Fishman District. But the former, in order to secure pardons for other wanted fishmen and ease tensions between their race and humans, swallowed his pride and joined the 7 warlords, agreeing to work under the Marines. The latter, after being spared, still refused to behave and instead went to the East Blue to torment weaker villagers. It can be said that if Arlong's actions were exposed and amplified, all of Jinbei's hard work over the years would be for nothing. Luffy's single-track brain couldn't process all that information, so he just tilted his head and asked Naruto. I don't quite understand. Anyway, we just have to beat him up, right? Well, you're not wrong. Shishishi. Then it's easy. Looking at Luffy's silly grin, Naruto's anger faded. He stared at him for a moment before sighing deeply. Seriously, in this way, he's just like Captain Roger, huh? Just then, a voice called from behind. Hey. You guys, food's ready. Sanji walked onto the deck of the small boat, carrying a tray. A lavish spread of dishes was already laid out on the table in front of them. In the end, Sanji had accepted Luffy's invitation, perhaps because he was moved by Luffy and Zoro's unwavering courage in the face of adversity, or maybe simply because he wanted to pursue his own dream. Either way, after a tearful farewell with Zeph and the other chefs at Barity, Sanji officially joined the Straw Hat Pirates. Before leaving, Naruto made sure to use his haki to finish off Krieg and his remaining crew. He told Zeph to turn them in for their bounties as payment for the meal. Joke's on them, who did they think they were dealing with? In all his years at sea, when had Uzumaki Naruto ever skipped out on a bill? Well, the Yakitori Q incident didn't count. That restaurant wasn't on the sea, anyway. Besides, Iruka-sensei had covered the bill for me, hadn't he? Thinking of that, Naruto remembered, next time I go back, I must remember to repay Iruka-sensei for covering me. Eating without money was a last resort, but after completing this mission, he'd be getting a decent reward. Not to mention, he'd also picked up quite a few abandoned valuables and cash from Gato's vault. Even with his appetite, that should last him at least 3 to 5 years. Letting a good teacher like Iruka spend his already modest salary to clean up after him didn't sit right with Naruto. As he pondered this, Naruto casually held down Luffy, who was frantically fighting for food, before elegantly stuffing an entire lobster tail, which is as thick as an arm, into his mouth. Hey! Fox uncle, that's cheating. That was my meat. Amid the noisy chaos, the boat sailed on toward Kokoyashi Village. Marine Ford, inside an office at Marine Headquarters. Fleet Admiral Sengoku massaged his temples as he finished reading the documents in his hand, then placed them at the edge of his desk. A goat that didn't look particularly smart slowly walked over and began chewing on the papers marked as Marine's classified documents. Everyone in the room was used to this sight, so no one said a word. Crunch, crunch. When he heard the grating sound of chewing, Sengoku, who was already exhausted by the troubles caused by the world government, couldn't help but slam the table. Garp. How many times have I told you not to eat senbei in here? On the sofa in front of him, Vice Admiral Garp, known as the hero of the Marines, sat sprawled out lazily. As if he couldn't hear Sengoku's roar at all, he continued munching on senbei while flipping through the newspaper on the table. After a few crunchy chews, crumbs of the senbei scattered all over the couch, making Sengoku even more irritated. But aside from yelling a few times, there wasn't much else he could do about this old bastard. Sigh dash. Forcing himself to calm down, Sengoku regained his composure as the resourceful general. At that moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru, who is seated on another couch, suddenly spoke up. Sengoku, take a look at these 2 reports. After saying that, she placed 2 sheets of paper in front of Sengoku. There wasn't much content on the paper, but it made Sengoku frown deeply. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, has appeared in the East Sea and is suspected to be related to the rebellion of a certain kingdom. Uzumaki Naruto, a former crew member of Gold Roger, has appeared in the East Blue and defeated the Creed pirates. Just 2 simple lines, but they carried information explosive enough to throw the entire East Blue into chaos. Neither Dragon nor Naruto were the type to sit still. Both of them were troublemakers, each worse than the last. At some point, Garp had stopped snacking and was now standing beside Sengoku, peering over his shoulder at the reports. Sengoku completely ignored this somewhat presumptuous behavior. In fact, he wanted to hear what this old fool had to say. After all, one of these walking time bombs was his own son, and the other had certain ties to him as well. Ha 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 ha, so they've both come to the East Blue, huh? Come to think of it, it's been years since I last saw them. Hearing that, Sengoku seriously considered slapping those papers right into Garp's face. He knew this old bastard was clearly trying to avoid getting involved, so he turned his gaze back to Tsuru. And Tsuru seemed to have already anticipated this. If I recall correctly, Uzumaki Naruto had contact with the Revolutionary Army years ago. In fact, back at Mary Gio's. When she said this, as if realizing she shouldn't bring up that incident, Tsuru paused briefly before continuing. For these 2 elusive and dangerous individuals to suddenly appear in the East Blue at the same time. There is indeed a high probability they're planning something big. We must arrest them immediately. Sengoku's stance was firm. Of course, he knew the chances of actually capturing either of them were slim, but at the very least, he had to prevent whatever scheme they were cooking up. In his mind, there was no way Naruto and Dragon appearing at the same time was a coincidence. Then we should dispatch an admiral directly. Tsuru's suggestion was reasonable. After all, sending vice admirals against these 2 would just be sending lambs to the slaughter. Send Sakazuki. She said this knowing that while Akainu Sakazuki's methods were often overly harsh, his results were reliable. This was a clear jab at a certain admiral who failed to eliminate all targets during a buster call. However, Sengoku rejected Tsuru's proposal. He's currently tied up in the New World. He won't be able to make it back in time. Then Borsalino dash. He's at Sabaody Archipelago. Now, we can only choose one between Garp and Kazan. Tsuru shook her head and fell silent. It seemed Sengoku had already made up his mind. Notify Kazan. Have him pursue Uzumaki Naruto. After giving the order, Sengoku sat back down and rubbed his temples. Meanwhile, Garp, completely oblivious to the fact that he was being side-eyed, pulled out another senbei and resumed crunching away. Chapter 31, Chapter 31 One punch shatters the soul of tyranny. On Kokoyashi Village, Nami knelt on the ground, her eyes hollow. Just moments ago, she had watched helplessly as the treasure she had painstakingly gathered over 8 years was forcibly taken away by Marine Captain Nozomi. Even though Luffy and his crew hadn't arrived in Kokoyashi Village as they had in the original work, the theft of her treasure still happened. This meant that her plan to save her hometown from Arlong and his crew had been completely ruined. If that were all, she might have been able to steel herself, telling herself that she could start over. But what truly broke Nami was the fact that Nozomi didn't even deny that he had been called by Arlong to seize her wealth. This meant that her every move had likely been under Arlong's surveillance all along, and the so-called promise of, pay 100 million berries, and we'll leave Kokoyashi Village alone, had been nothing but a cruel lie. And for that lie, Nami had resorted to theft, deception, and even betrayed Luffy, who had once treated her with sincerity. What have I done? I'm such an idiot. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. She couldn't stop them, just as she couldn't stop the villagers who had now decided to fight back in desperation. In the end, she was still powerless. 8 years ago, she couldn't save her foster mother. Now, she couldn't save the villagers, she couldn't even save herself. Staring at the Arlong pirate's tattoo on her arm, her eyes filled with pain as she pulled out a dagger, ready to stab it viciously. But her wrist was caught by a warm, firm hand. Turning around, she saw Luffy and his crew, the people she had betrayed, and Naruto, whom she had briefly met at the Barity. Without a word, Naruto plucked the dagger from her grip and tossed it aside before unceremoniously shoving her into Luffy's arms. Take us to Arlong. Naruto's tone was no longer as easygoing as before. Suppressed anger simmered beneath his words, his expression uncharacteristically grim. On the way to Kokoyashi Village, he had seen the suffering of other villages under Arlong's rule. After confirming the rumors, only one thought remained in his mind. It's time to clean up Fisher Tiger and Jinbe's disgrace. Don't go. You can't fight the fishmen. Nami didn't want any more pointless sacrifices. Of course, this was also because she had fled early, missing the moment when Naruto had revealed his true power. Suddenly, Naruto turned his head toward a certain direction. Let's go. I already know where they are. After saying that, he strode forward, heading straight toward the large group of fishmen his observation haki had detected. Behind him, Luffy and the others followed in silence. No matter how much Nami pleaded or screamed, none of them stopped. In the end, Nami could only lower her head weakly, letting her tears soak her clothes again. It's impossible. Don't go. Her voice gradually became smaller and finally turned into a whisper. Please, help me. After experiencing so many emotional blows, Nami finally abandoned her disguise and exposed her vulnerability. Luffy suddenly took off his straw hat and placed it over Nami's face. Naruto glanced at the gesture but said nothing. In this way, the group moved in silence until they arrived at Arlong Park's gates. They had moved quickly, and by the time they arrived, the villagers had only just gathered outside the entrance of Arlong Park. Step aside. Naruto had no patience for delays. Without waiting for a response, he walked straight past the bewildered villagers and up to the massive gates. Immediately afterwards, the door was blown away by a tremendous force, and several fishmen standing behind the door were sent flying into the walls. The sudden intrusion immediately made the fishmen alert, and some of them directly drew their weapons. But Arlong, who was seated leisurely in his chair, seemed entirely unperturbed, as if he had expected resistance. But when his eyes fell on the men leading the charge, his originally smug expression immediately changed. Why you? Memories from the past resurfaced in Arlong's mind. That was when Fisher Tiger was still alive. The human in front of him had been on their ship and had a drinking contest with Tiger. At that time, Arlong had despised him, unable to understand why Tiger treated him with respect. In Arlong's eyes, if not for humans, fishmen would never have suffered oppression. At the same time, he was also very unconvinced. It was obvious that fishmen were born stronger than humans, so why did they allow humans to suppress them? Naruto's eyes locked onto the Sun Pirate's tattoo on Arlong's chest, and said coldly, "You actually have the nerve to keep that tattoo." These words seemed to stimulate Arlong. He stood up and looked at Naruto with murderous gaze. "How dare you show your face in front of me?" Uzumaki Naruto. Arlong knew nothing of Naruto's exploits in the New World. After being captured and released by the Marines, he had remained holed up in the East Blue. Therefore, in his view, Naruto, who dared to bring a group of villagers with no combat ability before him, was undoubtedly seeking death. Naruto looked at the other party and shook his head lightly. "Jinbe, having a companion like this must have been tough for you." Upon hearing the name of the Knight of the Sea, Jinbe, Arlong's face twisted with even greater fury. "Ha! That guy could never be my companion. That fool Jinbe. To think he'd willingly lower himself to be a human's lapdog. But it doesn't matter. Once my Arlong Empire is established, every human in these seas will become slaves to the fishmen." After saying this, Arlong immediately drew his weapon, a massive serrated cleaver, while the surrounding fishmen closed in menacingly. Except for one. The octopus fishman, Hachin, whose pupils continued to tremble, paled at the sight of Naruto's figure and instinctively curled his arms inward, trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. "Stupid frog in a well, come on. If I don't beat the caviar out of you today, I'll consider you thoroughly emptied." Naruto couldn't be bothered to waste more words on this idiot. In his eyes, the moment he learned Arlong had betrayed Jinbe's goodwill, he was already a dead man, a dead fish. "Wait, do male fish even have caviar?" Behind Naruto, Usopp suddenly asked in confusion. "That's Ro. Male fish definitely don't have any, but for fishmen, I'm not sure." Beside him, Sanji added while lighting a cigarette. Neither of them bothered to lower their voices, and their words reached Arlong and the other fishmen, intensifying the murderous aura around them. "Good. You too, I'll make sure your bones." Before he could even finish, Naruto's figure flickered like a phantom, appearing right in front of Arlong. Then, with a punch too fast for anyone to see, Arlong's upper body exploded like fireworks, scattering in a radial burst of blood mist. His uncontrolled lower half swayed a few times before collapsing into the water. Instantly, the battlefield fell into silence. Nami, who had been drowning in despair just moments ago, felt her emotions stutter. The mountain that had weighed on her for so many years had just been casually brushed aside. Lowering his fist, Naruto turned his gaze to the remaining fishmen. "Drop your weapons and kneel in surrender. Otherwise, you'll end up just like him." These brainwashed fools had followed Arlong's lead into evil, but considering they were still Jinbe's kin, if they were willing to submit to punishment, Naruto may let them go. What the hell was that? Don't panic, everyone. It must be some kind of devil fruit ability. One of Arlong's officers, the smelt-whiting fishman, Chu, stepped forward, trying to steady morale. At the same time, a high-pressure water jet shot from his mouth straight at Naruto's head. These guys simply couldn't accept that their supposedly invincible fishmen could be so easily crushed by weak humans. Unwilling to face reality, they clung even harder to Chu's words. But Naruto was in no mood to continue persuading. After dodging the spit attack with a tilt of his head, he he coldly scanned the stubborn fishman and delivered his final warning. In 3 seconds, I'll kill every fishman still standing. His words were like water splashed into boiling oil, igniting the fishman's rage. Aside from a few quick-witted ones who followed Hachin's lead and dropped to the ground, the rest, including the remaining officers, swarmed Naruto in a frenzy. 3 seconds goes by very quickly. It was so fast that these guys barely made it within a meter of Naruto. Looking at the fishmen surrounding him, Naruto had no intention of holding back. With a single hand seal, an ocean-like surge of chakra erupted from him. This was the first time since arriving in this world that Naruto had used a ninjutsu beyond the 3 basic techniques and the multiple shadow clone technique. In this world, the chakra in his body is not comparable to that of his 12-year-old's body. The C-rank ninjutsu, wind cutter technique, which originally had very limited destructive power, was instantly transformed into an unstoppable blade of wind under the torrent of chakra, sweeping outward in a devastating arc. In an instant, the wind blade sliced through everything. Then, all the still-standing fishmen froze in place. A few of the faster ones had their upper bodies flung forward by momentum. In the blink of an eye, blood painted the ground of Arlong Park, and even Luffy and the others behind Naruto felt a chill run down their spines. After all, to them, Naruto had always been smiling and easygoing, even holding back during his fight with Luffy. The brutality of the scene made several villagers lose control and vomit on the spot. For the surviving fishmen, the horror was even more visceral. Hachin, feeling the warmth of blood splatter onto his skin, shakily raised his head. Then, he saw Naruto standing right in front of him. Hachin. You actually chose to follow that idiot too. Does Uncle really know about this? As if intimately familiar with the octopus fishman, Naruto didn't attack him. Instead, he crouched down and stared at him with the look of a principal catching a student skipping school to game. Ah. And Naruto-san, I. He stammered for a long time, unable to form a coherent sentence, before suddenly feeling a sharp pain explode on his forehead. Ah. It hurts. Hachin clutched the massive bump swelling on his head from Naruto's knuckle strike, writhing on the ground in agony. The cry of pain was so sincere and heartfelt that it sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Chapter 32, Akiji, I want to fight him one-on-one. What was that? Is that a devil fruit ability? Watching Naruto unleash his ninjutsu, the Straw Hat Pirates, who had been standing by without a chance to intervene, were utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, it seemed that Naruto had vented some of the emotions bottled up inside him during this ruthless purge. Ever since he learned the truth about his origins from Kakashi, a subtle gloom had lingered in his heart. While he had no memories of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, or his mother, Uzumaki Kushina, but no matter what, they were his closest relatives. If they hadn't died, perhaps his childhood would have been different. Looking at Hachin, who was still rolling around on the ground in pain, Naruto's mood gradually settled. He no longer kept a cold expression, instead grabbing the octopus fishman's forehead and lifting him up to eye level, staring straight into his shifty eyes. You, and the rest of you. As he said this, his gaze swept over the surviving fishmen in Arlong Park. Every one of them trembled under his stare, not daring to speak or move. From now on, you will atone for your past crimes. As he spoke, he pointed toward the villagers outside the park. As Arlong's accomplices, you've terrorized this place for 8 years. For the next 8 years, you will work honestly to help and protect these villagers. If I return and hear that even a single villager has been harmed under your watch, well, you don't need me to spell out what'll happen, do you? As the old saying goes, a wise man knows when to yield. The remaining fishmen weren't the hot-headed type to begin with. Most of them, like Hachin, were either too easily swayed or just plain stupid, which was how they ended up committing so many atrocities. Hachin, you stay here and keep an eye on them. If even one of them escapes, I'm holding you responsible. Got it. Only after saying this did Naruto finally set Hachin down, then jabbed his forehead with a finger, his threat unmistakable. Why yes, Naruto-san. Under Naruto's relentless pressure, Hachin finally recalled the deep brotherly bond they once shared and nodded frantically. Good. Looking at the fishmen's reactions, Naruto nodded with satisfaction, then turned to look at the villagers and Luffy and the others, about to say something else. When suddenly, faint signals transmitted through his observation haki flooded his mind. Naruto let out a quiet sigh, as if already exhausted by what was about to happen. Luffy, you guys need to leave. Now. Huh. Hearing this, not only Luffy and his crew, but even the villagers and Nami's sister, Nojiko, were stunned. There's no time to explain so much. Your ship's over there, set sail immediately. No way dash. Luffy instinctively stiffened his neck, ready to refuse, but Usopp suddenly spoke up. Is another enemy coming? After all, he is one of the few members of the Straw Hat Pirates with normal logical thinking. When he saw Naruto's serious expression, Usopp immediately realized that what the other party said was not groundless. We can help fight. Zoro, whose wound had been bandaged on the boat and had stopped bleeding, added. In fact, he was still a little unhappy about the fact that he and his companions came here but failed to defeat a single enemy. But Naruto was stronger, and since he was helping, there wasn't much else to say. But given the current situation, it's finally time for them to show their abilities, right? Hearing this, Naruto glanced at him and sighed helplessly. The next battle is not something you can participate in yet. If you really want to help, take this little sister and get away from this village as fast as possible. After all, you're pirates, and the ones coming is a marine admiral. I won't have time to babysit you once the fight starts. His words were brutally blunt, but fortunately, the two most troublesome troublemakers in the crew had just been thoroughly disciplined and were still in their well-behaved phase. So, with a pout and an expression of reluctant defiance, Luffy trudged toward where the Going Merry was docked under Naruto's stern gaze. After Nami recovered, she shared a tearful embrace with her sister Nojiko, then accepted Luffy's invitation and officially joined the Straw Hat Pirates as their navigator. Only once they had all vanished from sight did Naruto turn to the remaining villagers and fishmen. Alright, everyone, go about your business. What happens next is my problem. Without waiting for the village chief's attempts to express gratitude, Naruto walked alone toward another stretch of coastline, sitting down on a large rock. And so, the crisis in Kokoyashi village came to an abrupt and somewhat anticlimactic end. Thanks to the intervention of a force far beyond the usual limits, what should have been a fierce battle filled with passion, pain, and liberation was resolved in the blink of an eye. But in the end, the outcome was a good one. Naruto didn't wait long as he sat on the stone. On the distant horizon, a mass slowly appeared, followed by the hull of a ship, and then more large vessels. The ships were all equipped with an astonishing number of cannons, with densely packed sailors and soldiers bustling about on deck. There were 5 over 100-meter class warships from the Marine headquarters, which meant that at least 5 vice admirals were arriving. When Naruto spotted the distinctive bicycle track on one of the ships, he immediately knew who had come. With a smile on his face, Naruto reached into his robe and pulled out a sake flask. It contains the fine sake specially brewed by Jipu. Just as he took a sip, before he could even savor the aroma and flavor, the 5 warships greeted him first. Boom. 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 A barrage of cannon fire erupted simultaneously, and cannonballs larger than a human head rained down like meteors toward Naruto's position. Thankfully, he had chosen a spot far from the village on the island, otherwise, such bombardment would have inevitably harmed innocent civilians. The attackers seemed well aware of this, as they showed no restraint in their relentless shelling. The explosions kicked up a thick cloud of dust that nearly engulfed the entire coastline, leaving countless craters in the ground. But when the smoke cleared, Naruto remained seated calmly in the same spot, and even the rock beneath him was completely unharmed. At that moment, 4 figures rapidly descended from the sky, landing in front of Naruto. They are 4 vice admirals from the Marine headquarters. Each wore the signature Justice cloak, their weapons already drawn. Momonga, Doberman, Yamakaji, and Strawberry. Familiar faces, all of you. Surrounded by 4 Marine headquarters vice admirals, Naruto still has a relaxed expression, as if the tense atmosphere didn't faze him in the slightest. Want to sit down and have a drink? Great criminal Uzumaki Naruto, why have you come to the East Blue? The one who spoke was Momonga. He is clearly uninterested in Naruto's invitation. Ah, so this is the East Blue. I thought it was the New World. Seeing their lack of enthusiasm, Naruto just chuckled and put the flask away. I just got lost by accident, you know how it is, getting older and all. Hearing this, Momonga's eye twitched slightly. He almost couldn't hold back his composure as he looked at the other party, whose appearance was exactly the same as it was more than 10 years ago, without even a trace of aging. But as a trained professional, he quickly regained his focus. Uzumaki Naruto, if you don't want to answer now, you can take your time explaining after we arrest you and throw you in a cell. The moment he finished speaking, all 4 launched their attacks simultaneously. These 4 guys are considered the best even among all the vice admirals in the Marine headquarters, and they struck with their full power right from the start. Though their words might have sounded dismissive, their actions showed they held no illusions about underestimating their opponent. After all, Uzumaki Naruto was a man capable of single-handedly standing against an emperor of the sea. Surrounded by attacks from all directions, Naruto abandoned the playful fighting style he'd used with Luffy earlier. His conqueror's haki and armament haki surged forth simultaneously, and dark lightning crackled violently around him. Before their blades could even touch his skin, the lightning repelled them midair. The 4 slashes were swift and fierce, but Naruto was even faster. His conqueror's haki-infused fists distorted the very air at the point of impact. The first to be sent flying was Doberman, whose swordsmanship was the most aggressive. Immediately afterwards, Strawberry's twin blades were knocked away, one in each of Naruto's hands. Though Strawberry immediately activated Tekai and armament haki to defend, Naruto's kick still sent him flying. The wooden clogs, reinforced with armament haki, struck like divine weapons, shattering Strawberry's defensive stance. Momonga and Yamakaji didn't fare any better. Seeing that Naruto was momentarily occupied with the other two, they seized the opportunity and used their swords to accurately hit Naruto's neck and abdomen through the gap. However, at that moment, Naruto's body dissipated into smoke, vanishing from sight. By the time they realized what had happened, Naruto was already above them. 2 straight punches slammed down, sending both crashing into the ground. From the moment they attacked to being embedded in the earth, the entire exchange took less than 15 seconds. Of course, Naruto hadn't gone all out. He simply repelled them before calmly sitting back down. Stand down. Uzumaki Naruto isn't someone you can handle. A lazy voice rang out, accompanied by a sudden drop in temperature. Then, a guy with black curly hair, wearing a white suit vest over a dark blue shirt and an eye mask, appeared. He is one of the Marine's 3 current admirals, Kazan, also known as Akiji. Yo, long time no see, Kazan. Naruto looked at the other party and greeted him with a wave. Don't act so familiar, pirate. His response came in the form of 2 ice crystal spears. Clang. Facing a truly powerful enemy capable of standing against him, Naruto no longer relied solely on his fists. With the sharp sound of metal colliding, the katana on his waist, which he had always jokingly called, just for decoration, finally left its sheath. Chapter 33, giving the natives of the sea some ninja world shock. The design of that katana is eye-catching. Literally eye-catching. Naruto's description of it as a decoration is not an exaggeration at all. The blade was completely transparent, like crystal. Even when coated with armament haki, it couldn't be fully dyed black. Instead, it resembled a galaxy shimmering with infinite starlight. To put it simply, it looked like a glass sword, always giving off the illusion of being sharp yet extremely fragile. The vice admirals who had been smashed into the ground saw Naruto make a drawing motion. Then, without any visible process, the blade completed a horizontal slash. The ice spears in midair, along with Akiji himself, were cleanly bisected by this draw cut that surpassed reaction speed. So fast. After his upper and lower body separated, Akiji's expression didn't change. He merely muttered those words softly. For top-tier fighters like the 3 admirals, armament haki wasn't necessarily enough to injure them. That was because they could often predict their opponent's movements and actively split their bodies through elementalization to avoid direct hits from armament haki. But all he had time to say was that one sentence before Naruto's other hand clenched into a fist and solidly connected with his head. Boom. The point of contact between the two in midair instantly produced a shockwave that rippled outward. Akiji was sent flying toward the distant sea by that punch, barely managing to adjust his posture just before hitting the water. Ice Age. 2 thin ice spikes extended from his palms downward. The moment they touched the sea's surface, the ice rapidly spread. In just a few seconds, the surrounding expanse of sea had completely frozen over. Only then did Akiji, now with his lower half regenerated, plant his feet firmly on the ice, finally completing his deceleration. Rubbing his right cheek, which still bore a clear fist mark, Akiji grimaced slightly. Observation killing, huh? Observation killing is a combat technique specifically designed to counter observation haki. Observation haki allowed its users to briefly predict their opponent's movements or detect activity within a certain range. And masters of this skill can even predict the future to a certain extent. When facing an opponent who is proficient in observation haki, observation killing becomes a trump card. Its principle is very simple to explain. In fact, it is to suppress one's own presence and use Conqueror's haki to block the enemy's observation haki. Of course, executing it in practice wasn't nearly as easy. At the very least, the number of people in this world who had mastered this ability could be counted on one hand. Ice time. Akiji suddenly raised his hand, and 2 invisible waves of freezing air instantly surged forward. Bolstered by the glacial environment, they raced toward Naruto's position at terrifying speed. Seeing the long-range attack, a hint of amusement flashed in Naruto's eyes. It's just right, let me show you the ninjutsu I've learned. In the past, he had only mastered a few ninjutsu, so while he had a huge amount of chakra, he had no way to utilize them effectively. But this time is different. Since returning to Konoha, he has memorized quite a few ninjutsu, though most were C rank, it was still better than his previous reliance on spamming shadow clones. The power might not necessarily be greater, but the style points were definitely off the charts. Fire release, great fireball technique. Naruto formed hand seals and shamelessly stole his teammate Sasuke's signature move. However, the fireball he unleashed was terrifyingly large, its diameter even surpassing that of the warships. This was only due to the limitations of the technique itself. If Naruto had learned a higher-level fire ninjutsu like Great Fire Annihilation, the effect would have been entirely different. The fireball collided with the freezing air, the fine ice crystals instantly vaporizing into white mist under the intense heat. After a brief stalemate of a few seconds, the fireball overwhelmed the freezing air and continued its advance. But that short delay was enough for Akiji to react. He didn't foolishly stand still but instead leaped into the air in 2 quick steps. The moment he reached the sky, the fireball exploded below, instantly vaporizing the frozen seawater into scorching steam. Uzumaki Naruto, did you eat a devil fruit too? 2 long swords formed from ice rapidly condensed in Akiji's hands, instantly hardening to an unbreakable degree under his armament haki. Then, like a hawk diving for prey, he swooped down, asking questions at the same time. It's ninjutsu, ninjutsu. Naruto grinned playfully before raising his glass-like katana once more, slashing upward in a sweeping arc. The shockwaves from their battle quickly began affecting the surrounding area. The vice admirals, who are now fully recovered, immediately realized what was happening. Quick! All soldiers, evacuate to the other side of the island. Prioritize civilian evacuation. The first to speak was Vice Admiral Momonga. This vice admiral had a strong sense of responsibility, even among the most experienced in the Marine headquarters, so he was the first to consider the potential devastation caused by the battle's aftermath. The other 3 vice admirals weren't fools either. They immediately began directing the soldiers while simultaneously blocking stray attacks from the battlefield. Soon, everyone in the area had relocated, leaving only Momonga and Yamakaji behind, watching as the 2 continued their sword clash. You too, leave as well. Suddenly, Akiji seemed to make a mistake and was hit by Naruto's fist again, sending him crashing down from midair and landing right in front of the 2 vice admirals. When Momonga heard this, he wanted to say something, but in the end, he obediently followed the order. Only when everyone had completely retreated did Naruto leap down from the sky, landing less than 2 meters in front of Akiji. At this distance, a fight could erupt at any moment. Click. Surprisingly, Naruto suddenly sheathed his sword, then completely ignored Akiji's threatening stance before plopping down onto the ground with an easygoing attitude. The serious expression on Akiji's face opposite him also disappeared instantly, and at the same time, the coldness on his body also dissipated. You really didn't hold back, huh? Were you actually trying to kill me just now? Though his words sounded reproachful, Akiji didn't hesitate to sit down beside Naruto, casually taking the flask of sake from his hand. He took a deep swig, savoring the taste before commenting, not bad. Did you get this from Barity earlier? Oh ho, a connoisseur, I see. Naruto gave him a thumbs up before pulling out a small flask and taking a sip himself. The 2 even clinked their drinks together in a strangely harmonious moment. If any outsiders had seen this, they would have been dumbfounded. Just moments ago, the 2 had been locked in a fierce battle, but now, they were completely disregarding their allegiances, drinking together like old friends. Akiji had always been a heavy drinker, and some might even say he rivaled the likes of Kaido and Shanks in terms of alcohol tolerance. Naturally, he enjoyed Zeph's fine sake very much. Of course, business was still business. After taking another sip, Akiji's face suddenly twisted into a disgruntled expression as he shot Naruto an annoyed glare. So, why did you suddenly show up in the East Blue? Do you have any idea how much extra work you've caused me? Chapter 34, Unlucky Momu and Confused Kurama. Sorry. Naruto clasped his hands together, bowing slightly as he apologized to Akiji with a sheepish grin. Actually, I came here this time to check out that old man Garp's grandson. Vice Admiral, Garp's grandson. Oh, right, Luffy, isn't it? As Garp's former direct subordinate and having received training at the same time as Dragon, Akiji is naturally no stranger to Luffy. So, is there anything special about him? Shanks gave the captain's hat to that kid. Hat? What hat? Oh. Akiji blinked in confusion at first but quickly caught on. After all, the only person Naruto would refer to as captain was the one who started the Great Pirate Era. Gold, Roger, the Pirate King. That's quite something. Taking a sip of sake, Akiji exhaled softly, as if seeing a new star slowly rising on the horizon. At the same time, Luffy's name left a deeper impression in his mind. They just left this island, you know. Not planning to chase after them. At this moment, Naruto suddenly grinned like a troublemaking uncle, wanting to cause some trouble for the Straw Hat Boy. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Akiji just looked at him with contempt and completely ignored the bait. Yeah, right. As if Garp-san would just sit back and do nothing. Akiji knew that if he arrested Luffy now, Garp's Fist of Love would be the next thing greeting his face. Besides, that kid didn't even have a bounty yet. Hell, it was debatable whether he even counted as a pirate. Why bother wasting the effort? Seeing that Akiji wasn't taking the bait, Naruto didn't mind. The 2 continued drinking for another 10 minutes or so, swapping stories and sharing some adult-only jokes to go with the alcohol. Only when the flask was completely empty did Akiji finally return it to Naruto. Alright, break's over. Time to wrap things up. Naruto stood up as well, brushing off the sand clinging to his clothes before stowing the flasks away. By the way, what are you planning to do next? Akiji suddenly asked. Someone as dangerous as you can't just be left wandering around the first half of the Grand Line, you know. In other words, hurry up and get back to the New World so you don't add to my workload. Come to think of it, that guy Sakazuki was currently stationed in the New World, wasn't he? Heh. Feeling the blatant dismissal in Akiji's tone, Naruto shot back just as sarcastically. Yeah, I got it. I'm just going to look around a bit. I won't cause any trouble for you Marines. As he spoke, he even threw in a sloppy, half-hearted salute. When it comes to the ability of sarcasm, Naruto is not inferior to Akiji. A vein visibly throbbed on Akiji's forehead, and he decided to skip the banter entirely. Ice block, pheasant beak. A massive ice phoenix erupted from his arm, shooting straight toward Naruto. Naruto also vanished from the spot in an instant, reappearing above the sea's surface, where the ice had already melted away. Flipping Akiji off with a grin, he casually created a few massive flying slashes, shattering the ice phoenix and sending a tidal wave of sand and dirt flying back at the admiral. Watching the usually composed admiral now covered in dust, Naruto burst into silent laughter midair before waving and darting off in another direction. TCH, that damn bastard. By the time Momonga and the others had finished evacuating the area and noticed the battle's aftermath had settled, they cautiously approached the scene. What they found was Akiji sprawled on the beach, staring blankly at the sky. For a moment, they almost thought the admiral had been killed by Uzumaki Naruto, until they got closer and realized he was just spacing out. Admiral Akiji, where's Uzumaki Naruto? Ah, you guys are here. Uzumaki Naruto. He ran away. As he spoke, Akiji waved his hand somewhat listlessly. Let's go, time to head back. Yes, sir. The other vice admirals responded in unison, but Momonga suddenly spoke up again. Admiral Akiji, based on information we gathered from the villagers in Kokoyashi village nearby, Captain Nozumi of the nearby 16th Marine Branch has been colluding with a group of fishmen, deceiving Marine headquarters and oppressing the residents of the surrounding islands. After saying this, Momonga's expression finally relaxed, as if he had gotten something off his chest. Upon hearing these words, Akiji raised his eyelids slightly. Oh. What about those fishmen? They've already been killed on the spot by the great criminal Uzumaki Naruto. Perhaps because Naruto had shown some connection with Hatchin, or maybe because the few remaining fishmen hadn't bullied the villagers much to begin with, when the Marines arrived to evacuate the villagers, no one exposed them. Is that so? Then let's go. We'll make a stop at the 16th branch first. With that, he lightly leaped onto the Marine warship. The other Marines quickly followed suit, boarding and adjusting their course. Leaving aside the premature exposure of a certain corrupt Marine captain's misdeeds, let's shift our focus back to Naruto. At the moment, he had landed back on the sea, or more accurately, he was sitting cross-legged on the head of a sea creature that looked like a cross between a cow and a whale. At this time, the sea creature was swimming forward with tears in its eyes. Meanwhile, Naruto lounged back comfortably. Truth be told, he had been lucky. Just as he was thinking he'd have to walk a stretch without a ride, he spotted the sea creature not far from the battlefield. Unlike the sea kings in the calm belt, the sea creature is much smaller in size. Of course, it is still larger than an ordinary ship. As a result, its swimming speed wasn't too slow. For Momo the sea cow, however, this was nothing but sheer misfortune. It had been resting peacefully in the waters near Arlong Park when it sensed tremors and surfaced, only to witness its boss, and feeder, being sliced in half. Before the terrified Momo could flee far, it was suddenly frozen by a wave of ice. Soon after, the ice melted, and after enduring this brutal cycle of freezing and thawing, Momo didn't even have time to nurse its wounds before desperately swimming away. Just as it thought it had reached safety and surfaced for a breath, it was promptly recruited by Naruto, who happened to be passing by. The moment it saw Naruto's face, the same one responsible for its boss's death, it tried to escape. When that failed, it considered fighting to the death. The result was that Naruto hit it on the forehead, leaving a massive bump, and now, it was forced to carry him toward unfamiliar waters. Relax, relax. Once we get to Shimatsuki village, you can leave. I won't kill you. Perhaps feeling a little guilty for hitting it too hard, or maybe just annoyed by Momo's constant whimpering, Naruto sighed and offered some reassurance. In response, Momo gave him a resentful look but didn't dare react further. Originally, Naruto had planned to find a place to drink and test whether getting drunk could really transport him back to the ninja world. But after seeing his sword, he thought, well, since I'm already here, might as well visit some old friends before leaving. The logic of, since I'm already here, could justify just about anything. Leaving aside the dynamic between these two, inside Naruto's consciousness space, Kurama was utterly baffled. Ever since he forcibly pulled Naruto's consciousness in and then kicking him out last time, Kurama had fallen into a long slumber. This time, after waking up, he actively extended his senses outward through Naruto's perception. Surprisingly, this was much easier than dragging Naruto's consciousness inside. But then, he witnessed things he couldn't comprehend. First, he saw Naruto and a strange man engaging in hand-to-hand combat, their every move brimming with lethal force. Then, the two exchanged what seemed like ninjutsu. He was familiar with the ninjutsu used by Naruto, but he wondered what kind of ice release the other guy used. Not only were there no hand seals, there wasn't even a trace of chakra. If that wasn't strange enough, Kurama was completely shocked when he saw Momo the sea cow with his own eyes. While there are such huge beasts in the ninja world, they all come from well-known places like Mount Myaboku or Ryuchi Cave. What puzzled him even more was that this beast seemed to have no chakra at all. As a tailed beast, Kurama was extremely sensitive to chakra. And yet, ever since he reopened his senses, aside from Naruto, none of the beings he encountered seemed to possess any. Combined with his decades of being confined within Naruto's body, a bold speculation began forming in his mind. This place might not be the ninja world I knew. At the very least, it wasn't within the borders of the 5 great nations. Perhaps during the time I couldn't perceive the outside world, Naruto had come here, a world of endless oceans, devoid of chakra. Chapter 35 Shimatsuki. Out of caution, Kurama refrained from rashly meeting Naruto's consciousness this time. Instead, he silently observed this unfamiliar world through Naruto's senses. Kurama was also amazed at Naruto's sudden transformation into an adult. He had sensed something off before. Even though he had been imprisoned inside Naruto for decades, when he first came out of prison and met him, Naruto still appeared to be 12 years old. At the time, their interaction had been too rushed, and the exhaustion from hastily ejecting Naruto from his consciousness had made Kurama forget about it. But now that he thought about it, it was yet another inexplicable phenomenon. This kid seemed even stranger than Minato. And so, the trio, human, fox, and sea cow, moved away from Kokoyashi village under the setting sun, heading in the opposite direction of Luffy and his crew. The next day, they arrived at Barity once again. Taking advantage of the fact that the Marines hadn't yet caught on, Naruto managed to snag another meal. Zeph tried to hand over the bounty money from the Crete pirates to Naruto, but the latter refused, saying, "Just put it on my tab. I'll be back for more." After restocking on fresh water, food, and fine sake, Naruto mounted Momo the sea cow and set off for Shimatsuki village. Momo's speed wasn't any slower than an ordinary ship, and it could maintain high speeds even in windless conditions. But the disadvantage is that it still needs to rest. When night fell, Naruto would find an island, let Momo rest by the shore, and even catch a few large fish to feed it. This place was nothing like the fishless waters of the Land of Waves, at least, Naruto insisted on believing so. Using his observation haki to precisely detect deep-sea fish, he dove into the sea bare-chested and caught them with his bare hands. Never mind the method, the point was, he caught the fish, didn't he? With the supply of fresh meat, there is no need to eat the preserved rations he brought with him for the time being. And so, aside from resting on islands at night, Naruto didn't stop at any other locations during the day. It took him roughly 10 days to finally reach Shimatsuki village. In Shimatsuki village, Ishin Dojo. The sounds of children training echoed through the dojo, young disciples of Kushiro practicing their swordsmanship. The Ishin Dojo did have adult students, but most were villagers from Shimatsuki village who came for short-term training. Today, aside from Kushiro himself, there were no other adults present. Just as Kushiro was instructing the children in training with a smile on his face, the dojo's doors suddenly burst open, and a young boy rushed in a panic. Bad news. Bad news, Kushiro-sensei. Pirates. Pirates are here. The child who broke in was also one of Kushiro's disciples. He was wondering why the other party did not come to the dojo for training today, but he unexpectedly heard the news of a pirate attack. Without hesitation, Kushiro strapped on his sword, told the children to hide, and hurried toward the village entrance alone. When he arrived, he saw 2 groups facing off against each other. One of the groups was the villagers from Shimatsuki village. There were many of them, and most of them had long swords in their hands. While their swords were not famous swords, it was clear they weren't completely defenseless. The other group was a group of vicious-looking pirates. The weapons in their hands were varied, but most of them had pistols, and their faces were full of ill intentions. The captain looked at Kushiro, who had rushed over, with an amusement on his face, as if he didn't take the other party seriously at all. "Oh. So you're the master they were talking about." Seeing Kushiro's completely unintimidating appearance, the pirate captain immediately spoke out with disdain, and the other pirates beside him also laughed. "Hand over all your treasures, now." "Ha ha ha. A bunch of villagers waving swords around, do you even know how to use them?" "That's right. From now on, this place belongs to the Black Rope Pirates." Ignoring the pirates' jeers, Kushiro subtly exchanged glances with a few villagers, which are the secret agents Revolutionary Army stationed here. One of them gave a slight shake of his head. Kushiro immediately understood that this pirate attack was just a coincidence, and it's not a targeted assault on the Revolutionary Army. With that in mind, Kushiro saw no reason to waste time on these small-time crooks and prepared to signal the villagers to attack. Though they might seem like ordinary villagers, they had all been trained by Kushiro. So in a strict sense, they were legitimate swordsmen. With the help of the Revolutionary Army's secret agents, a low-tier pirate crew like this stood no chance against them. Just as the battle was about to break out, a loud shout suddenly rang out from above. The voice grew louder as it approached. "Get out of the way." Under everyone's gaze, a figure plummeted from the sky and landed squarely on the pirate captain. The men didn't even make a sound before he went limp. Meanwhile, the one who had fallen stood up casually, dusted himself off, and looked down at the unlucky guy he'd just crushed with an apologetic expression. "Sorry about that. I didn't see you there." "Ah, can he still be saved?" His words seemed to snap everyone out of their daze. The villagers were the first to react. Seeing their enemy's leader taken out, they seized the opportunity and rushed forward. After being stunned for a second, the pirates immediately fell into chaos. Without their captain's orders, some tried to fight while others scrambled to flee. The disorganized rabble was quickly subdued by the villagers, who tied them up to be handed over to the nearest marine branch. Meanwhile, the men who had fallen from the sky walked over to Kushiro. "You are Naruto-sama." Kushiro looked at the familiar figure in front of him with some disbelief. And Naruto smiled softly and greeted this old acquaintance. "Yo, Kushiro. Long time no see. Come to think of it, it's been almost 10 years since we last met. You really haven't changed at all." In the tea room next to the dojo, the two sat facing each other. Kushiro poured Naruto a cup of hot tea, his expression nostalgic. He is already in his 50s and wrinkles have already appeared on his face, and even a few strands of his hair have turned white. Hearing this, Naruto simply smiled and then suddenly asked, "Where's Old Man Kusaburo? I was hoping he could help me maintain my sword." As he said this, he unhooked the katana at his waist and placed it in front of Kushiro. Kushiro was stunned, then replied with slight embarrassment, "I'm really sorry, my father. He suddenly left Shimotsuki Village a few years ago, and we don't know where he is now." After hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment. He had really wanted to see the old man again. Seeing the change in Naruto's expression, Kushiro quickly added, "But please don't worry. We received a letter from him not too long ago. Though we don't know his exact whereabouts, we know he's still alive and well." Then, he carefully picked up Naruto's katana and slowly drew it from its sheath. The blade, which is transparent like glass, shimmered faintly even in the dim light of the tea room, as if stars were embedded within it. "So this is the supreme grade blade, Mushoku, forged by my father. What a breathtakingly beautiful sword. It truly lives up to its name. Light unimagined." Naruto smiled as he watched Kushiro admire his father's masterpiece with reverence. Mushoku is one of the supreme grade blades crafted by Shimotsuki Kusaburo after he arrived in the East Blue. The crisis that Naruto had saved them from back then had also been caused by this very sword. After the ordeal, realizing he could no longer protect such a legendary blade, Kusaburo had chosen to gift Mushoku to Naruto. And since then, he had never forged another weapon with his own hands. "Please leave it to me. If it's just maintenance, I'm confident I can handle it." Resheathing Mushoku, Kushiro spoke to Naruto with solemn sincerity. "Of course. I trust you." Naruto nodded, then took a sip of his tea before suddenly remembering something. "Come to think of it, I think I saw that green-haired kid who used to train at your dojo. Zoro, right? He's changed so much I almost didn't recognize him." "Oh. You've met Zoro? How is he doing?" At the mention of his disciple, a smile immediately appeared on Kushiro's face. It had been 3 years since the boy left the dojo, declaring his ambition to become the world's greatest swordsman. Kushiro was eager to hear how Zoro was doing. "Him? He's doing great. He's found amazing nakama, witnessed the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and has the heart to keep growing stronger. I have high hopes for him." "Is that so?" Kushiro nodded, a look of quiet pride crossing his face. Chapter 36 Disappearing Day. Yawn, so it really is like this. In the land of waves, inside Tazuna's house, Naruto let out a big yawn as he woke up. Seeing the changed scenery, his earlier speculation about the crossing was confirmed. Last night, after receiving his freshly maintained Mushoku from Kushiro, they had held a celebration. During the party, perhaps as an experiment to test the crossing theory, he had let himself drink freely. Sure enough, when Naruto woke up again, he had indeed returned. It was an unexpected yet somehow logical method of crossing worlds. Noticing that his teammates weren't in Tazuna's house, Naruto figured they must have woken up earlier. Apparently, he was the only one who had overslept due to his drinking. So, he slowly pushed open the door, intending to greet the rest of Team 7. But just as he stepped outside, he ran into Tazuna, who looked at him with surprise. "Ah. Naruto. You're finally back." Tazuna's seemingly random remark made Naruto pause for a moment, but he quickly played along. "Ahaha. I guess I drank a bit too much. I just woke up now." Upon hearing his words, Tazuna didn't seem suspicious at all and instead chuckled teasingly. You really caused your teacher a lot of trouble, kid. He spent the whole day yesterday searching everywhere for you." Hearing this, Naruto's eyes flickered slightly. A whole day. So, Tazuna was saying, I had disappeared. Naruto was a little surprised. Because based on what happened after he returned to the village for the first time in this world hadn't moved at all during the decades he'd spent in the other world. When he came back, his body was still young, well, admittedly a bit more muscular. But Naruto had assumed that was just due to the accumulated chakra from the other side enhancing his physique. Now, though, it seemed his physical body had genuinely left this place. Before, the two worlds' timelines hadn't been synchronized, but this round trip had created a full day's gap. Did that mean future crossings would result in even longer time differences? Not only that, but the act of crossing worlds made me vanish from my original location. That meant my idea of spending days in Konoha and vacationing in the other world at night wouldn't work. Unless. And since my physical body was crossing over, why hadn't my sword or clothes come back with me? Is there a way to bring things with me across worlds? In that brief moment, Naruto considered many possibilities, but his expression remained unchanged. He grinned and casually continued the conversation with Tazuna. Is that so? Guess I must have wandered pretty far while drunk, better not drink that much next time. Hey, you said it. Kid, if you can't handle your liquor, you shouldn't drink so much. Tazuna responded naturally, teasing Naruto without any real malice. In fact, during the days he had interacted with the members of Team 7, the one he liked the most was Naruto. Not just because the boy had been the first to agree to help him, but also because Naruto's way of speaking matched the local's straightforward manner, unlike the aloof, distant attitude most ninjas had. Unlike that dark-haired brat, who always acted like he wanted nothing to do with anyone. He's not exactly the most likable type. Go on ahead. Your teacher said he'd wait here for you to come back, but he ended up going off to train the other two instead. With that, Tazuna pointed toward the forest where Sasuke had been training before. Naruto nodded and slowly made his way over. Perhaps because of the relaxation he'd had in the other world, along with certain beneficial activities for his physical and mental well-being, Naruto wasn't as irritable as before. Now, all he wanted was to talk face-to-face with the third Hokage one more time, to hear what the old man, who had played such a pivotal role in his life, would say in response. It was true that the exclusion and cold treatment Naruto had suffered in his first 12 years were partly due to Hiruzen's decisions. The old man had known about his identity as the hero's son, but he never revealed it to the villagers. At the same time, he had likely suppressed some of the worst rumors about the demon fox, though he hadn't completely eradicated them. But, without a doubt, the fact that Naruto had survived this long was also thanks to Hiruzen's protection. If Hiruzen had truly harbored ill will toward him, Naruto probably would have died in his infancy. From a personal perspective, Naruto didn't actually hate Hiruzen. If anything, the lingering resentment he'd felt had mostly faded during his time away. Of course, Naruto still insisted that he wouldn't forgive him. But as for what he really felt deep down, only he himself knew. Lost in thought, Naruto arrived in the forest and saw Kakashi sparring with Sasuke, while Sakura practiced her chakra control nearby. Team 7 was all here. Several shurikens flew out quickly, shooting straight at Sasuke's limbs, seemingly showing no mercy at all. Yet even without using his Sharingan, Sasuke dodged them with dangerously precise movements. At the same time, he lunged forward, his speed noticeably faster than before, making Kakashi inwardly sigh in amazement. Naruto's training really is effective. At the very least, in terms of physical ability, Sasuke was on a completely different level compared to when they first left Konoha. Of course, that was also thanks to Sasuke's own hard work. Blocking Sasuke's knee strike, Kakashi winced internally. Damn, that's heavy. In terms of taijutsu, Kakashi specialized more in speed than raw power, so even a block strike from the improved Sasuke left his palm tingling. Not that it hurt him, but it was a far cry from the bell test, where he'd effortlessly outclassed Sasuke. Playing the role of a proper teacher, Kakashi adjusted his strength accordingly and flickered behind Sasuke in an instant, twisting his arms to pin him to the ground. Unexpectedly, Sasuke reacted swiftly, stomping the ground and slamming his head backward in a brutal headbutt. It was an inelegant but brutally effective trick he'd picked up from Naruto. Eyes, nose, gut, groin. The human body had plenty of weak points, and in a real fight, efficiency mattered more than style. Unless he was deliberately holding back, Naruto always went straight for the kill against real enemies. The demon brothers, Kakuzu, and Arlong could certainly attest to that. Under that influence, Sasuke had also started fighting dirtier, slipping lethal techniques into even minor movements. Forced to lean back to avoid the headbutt, Kakashi loosened his grip just enough for Sasuke to break free. Just as he was about to continue the spar, Kakashi noticed something behind Sasuke and raised a hand in greeting. Yo, finally sobered up. You really wandered far after getting drunk yesterday. Chapter 37, giving Itachi a little surprise. At first, Kakashi was somewhat skeptical about Naruto's claim of crossing worlds. But when he personally witnessed Naruto instantly disappear in the middle of the night, he had no choice but to believe it. This wasn't the dispersion of a shadow clone technique or something like the body flicker technique, it was a complete and utter vanishing act, with no chakra fluctuations whatsoever. What's more, Naruto had been sound asleep at the time. After Naruto disappeared, Kakashi comforted the others while personally conducting an exhaustive search of the surrounding area. The results were pretty much what he had expected. With the physical capabilities of a Jonin, Kakashi could cover a radius of 20 or 30 miles in a single day. But no matter how far he ran or even after deploying his Ninken, he couldn't find a single trace of Naruto's movements. That was when he recalled the truth Naruto had initially confided in him. At this point, he has to believe it even if he doesn't want to. When Naruto returned, Kakashi immediately greeted him, even helping him come up with a plausible excuse. After all, the reason Kakashi had given Team 7's two younger members to placate them was, the kid got drunk and ran off on his own, I couldn't even stop him, and, don't worry about him, do you really doubt his abilities? As a result, neither Sakura nor Sasuke had paid it much mind. The only one truly anxious was Kakashi, who knew the truth. Because he had no idea when, or if, Naruto would return. What if he didn't come back? On his very first mission outside as their Jonin instructor, he'd managed to lose the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the fourth Hokage's son. No matter how convincingly he explained it, there was no way Hiruzen would believe him. Ha ha ha, talk about embarrassing. I got so drunk I fell into the river and got swept pretty far downstream. I just barely made it back. Naruto also scratched his head and told a little lie very naturally. The two of them acted so naturally that Sakura and Sasuke didn't suspect a thing, simply greeting Naruto before the group headed back to the village to pack up. The mission in the Land of Waves was complete, and today was the day they'd return. Goodbye. Goodbye. Come visit again sometime. Goodbye, Naruto and Ai-chan. A crowd of people waved enthusiastically at Team 7, their faces filled with gratitude. Just the day before, while searching the area for Naruto, Kakashi had also stumbled upon the abandoned base of Gato's organization. There, he'd found the man's corpse. Soon after, news of Gato's death spread throughout the village. Though the villagers didn't know who had killed him, they had their suspicions. Because of this, their gratitude toward Naruto and the others grew even deeper. After saying their goodbyes to the people of the Land of Waves, the journey back was peaceful, with no foolish assassins daring to cross their path. This gave Naruto the perfect opportunity to continue training Sasuke. Before his trip to the One Piece world, Naruto had already sensed that Sasuke's physical conditioning might be sufficient to awaken Haki. Now was the time to put that theory to the test. As for armament Haki, that could only be developed through long-term physical training, so there was no need to rush it. First, he had Sasuke experience the effects of observation Haki. To give him a feel for it, Naruto had Sasuke attack him while he only dodged, never counterattacking. He even restricted himself to a small area, limiting his movements to minor shifts within that space. The sheer number of restrictions made Sasuke feel like Naruto was underestimating him, and his previously subdued pride began to resurface. Don't blame me if you get hurt. Sasuke muttered, trying to salvage some dignity. But what followed completely shattered his confidence. No matter whether he used taijutsu or ninjutsu, Naruto effortlessly dodged every single attack with minimal movement, even strikes from behind. Damn it. Sasuke was drenched in sweat, panting heavily from exhaustion, while Naruto remained perfectly calm, standing still with his eyes closed. Watching from the sidelines, Kakashi couldn't help but be amazed. This kind of omnidirectional, blind spot-free attack prediction was, in some ways, comparable to the Byakugan possessed by the Hyuga clan. But the Byakugan was a Kekki-Genkai unique to the Hyuga clan, unless someone stole and transplanted their eyes, there was no way to replicate it. Because of this, the Hyuga clan had even developed the so-called, caged bird seal, ostensibly to protect their bloodline. It was a tragic state of affairs. And now, Naruto was claiming that a similar ability could be acquired through training. If the Hyuga clan ever found out, Kakashi wondered how they'd react. Setting aside Kakashi's thoughts, after exhausting every possible method and still failing to land a single hit, Sasuke finally grasped just how powerful this ability called observation Haki truly was. So, in Sasuke's daily training routine, aside from his usual ninjutsu practice and physical conditioning, he now had an additional task, Haki training. The training method is also extremely simple and crude. Naruto would stand behind Sasuke and attack him with a wooden stick. Sasuke had to rely purely on his instincts to dodge. Once he mastered that, the next step was blindfolding him while Naruto's attacks became even more silent and unpredictable. Soon enough, Sasuke, who had been feeling a bit smug after quickly completing the first stage, was swiftly humbled. Before, he could at least rely on faint sounds of wind or changes in light to assist him. Now, he had nothing. There was complete darkness before his eyes and silence all around. Only the sharp, precise strikes of the wooden stick against various parts of his body. Before long, he was covered in bruises, which made Sakura, who was standing beside him, feel distressed. Naruto. She wanted to intervene, but Sasuke himself refused her concern. Fortunately, Naruto knew how to hold back. Despite being struck hundreds of times, Sasuke never suffered any serious injuries, just bruises. But the pain is very real. And yet, this only proved just how much of a genius Sasuke truly was. After just a short period of this grueling training, he showed remarkable improvement. It could be because the Uchiha clan was born with the Sharingan and thus had strong mental prowess, or maybe it was something else entirely. Naruto had originally assumed it would take Sasuke at least a month to even grasp the concept of observation haki. And yet, after just a few days of focused training, the kid successfully predicted one of his attacks. Even though he failed many more times afterward. There is no doubt that state of knowing without seeing was the budding form of observation haki. Naruto believed that, at this rate, it wouldn't be long before Sasuke could master haki on his own, even without his guidance. And that would definitely give his bastard of an older brother a little surprise. At least, that's what Naruto thought. Of course, this was also because he didn't fully understand just how strong Itachi really was. If he knew the sheer gap in power between Itachi and Sasuke, he might have doubled, no, tripled the intensity of the training. Then again, this also indirectly confirmed one of Naruto's theories. That is, haki was derived from the body's spiritual and physical energies, meaning it could be compatible across different worlds. However, this also raised a new question. Because according to the textbooks, chakra is also a unique energy formed by extracting the body's life force and combining it with focused mental training. So fundamentally speaking, the two should have been very similar, possibly even interchangeable or complementary. He himself was living proof of that. And yet, in the other world, even someone as strong as Captain Roger couldn't produce even a trace of chakra. Did that mean the birth of chakra depended on some other factor? With this in mind, Naruto decided he'd conduct some experiments later when he had the time. Chapter 38, Chapter 38 Third Hokage x Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the same moment Team 7 was returning, deep within Mount Mayaboku, inside the temple. On a stone seat carved with the character for Sage, the Great Toad Sage, a wrinkled, ancient toad wearing a scholar's hat, suddenly awoke from his doze. By his side, the two sages, Fukasaku and Shima, immediately noticed and approached him. Before they could even ask, the Great Toad Sage spoke. I dreamed, the future will change. The end of ninja. The 5 great nations. After muttering these words in a daze, the Great Toad Sage suddenly snapped his eyes open and looked at Shima. Go, inform Jiraiya-chan, to stop it, find the child of prophecy. After saying this, the Great Toad Sage fell into a deep sleep again. Only Fukasaku and Shima were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Due to Naruto's disappearance and the group's leisurely pace on the way back, their arrival in Konoha was slightly delayed. Still, we're not too late. After nodding to the 2 guards at the village gates, Kakashi turned to the other 3. All right, I'll go submit the mission report first. You're free to disperse. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Naruto, who was walking at the back, as if he wanted to say something but ultimately held back. Watching Kakashi's figure disappear, Sakura finally turned to Sasuke and Naruto with a hint of fatigue on her face. Well, Sasuke, Naruto, I'm heading home. See you tomorrow. She felt a little homesick. As an ordinary girl who had always lived a peaceful life in the village, this dangerous mission in the land of waves had given her some growth, but she was still inexperienced. She didn't even have the energy to ask Sasuke out for a walk. After saying this, she left straight away. Then, Naruto clasped his hands behind his head and looked at Sasuke. What about you? Going home too? Sasuke just shook his head when he heard that, and then asked Naruto in return, are you free later? Hearing this, Naruto chuckled helplessly. You're way too impatient. Proper rest is just as important for training, you know. It seemed that the visible results of their recent training had only made Sasuke's obsession grow stronger. In his eyes, every second counted if it brought him closer to his goal of revenge. Seeing Sasuke's insistence, Naruto raised a finger. Tell you what, I've got some things to take care of first. How about tomorrow morning? After hearing this, Sasuke fell silent for a moment, then left without saying a word. Man, this brat. He sighed, and the next second, Naruto's face darkened slightly. There were too many unfamiliar presences. The village was filled with strangers he had never sensed before, and their forehead protectors were engraved with symbols different from Konoha's, clearly not locals. This odd situation made Naruto slow his steps as he headed toward the Hokage's office. Just not far in front of him, a team of Konoha's genin were clashing with another team of 3 genin from other village. He recognized the Konoha's genin here, namely Inuzuka Kiba, Abirame Shino, and Hyuga Hinata. Unlike when he first returned, during the days after Team 7's formation, he had taken the time to refamiliarize himself with the faces of people he once knew or had merely seen around. As for the ones opposing them, judging by their forehead protectors, they were from Sunagakure. However, Naruto had no intention of stepping in to help, as their team leader, Yuhi Kurenai, had already intervened, and the opposing side was about to leave. However, that kid with the gourd on his back gave Naruto an inexplicably familiar yet ominous feeling. It was as if he had encountered something similar somewhere before. Since he wasn't particularly guarded, this unconscious fragment of thought was also picked up by Kurama, who had been observing the whole scene. For some reason, Kurama instinctively withdrew his consciousness. Wait, why should I be wary of him? That damn brat, I'm the strongest tailed beast. Even if you were stronger in another world, you're no match for me now. Not knowing about Kurama's internal monologue, Naruto looked at Hinata, who in his impression was a strange girl who blushes at everything. She seemed to sense something and suddenly looked his way. Then, the other party's face turned bright red instantly, her head lowering shyly before she occasionally peeked up at him again. After smiling and nodding at the other party, Naruto walked away. Right now, he had more important things to do. Seeing Naruto's smile, Hinata's face burned even redder, steam practically rising from her head like Luffy in Gear Second. Her thoughts spiraled, her body swaying unsteadily before she suddenly teetered backward, about to faint. Luckily, Kurenai reacted quickly and caught her in time. Hinata. Hinata, what's wrong? Wake up. Inside the Hokage building, Hiruzen set aside the documents in his hand before finally looking up with a warm smile at Naruto. Oh. Naruto, you're back. Are you here for more ramen coupons? But to his surprise and unease, Naruto didn't respond with his usual cheerful old man third greeting. Instead, he stood there silently before slowly removing the forehead protector from his arm and placing it gently on Hiruzen's desk. Hokage-sama, what do you think is the meaning of a ninja's existence? The unfamiliar form of address made Hiruzen's heart sink, his smile freezing in place. He was the Hokage no matter what, so he quickly regained his composure. First, he silently walked to the door, signaling the 2 guards outside to leave temporarily, then closed it and returned to his seat. That small movement alone seemed to drain a surprising amount of energy from him, as his hands trembled slightly when he pulled out his smoking pipe. Naruto. Has someone told you something? Hiruzen's first suspect was Orochimaru, followed by Kakashi. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Naruto didn't answer directly. Instead, he walked slowly to the window, gazing down at the thriving village below. My parents sacrificed themselves to save this village. As the 4th Hokage, I believe they did so without hesitation. As he spoke, he turned around and looked directly at Hiruzen, his tone uncharacteristically aggressive. But if they knew what would happen to their son afterward, would they still have felt the same? As soon as these words were spoken, it seemed to instantly pierce through Hiruzen's inner defenses, and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. His back hunched slightly, as if weighed down by guilt. It seemed Naruto had learned the truth about his origins. I'm sorry, Naruto, but I am the Hokage. This time, he spoke not as Hiruzen the man, but as Hiruzen the Hokage. Yet the emotion behind it was entirely different from when he had said the same thing to Danzo. When he said it to Danzo, it had been an assertion of authority. But at this moment, Hiruzen seemed to be expressing his own powerlessness. It's as if the title of Hokage itself had shackled him. Chapter 39, Chapter 39. This world shouldn't be like this. As the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen felt that what he was doing was essentially protecting Naruto. Otherwise, not to mention his identity as a Jinchuriki, the status of the 4th Hokage's son alone would be enough to make many of Minato's enemies target him. By then, even if Hiruzen assigned guards to protect Naruto around the clock, the boy would still be at risk of assassination. Deep-seated grudges couldn't be erased by just a decade or so of time. These justifications lingered at the edge of his throat, but in the end, they condensed into nothing more than a brief apology. Because Hiruzen knew that any words now would sound hollow. Explaining these reasons would only come across as making excuses for himself. Sometimes, communication between people had to be meticulously detailed down to every single word, and missing even a single syllable could change the meaning entirely. But at other times, no words were needed at all, just an expression, a gesture, or even a glance was enough for 2 people to instantly understand each other. As he listened to Hiruzen's words, Naruto's observation haki was fully activated. Every emotion in the old man's heart transformed into distinct signals that Naruto perceived with crystal clarity. For a moment, the silence in the room was deafening. After a long pause, Naruto finally spoke again, but it was still the same question he had asked before. Old man, what do you think is the meaning of being a ninja? Just the slight shift in address was enough to make a flicker of surprise appear on Hiruzen's wrinkled face. Naruto didn't seem intent on digging deeper into the truth of his origins. Or perhaps, he already understood that what he could learn from Hiruzen wouldn't be much different from what Kakashi had told him. Both of them had been first-hand witnesses to the Nine-Tails rampage over a decade ago. If he really wanted to avenge his parents, then perhaps his true enemy should be the giant nine-tailed fox. Giant fox. Naruto was slightly stunned when he thought of this, as he felt like he had seen something like that somewhere before. But before he could dwell on it, Hiruzen's response interrupted his train of thought. Ninja. If I had to put it into words, I'd say the meaning of a ninja is to protect what matters most to them. Hiruzen lit his pipe and took a slow drag before continuing. For me, the most important thing is the peace of the entire Konoha village. And for you and other ninja, there are things you must protect as well. In times of war, it's because of the ninja's protection that civilians survive. In times of peace, ninja become the invisible shield guarding the village and the nation. It's like the relationship between the canopy, the trunk, and the roots of a tree. Ninjas are merely the roots that draw nutrients for the great tree of the village and country, or the branches that shelter it from the storm. And ninja like me, who have grown old, will eventually become nourishment, allowing new branches to sprout. As expected of a man who served as Hokage twice, his character was slightly elevated at the end. Unfortunately, these words didn't seem to convince Naruto at all, as there wasn't even a hint of change on his face. Under Hiruzen's slightly stunned gaze, Naruto suddenly stood up. He walked to the center of the room, his back turned to Hiruzen. No. In my eyes, ninja, the village, and the daimyo, none of them have any real meaning. That single sentence outright rejected one of the fundamental rules of the ninja world, perhaps even the entire world itself. The so-called wars in this world are nothing more than groups of people who know ninjutsu attacking other groups who also know ninjutsu. Countless ninjas and civilians become casualties in the process, but if everyone suffers, then who actually benefits? In essence, it is nothing more than a game played by the high and mighty daimyo. Ninjas don't contribute to society. They possess extraordinary power but only use it to harm others. Protect. Protect what? And from whom? From other ninja, that's who. Take the bridge in the Land of Waves, for example. If ninja were to help, it could be built in no time at all. But as far as I can see, very few ninja ever choose to do that. The world shouldn't be like this. As he spoke those final words, Naruto turned around, his expression cold as he stared straight at Hiruzen. In Naruto's opinion, the existence of daimyo and ninja was far less meaningful than that of the Marines in the One Piece world. Setting aside the few corrupt individuals among them, the Marines as a whole had a very clear purpose, which is to protect civilians from pirates and maintain peace. Whether or not their ideals were truly noble, their presence alone served as a deterrent against the lawless chaos of pirates. And as for the pirates themselves, a vast majority of the lower-ranked ones were little more than scoundrels who used the banner of freedom to commit atrocities. As one of the crew members who had sailed under the men who started the Great Pirate Era, Naruto could say with certainty that very few of those so-called pirates truly understood or embodied Roger's ideal of freedom. That was also why he had never formed his own pirate crew like Shanks or Buggy. Because he had never truly considered himself a pirate. Even though the Marines were controlled by the world government and those despicable celestial dragons, and even though they had committed countless atrocities of their own, the scale of suffering they caused was still far less than the endless wars and conflicts between the five great nations. On one side, there was the world government, flawed, oppressive, but at least maintaining some semblance of order. On the other, there were the ninja nations, locked in endless warfare, treating both civilians and ninja as expendable pawns. No matter which one, Naruto didn't agree. After saying his piece, he didn't even glance at the forehead protector he had left on Hiruzen's desk before turning to leave. Naruto. What exactly are you trying to do? To be honest, by the time Hiruzen asked that question, the unease in his heart had already reached its peak. He had noticed the changes in Naruto before and had originally hoped that assigning Kakashi as his team leader would help uncover the reason behind them. Unexpectedly, after returning from this mission, Naruto had outright laid everything bare. With Hiruzen's wisdom, it wasn't hard to understand Naruto's perspective, but he was still bound by the limitations of his era. For Hiruzen, the existence of the daimyo was simply the natural order of things. But just because something had always been that way, did that make it right? Old man third, maybe I should go out and see what this ninja world is really like. What? Naruto, do you realize what you're saying? Hiruzen's face twisted in disbelief. He had thought Naruto just wanted to vent his frustrations, but now, the boy was seriously talking about leaving the village. In the context of a ninja village, such words could very well be considered defection. But whether as the Hokage or simply as Old Man Third, Hiruzen couldn't bear to let Naruto leave like this. Not to mention, Naruto was the Jinchuriki. Even if he allowed it, the other high-ranking people in Konoha would demand Naruto's capture. And then, no matter how unwilling he was, he would have no choice but to act against Naruto. That would undoubtedly tear his heart apart. With the Chunin exams approaching and ninja from other villages flooding into Konoha Village, if they were to discover Naruto's true identity, it would spell disaster, both for Naruto himself and for the village. Wait. The Chunin exam. A sudden thought flashed through Hiruzen's mind, and he quickly spoke up. Wait, Naruto. Hearing his voice, Naruto turned back, waiting for him to continue. The village will soon be hosting the Chunin exams. At least wait until they're over before you leave. Hiruzen was also getting anxious and started grasping at straws. For both personal and political reasons, he didn't want to personally arrest Naruto, nor did he want to give anyone else the excuse to do so. Right now, all he could do was stall. However, when mentioning the Chunin exams, Hiruzen suddenly found his next words flowing more smoothly. Yes, Team 7 is also supposed to participate in this exam. In response, Naruto simply turned around and gave Hiruzen a puzzled look. What does that have to do with me leaving? According to the rules of the Chunin exams, each team must consist of 3 members. Any team that fails to meet this requirement will be disqualified, and at this point, there's no time to find another qualified genin to replace you. At the end of his speech, a smile actually appeared on the old man's face. Hearing this, Naruto was speechless for a while. TCH. Chapter 40, Chapter 40 Konoha Crush plan to be launched ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, in a hidden room somewhere in Konoha, 2 shady figures met. One of them removed the Kazekage hat from his head, but the face revealed beneath was not that of the current Kazekage. Instead, it was a pale, delicate visage. The other had bandages wrapped around his head, covering one eye, and his hand was also entirely swathed in bandages. So, what brings you here in such a hurry, Danzo? Orochimaru smirked faintly, his eerie gaze fixed on the gloomy old man before him. Though he himself wasn't exactly favored by Hiruzen, Orochimaru still believed he was slightly better off than the men in front of him. A man full of ambition but lacking courage, resorting only to underhanded methods. Of course, his disdain for Danzo didn't stop him from collaborating with him. If anything, a Danzo like this was the perfect partner for him. There have been unexpected developments in our plan. Danzo seemed unwilling to elaborate on his own experiences, merely pressing a hand unconsciously against his chest. That was the spot where an ordinary-looking branch had pierced straight through him. If he hadn't instinctively formed hand seals to activate Izanagi, he would have already been defeated in what should have been an easy mission. What was supposed to be a foolproof capture operation had not only wiped out his entire squad of elite ninja but also forced him to expend one of his precious Sharingan to restore himself. Every time he thought about it, Naruto's face, which, according to the records, was always carefree and cheerful, resurfaced in his mind, now inextricably linked to the agony of that piercing strike. Izanagi could heal injuries, but the pain before the restoration was all too real. Oh. Hearing Danzo's words, Orochimaru licked his lips with interest. I need you to keep an eye on someone. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing this name, Orochimaru became interested. The 4th Hokage's son, right? He's also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, isn't he? The true identity of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki might have been a secret to other villages, but Orochimaru undoubtedly knew. Though he spent little time in the village, he had spies feeding him all sorts of intelligence. Moreover, thanks to Danzo's manipulations, Naruto's status as the Jinchuriki wasn't exactly a well-kept secret. Anyone who paid attention to the rumors about the demon fox could easily piece it together. If I recall correctly, that boy should only be in his early teens, right? About the same age as that Uchiha brat he had his eyes on. Even if he's a Jinchuriki, what could a child that young possibly do? No. To his surprise, Danzo reacted vehemently, raising his voice in rebuttal. That brat has been hiding his true strength all along. He may have already mastered the power of the tailed beast. Otherwise, there was no way he could have instantly subdued his elite squad and even one-shot him. Danzo couldn't think of any other explanation. Seeing that there was still some lingering shadow in the eyes of the old guy in front of him, Orochimaru secretly curled his lips in his heart. What a useless guy. But whatever. Once my plan succeeded, this old man would outlive his usefulness anyway. Don't underestimate that brat. Do you think I'm joking with you? Danzo's eyes became somewhat dangerous. All right. So, what do you want me to do? Orochimaru didn't care about the other party's attitude and still had that playful look on his face. The Konoha Crush plan must be launched ahead of schedule. After saying this, as if trying to justify himself, Danzo added, with our current forces, waiting until the final round of the Chunin exams to execute the plan would guarantee failure. With Hiruzen and that demon fox brat both present, the Sunagekyu's ninja and your village's ninja you brought won't be enough. As for me, the most I can do is temporarily divert Konoha's main defensive forces. Anything more than that is impossible. Seeing how adamant Danzo was, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity about Naruto. Is that brat really that strong? Of course, his primary target was still Sasuke. After all, in Orochimaru's mind, nothing held greater allure than eternal life. And obtaining the Uchiha clan's bloodline and dojutsu was the greatest stepping stone toward that ultimate goal. Once he implanted the cursed seal into Sasuke and used the living corpse reincarnation to take over his body, Orochimaru would finally experience firsthand just how far the Sharingan could evolve. Are you still doubting me? Do not underestimate him. Being questioned again and again by Orochimaru, Danzo became a little angry and embarrassed. But he couldn't bring himself to admit that he had been killed by a mere child with nothing but a tree branch. Fortunately, Orochimaru wasn't truly concerned about the details. Forcing Hiruzen to step down, or even killing him, wasn't his true objective. It was merely one of the costs of his collaboration with Danzo. So, he nodded in agreement. As for the finer details, there was no rush. They could discuss those slowly. On the other side, Naruto, who had just walked a few steps out of the Hokage building, was immediately ambushed by Konohamaru, who had been lying in wait for him. This time, the young boy had brought along his two little friends, Moegi and Udan. Please train us together, Naruto and Ai-chan. The moment they saw Naruto, the two children immediately mimicked Konohamaru's earlier gesture, bowing deeply with utmost sincerity. When Naruto saw this scene, his originally heavy mood immediately improved a lot. Perhaps influenced by Roger, Naruto had developed a similar habit. Just as Roger had nurtured promising talents like Naruto and Shanks, Naruto also enjoyed offering guidance to younger generations he took a liking to. Interacting with these pure-hearted, spirited kids made the oppressive gloom looming over the village seem to dissipate slightly. Looking at Konohamaru, who was full of admiration, and then looking at the two passionate little kids beside him, Naruto thought for a moment before nodding. All right, come with me. I'll take you to meet your senior. You can train together. Let's keep one thing at a time. Naruto is indeed leaving Konoha Village, but that didn't mean he couldn't teach Konohamaru and the others in the meantime. Behind him, Moegi and Udan followed excitedly, while Konohamaru, trailing behind, looked puzzled. Did Naruto and Ai-chan have other students? Of course he did. That senior could be none other than Sasuke. Though, strictly speaking, Konohamaru was technically the first student Naruto had personally trained since returning to this world. But, given the age gap between them. Not actually that. According to his understanding of someone's self-esteem. Whatever. It wasn't easy for any of them. Konohamaru would just have to bear with being the junior for now. There was still some time before the Chunin exams, so let's just consider this my last lesson for you guys before I leave. Chapter 41, Dominance and Qualification. Next, I will formally teach you about Haki. Konohamaru, you three keep training. You're still far from being able to master Haki. Giving Konohamaru a light tap on the head, Naruto successfully made the kid give up on eavesdropping and obediently continue his physical training with his two companions. However, since he had undergone several special training sessions with Naruto, the weight of the boulder on Konohamaru's back far exceeded that of the other two kids. This was part of the intensified training Naruto had designed for him after noticing his rapid progress. He found that Konohamaru not only had talent in ninjutsu, but also showed remarkable potential in physical conditioning. It was just that none of his previous instructors had ever considered this possibility. Perhaps in their eyes, as the grandson of the Professor, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konohamaru was naturally destined to fight using various ninjutsu. Turning back, Naruto continued speaking to Sasuke, who had been listening quietly. Where was I? Oh, right, Haki. As he spoke, Naruto casually plucked a withered branch, and a black Haki instantly enveloped it. With a light flick toward a nearby rock, the branch pierced deep into the stone as if it were made of steel. This sight made Sasuke's eyes narrow sharply. Haki is the materialization of a person's spiritual power and willpower. You can simply think of it as the embodiment of one's presence and fighting spirit. We can divide it into three types: armament Haki, observation Haki, and conqueror's Haki. This ability to reinforce the strength of objects is called armament Haki. Seeing that Sasuke seemed to want to say something, Naruto immediately anticipated his question. Just as you're thinking, armament Haki can also reinforce our bodies, granting them durability far surpassing steel. With this answer, Sasuke recalled how Naruto had crushed the metal gauntlet worn by the ninja who ambushed them with his bare hands. Now, he realized that it wasn't just due to Naruto's physical strength. Although Haki is a power born from the human spirit, it still relies on a strong body. The strength of your body also determines the upper limit of the armament Haki you can wield. After saying this, Naruto beckoned to Sasuke. Come on, try attacking me. After hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke didn't even hesitate, and instantly took out a kunai and stabbed at Naruto. Naruto simply tilted his head slightly to dodge it. Then, no matter what taijutsu or ninjutsu Sasuke used, Naruto would dodge them just before they landed. Clang. Naruto pinched the tip of the kunai between his fingers, producing a metallic clinking sound. This ability to perceive and predict an enemy's attacks is called observation haki. The training I had you do earlier was for this purpose. After saying this, he let go of the kunai in his hand. When you master observation haki to its extreme, you can even achieve something akin to foreseeing the future. Are you serious? Are you serious? Hearing Naruto say the exact same words simultaneously, there was no better proof than this. Sasuke's grip on the kunai tightened slightly, and two emotions surged within him. One is the excitement, the thought that with this power, he could take revenge on that man. The other was curiosity about Naruto's mastery of this unheard-of power, mixed with a hint of frustration. However, having already been thoroughly humbled during their mission in the Land of Waves, Sasuke didn't feel too disheartened this time. Then, what about that, Conqueror's Haki? Hearing Sasuke's question, Naruto scratched his head, seemingly unsure how to explain. Conqueror's Haki. This type of haki isn't something you can acquire through training, it's more like an innate talent. You either have it or you don't. There's no other option. As for its effects, I'd better let you experience it yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto released a faint trace of Conqueror's Haki, but the range was very small, covering only Sasuke. But Sasuke's expression instantly stiffened, as if he had suddenly lost control of his body. He had felt this feeling in the classroom that day. Only now, it was far more intense. Naruto's figure seemed to loom infinitely large before him, while he couldn't even move a finger. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke strained with all his might to break free from this state, veins bulging on his forehead. At the same time, the Tutomo Sharingan also reappeared. The moment he opened his eyes, Sasuke felt the pressure lessen abruptly. While he still felt restricted, he could now move freely. Seeing this, Naruto simply withdrew that trace of haki. Once freed from the pressure, Sasuke immediately collapsed to the ground, his chest and back drenched in sweat. Clearly, those few seconds had pushed him to his limits. Can I also master this power? Sasuke raised his head and looked at Naruto with his scarlet pupils, seeking confirmation. Unfortunately, Naruto wasn't entirely sure either. After all, no one could definitively say who had the talent for Conqueror's Haki and who didn't. This kind of aptitude was like letting out a fart but released something else, you only knew for sure when it happened. When things are still in the body, who could tell the difference? Getting sidetracked, Naruto ultimately chose to give Sasuke some confidence. Of course, I believe you have this talent too. His tone was sincere, his words convincing. Such was the art of adult diplomacy. Too bad Sasuke was still young. Having gotten his answer, Sasuke seemed to think of something else. After a moment of silence, he finally asked Naruto another question. You are planning to do something, aren't you? Naruto raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by the question. Why do you ask? Because the way you're acting, it feels like you're saying goodbye. Sasuke's eyes didn't waver, staring intently at Naruto. There was something complicated in his gaze. Under that stare, Naruto swallowed the words he was about to say and changed his response. You're overthinking it. I just think your training efficiency is too low. All right, stop dawdling. Get back to training. Aim for good results in the upcoming Chunin exams. Chunin exams? Oh, I forgot to tell you. So, Naruto explained that Team 7 would be participating in the upcoming Chunin exams, alongside many other ninjas from different villages. At the end, he added, this time, Team 7 is participating together. Don't drag us down. It can only be said that provocation worked wonders on Sasuke. His earlier doubts were instantly replaced by the urge to train harder. After watching for a while, Naruto suddenly grinned. Here, let me spice things up for you. After saying that precisely controlled Conqueror's Haki once again enveloped Sasuke mid-training, nearly causing him to lose his balance and collapse under the weight of the boulder on his back. Keep it up, I believe in you. Naruto plopped down on a tree stump, pulling out a pair of round sunglasses from who knows where and putting them on, looking utterly punchable. On the other side, two uninvited guests had appeared at the border of the Land of Fire. They all wore black robes with red clouds, and the forehead guards they wore also had a mark, which represented missing mean. So, Itachi-san, the leader wants us to head to Konoha ahead of schedule, huh? Hoshigaki Kisame, who has gray skin and fish-like gills on both sides of his cheeks, grinned and asked his partner beside him. There's been a change of plan. Kakuzu died at the hands of Konoha's people. It seems to be related to the Jinchuriki. Next to him, Itachi, who was being thought about by Sasuke, replied indifferently, and didn't seem to intend to explain too much. But Konoha Village is their stronghold, and the third Hokage is still there. It doesn't matter. Our target is only the Jinchuriki. Someone will divert their attention for us. And so, the two figures continued toward Konoha Village, their idle chatter fading into the distance. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. This book has incredibly high artistic value. That day's melancholy, when melancholy strikes. On the streets of Konoha, Naruto was humming a little tune from another world with a toothpick in his mouth. At the moment, he had just finished his daily training session with Sasuke and was taking a break to grab some food. In order to prepare for the upcoming Chunin exam. To prepare for the upcoming Chunin exams, Naruto hadn't just been teaching Sasuke about hockey, he'd also crammed in a bunch of techniques he'd picked up from his drinking buddies, dumping everything he knew onto the Uchiha. He believed that with Sasuke's talent, it shouldn't be difficult for him to understand, right? Move it, move it. After sidestepping some guy pushing past him, Naruto clicked his tongue at the sheer number of people flooding the streets. The village had been packed with outsiders over the past couple of days, leaving shopkeepers too busy to even spare him any discriminatory glares. This had given Naruto the perfect opportunity to sample all the notable food spots in Konoha. Finally, a conclusion was drawn. Except for Yakiniku Q and Ichiraku Ramen, the taste of food from other shops are just so. Yakiniku Q only scored slightly higher in Uzumaki-sensei's book because, well, it was all meat. That said, Tochi's cooking skills were genuinely impressive. Even Naruto, a die-hard carnivore, had to admit he loved the ramen. Even without the nostalgia factor, the flavor alone was outstanding, good enough to be a main dish at the Verity, the floating restaurant. Considering this was the ninja world, it was practically in a league of its own. Speaking of personal feelings alone, Naruto also has a better impression of this good uncle, who always treats customers equally. At that thought, a wild idea popped into Naruto's head. It just so happens that I have some inheritance from a kind-hearted person. Why not invest in the business and let Tochi-san open a few more branches? I'll make sure the whole ninja world gets to taste Ichiraku ramen. Not bad. Lost in his thoughts, Naruto eventually found himself at Konoha's public bathhouse, ready to soak in some hot water and relax. The Chunin exams started tomorrow. Once this was over, who knew when he'd get to come back to the village again? On the other hand, Jiraiya, the legendary Toad sage and prolific author, had been busy gathering material when he suddenly received a message from the Toads of Mount Myaboku. Unfortunately, the great Toad sage's prophecy was as cryptic as ever, offering practically zero useful guidance. The prophecy Jiraiya had received earlier was that his future disciple would become the child of Propeshi, bringing great change to the ninja world. Out of personal reluctance, he hadn't wanted to drag those kids from the land of rain back to Konoha Village, where they'd inevitably get caught up in political machinations. Because he knew that Nagato, who possesses the legendary eyes, would most likely end up being turned into a weapon if he came to Konoha Village. Nobody understood the true nature of Konoha's high-ranking people better than Jiraiya. This is also one of the reasons why he has been reluctant to come back for many years. It had been so long that he hadn't even contacted those three in years. Still, he was sure they were thriving in the land of rain. By now, they'd probably grown into formidable ninja in their own right. Jiraiya had full confidence in Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan's potential. I'll go check on them when I get the chance. For now, the most urgent task is to collect materials first. Apart from being one of the Sannin, Jiraiya is also a famous best-selling author. This trip back to Konoha wasn't just about tracking Orochimaru's movements, it was also a chance to revisit old haunts and spark some inspiration. Just then, Naruto, wearing a yukata, tilted his head up, his gaze piercing through the displaced roof tile and locking eyes with the esteemed literary giant Jiraiya, who had mistaken the men's bath for the women's. The air froze for a moment. Jiraiya's face remained expressionless as he calmly slid the tile back into place. Then, he seized the opportunity and ran away before the other party could react. Jiraiya didn't mind peeking at the men's side, but if other people in the bathhouse found out someone had been lurking on the roof, future research trips would become way harder. Not to mention the damage it'd do to Jiraiya's already shaky reputation. Not that he cared much about that anyway. But before Jiraiya could get far, Naruto's voice sounded right beside him. Aika Violence, weird title. Somehow, Naruto had already took the notebook Jiraiya used to jot down ideas, flipping through it with keen interest. As a fake teenager, with the mental age of a 37-year-old but the body of a 12-year-old, Naruto found himself engrossed the moment he saw the book's contents. Unlike most young kids who would blush at the surface-level suggestive writing, Naruto could sense the delicate descriptions of emotions between men and women woven between the lines. This was so compelling that, despite not usually enjoying reading, he didn't put the notebook down immediately. Aika Violence. Aika Violence. Ah, the book that Kakashi-sensei usually reads is called Aika Paradise, right? Could it be that it is written by the same author? Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who was standing across from him, was so startled by Naruto's ghostly speed that he nearly released a ninjutsu. Even though he had let his guard down completely since they were in Konoha, as one of the Sannin, he felt he shouldn't have been approached so easily. Instantly, his wariness toward Naruto shot up. Hey, you brat. Don't just grab a man's livelihood like that. Though his tone was light, Jiraiya was already preparing himself internally. If Naruto turned out to be hostile, he'd strike without hesitation. But when Jiraiya got a clear look at Naruto's face under the sunlight, which was somewhat similar to the one in his memory, his hands unconsciously relaxed. What's your name? Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, who is still focused on reading line by line, answered absent-mindedly. As expected, he's the kid Minato's son. But he's grown way too fast. In Jiraiya's memory, Naruto should only be 12 years old at this time. But now, looking at Naruto's current physique, he looked at least 16 or 17. Did I remember wrong? It wasn't entirely Jiraiya's fault. After returning to the ninja world, Naruto's 12-year-old body had been growing at an alarming rate, gaining height every few days. Some of it might have been due to his own training, but based on his own analysis, it was more likely connected to his adult body from the other world. Perhaps it was the mysterious power that allowed him to travel between worlds that was causing this. The notebook's contents were unfinished, so Naruto quickly finished reading and solemnly returned it to Jiraiya. Then, under Jiraiya's somewhat dumbfounded gaze, Naruto bowed slightly to him. That was extremely rude of me. No, it's fine. For a moment, Jiraiya was left baffled, unsure what Naruto meant. But Naruto's next words cleared things up. At first, I thought you were just some perverted old man peeping on little boys from the top of bathhouses, but it turns out you're actually an exceptional writer. This book has an incredibly high artistic value. Please, you must complete it. As he spoke, Naruto earnestly grasped Jiraiya's hands. Jiraiya, who was flattered by the praise for his work, originally subconsciously returned the greeting to Naruto, but when he realized what Naruto said, he immediately yanked his hands away. I don't peep on little boys. I only peep at Dash. Wait, no. I wasn't peeping at all. That was research. Pure research, you hear. In response to Jiraiya's denial, Naruto simply smiled without saying a word, his eyes filled with understanding. Yeah, sure. I believe you. If someone can write something this artistic, even if they're a pervert, it's forgivable, right? Oi. What's with that look? Didn't I just say it was researching materials? Meanwhile, inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen, who had suddenly felt like observing, spying on, what Naruto was up to, witnessed this entire scene. Listening to Naruto's words and Jiraiya's weak rebuttals, Hiruzen couldn't help but feel like he was being indirectly insulted. When Naruto said, perverted old man who peeps on little boys, he couldn't have been talking about me. Right. Definitely not. Chapter 43, Raise Non-Times Tailed Beast Bomb Square Root. After the farce, Naruto finally cleared up the misunderstanding with Jiraiya properly. Though perhaps it wasn't really a misunderstanding to begin with. Oh, I haven't asked for your name yet. Naruto had great respect for people who could create outstanding works of art, whether they were chefs or writers. This was evident from his attitude toward Zeph at the Barity. Hearing Naruto's question, Jiraiya recomposed himself, then suddenly leaped back, striking an exaggerated pose. Since you've asked so sincerely, I'll grace you with my name. It seemed many people had asked Jiraiya this before, as the moment he heard it, it was like a passive skill had been triggered. He immediately formed a hand seal and summoned a toad larger than a person beneath him, then swung his hair dramatically like a kabuki actor, raising one hand. I am the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, the Hermit of the Toads. Also known as the Gallant Jiraiya. That pose is very cool. Though Naruto didn't quite understand what a Toad Sage was, he still applauded enthusiastically. Wow. Impressive. Then, Naruto's gaze suddenly fixed on the giant toad Jiraiya had summoned out of thin air. This kind of technique is called summoning technique, right? I remembered that Kakashi-sensei seemed to have used this ninjutsu to summon Ninken before. So, could this technique be used to summon someone from another world? Seeing Naruto staring intently at the toad he had summoned, Jiraiya felt a bit ignored. I'm one of the legendary Sannin. And also the men who trained the fourth Hokage. Hearing this, Naruto's eyelids twitched slightly, and his smile grew even more amiable. Oh. Is that so? So, you were my father's teacher. Now it was Jiraiya's turn to be stunned. He had never expected Naruto to say something like this. Naruto, who told you about this? It has to be said that Jiraiya is really Hiruzen's disciple. Even his first reaction when he heard Naruto revealed this was almost the same. While Jiraiya looked at Naruto with nervous and concerned eyes, Naruto was also studying the men before him with his own gaze. Of course, what was more important was his observation haki, which was practically a cheat. Sensing the genuine emotions unconsciously leaking from Jiraiya, Naruto's impression of him shifted from a respected literary master to a trustworthy elder. Don't worry, it was Old Man Third who told me. Without batting an eye, Naruto pinned the blame for the leak on Hiruzen. After all, if what Kakashi had said was true, he had been his father's student, and his father had been Jiraiya's student, while Jiraiya was the third student. Rather than letting Jiraiya trouble his grand student, it was better to shift the blame to Jiraiya's own teacher. I believe he won't mind. Meanwhile, Jiraiya couldn't help but wonder inwardly, since when did that old man have the guts to do something like this? He was deeply skeptical about this. If Hiruzen had been that decisive, how could that old snake Danzo continue to cause trouble in Konoha for so many years? Without letting Jiraiya stray too far from the topic, Naruto cut in first. Old man Jiraiya. Hey, Naruto, don't call me that. It makes me sound like some geezer like the third Hokage. Hearing his student's words through the crystal ball, Hiruzen's face darkened, and he immediately cancelled the telescope technique. Just call me Jiraiya-sensei. In Japanese, sensei could mean both teacher and a master of something. So to Naruto, addressing a respected literary master as sensei was perfectly acceptable. So he obliged without hesitation. Alright, Jiraiya-sensei. Actually, I wanted to ask you to teach me some ninjutsu. Hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes lit up. Unlike in the original work, where Jiraiya had been a bit more reserved, now that Naruto had directly revealed his identity, Jiraiya no longer maintained the image of a reclusive sage. Now, he is Naruto's elder. No, he is Naruto's grandfather. As everyone knew, older generations often had a soft spot for their grandchildren. In addition, Jiraiya felt guilty for neglecting his student's orphan all these years, so he was practically itching to prove his worth the moment Naruto made a request. The first thing that came to mind was the Rasengan. After all, it was a ninjutsu developed jointly by Naruto's father and himself. Not only was it perfect for someone like Naruto, who had naturally massive chakra reserves, but it also had incredible growth potential. Jiraiya had originally planned to find an opportunity to teach Naruto this technique after their meeting, but he hadn't expected Naruto to bring it up himself. Naruto, what kind of ninjutsu do you want to learn? Do you want to learn some special moves that can decide the outcome with one strike? Jiraiya's face wrinkled into a grin, practically on the verge of outright offering to teach Naruto the Rasengan himself. But Naruto's response wasn't what Jiraiya had anticipated. He pointed his finger at the big toad and asked, Jiraiya-sensei, the ninjutsu you just used was the summoning technique, right? Hearing this, Jiraiya nodded. Yeah, it's the summoning technique. It's pretty strong, but don't you want to learn something else? Like this. As he spoke, he extended his palm. Chakra immediately gathered in his hand, forming a rapidly spinning sphere. Then, he pressed it against a nearby tree. Then, under their watchful eyes, the tree was erased from the middle, leaving a massive gap where the chakra sphere had struck. How's it going? Pretty cool, right? Jiraiya was sure that after seeing the destructive power of the Rasengan, the kid in front of him would definitely. But I still want to learn the summoning technique more. You kid, do you even know? His words got stuck in his throat and he couldn't utter a single word. Because at this moment, Naruto's hand was holding a perfectly formed Rasengan, identical to the one Jiraiya had just demonstrated. Though its cohesion was slightly weaker, it was already about 80 to 90% complete. He learned it after seeing it just once. Jiraiya's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Naruto felt the destructive force of the Rasengan in his hand. It was indeed stronger than the C-rank ninjutsu he currently knew, and it seemed like he could freely adjust its power based on how much chakra he poured into it. Thinking this, the Rasengan in his hand suddenly expanded, ballooning into a half-person-sized sphere in the blink of an eye. So it really works like this. He muttered to himself. Unfortunately, Naruto hadn't yet mastered Yin-Yang release chakra, otherwise, he could have manually created a tailed beast bomb without relying on a tailed beast. Of course, he wasn't aware of this himself. Quick! Throw it into the river. Although this place is sparsely populated, it is still within Konoha Village. Even if it didn't hit anyone, if it so much as grazed a building, it would cause significant damage. Afraid that Naruto couldn't control such a massive amount of chakra, Jiraiya urgently shouted at him. Relax, it's fine. As Naruto said this, it is unknown what Naruto did, but the diameter of the Rasengan began to shrink rapidly. However, the amount of attributeless chakra contained in it did not decrease. Only when the Rasengan had been compressed to the size of a marble did Naruto finally hurl it high into the sky. The Rasengan shot upward so fast its trajectory was nearly invisible. By the time it reappeared, it was already high in the air. The moment the compressed chakra lost its restraint, it exploded outward in all directions, forming a massive energy sphere in midair. Whoa, Jiraiya-sensei, I take back what I said earlier. This ninjutsu is pretty awesome too. Looking at his palm, Naruto grinned and gave Jiraiya a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Jiraiya could only force a stiff laugh. Ha, ha ha. Yeah, I told you it was good. Jiraiya was already mentally preparing excuses to defend Naruto when they inevitably got dragged in front of Hiruzen later. Chapter 44, Chapter 44 Summoning Technique. Sealing Technique. What puzzled Jiraiya was that even after a long time had passed, they still hadn't seen any Umbu's ninjas coming to check the situation. It seemed someone must have already given them a heads up. As Jiraiya was thinking this, he suddenly felt Naruto tugging at his sleeve. Jiraiya-sensei, tell me, what's the principle behind that summoning technique of yours? The shameless uncle even batted his eyes at Jiraiya, putting on a starry-eyed act. Under Naruto's sincere gaze, Jiraiya quickly caved. There was no helping it. Naruto is a fan of his works, the son of his apprentice, a poor orphan, and Jiraiya himself is over 50 years old and has no children. The buffs were stacked to the max. If it were you, you wouldn't be able to hold out either. Ha ha ha, fine, fine. Since you're so eager, this sage will enlighten you. Jiraiya grinned so wide his mouth nearly split his face. As Jiraiya explained, Naruto finally understood the essence of the so-called summoning technique. Simply put, it was a space-time ninjutsu where the user formed a contract with a certain creature, then temporarily summoned it to their side using their own blood and chakra. The targets weren't limited to living beings, as even weapons could be summoned with the summoning technique. As for humans, according to Jiraiya, they couldn't be summoned by another human user, but the summoner could be reverse summoned by their contracted creatures. Of course, Jiraiya didn't know yet that in the original work, his disciple Nagato had used the animal path pain to form a contract with Konan and successfully summoned her to the battlefield. However, that was a special case and couldn't be taken as the norm. Oh, so that's how it is. Can summon things no matter how far apart they are. Naruto pondered thoughtfully, does that mean that if I get a good devil fruit in the other world, I can also bring it to the ninja world in this way? Of course. But the farther the distance and the stronger the summon, the more chakra it consumes. Just like the toad that I summoned, they actually come from Mount Myaboku, a hidden realm separate from this world. It's a direct cross-dimensional summon. These so-called hidden realms were essentially alternate dimensional spaces attached to the ninja world, and the same applied to the other two great sage regions. It was nearly impossible to physically enter them from the real world. Even Jiraiya and Minato traveled between Mount Myaboku and the ninja world using reverse summoning. If you're just summoning inanimate objects like weapons, you only need to leave a chakra mark, no blood contract is necessary. Even Minato's signature technique, the Flying Thunder God technique, was essentially an application of reverse summoning objects. I see. Naruto nodded, indicating he'd learned something new. Once I finished his business here and left Konoha Village, I'd test this out in the other world. In fact, apart from summoning technique, Naruto had other ideas. For example, sealing technique. If he treated his own skin as a sealing scroll, sealed a devil fruit into it, and then returned to the ninja world, could he transport the devil fruit across worlds that way? Similarly, he'd also thought about using the power of a devil fruit itself to carry items. After all, there were so many devil fruits out there. Maybe one of them would grant him the ability to store objects or even living beings. After all, Naruto had only spent a short time on Roger's ship, unlike Shanks, who had been deeply influenced by Roger. Plus, he could rely on chakra to avoid being weakened by seawater, so he didn't have any aversion to devil fruits. If it was useful, he'd take it. With Jiraiya's help, Naruto also left his name on Mount Myaboku's summoning contract. Whether it'd be useful or not, it was good to have it ready just in case. Aside from that, Naruto also spotted the name, Namikaze Minato on the contract, and his gaze paused for a moment. Jiraiya noticed this too. To avoid Naruto getting emotional, he quickly changed the subject. After talking for so long, I'm getting hungry. Let's go, Naruto, let's grab something to eat. The abrupt change of topic made Naruto glance at him, quickly understanding his intentions, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Yeah, sure. I happen to know a good barbecue place in the village. As he said this, he walked side by side with Jiraiya along the path leading to the center of the village. Despite having just met for the first time, their silhouettes looked as harmonious as a real grandfather and grandson. Naruto instinctively pulled out his flask and popped the cork, but before he could take a sip, a large hand snatched it away from him. With Naruto's reflexes, he could have easily dodged, but he chose not to. Honestly, what's a kid doing drinking? Come on, I'll take you for ramen instead. Jiraiya frowned as he caught the scent of alcohol from the gourd, silently cursing Hiruzen for letting Naruto pick up drinking at such a young age. Hiruzen, who was innocently blamed, had already turned off the telescope technique, so he naturally could not defend himself. Naruto let Jiraiya take the gourd, as he felt the man's genuine, unfiltered concern. After a few seconds of silence, his smile grew even more sincere, and he readily agreed, "Sure, let's go for ramen." Even though Naruto had just eaten before coming to the bathhouse, he was more than happy to share another meal with Jiraiya. Perhaps this was the difference between Jiraiya and Hiruzen. While both cared in their own ways, one always hesitated and overthought things, while the other acted straightforwardly and decisively. Between the two, Naruto definitely preferred the latter. Leaving aside the leisurely bonding between Jiraiya and Naruto, the scene shifts back to the forest. At this moment, Sasuke was fully immersed in his training, wearing weights while practicing a particular fist technique. Sweat had already pooled beneath him, but he showed no signs of stopping. Even Konohamaru and his two friends had gone home for lunch, but Sasuke gritted his teeth and pushed on. Bang! His fist struck a tree so thick it would take two people to wrap their arms around it. The surface of the tree only showed a small dent, but then, a faint crackling sound came from deep within. When Sasuke heard the voice, a look of joy unconsciously appeared on his face. If he had used chakra, destroying a tree like this would have been easy. But the key point was, he had just struck it with pure physical strength. This fist technique, which Naruto had taught him and called the Hasoken, allowed his power to bypass an opponent's external defenses and strike directly at their insides. Against ninja, who relied heavily on chakra to defend but were generally fragile in body, this was devastating. In the ninja world, aside from certain special groups, most ninja relied on their all-purpose chakra to enhance their physical attacks and defenses. A technique that could bypass defenses and strike internal weaknesses was unheard of, only the Hyuga clan's gentle fist could achieve something similar. And this was without him reinforcing his body with chakra. During his training, Naruto had emphasized something to him. Ninjas rely too much on chakra and tend to neglect the training of their own bodies. That didn't mean they should abandon chakra and train like the monstrously tough fighters of the One Piece world. Adults didn't have to choose, they could have both. Combining all-purpose chakra with a powerful physique, plus the mysterious haki, would undoubtedly create a qualitative leap in strength. Crack! The tree could no longer hold itself together, splitting down the middle before toppling backward. Clenching his fist, Sasuke felt like he had grown leaps and bounds. The concept of Hasoken wasn't complicated, and with his talent, he had grasped it quickly. Now, all he needed was more training to refine it. Next, if I could master the observation and armament haki Naruto had mentioned, my chances against that men would increase even further. Poor Sasuke had no idea just how vast the gap between him and Itachi truly was. But perhaps that was a good thing, at least it kept him motivated to keep pushing forward. Meanwhile, the very man he was fixated on was already on his way to Konoha. Danzo, Orochimaru, Tsunagekyu's ninjas, and perhaps some overlooked players were all preparing for this Chunin exams. Even the daimyo of several nations had arrived in Konoha to watch this performance by the ninja. Amidst this charged atmosphere, the Chunin exams were about to begin. Chapter 45, The Strange Atmosphere of the Chunin Exams. Whoa, so this is the venue for the Chunin exams. Outside the first exams venue, the three members of Team 7 looked at the noisy crowd inside, and each of them had different feelings. First, there was Sakura. A couple of days ago, while Naruto was training Sasuke, and also gathering material with Jiraiya, she happened to run into a disguised ninja attack orchestrated by Iruka. Though it was just a small test, and Sakura had ultimately declared that she would definitely pass the exams, she still felt somewhat uneasy deep down. As for Naruto, well, he didn't need much attention, he's just a slacker tagging along, treating this like a casual stroll. Sasuke, on the other hand, felt his hands and feet starting to heat up. The reason is simple. Just a few dozen minutes ago, right after they had finished registering for the exams, a thick-browed guy had inexplicably come over to provoke him. This guy was none other than Lee, whom Naruto had coincidentally met during his training. Lee was a year ahead of Team 7, having graduated over a year ago. For some reason, this usually easygoing and earnest guy suddenly challenged Sasuke to a fight, wanting to see how many moves he could last against the so-called top rookie of the year. But the current Sasuke was no longer the same as in the original work. After being trained by Naruto for such a long period of time, he had long since stopped losing his cool over such petty provocations. However, even though Sasuke ignored him, Lee was stubborn and insisted on attacking anyway. To be honest, when Lee suddenly burst forth with shocking speed, Sasuke had to admit he had underestimated him. But if that was all he had, it still wasn't enough to pose a threat. Then, under Lee's stunned gaze, Sasuke not only effortlessly matched his speed but even countered with precision, moving as casually as if he were taking a stroll. The entire time, Sasuke didn't even use his Sharingan. What's more, even when Sasuke's speed wasn't necessarily faster, he could still dodge Lee's attacks at the last second, as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Seeing this, Lee didn't hesitate and immediately unwrapped his bandages, ready to tap into a little extra power. On the other side, Sasuke assumed the starting stance of Hasoken, his fists enveloped in an invisible ripple of energy mixed with chakra. Just as the two were about to clash, Lee's teacher, Mike Guy, appeared and together with Naruto, they stopped the two reckless kids from going overboard. Guy was first shocked by Naruto's strength, and then the whole scene devolved into chaos as he and Lee started goofing around. This little incident ended with both parents stepping in. But Sasuke was still itching for a fight, just waiting for someone to come and experience his Hashoken, chakra-enhanced edition. Once inside the exam hall, Team 7 also spotted the other members of the Konoha 12. However, after entering the classroom, Naruto's gaze began drifting around, lingering on several figures. He responded half-heartedly to greetings from Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and the others. At one point, a 7-time exam veteran named Kabuto came over to strike up a conversation, but after glancing at him, Naruto, contrary to his usual behavior, didn't say a word. Unfazed by Naruto's attitude, Kabuto smoothly shifted to chatting with other genin instead. Throughout the conversation, he kept leaking information, like which village's ninja had what special skills and who needed to be watched out for. This blatant info dumping quickly drew resentment, and a few ninja from Otogekure immediately attacked Kabuto. Seeing this, Sakura and Sasuke instinctively moved to intervene, but Naruto stopped them. Trusting him, the two genin could only watch as the kind senior got bullied by the foreign ninja, until the proctor stepped in and put an end to the commotion. Sakura was confused and had doubts in her mind, but she still chose to trust Naruto's judgment. Sasuke was smarter and quickly suspected there might be some kind of scheme at play. And the reason why Naruto stopped them was very simple. This Kabuto guy's aura was clearly stronger than those low-tier Otogekyure's ninja, even comparable to the exam proctors. In addition, while the malice in his heart was obscure, it was still difficult to conceal. Even if Naruto was a fool, he could realize that something was wrong with the other party. And it wasn't just Kabuto. Naruto had also spotted plenty of other suspicious individuals in the crowd. Some were unnaturally strong, others had strange auras, in short, none of them seemed like good news. Looks like this exam won't be as peaceful as it should be, he thought to himself. Almost immediately afterward, the chief examiner, Marino Ibiki, announced the exam rules from the podium. For this test, there are 4 main rules. First, each incorrect answer deducts 1 point. Second, scoring is based on the total points of all 3 team members. Third, if you're caught cheating, you lose 2 points. And finally, if any single member of your team ends up with 0 points, the entire group fails. As soon as these rules were laid out, several genin who weren't exactly known for their academic prowess let out despairing groans. But Team 7's trio immediately saw through the hidden purpose behind these so-called rules. This is testing our ability to gather intelligence. When the test papers were handed out, Naruto glanced over the questions. For your average genin, these questions would actually be pretty tough. Luckily, Naruto wasn't average. At the very least, he could solve one of the cipher decoding problems. Whatever. I'll just copy. His observation haki silently expanded, allowing Naruto to see every movement in the entire examination hall. TSK. Just as I thought, they planted a few people to serve as cheating targets. Among the crowd, several individuals with obviously suspicious auras weren't even looking at the questions and were just scribbling down answers at lightning speed. Naruto wasn't greedy. He simply copied what they wrote, word for word. Around him, other examinees were already employing their own unique cheating methods. Some were using eye-catching techniques to directly peek, others summoned insects to spy on answers. The methods were as varied as they were shameless. But what did any of that matter to Naruto? Once he finished writing, he tossed his pen aside and flopped onto the desk, immediately dozing off. Even when Ibiki later altered the exam rules, or when Sakura discreetly nudged him a few times, he didn't wake up. It wasn't until the exam bell rang and a smile appeared on Ibiki's scarred face, congratulating all the remaining examinees for passing the first exam, that Naruto seemed to wake up slowly. If there was one thing Naruto had actually done during this exam, it was memorizing every single suspicious individual in the room. Aside from the undercover Chunin pretending to be examinees, and that gourd-carrying kid from Sunagekure. The ones that unsettled him the most were a female ninja from Otogekure and 2 others who weren't even wearing forehead protectors. According to his observation haki, these 3 had a presence far stronger than anyone else in the room, including the proctors. Obviously, they came with bad intentions. You two, when we move to the next stage, get as far away from me as possible. Take the others with you, and don't look back. Naruto suddenly said to Sasuke and Sakura beside him. Sakura opened her mouth to ask why, but Sasuke grabbed her arm first, silently signaling her not to question it. While he didn't fully understand Naruto's reasoning, he knew better than to assume this was some kind of joke. In tense silence, the remaining examinees were led to the second exam's location, the Forest of Death. But before the second proctor, Enko Mitarashi, could even announce the rules, Naruto's figure blurred, splitting into 3 afterimages as he appeared simultaneously in front of the 3 suspicious individuals. His fist, covered in armament haki, slammed forward without hesitation. What a joke. Since Naruto knew that there's something wrong with the other party, why would he foolishly wait for the other party to make the first move? He's not a rookie who just went out to sea. Naruto's speed was beyond what anyone had anticipated. By the time the proctors even registered what was happening, his fists had already reached the faces of the three people. Chapter 46, Let me see what's going on. Naruto's sudden attack stunned everyone present. Even the undercover operatives from Sunagakure and Odogakure failed to react in time. 3 straight punches carrying mountain-shattering force struck their targets almost simultaneously. Among them, the sinister-looking female ninja didn't manage to dodge but bent backward like a snake, her body twisting bonelessly to mitigate the impact. However, despite her quick reaction, the armament haki and chakra coating Naruto's fist still tore a deep gash across her face. But what was revealed underneath wasn't flesh and blood, it was another layer of skin. The other two also employed their own methods to dodge. One abruptly transformed into a flock of crows, scattering into the air before reappearing unharmed in the distance. While the other seemed intent on testing Naruto's strength head-on and chose to take the punch. As a result, he became the unluckiest of the three. Even after using chakra to reinforce his defense, the fist still landed squarely on his face, sinking deep into it. Then, his entire body was sent spinning through the air like an insect struck by a train before crashing through the forest of death's barrier. How reckless, Naruto-kun. At this time, the feminine woman spoke again, though the voice that came out was deep and masculine, completely mismatched with their appearance. They slowly peeled off the fake skin on their face, revealing another face adorned with purple eyeshadows. Others might not have recognized him, but Mitarashi Anko, as Orochimaru's former student, immediately identified the person who had just been punched away by Naruto. He's her traitorous sensei. It's Orochimaru. All examinees, evacuate the area. She immediately ordered the examinees to disperse and instructed her colleagues to relay the message. However, Orochimaru didn't even glance at Anko. Instead, he studied Naruto with keen interest. To act with such confidence. And this power. You've piqued my curiosity as well, Naruto-kun. Naruto grinned, his deep blue eyes gleaming as they opened fully. Orochimaru? Ah, right, Jiraiya-sensei mentioned you before. Hearing this, Orochimaru's interest only grew. Oh. What did that fool say about me? You'll hear it from Jiraiya-sensei himself after I drag you to him. As the last word left Naruto's mouth, his fist was already in motion. This time, his fist carried far more power than the earlier probing strike. Feeling the sheer pressure of the attack, Orochimaru's expression lost its earlier confidence. Hidden shadow snake hands. His arms instantly transformed into multiple venomous snakes, lunging at Naruto. However, the moment the snakes got close, they were pulverized into bloody mist, scattering in all directions. With the combination of armament haki, chakra, and his already strong body, Naruto was like an unstoppable force, completely unfazed by such feeble attacks. Orochimaru knew he couldn't stop Naruto directly, but this wasn't his killing move anyway. The moment the bloody mist obscured Naruto's vision, Orochimaru's neck suddenly elongated like a true white serpent, silently coiling around to Naruto's back. At the same time, his mouth opened and his tongue transformed into a snake. The snake's maw gaped, and an extremely sharp sword extended out from it like a nesting doll. The legendary Kusanagi sword. He's just like that fool, charging in blindly without thinking. The thought had barely formed in Orochimaru's mind when he saw Naruto, as if anticipating this, turn around and grab the snake's head with one hand while the other clamped down on Orochimaru's neck. Somehow, the genuine smile on Naruto's face at that moment struck Orochimaru as terrifying. Before Orochimaru could utter another word, Naruto's hands clenched. Squelch. 2 snake heads, Orochimaru's heads, were torn clean off by Naruto and casually tossed aside. However, Naruto used the opponent's clothes to wipe off the mucus on the Kusanagi sword, then took it in his hand and started swinging it. Anko, who had originally prepared to fight to the death, was stunned by this scene, and even her emotions were thrown into disarray. As for the other examinees, they were equally shocked. Though among them, a few were silently regrouping, seemingly awaiting some signal. Not bad at all. Hey, quit playing dead. Naruto ran a finger along the blade. In terms of sharpness, this sword was even as good as his Mushoku. Its length and balance were excellent, far superior to the trashy sword Zabuza had been using back in the Land of Waves. What surprised Naruto even more was its durability. He had initially assumed it was just an ordinary weapon. Luckily I picked it up today. Letting Orochimaru keep it in his mouth would have been a waste. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's headless body slowly rose again before a new Orochimaru tore his way out of the old husk, emerging from within. That's really beyond my expectations, Naruto-kun. Is that all you've got left to say? Naruto had no intention of prolonging the conversation. Gripping the sword, his entire aura shifted instantly. But Orochimaru seemed to be prepared. Without any visible hand seals, he summoned a massive serpent, whose head larger than a man, and used it to quickly put distance between himself and Naruto. Originally, Orochimaru had planned to plant a cursed seal on Sasuke during the Chunin exams to secure a vessel for his future possession. But Danzo, during their meeting, had specifically warned him to be wary of Naruto, repeatedly emphasizing that the boy's strength had surpassed expectations and that Orochimaru shouldn't waste time engaging him, as their real target was Hiruzen. This, of course, only made Orochimaru think, let me see what's going on. The results are also heartwarming. Not only had he lost his sword, but he'd also been humiliated in front of his former colleagues and former student. Truly, curiosity doesn't just kill cats, it kills snakes too. Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame, your target is right here. Aren't you going to make your move? Orochimaru suddenly raised his voice, his gaze shifting to the two figures Naruto had earlier sent flying but who had since recovered. The two, who had their identities revealed, no longer maintained their transformation technique, and the Akatsuki signature black robes with red clouds appeared in front of everyone present. And among the onlookers was Sasuke. Itachi. In Sasuke's eyes, Itachi seemed to have used provoke skill, monopolizing his focus entirely. All thoughts of retreat and tactics were forgotten at this moment. Sakura, who was standing beside him, couldn't stop him. She saw Sasuke running faster and faster, throwing out several shurikens to distract the opponent's vision. However, Itachi didn't even bother to look at his brother for a second. He was still looking coldly at Naruto, the unfamiliar Ninetales Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, Kisame chuckled as he drew Same Hata from his back, effortlessly deflecting Sasuke's shuriken as if he were nothing more than an afterthought. Chapter 47, Chapter 47. You changed the battlefield. You just made it better for me. To be honest, the combat prowess Naruto displayed had indeed exceeded the duo's expectations. However, if this was all Naruto had, they weren't about to abandon their capture plan just yet. Itachi stood there in silence, no one knew what he was thinking. On the contrary, Kisame, who had just been punched into a spinning top by Naruto, acted as if nothing had happened, his face brimming with fighting spirit. Itachi-san, how about I handle him first? You can spend some time with your little brother in the meantime. Itachi merely glanced at him but didn't refuse. Meanwhile, Naruto's attention was entirely focused on the giant snake Orochimaru had summoned. There are snakes in Konoha Village, so big that they can't be stewed in a pot. Honestly, when Naruto saw such a massive beast, his first thought was that ingredients had arrived. This was the largest wild animal he'd encountered in the ninja world so far. I wonder if the meat would be too tough. It was probably a good thing Jiraiya had only made Naruto sign the summoning contract without attempting to summon Gamabunta. Otherwise, Naruto might have sneaked into Mount Myaboku. As if sensing the malice, the giant serpent's instincts kicked in, and it involuntarily recoiled. Unfortunately, it hadn't reached the level of Manda, who could speak human language, so Orochimaru couldn't understand what it was trying to convey. Heh, Naruto-kun, consider the Kusanagi sword a gift from me. For now, why don't you play with these two? We'll meet again when the time comes. After saying that, the giant snake opened its mouth and swallowed him, then the snake instantly disappeared in a puff of smoke. TSK. Don't worry, I'll definitely come find you. Naruto stared at the spot where the snake had vanished, grumbling in his heart. You have time to look around. Suddenly, Kisame's rough voice rang out beside Naruto. At the same time, his Same Hata came crashing down toward Naruto's head with a fierce, whistling slash. This strike carried a bit of personal grudge, after all, Naruto's earlier punch had nearly knocked him out. Fortunately, as the so-called, tailless-tailed beast, Kisame's massive chakra reserves allowed him to recover from the dizziness quickly. Same Hata, which is still wrapped in bandages, swung down with tremendous force, only to be caught mid-air by Naruto's bare hand. In terms of pure physical strength, Kisame couldn't do much to Naruto. Yet, instead of looking surprised, his face broke into a smirk, as if his plan had succeeded. Sure enough, Naruto's previously distracted expression shifted to confusion as he turned his gaze toward the weapon in his grip. The Same Hata had already torn free of its bandages, revealing its body covered in spikes like a monstrous sea urchin. What surprised Naruto even more was that the weapon seemed to be moving, as if alive. Huh. Seeing Naruto's puzzled look, Kisame, as if possessed by the spirit of a stereotypical villain from a cliché movie, actually started explaining his weapon's abilities mid-battle. How about it? Can you feel your chakra draining away? Ha ha ha. Same Hata really likes your chakra. As he spoke the last word, Same Hata in Kisame's hand burst free of all its bandages, fully exposing itself to everyone's view. The sword, with its gaping maw, began shaking its scales as if excitedly stomping its feet, if it had any, over the delicious meal it had just tasted. A living sword. The proctors and examinees watching from a distance were inwardly shocked, except Sasuke. His eyes remained locked solely on Itachi, his speed increasing as he sprinted forward. The results of his physical training over the past days were now on full display. But Itachi still made no move to attack. Only when Sasuke was right in front of him did he finally murmur, "Demonic illusion, shackling stakes technique." In an instant, Sasuke's charging body froze in place, completely immobilized. From Sasuke's perspective, he had been impaled by over a dozen giant steel spikes, his consciousness painfully clear but his body utterly unresponsive. Damn it. Damn it. How can the gap be this huge? Sasuke charged in. Sasuke got wrecked. My foolish little brother, just how far can those Sharingan eyes of yours see? Itachi merely glanced at the two-tomo Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes before losing interest and looking away. This nearly pushed the already furious Sasuke over the edge into complete madness. Fortunately, he didn't have a tailed beast inside him, otherwise, he might have started spamming tailed beast bombs by now. Seeing Sasuke get taken down in one move, Naruto couldn't ignore it any longer. Move. Still gripping same hata with one hand, Naruto swung the Kusanagi sword he'd just picked up straight at Kisame. His slash wasn't slow like Kisame's. In an instant, a massive wound split Kisame's upper body, deep enough to cleave him in two. Then, without wasting another second, Naruto kicked both Kisame and his sword aside. After all, to be honest, most people in the ninja world who use swords are actually using them to attack in conjunction with ninjutsu. There are not many who truly delve into swordsmanship, and Kakashi's father, Hatake Sakumo, is one of them. Naruto's slashing technique, on the other hand, was legitimately on the level of a master swordsman, flawless in both angle and force. Come to think of it, I think I also chopped some fish-headed guy in half last time. It seems that I really have bad luck with fishmen. I'd better not go to Fishman Island next time. Ugh. Even Kisame couldn't hold back a cry of pain from that slash. But unlike Arlong, in a very short time after being almost cut into two pieces, a surge of chakra flowed from Samahata's hilt into Kisame's body, rapidly stitching his wound back together. In just a few seconds, the bone-deep gash had healed, leaving only a thin, discolored scar. That hurt. Water release, exploding water wave. After their initial exchange, Kisame realized just how troublesome this Ninetales Jinchuriki was. He no longer hesitated and immediately unleashed a terrain-altering ninjutsu. A massive flood of water erupted from his mouth, instantly covering the entire battlefield. Areas with slightly higher elevation, like where Itachi stood, posing dramatically like some background actor, remained untouched. But the examinee's side was quickly submerged. Anko had no choice but to retreat with the examinees, as the battlefield now forcibly split by this ninjutsu. Naruto, who is standing at the center of the flood, was directly engulfed. With the terrain altered, Kisame could now unleash many of his water ninjutsu. Water release, 1,000 feeding sharks. Knowing this wasn't some ordinary genin he was dealing with, Kisame decided not to waste any more time and went straight for his ultimate move. A huge amount of chakra erupted as countless sharks, formed from the chakra-infused water, swarmed toward Naruto. Meanwhile, Kisame himself blended into the swarm, waiting for an opening to strike. Fishman Jujitsu, Ebb Tide Lifter. Cross Whirlpool Cascade. You changed the battlefield. Well, you just made it better for me. Naruto grabbed the water with both hands before bending down into a throwing stance. The formless currents were instantly manipulated, gathering and intensifying under some unseen force. Even underwater, the converging streams took on a darker, denser hue. The liquid, which is now twisted into a single concentrated force, transformed into a massive cross-shaped torrent that surged toward the oncoming shark swarm. It can only be said that Uzumaki-sensei is too well-rounded. In those years at sea, aside from drinking and making friends, he'd also mastered various combat styles. For Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, an environment like this, which is completely submerged like the deep sea, was absolutely perfect. One side was chakra-infused water, the other just natural currents, but with sheer volume tipping the scales, it was hard to say which was stronger. The leading water sharks managed to hold out for a brief moment before being overwhelmed by the relentless surge, dissolving back into chakra. The rest of the shark swarm met the same fate. The school of fish failed to break through the current, and instead, they were completely wiped out. Fortunately, Kisame managed to escape the swarm in time, narrowly avoiding being swept away by the current. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. It's practically a NTR. The current carried a massive amount of water, flooding into the forest of death all at once. This could be considered a contribution to Konoha's reforestation efforts. Meanwhile, the water level on the battlefield dropped significantly, allowing Naruto to finally breathe fresh air again. On the other side, Tsunegekure and Otogekyure's ninjas among the examinees seemed to have received some sort of signal, as they simultaneously launched attacks on the surrounding candidates. Fortunately, the Konoha proctors here hadn't recklessly joined Naruto's battle against Kisame, so they still had plenty of combat-ready forces left. They reacted quickly, teaming up with some alert examinees to fend off the sudden assault. On one side, Sakura barely managed to block a kunai thrown by a Otogekiru's ninja, only to be sent flying by a blast of compressed air shot from another Otogekiru's ninja's palm. As she lost her balance, other Otogekiru's ninjas prepared to swarm her, aiming to eliminate this ordinary genin first. Naruto, who had been using observation haki from afar, wanted to rush to her aid, but another image flashed into his mind, making him abandon the idea of leaving the battlefield. At the critical moment, Sakura felt certain she was about to die, but then, a figure suddenly dashed to her side and sent the leaping Otogekiru's ninja flying with a single palm strike. You are Dash. In this life-or-death situation, Hinata had no time to be shy. She reached out and pulled Sakura up. Are you okay, Sakura-san? Sakura had some impression of Hinata, and that was when they were still in the ninja academy. This girl had always seemed timid and fragile. Who would have thought she'd become so reliable in a crisis? Beside Hinata, the rest of Konoha 12 gradually gathered together. Seeing the stalemate in the battle ahead, Naruto exhaled slowly, deciding not to drag things out any longer with the two in front of him. Ha! Kisame suddenly emerged from the water, slashing at Naruto with his sword. But Naruto didn't even bother dodging. Instead, he reached out and grabbed toward another direction. In the next instant, another Kisame appeared right where Naruto's hand was, and his throat was caught in Naruto's grip. The Kisame behind him dissolved back into water and splashed down. Naruto didn't even waste words. He tightened his grip, ready to crush the man's windpipe, but unexpectedly, the sword Samehada moved on its own. Samehada opened its maw wide and bit down hard on Naruto's shoulder. Though no blood sprayed out, Kisame could feel Samehada voraciously devouring Naruto's chakra. Naruto's expression had turned cold. You like to eat? Then I'll let you eat your fill. A huge amount of chakra began actively pouring from Naruto's body into Samehada's mouth. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto was born with chakra far beyond that of ordinary ninjas. In addition, he had decades of enhanced accumulation from another world, so even if he hadn't fully brought all of it back, his chakra reserves had still multiplied several times over. Compared to Kisame, the current Naruto was far more deserving of the title, Tailless-Tailed Beast. Even Kurama, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines, only realized at this moment how much chakra Naruto had in his body. Though it's still incomparable to his own, if one were to say Naruto's chakra was on par with a weaker tailed beast, it wouldn't be entirely wrong. Soon, Samehada began to swell up. Its teeth, which had been tightly clamped onto Naruto's shoulder, loosened, and its blade suddenly went limp, sagging like a deflated balloon. Looking Naruto with lifeless gaze, drooling excess chakra it couldn't swallow, with its belly bloated to the point of bursting. Then, shockingly, Samehada actively wriggled out of Kisame's grip and began slinking toward Naruto like a submissive dog. This time, it made no attempt to attack. Instead, it acted more like it was trying to curry favor with its new master. This scene was practically a case of NTR. Of course, this was only surface level. While Samehada often behaving like a beast driven by instinct, it was in fact deeply loyal to Kisame. Even its so-called betrayal in the original work was likely just an act to assist Kisame's later infiltration plans. Naruto's observation haki is the most effective at detecting hidden emotions. This naturally includes animals. Not being fooled by Samehada's act, Naruto then did something that left even Kisame utterly stunned. He actually opened his mouth wide and bit down hard on Samehada. Then, gripping Samehada with one hand, he tore into it like a wild animal. Samehada thrashed violently, but in the end, Naruto ripped off a chunk of its flesh. After chewing it twice, Naruto spat it directly onto the ground. Bleh, tastes awful. Then, without giving Kisame time to react, he snapped Kisame's neck with a sharp crack, then tossed both the corpse and Samehada aside. Naruto wiped his mouth and took a few steps toward Itachi, but then, as if sensing something, his gaze snapped toward the water below. There, Kisame's body and Samehada, which should have been lying motionless, had vanished without a trace. TCH. Tough as a cockroach. Even having his neck snapped wasn't enough to kill him. Kisame, Orochimaru. Ninja might be fragile in some ways, but their survival instincts were on a whole other level. Fortunately, even if Kisame wasn't dead, he was likely severely injured and had fled, as his presence had already disappeared. So, your partner's been taken care of. Aren't you going to do something? For once, Itachi actually responded to Naruto's words. Uzumaki Naruto, you truly are an anomaly, just as the reports said. His gaze flickered toward his younger brother, who was still desperately struggling to break free of the genjutsu with his Sharingan. Then he glanced back at Naruto, who, despite being the same age as Sasuke, already possessed combat ability surpassing that of a Jonin, and his thoughts grew unreadable. Ah! At that moment, Sasuke, who should have been immobilized like a wooden dummy, let out a furious roar. Perhaps Itachi had loosened the genjutsu's hold. Sasuke finally began breaking free. After witnessing Naruto effortlessly defeat Itachi's partner, Sasuke couldn't help but compare it to his own pitiful state, reduced to a helpless stray dog, frozen in place by a single glance from Itachi. All his intense training now seemed like a cruel joke. The overwhelming frustration and stimulation pushed his Sharingan to evolve further, and a third tomo formed in his pupils. Once the third tomo fully manifested, the restrictions of shackling stakes technique was broken, and Sasuke regained his mobility. Just as he gathered his fighting spirit, ready to charge at Itachi again, Naruto seemed to have seen what was going to happen next and shouted at him from a distance. "Sasuke! Close your eyes." But Sasuke's reaction was a step too slow. "Tsukuyomi." With Itachi's whisper, Sasuke's consciousness was dragged into a 72-hour-long genjutsu of relentless torture. The moment he escaped the Tsukuyomi's grasp, Sasuke's body gave out, collapsing weakly to the ground. Because Tsukuyomi was cast instantaneously, with the entire torture sequence compressed into a single moment. So even if Naruto threw his weapons in this direction as soon as he observed the short future, he still couldn't interrupt it in time. He could only watch as Itachi released Tsukuyomi and turned into a flock of crows to dodge the Kusanagi sword that was thrown at him. Chapter 49 Haki X Sharingan. Itachi's figure had just reformed when a terrifying black lightning, coiling like a massive dragon, instantly surged toward him. Naruto quickly moved to Sasuke's side, helping him up and seating him against a tree. Itachi's Sharingan remained fixed ahead, clearly capturing the illusory yet tangible black torrent. Genjutsu? Or ninjutsu? He wasn't sure, nor did he want to recklessly take it head-on. But the black lightning was far faster than anticipated. Before Itachi could even attempt to dodge, it completely enveloped him. In an instant, an overwhelming spiritual will crashed against his mental barriers like tidal waves. In his perception, he felt as though he had become a ship caught in the eye of a storm. In the ninja world, a person's spiritual will was closely tied to Yin release chakra. The more talent a ninja had in this aspect, the more powerful their genjutsu would be. The Sharingan possessed by the Uchiha clan uses ocular power, which is a manifestation of Yin release chakra. This meant that nearly every Uchiha who awakened the Sharingan possessed formidable spiritual strength. Similarly, in the One Piece world, Haki was also deeply connected to spiritual will. However, unlike ninjas, who could strengthen their spiritual power through Yin release training, the people from One Piece world could only temper their will through life and death battles or rigorous training to master this extraordinary ability. As for Conqueror's Haki, it was even rarer. Only those born with an indomitable will and immense spiritual power could obtain the qualifications to become a king. The two had similarities but also differences. In comparison, the spiritual attacks of ninjas generally had a smaller range but far more precise control, capable of manipulating an opponent's consciousness or even directly destroying their mind. Conqueror's Haki, on the other hand, leaned more toward projecting one's own will. Its essence was to overwhelm an enemy's will with an unyielding self, covering a much wider area. However, without the application of Conqueror's Haki infusion, its lethality wasn't particularly strong. Therefore, most of the time, Conqueror's Haki was used as a crowd-clearing skill to eliminate small fries. One was like a sharp kunai, the other like a roaring gale, neither could easily overpower the other. Just like now, as Itachi was shrouded in Conqueror's Haki, he only felt his spirit being suppressed to some degree, without suffering any actual damage. However, this was exactly the effect Naruto wanted. Restricting his movements was enough. The Kusanagi sword drew a streak of light through the air, its slash as unpredictable as a mountain goat's leap, impossible to evade. Naruto's speed was extreme. With the physical capabilities of his current body, even the most skilled taijutsu specialist in the field couldn't match him. Yet, just as he infused his blade with armament Haki and swung, he abruptly halted mid-motion before darting in another direction. The slash that should have cleaved Itachi in two instead veered off course, only tearing open the hem of his robe. Even as his pants were split open, nearly exposing something unspeakable, Itachi's expression remained unchanged, his eyes locked onto the spot where Naruto had stood moments before. Amaterasu. Itachi let out a soft call, then twin trails of blood seeped from the corners of his eyes. The moment Naruto moved away, black flames suddenly ignited the shrubs on the ground. If Naruto hadn't dodged just now, the fire would have engulfed him. What kind of technique is this? Amaterasu's flames ignited instantaneously, making evasion nearly impossible. But Naruto's observation Haki was even more absurd. Watching as the black flames burned even the water-soaked tree trunks, Naruto set aside his earlier underestimation of his opponent. Easily defeating Kisame had indeed made him somewhat careless against this enemy from the Akatsuki. Indeed, the moment Naruto saw the distinctive attire of his opponent, he was reminded of Kakuzu, who had died by his hand. He had initially thought the two were here to seek revenge against him, but now, it seemed Sasuke had been dragged into this because of him. Naruto knew he couldn't afford to be touched by those black flames. They gave Naruto an extremely dangerous feeling. Impressive reflexes. Had you been touched by the flames of Amaterasu, your fate would have been complete incineration. That wasn't entirely accurate, though. In truth, while the flames of Amaterasu couldn't be extinguished, they could be sealed away into a scroll. Unfortunately, Naruto wasn't aware of this. He wanted to attack again, but the future observed by his observation haki forced him to dodge once more and also closed his eyes. This time, Itachi used the same technique he had just tortured Sasuke with, Tsukuyomi. It seemed he had also realized that Naruto possessed some ability to predict attacks. However, Itachi wasn't troubled by this. Instead, he used it to his advantage, continuously forcing Naruto to evade. TCH, what a pain. Naruto grumbled inwardly. Itachi was on a completely different level of difficulty compared to Kisame. It can only be said that Naruto's current use of chakra is still too crude. With just haki, the best he could do was avoid being hit, and he had no way to counter the genjutsu created by the Sharingan. Given his current abilities, his long-range attack options were far too limited. For the moment, there was really nothing he could do against Itachi. He sighed inwardly, if only I still had my original body's strength. If that were the case, he could have just unleashed a Hakoku sovereignty, right then and there, flattening both Itachi and the entire battlefield into a pancake. No, next time I have to ask Jiraiya-sensei to teach me some ways to deal with genjutsu. Suddenly, Naruto sensed something and dropped his combat stance, withdrawing all his haki. Itachi was slightly slower to react but also ceased his attack, swiftly retreating backward. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of figures appeared on the battlefield. They were Konoha's Umbu and the Jonin instructors of Konoha 12. The arrival of the Umbu quickly tipped the scales in favor of Anko and the others. Soon, those ordinary Otogekure and Sungekure's ninjas were subdued one by one. Meanwhile, Kakashi, Gai, Kurenai, and the other Jonin closed in on Naruto and Itachi, some already assuming offensive stances. It seems the capture mission has failed. Even with his clothes torn open, Itachi maintained his cold demeanor, casting a deep glance at Sasuke, who was slumped against a tree in the distance. Foolish little brother, if you wish to kill me, hate me, detest me, and yet survive in an unsightly way. Run, run and cling to life. His words faded along with his figure, gradually dissipating into the air. As a spy for Konoha, Itachi naturally had no reason to fight Naruto to the death for the Akatsuki's mission. Now that Konoha's Jonin had arrived, it was the perfect opportunity to retreat. Took you long enough, Kakashi-sensei. That was exhausting. The moment the enemy vanished, Naruto reverted to his usual lazy demeanor. Did you do all this? Kakashi asked in a low voice, his eyes flicking toward the surrounding forest of death that had been destroyed beyond recognition. After Naruto's ebb tide lifter, nearly every tree in the affected area had been uprooted, and even the topsoil had been scraped away. Thankfully, the area was far enough from the residential district to avoid greater destruction. Hearing this, Naruto whistled very naturally with an expression that said, "It has nothing to do with me." No idea. It was already like this when I got here. Chapter 50, luring the tiger away from the mountain. Speaking of which, Kakashi-sensei, you guys came to the rescue much faster than I thought. Naruto remarked casually while subtly tucking the Kusanagi sword he had picked up into his waistband. The proctors only sent out the distress signal a short while ago, and you guys showed up almost immediately. Though his battle against Kisame and Itachi had felt lengthy, in reality, it hadn't taken much time at all. Given the distance between the Forest of Death and Konoha's residential area, Kakashi and the others had arrived surprisingly quickly. But unexpectedly, Kakashi blinked in confusion at Naruto's words. What distress signal? We came under direct orders from the Hokage after receiving intel about intruders in the second exam area. Naruto frowned at this. Something wasn't right. Orochimaru's target is not us. In just a few seconds, Naruto pieced together the anomaly and realized that Kakashi and the others had likely been lured away as part of a diversion. While Naruto was confirming the situation with Kakashi, on the other side of the battlefield, Temari's expression grew increasingly frantic as she watched her comrades being subdued one after another. She and Kankuro were barely holding their own against the Umbu's assault. However, since the two siblings are just genin, they are still a little immature in front of the Umbu. If not for the Umbu's orders to capture them alive, she and Kankuro would have been killed already. Temari turned her gaze to Gaara, whose body was already half covered in sand, and without waiting for the reinforcements of Tsunagekyu's ninjas that were supposed to arrive as part of their plan, she shouted desperately. Gaara, now. Gaara's sand was more than enough to deal with ordinary examinees, but against the coordinated and disciplined Umbu's members, it was proving ineffective. Several attacks from the Jonin had already cut through his defenses, leaving shallow wounds on his skin, and this only enraged the already unstable boy further. Damn it. Die, all of you. With Gaara's furious roar, an even greater surge of sand enveloped his body, morphing into a monstrous form. Blue-purple stripes flickered across the surface of the sand, radiating an ominous aura. The chakra of the one-tail, Shikaku, erupted violently from his body, and in the blink of an eye, his figure swelled grotesquely. What's that? Kakashi and Naruto also heard the commotion coming from this direction. When they turned to look, they saw Gaara, who had gone berserk, already in a half-tailed beast state. With the massive boost in chakra, the surrounding Umbu couldn't get close to him in a short time. In fact, several had already been severely injured by his clawed strikes. So this is the Jinchuriki from Tsunagakure? Kakashi knew some of the information about Tsunagakure, so he quickly realized the boy's true identity. And these words were also heard by Naruto. This state is what a Jinchuriki is. Looking at the monstrous appearance of the figure before him, Naruto thought that, at least from the looks of it, calling a Jinchuriki a monster wasn't an exaggeration. But, why don't I have this kind of state? Naruto was puzzled, and Kurama, who was in his consciousness space, felt even more wronged. Was it that Kurama didn't want to influence Naruto? No. It was that he couldn't. Back when Naruto was still weak, Kurama was locked up in a small dark room by an invisible force and could do nothing except serve as a power bank. By the time he was finally released from prison, his Jinchuriki had somehow mutated, with his spirit becoming incredibly dense. Forget making him go berserk, even forcibly dragging him into a conversation required a tremendous effort. Kurama was finding it harder and harder to understand his Jinchuriki. Although he was confused, Naruto didn't plan to just stand by and watch after seeing the rampaging Gaara easily toss aside the Umbu's suppression and prepare to attack indiscriminately. At this point, he knew their group wasn't the enemy's main target, so he didn't have time to waste here. Without caring about anything else, Naruto stomped hard on the ground, his figure vanishing instantly before reappearing above Gaara. His iron fist slammed straight into Gaara's monstrous head, shattering the sand armor and revealing Gaara's real body beneath. The change happened too fast. Before anyone could react, the monster that had just been wreaking havoc was suddenly punched into the ground by Naruto. The Umbu and Jonin, who had come to assist, stared at Naruto in shock. Some of them recognized him and some were not very familiar with him, but all of them were stunned. In contrast, the other examinees who had witnessed Naruto single-handedly fighting two powerful invaders earlier weren't nearly as surprised. Gaara. The only ones present who cared about Gaara's life were his siblings, Temari and Kankuro. They didn't care about the fact that Gaara, who had just gone berserk, almost attacked them as well, and they didn't even care about the terrifying Naruto in front of them, and rushed over directly. As the older sister, Temari knew she was no match for Naruto, but she still raised her fan to shield her brother. Meanwhile, Kankuro carefully checked Gaara's injuries. Naruto had no intention of stopping them. He just clenched his fists lightly with a hint of confusion on his face. This feeling, why does it feel so natural? It's as if I was born to beat this guy up. Suddenly, Naruto's expression changed. Before he could even speak, he dashed toward Gaara at full speed. With his speed, Temari and Kankuro couldn't react at all. By the time they realized what was happening and tried to resist, Naruto had already grabbed them by the collars and yanked them aside. Everyone, get away from here. Hearing Naruto's shout, the other examinees reacted faster than their minds could process, almost instinctively obeying his command. While the Umbu and Jonin were a beat slower, their speed made up for it. Therefore, by the time Naruto's warning echoed, everyone had already distanced themselves from Gaara's fallen body. Suddenly, a sinister chakra erupted from Gaara's body, rapidly spreading outward. Countless grains of sand gathered under the influence of this chakra, swiftly forming a colossal, mountain-like figure. Thankfully, the crowd had already scattered, otherwise, the sheer force of its emergence alone might have caused casualties. What kind of monster is that? It's the tailed beast. Everyone, form up. Now. Restrict it with ninjutsu. Some lost their will to fight the moment they saw the overwhelming presence of the one-tail, Shikaku, while the professionally trained Jonin immediately moved to restrict the beast's movements with ninjutsu. Roar. Though Gaara hadn't used the feigning sleep technique, his loss of consciousness allowed Shikaku to temporarily take full control of the body. Shikaku let out a deafening roar, as if venting years of pent-up frustration from his imprisonment. But Shikaku's moment of glory lasted only a few seconds before a tiny figure abruptly appeared right on the tip of his nose. Huh. Before Shikaku could even process it, Naruto, who had been standing there, vanished midair with a single step. I don't have time to waste on you. Those were the last words Shikaku heard clearly after years of imprisonment and his brief moment of freedom. Since he already knew that he might be being plotted against, Naruto naturally had no intention of playing along with the enemy's plans. An huge amount of chakra gathered in Naruto's palm, forming a raise-non larger than a human. Then, with brutal efficiency, he slammed it straight into Shikaku's face. The spiraling force rapidly ground away the sand armor protecting Shikaku's head. After releasing the raise-non, Naruto let the out-of-control raise-non explode on its own, blowing Shikaku to pieces. Honestly, this kind of gigantic enemy suited him far better than slippery opponents like Itachi. Then, Naruto's sharp eyes then locked onto the exposed Gaara's real body. His fist clenched. Originally, Naruto wanted to just punch the other person to show his love. However, at the critical moment, looking at Gaara's young face, which seemed to have calmed down after being unconscious, he thought of his own past. Then he remembered Temari and Kankuro standing protectively in front of their brother. "TSK, you're lucky." Grabbing Gaara by the head, Naruto forcibly yanked him out of Shikaku's body and tossed him toward Temari and Kankuro. He had no intention of saying anything to the two siblings. After all, strictly speaking, they were still enemies who had invaded Konoha Village. "I'll leave these people to you. I've got other places to be." Naruto didn't intend to explain too much, and immediately left quickly amid Kakashi's puzzled question, "Where are you going, leaving only chaos behind?" Chapter 51. How could Konoha have an advisor clinging to power for 50 years? On the other side, outside the Hokage building. When Orochimaru arrived, he saw Danzo and Hiruzen confronting each other. On Hiruzen's lower back, a wound was bleeding profusely. "Danzo. Have you lost your mind?" Gripping the adamantine staff, which is the transformed Enma, Hiruzen panted heavily, struggling to steady his breath. "Humph, Hiruzen, you've grown too weak. The position of Hokage should have been mine long ago." Danzo's aged, gloomy face was twisted with madness. At this point in the plan, there was no turning back. He had been an advisor for over 30 years, from youth to old age. He could wait no longer. Tobirama-sensei should have passed the title to me in the first place. Danzo. Heh. Didn't you say you wouldn't intervene personally? At this time, Orochimaru's voice sounded sinisterly, drawing the attention of both men. Hearing this, Hiruzen's eyes flashed with a hint of disbelief, followed by understanding, then fury. "Orochimaru. So it was you. Danzo, you've been colluding with him all along." Coo. "My dear sensei, there's much you don't know." As he spoke, Orochimaru insidiously used hidden shadow snake hands, unleashing a swarm of venomous snakes that lunged at Hiruzen with gaping jaws. Due to Naruto's sudden actions, their carefully laid plans had been thrown into chaos. In Orochimaru's original scheme, the 4 curse-marked subordinates meant to cast the 4 violet flames formation had failed to arrive on time. Meanwhile, after receiving news from the Forest of Death, Danzo had immediately dispatched his men to forge orders diverting the Jonin there. At the same time, in order to minimize interference and eliminate witnesses, he also ordered his subordinates to cast the Temple of Nirvana technique across the village. At this point, nearly all the villagers had fallen under the Genjutsu. Though things hadn't gone exactly as planned, they had still reached this critical juncture. Yet, despite the circumstances, Danzo waited in vain for Orochimaru to arrive and deal with Hiruzen as agreed. Not only that, even the subordinates he had sent out didn't come back to report. Danzo couldn't bear to let this opportunity slip. If he failed now, who knew how long he'd have to wait for another chance? How could Konoha have an advisor clinging to power for 50 years? The urgency in his heart and the guilty conscience made him make a reckless move. He actually stepped out of the shadows and ambushed Hiruzen himself. Originally, he just had to wait for Orochimaru to kill Hiruzen, and then cooperate with him secretly, and finally come out to seize power when the Hokage's position was vacant. But now that he had struck, there was no going back. It was a fight to the death. Danzo's single eye stared at Hiruzen with undisguised killing intent. In this situation, as long as Hiruzen lived, Danzo could never remain in Konoha, let alone become Hokage. Wind release, vacuum serial waves. Taking advantage of Orochimaru's surprise attack, Danzo also used the wind release ninjutsu that he was good at. In an instant, Hiruzen was entangled by the snakes before being sliced apart by the barrage of wind blades. But, no blood spilled from the severed wounds. Earth release, earth clone. Earth release, mud river. By the time Hiruzen reappeared, he had already repositioned himself, his hands also forming hand seals. The ground beneath Orochimaru and Danzo turned into slippery mud. As they lost their footing, another Hiruzen emerged behind them. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. A torrent of scorching flames engulfed both Orochimaru and Danzo. As a missing nin who lived and breathed schemes and treachery, Orochimaru's combat experience far surpassed that of Danzo, who had spent decades giving orders from the shadows of Root. Therefore, the fire dragon flame bullet only hit the same type of earth clone that Orochimaru created by imitating Hiruzen. As for Danzo, maybe it was because he was too old and his brain couldn't react quickly, or maybe it was because he hadn't fought for too long, or sheer incompetence, he only stood frozen in place and took the full brunt of the flame. The flames instantly engulfed Danzo, the scorching heat spreading rapidly. Farewell, old friend. Just as Hiruzen silently bid his farewell to Danzo in his heart, the next second, a scene occurred that made him completely drop his jaw. The fire burned away Danzo's clothes, but when the flames dissipated, his body remained completely unharmed. But that wasn't even the most shocking part. Danzo. What have you done? Hiruzen's eyes widened as he saw the pale arm exposed beneath Danzo's tattered sleeve, which is embedded with 10 Sharingan eyes. Then, Orochimaru's voice, emerging from another position, made Hiruzen's eyes turn bloodshot. Oh. It seems the Hashirama's cells have integrated well within you. What are you talking about? At this time, Danzo sneered. You really have grown senile, Hiruzen. Don't you understand? I have integrated the power of the first Hokage into my body, as well as the power of the Uchiha clan. See for yourself. I am far stronger than you. The Hokage's position should be mine. Now that the truth was out, Danzo didn't bother hiding anything anymore. You bastard. Hiruzen had suspected Danzo was hiding something from him, but he had never expected it was something this extreme. Rage surged through him, and for a moment, he even forgot about Orochimaru. Gripping the adamantine staff, he swung it down with all his might onto Danzo's skull. However, after the adamantine staff, which is capable of splitting mountains, struck towards Danzo, he did not move at all. Wind release, vacuum blade. Danzo pulled out a shuriken, exhaled sharply, and infused chakra into it. The shuriken spun rapidly between his fingers, its edges wrapped in an invisible blade of wind that sliced through everything around it. The shuriken shot forward, and Hiruzen, unable to dodge in time, blocked it with adamantine staff. Fortunately, Enma's body was tough enough to withstand the blow and deflect it away. Don't forget about me, sensei. At this time, Orochimaru, who was unwilling to stand aside on the sidelines, seized the moment to strike again. But this time, the ninjutsu he used didn't seem to be an offensive ninjutsu. After forming a series of hand seals, 2 coffins marked with 1 and 2 were summoned. Summoning, impure world reincarnation. Under Hiruzen's horrified gaze, Orochimaru performed the 1.0 version of the impure world reincarnation. Immediately afterwards, 2 figures Hiruzen knew all too well stepped out of the coffins. They are the first and second Hokage. Orochimaru. Hiruzen roared angrily, trying to stop Orochimaru from defiling the souls of the first and second. But Danzo clung to him like a stubborn leech. Do you really have time to look away? Wind release, vacuum bullets. Danzo spat out a compressed blast of air, which instantly pierced through Hiruzen's shoulder, leaving a wound identical to the one on his waist. It seemed Orochimaru and Danzo were competing to see who could provoke Hiruzen more. The poor old monkey was being torn between them. Hiruzen could only watch helplessly as Orochimaru inserted 2 kunai that could control the impure world body into the back of the heads of the first and second Hokage. Instantly, the cracks on their reincarnated bodies faded, restoring them to the appearance that Hiruzen was familiar with. Long time no see, Saru. Despite their words, the 2 former Hokages showed no mercy. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a devastating water release, water-severing wave. A high-pressure water jet, sharp as a laser, shot toward Hiruzen. At the critical moment, a voice all too familiar to Orochimaru rang out. Food Cart Destroyer Technique. Chapter 52, Chapter 52 Settling Scores and Grudges. Food Cart Destroyer Technique. With a loud shout, a massive toad came crashing down from midair, landing squarely on the reanimated first and second Hokage. The impact also knocked Tobirama's water-severing wave off course, sending it slicing straight toward the distant Hokage rock. As luck would have it, the attack struck none other than the stone face of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju himself. Truly a case of, I hit myself. It just goes to show how crude this 1.0 version of the impure world reincarnation is, as the reanimated subjects inherited only a fraction of their original power. In the original work, even when Orochimaru first reanimated the first Hokage, he could only manage a modest wood-release ninjutsu, which is a far cry from the towering Susanoo-like constructs he effortlessly summoned in his prime. Jiraiya. If there was anyone in the ninja world besides Jiraiya himself who was most familiar with this technique, it was Orochimaru. Much like Naruto and Sasuke, Hiruzen and Danzo, or Hashirama and Madara in the original story, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were another pair of frenemies bound by love and hate. It seemed to be a signature trait of Konoha, something you just had to experience. Jiraiya didn't even bother responding to Orochimaru. Instead, he stood atop the summoned toad's head, glancing toward Hiruzen. Old man. Can you still hold on? Thanks to Naruto's sudden intervention, Orochimaru hadn't been able to summon his snake army outside the village as planned, which would have kept Jiraiya tied up elsewhere. Seeing his student come to his aid, a faint look of relief crossed Hiruzen's old face. In stark contrast, Danzo's expression darkened to the extreme. This is bad. If earlier, he could still take advantage of the lack of witnesses, kill Hiruzen, and pin the blame on the missing nin, Orochimaru, now that Jiraiya was here, the success rate of that plan had plummeted. As one of the Sannin, Jiraiya commanded immense respect in the village, even though he was rarely around. If he testified, no one would believe Danzo's version of events. Unless Danzo touched his bandaged eye. Damn it. I hadn't fully integrated Hashirama's cells yet, otherwise, I could have used that eye, the one capable of turning the tide. Orochimaru. Attack now. Danzo knew they couldn't afford to drag this out. The Temple of Nirvana technique wouldn't last forever, and if the others woke up, it would truly be the end for him. He deeply regretted his rash decision to act, but at this point, there was no turning back. With a fierce glare, Danzo launched 2 more true wind release shuriken. At the same time, he charged forward, his fighting style suddenly becoming recklessly aggressive. Hiruzen had been handling Danzo's attacks with relative ease, but now that his opponent was fighting as if he had nothing to lose, even Hiruzen found himself struggling. After deflecting the shuriken with his adamantine staff, Hiruzen created a few shadow clones, and together, they unleashed their combined 5-release great combo technique. Having realized Danzo's ambitions, Hiruzen no longer held back. Thankfully, the open area in front of the Hokage building was spacious enough, and the villagers were still unconscious elsewhere, otherwise, this attack alone would have caused untold collateral damage. However, Danzo seemed to ignore the ninjutsu entirely, charging straight through its range. Before Hiruzen could react, an unharmed Danzo burst through the flames and closed in on him. How? At this time, Hiruzen suddenly remembered that Danzo had done something similar earlier, completely disregarding his ninjutsu attacks. What is going on? Hiruzen was confused, but Danzo had no intention of explaining. Wind release, vacuum blade. The wind release chakra wrapped around the kunai transformed into a sharp blade, thrusting straight toward Hiruzen. Enma. At such close range, Hiruzen immediately extended the adamantine staff, using the pole to block the incoming vacuum blade. Hiruzen had already noticed the anomaly in Danzo's abilities, and that damage-negating power was truly troublesome. Because of this, once Danzo closed the distance, Hiruzen relied on the freely extendable adamantine staff to maintain space between them. It had to be said that Hiruzen's combat instincts were still sharp. This move effectively thwarted Danzo's plan to exploit Izanagi's invincibility window to kill him outright. While the 2 old men were locked in their tug-of-war, Orochimaru seemed completely uninterested in following Danzo's orders. And for good reason. In his opinion, Danzo was nothing more than a disposable pawn. Did anyone actually expect him to honor their cooperation and keep his word? For people like them, not stabbing each other in the back was already an act of charity. Besides, staring at Jiraiya before him, Orochimaru temporarily set aside his plans to deal with Hiruzen. Summoning technique. A massive, purple-black snake, Manda, emerged beneath him, its sheer size dwarfing the toad Jiraiya had summoned before. Orochimaru. You dare summon me? You'd better have prepared the tribute. If there aren't at least 100 live sacrifices, I'll eat you instead. Manda was notoriously foul-mouthed, treating Orochimaru with blatant disdain. But Orochimaru couldn't care less about the attitude of such a mindless beast. Of course. Once we deal with them, you can feast on everyone here to your heart's content. Orochimaru had no problem making empty promises like this, after all, he didn't particularly care if Manda went on a rampage. With the deal secured, Manda immediately coiled its tail around the toad Jiraiya had summoned earlier, binding it tightly. Seeing this, Jiraiya simply dispelled the toad's summoning and slapped his hand on the ground again, performing another summoning. A massive tonto descended from the sky, grasped by an enormous toad, Gamabunta, who thrust it straight down at Manda below. If not for Manda's quick reflexes, it would have been skewered on the spot. Manda clamped its jaws around the blade, preventing Gamabunta from pulling it back, then attempted to wrap its tail around the toad again. But Gamabunta released the sword and leaped back with surprising agility, its massive size not hindering its movements in the slightest. I'll turn you into toad jerky, you bastard. Perfect. I could use a new snakeskin wallet. The 2 intelligent summoning beasts glared at each other, poised to strike at any moment. Manda flung the tonto aside, which Gamabunta easily dodged before swiftly retrieving it from the ground and raising it horizontally to block Manda's venomous fangs. Even with the spacious area in front of the Hokage building, the sheer size of these 2 summoning beasts made their battle destructive. Watching as Manda's tail accidentally demolished a nearby building, Jiraiya knew they had to end this quickly. Chapter 53, Fire Release, Toad Oil Flame Bullet. Just as Manda forced Gamabunta back once more, Jiraiya, who was standing atop the toad's head, shouted out the ninjutsu's name. Gamabunta immediately spewed a torrent of oil, while Jiraiya followed up with a blast of fire. The moment the oil met the flames, it ignited into a colossal fire dragon, surging forward with devastating force. If this attack connected, putting out the flames wouldn't be easy. Triple Rashomon. Orochimaru wasn't about to be outdone. With a swift summoning technique, 3 massive gates erupted from the ground, blocking the fiery onslaught. Meanwhile, Manda took advantage of the obscured vision to burrow underground, slithering toward Jiraiya like a ground dragon. Below us. Gamabunta reacted instantly, driving its massive tanto downward just as Manda burst from the earth. The blade clashed against the snake's fangs, but Manda's tail coiled around from the opposite side, attempting to ensnare them. Ninja art, wild lion's mane technique. Jiraiya's white hair, reinforced with chakra, hardened like steel, lashing out to wrap around Manda's tail. The razor-sharp strands sliced deep gashes into the snake's scales. Now. Orochimaru suddenly slithered out from Manda's mouth, his own tongue morphing into a snake that lunged at Jiraiya. He would have loved to pull off his signature Snake Spitsman, Spit Snake Sword combo, but since the Kusanagi sword had been stolen, he could only settle for Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Left with no choice, Jiraiya retracted his hair, weaving it into a protective armor around himself. Ninja art, Needle Jizo. Orochimaru's tongue was cut directly and retracted again, but he showed no sign of frustration. You let your guard down, Jiraiya. What? Jiraiya was startled when he heard that, then turned his head as if he had noticed something. Sure enough, in that direction, the first and second Hokage, which were previously crushed by the food cart destroyer technique, had already regenerated, their bodies fully restored. This was the true terror of the impure world reincarnation. Even if the revived ninja couldn't match their original strength, as long as the caster lived and their souls remained unsealed, their bodies could never be truly destroyed. Ninja art, nativity of a world of trees. Countless vines erupted from the ground and walls, rapidly entangling Gamabunta and Jiraiya, attempting to immobilize them. However, the first Hokage was not in his prime, and it took a lot of time just to perform such a ninjutsu, so Jiraiya still had time to react after discovering it. He immediately dispelled Gamabunta's summoning to avoid being trapped, then quickly ran to the other side. Damn it. Should I use Sage Mode? Jiraiya hesitated. After all, activating Sage Mode inside the village would cause even greater destruction. Moreover, it takes some time for him to accumulate the natural energy to use the Sage Mode. In this case, it is questionable whether both himself and Hiruzen can hold on for that long. Looking at Hiruzen, who was also forced to retreat under Danzo's reckless offensive, Jiraiya grew increasingly anxious. If Orochimaru and Danzo weren't defeated soon, the village would still be in danger. With his mind made up, Jiraiya prepared to summon the two Toad Sages, Fukasaku and Shima, to assist him. But at this moment, an intense sonic boom tore through the air from afar. From such a distance, everyone could only see a tiny dot rapidly growing larger as it closed the gap between them at an unbelievable speed. Around the figure, the air seemed to explode outward, forming visible shockwave ripples. Boom. Before anyone could react, Manda's head was struck as if pierced by a spear, slamming straight into the ground. The impact cratered the area in front of the Hokage building. The first and second Hokage, who had only been revived less than 5 minutes ago, were once again reduced to fragments before they could even dodge. Even Hiruzen and Danzo, who were still locked in combat, were sent flying by the shockwave, forcing them to pause their battle and regain their footing. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's body was reduced to a mangled, unrecognizable mess in the attack. After Manda suffered a fatal injury and was forcibly unsummoned, Orochimaru's remains splattered back onto the ground. However, this mere fatal injury was nothing to Orochimaru. You could say Orochimaru wasn't the strongest in combat, but you could never say his survival skills were lacking. The pile of flesh soon split open again, as if shedding skin, and a female version of Orochimaru with a brand new look emerged from it. This was the original appearance of Orochimaru's current vessel. Naruto-kun, you arrived much faster than I expected. Orochimaru said in his usual eerie tone. From the depths of the crater, Naruto slowly stood up, brushing off the dust and debris before leaping effortlessly to Jiraiya's side. Don't worry, I'll take care of you later. Naruto pointed a finger at Orochimaru before turning to Jiraiya and nodding toward Hiruzen's direction. Jiraiya-sensei, who's that guy fighting Old Man Third? With Naruto's arrival and his overwhelming strike that took down Orochimaru's summon, Jiraiya's previously sinking mood lifted. Back when he had taught Naruto the Rasengan, he had already sensed something extraordinary about the kid. But he never expected Naruto to be this strong, and also made such a dramatic entrance. That guy. That's Danzo Shimura. A scheming old bastard. So, he and Orochimaru are behind all this. Pretty much. Jiraiya wasn't entirely clear on the details yet, but he had pieced together most of it. Alright, so he's an enemy too. After getting Jiraiya's affirmative answer, Naruto vanished from his spot again. Then, a fist imbued with armament hockey struck Danzo before he could react. Danzo, stubborn as ever, took the punch to the face without a sound, his body sent flying. Naruto then used Moon Step to pivot midair, appearing behind Danzo at an even faster speed. Grabbing the back of Danzo's head, he slammed him straight into the ground. Though the sequence seemed long, the entire exchange took less than 2 or 3 seconds. Looking down at Danzo, who was now buried headfirst into the earth with only his legs sticking out, Naruto dusted off his hands. All done. Old man, you really got beaten up bad dash. Naruto, watch out. Hiruzen suddenly exclaimed, but his reminder seemed a little slow. Danzo had already reappeared right beside Naruto. But he didn't attack immediately. The reason is very simple, because at this moment, sealing marks have begun to appear on Naruto's body. Self-cursing sealing technique. It is a forbidden technique that required physical contact to implant the seals into the target's body. During the brief moment of invincibility granted by Izanagi, Danzo had successfully marked Naruto with the seal. Danzo knew that Naruto's movements were now restricted, and even his chakra would be difficult to use. I should have killed you a long time ago, Uzumaki Naruto. Now that there is one more person who knows the truth, Danzo, who has gone completely crazy, no longer cares about the life or death of the Jinchuriki. Just die already. This was the perfect chance to settle old and new grudges at once. Fortunately, it's not too late now. As he said that, Danzo pulled out a kunai and thrust it toward Naruto's throat. Clang. Snap. The first sound was the kunai striking Naruto's neck. The second was the kunai breaking. Chapter 54, Chapter 54 Kurama, where did you come in from? Danzo looked at the kunai in his hand that was broken into two pieces. For a moment, he was unsure whether it was due to the opponent's skin being too tough or the kunai's poor quality. However, Naruto didn't give him any more time to think. The self-cursing sealing jutsu's binding time was inherently limited, as it was a technique used in battle to temporarily seal an opponent's movements. Against a particularly strong opponent, its duration would shorten even further. For Naruto, whether it was physical restraints or chakra sealing, they both happened to be his specialties. Danzo's wrinkled face was right beside him, and Naruto felt an inexplicable urge compelling him to deliver a brutal blow. Since pure Haki-enhanced attack didn't seem to work on him earlier, this time, he'd try something else. Naruto's palm opened slightly, and a Rasengan almost instantly materialized in his hand. Hit. The compressed chakra struck Danzo directly, sending him spinning like a propeller before crashing into the wall of the Hokage building, embedding himself deeply within it. Admittedly, the Hokage building's structural integrity was impressive. Even after being blasted with several holes, it didn't so much as tremble. This time, Naruto focused his observation haki to stare at Danzo intently, trying to discern how he recovered. Coincidentally, Danzo's 1-minute invincibility had just ended, and this attack forced him to consume another Sharingan to renew the Izanagi's effect. At the same time, one of the grotesque eyes on his arm closed. Aside from the Shursui's eye transplanted in his own eye socket, only 4 Sharingan remained for his use. Naruto also noticed the moment the Sharingan closed. In fact, it was hard to ignore that horrifying arm. The moment he saw it, Naruto immediately thought of Sasuke's eyes, and then recalled the Uchiha clan massacre. It seems that this old bastard had played some unsavory role in that incident. At the very least, those Sharingan couldn't have been voluntarily donated to him by the Uchiha clan, right? Meanwhile, Jiraiya remained cautious, keeping a close watch on Orochimaru to prevent any sudden attacks. Surprisingly, after Naruto told Orochimaru, "I'll deal with you later," the latter actually stood still obediently. He observed Naruto with keen interest, his eyes gleaming with greed. This power. A formidable strength I had never seen before, devoid of any chakra, as if it were the essence extracted from pure vitality. Could it be related to the tailed beasts? If only I could obtain some of Naruto-kun's cells. Compared to killing Hiruzen and causing the collapse of Konoha, Orochimaru's pursuit of eternal life clearly took higher priority. Shifting the focus back to the battlefield. Danzo, who had just been smashed into the wall with his head caved in, dissipated like an illusion under Naruto's watch before reappearing unharmed elsewhere. Damn Fox Br. Before he could finish, Naruto was already in front of him, throwing another punch. But this time, Danzo completely ignored the attack. It's that feeling again. Like hitting an illusion. It wasn't that my strength was lacking, rather, it was as if some rule separated my attacks from this old bastard. Whenever Naruto's fist struck Danzo, the latter's body would react, but soon after, he would revert like an illusion, completely unharmed. It was as if any attack against him was rendered ineffective. Ha! Fool. Still don't understand. I am invincible. Hearing this, Naruto remained silent, just continuing to throw punches relentlessly. Danzo watched helplessly as each of Naruto's strikes carried devastating force. Every time Izanagi rewrote the unfavorable reality into a dream, Naruto's fist would immediately follow up. Though Danzo couldn't be injured, he also couldn't counterattack. This stalemate couldn't go on forever. This damned fox brat left no openings and is incredibly stable. At this thought, Danzo decided to use words to shake Naruto's mentality, and then he opened his mouth and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, how ridiculous. A brat like you who no one cares about, would you actually fight for this village, for the Hokage who deceived you? After saying this, Danzo carefully observed Naruto's expression. Unfortunately, it seemed to have no effect. Uzumaki Naruto. Did Hiruzen never tell you? Your father was the renowned fourth Hokage. Think about it, you are the son of a hero, but what did you get? This was practically Danzo laying all his cards on the table. Under normal circumstances, he would never reveal such classified information. But right now, he had no better options. But Danzo didn't notice that when he said these words, Hiruzen, who was standing not far behind him, had a look on his face as if he was constipated and wanted to say something but couldn't. Huh. Still no reaction. Seeing that Naruto's breathing was not even disturbed and his punches were still relentless, and as long as Izanagi's invincible effect was interrupted, he would definitely be knocked down again, Danzo couldn't help feeling a little desperate. No. I am the root of Konoha. I am the future of this village. I can't die here. Danzo's eyes hardened. Since nothing else worked, he decided to go all out, revealing the real secrets as a weapon to attack Naruto's mind. As long as he could make Naruto distracted for a moment, he would immediately escape far away. Pathetic brat. Do you want to know the truth behind Namikaze Minato's death? He could have been saved that day. It was Hiruzen who ordered the villagers to be prioritized. It was me. I personally commanded the reinforcements to stand down, delaying the rescue. Ha 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 ha, that's right. Every bit of your suffering, it all traces back to me and Hiruzen. This time, his words clearly struck a nerve. For the first time, a different expression appeared on Naruto's face. His eyes suddenly became as deep as dead water, his lips were tightly pursed together, and veins were bulging on his forehead. Like a volcano on the verge of eruption, the sheer pressure radiating from him was suffocating. However, both Jiraiya and Hiruzen had an ominous premonition after seeing the expression on this face. Yes. That's it, that resentment. That pain. You know what? The suffering I'm enduring now doesn't even compare to a fraction of what your mother felt when the Nine Tails impaled her. Seeing Naruto stayed silent, Danzo, who thought his talk was effective, continued his verbal assault, completely unaware he was dancing on a landmine. Suddenly, an ominous chakra enveloped Naruto's entire body, and everything in the outside world seemed to stop. Naruto only felt a blur before his eyes, and the surrounding environment changed drastically. Drip. The sound of water droplets falling from the ceiling echoed. He found himself standing before a massive, sealed prison gate. And right in front of him, the giant fox he had seen in his dream was staring at him, dumbfounded. After all this time, Naruto certainly realized that this big fox was the root of all the misfortunes he had experienced, the nine-tailed fox. Meanwhile, Kurama, who was bound by the adamantine ceiling chains, was equally stunned. Wait, how the hell did this kid get in here? I didn't sense anything. Chapter 55 Charged Punch. Unlike Kurama, who had to expend tremendous effort just to barely pull Naruto's consciousness from the surface into this space, Naruto, as the master of this body, seemed capable of entering here with relative ease. It was just that he had never realized it before. The closest he had come was when he simply dismissed it as a dream. After all, he had been called a demon fox for so many years, so it was understandable that he would dream about it occasionally. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. However, Naruto was in no mood for pleasantries today. Danzo's final words had genuinely enraged him. Even though Naruto had never met his parents, Minato and Kushina were, after all, his closest relatives. He is also a human being, with emotions and desires. Upon hearing the truth and the gruesome details of his parents' deaths, no matter how mature Naruto usually was, he couldn't help but succumb to fury. This rage wasn't directed solely at Danzo. It also included anger toward the Nine Tails. And even a portion of it was resentment toward Minato's selfless sacrifice. Minato had been heroic. But Naruto's future had been steered onto a completely different path because of it. No matter how old Naruto grew, this was something he might never truly come to terms with. After arriving in this space, Naruto's appearance kept shifting uncontrollably. One moment, he was dressed in his orange tracksuit, looking like a short, stubby kid from his academy days. The next, he took on the appearance of his 20-something-year-old self, as he was during his time sailing the seas. Or else, he reverted to his current form, the 16-year-old version of himself. Just like Ditto, Naruto's appearance in this space seemed to be under some kind of interference, preventing it from stabilizing. Behind the barred gate, Kurama stared blankly at this scene, as if he hadn't yet processed what was happening. But soon, when his gaze met Naruto's, he no longer had time to think. Naruto's eyes pierced through the barred gate, locking onto the massive fox with fiery orange fur. After learning part of the truth about his parents' deaths, Naruto no longer saw Kurama merely as a massive chunk of meat, as he once had. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. Naruto didn't know why he had entered this space, nor did he immediately know how to leave. But from Naruto's current perspective, the Nine Tails, his greatest enemy, is most likely the mastermind behind all of this. A certain senior had once said, if you're unsure, just beat up every suspicious target first. Naruto thought the same way. And he intended to act on it. After beating the Nine Tails up, he would force him to tell him how to get out of here. It's you, isn't it? As Naruto spoke, the dark, sewer-like environment of the space suddenly began to stir with gusts of cold wind. The wind slipped into Kurama's nostrils. It carried the scent of the sea. The salty tang of ocean gales. During Naruto's second return to the One Piece world, Kurama had sensed it through Naruto's perception. But why was there a sea breeze here? Before Kurama could ponder further, what followed was a downpour of raindrops, dense as a swarm of bees, accompanied by the faint rumble of thunder. Even the ground beneath him began to flood with seawater. In the blink of an eye, this space seemed contaminated by another world, saturated with the elements of the ocean. Meanwhile, Naruto's form briefly solidified into his true appearance from the One Piece world. The supreme grade blade, Mushoku, rested at his waist, his haori fluttering wildly in the sea wind. His long golden hair, whether due to the wind or something else, floated around him like the clouds surrounding a deity, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Why you, brat? Kurama felt as though he had bitten his tongue, stumbling over his words before forcing his voice back into its usual deep, menacing tone. He had been about to spit out some mocking remark, but before he could, he was hit by an overwhelming, tangible pressure. Was this what the brat called conqueror's haki? Kurama had some doubts in his heart. To a certain extent, he, alongside Sasuke, had listened to Naruto's explanations about the One Piece world. In fact, he might have even studied it more thoroughly than Sasuke. After all, he had witnessed Naruto's battle against Aokiji firsthand and knew that in that world, there existed a power entirely different from ninjutsu, one that could manipulate the elements of nature. But now wasn't the time for reminiscing. Naruto's conqueror's haki erupted in full force, something even Shanks had never witnessed before. Unlike in the outside world, where his body imposed limits, here in this space, Naruto was at his absolute peak. The Naruto in this space is himself in his strongest state. Thick, black lightning crackled wildly around him, spreading outward like serpents. A deep blue aura exploded from Naruto as the epicenter, rapidly engulfing the entire space. In an instant, the seawater, the gales, and even the lightning recoiled before the sheer force of his haki. Even the ceiling bars imprisoning Kurama groaned under the pressure, their frames creaking ominously. This also meant that the seal restraining the Nine Tails' power had loosened slightly. Under normal circumstances, Kurama would have been overjoyed at this development. He might have even generously leaked some of his chakra through the gaps, tempting his Jinchuriki to rely on his power more in the future. But today, Kurama only felt a deep sense of foreboding. Conqueror's haki was a force that oppressed and scoured the mind. At a certain threshold, it could even manifest physical impacts on reality. And right now, Kurama was experiencing this firsthand. As Naruto's haki relentlessly battered his consciousness, the only comparison Kurama could draw was the overwhelming helplessness he had felt when Hashirama subdued him with the Gate of the Great God. Humph, brat, what do you think you're? Clang. Before Kurama could finish his words, a blade coated in haki flashed, slashing directly at the ceiling bars in front of him. Thankfully, these bars were a manifestation of the seal itself, so their durability far surpassed their outward appearance. But even so, Kurama stared in disbelief at the tufts of his fur that had been severed by the residual force of the slash. Hey, wasn't this supposed to be a mental space? TCH. Kurama heard Naruto click his tongue sharply, with his eyes devoid of emotion. Naruto calmly sheathed his sword back at his waist and then, without a care, began warming up his fists. For some reason, Kurama had the distinct feeling that if he let Naruto throw this punch, his fate wouldn't be any better than when Hashirama had beaten him senseless back in the day. Whoosh. Whoosh. As Naruto rapidly threw punches in place, his skin turned red, steam rising from his body. This is King Punch, a powerful fist technique taught to him by his drinking buddy from the New World, Elisabello II. It was a monstrously powerful strike that condensed all the strength accumulated over time into a single devastating blow. Combined with Naruto's natural physical prowess and haki, the destructive potential was downright terrifying. Naruto even made some improvements to this, such as being able to forcibly release it even when it is not fully charged, though the power would be diminished, and he wouldn't be able to accumulate energy again for a short while. But this alone is enough for Elisabello II to thank him. This adjustment can be said to have eliminated the last shortcoming of King Punch. When Naruto used this move, its power surpassed even Hokoku's sovereignty. If not for the fact that it was impractical in high-speed battles against top-tier opponents, this would have been his go-to finishing move. But right now, wasn't there a perfectly stationary target in front of him? Chapter 56, If you hit him, you can't hit me anymore. As Kurama waited more and more anxiously, the terrifying pressure emanating from Naruto intensified. Not good. This is really not good. Even though he was a creature made of chakra, even though his death would most likely kill the Jinchuriki as well, Kurama couldn't help but feel a sense of impending crisis. Just as Naruto stood expressionless, gathering his strength, an unexpected figure appeared before him, a blond man wearing the fourth Hokage's robe. He looked at Naruto and said with a smile. Naruto, I. Boom. Without the slightest hesitation, without even a moment's delay, Naruto threw a punch. Kurama watched as the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, who had appeared for less than a second, was sent flying by Naruto's sudden punch, crashing into the bars behind him with a thunderous impact. At this moment, Kurama had only one thought: if you hit him, you can't hit me anymore. Minato, who had manifested as a fragment of memory and chakra, never expected his first meeting with his son to be so explosive. He had thought Naruto might have threw a random punch at him once to vent his anger. But he actually threw a full-powered punch. Thankfully, he was already dead a long time ago. Like Kurama, Minato's memory fragment had also been imprisoned when Naruto was first stranded in the One Piece world. He was originally able to observe the outside world at will, but was locked in a small dark room for more than 20 years. By the time he could see his son's surroundings again, it was already the day Naruto returned to Konoha. He had never expected Naruto, who might be in his 30s or 40s and entering middle age, to be restored to his teenage appearance, which made him feel puzzled and confused. Later, when Kurama forcibly pulled Naruto into this space, Minato had intended to reveal himself. But who knew that Fox would be so unreliable? Before he could even say a few words, Naruto was sent away again. From then on, Minato witnessed everything that happened to Naruto, including his second return to the One Piece world. This time, there was no mysterious force blocking his view. He had also witnessed the vast ocean, so different from the ninja world. Naruto dash. Minato slid down the bars and had only managed to utter that word when a massive fist stopped right in front of his face. The sheer force of the punch turned the still handsome middle-aged man into a disheveled mess, his hair blown back like a punk rocker's. Fortunately, being an adult, Naruto had only lost control of his emotions for a brief moment upon seeing Minato. His mood had already been volatile due to Danzo and Kurama, and now, the fourth Hokage had walked right into the line of fire. But Minato had no other choice. He couldn't just let Naruto break the seal now. Not to mention whether Kurama would go berserk, even if Naruto really killed Kurama, Naruto himself, as his Jinchuriki, whose chakra had long been integrated with the tailed beast, would also die. Ah. Naruto, can we sit down and talk properly first? Minato spoke weakly, but Naruto just stared at him silently. After a long pause, he finally retracted his fist. Looks like you're not some illusion conjured up by this fox. In the feedback from the observation haki, Minato's emotions were completely unmasked, laid bare before Naruto's eyes with utter clarity. It's far more complex than that fox next door, whose emotions were a mix of suspicion, hatred, and even a trace of fear. Ah, so he thought I was a genjutsu creation. That's why he attacked. At that realization, Minato's heart felt slightly better. But the next second, Naruto's fist, which is another fatherly love and filial piety punch, landed squarely on Minato's face, sending him spinning like a Beyblade for a full 10 rotations before crashing into the bars. Even Kurama, who had been watching the whole scene, couldn't help but fall silent. The current Naruto seemed even more unhinged than he was. If the seal were to break now, who would end up influencing whom was anyone's guess. The first punch had been out of caution, but this one is a pure, unfiltered venting. Fortunately, after this farce, Naruto finally chose to sit back down and have a proper face-to-face talk with his so-called father. So, you've been watching everything that's happened to me. Naruto listened to Minato's explanation without much change in his expression. Actually, it doesn't include the 20 years you spent in that world before that. I see. Naruto nodded, signaling his understanding, then immediately asked, then how do I get out of here? There are people waiting for me outside. Ah. Naruto, since you came in here voluntarily, you should be able to leave just by thinking about it dash. At first, Minato was a little puzzled like Kurama, but then he thought of something and immediately grabbed Naruto, who was about to try to leave without hesitation. Wait. Naruto, don't rush off just yet. Seeing how Naruto seemed very unwilling to spend even a second longer with him, Minato felt both defeated and deeply ashamed. After all, everything Naruto had suffered could ultimately be traced back to him and Kushina. Naruto, whose sleeve was pulled by his father, simply turned back to look at Minato without a word. However, the other party's inner anguish transmitted clearly into Naruto's heart. This also dissipated some of the coldness on Naruto's face. Truth be told, the suffering of the past was something Naruto had endured decades ago. Objectively speaking, he'd experienced far more heartbreaking things during his time at sea. But because this particular pain was tied to his origins and his parents, he'd momentarily lost his composure. Now that the moment had passed, his emotions weren't as volatile. That said, he still had no intention of giving Minato a friendly look. Some things were just non-negotiable. Time flows much slower in the mental world, so don't worry, nothing urgent is happening outside. Minato even projected the events outside like a hologram for Naruto to see. Just as he said, Danzo was still being pummeled by Naruto's fists, his body dissipating and reforming at an agonizingly slow pace. It seemed that despite how long Naruto had been here, less than a single punch's worth of time had passed outside. Now, can you sit down and hear me out properly? You tell me, Yondaime. Hearing Naruto's address to him, Minato's expression dimmed, but he quickly steeled himself and continued. In fact, the truth about that night isn't what Danzo and the third Hokage told you. That night, when Kushina was giving birth, the Nine-Tails attacked the village because someone was pulling the strings from the shadows. He's a dangerous enemy, and since you're a Jinchuriki, he might come after you. You have to be careful. After hearing what Minato said about there being another mastermind behind the scenes, Naruto's eyelids lifted slightly, his blue eyes darkening like the depths of the ocean. Yes. A man in a black cloak and mask. He also had the Sharingan. He was the one who caused the Nine-Tails rampage that night. After hearing this, Naruto didn't react with the explosive rage Minato and Kurama had expected. I see. Got it. The killing intent spread out from his body is like a sticky liquid. Unlike the overwhelming aura from before, this was far more subdued, but also far more pure. I'll find him. And then I'll kill him. Chapter 57 Danzo at the end of his road. Ah, so it really is just a matter of thinking about it to come back. Naruto didn't stop his movements, continuing to rain blows on Danzo with his fists. Are you still watching me now, Dad? Naruto still couldn't bring himself to say the word out loud. Maybe it was because he was older now, and he hadn't fully come to terms with it yet. As for Kurama, Naruto had absolutely no intention of reconciling with the other party. What a joke. Even if he had been controlled when he did those things, his parents had still died because of him. He couldn't even imagine how much pain his mother must have been in, stabbed through the body right after giving birth. Even if it wasn't Kurama's own will, Naruto wasn't about to give him a friendly smile. Did he expect Naruto to just laugh it off and let bygones be bygones? Not going back to punch him already counted as Naruto being merciful. From the perspective of outsiders, Naruto had only paused briefly after hearing Danzo's words, but his fists never stopped. As for the fleeting ominous chakra, it was completely gone at this moment. No matter what else Danzo said afterward, Naruto showed no reaction. If I were you, I'd save my breath and start thinking about my last words. Ha. Delusional fox brat. Can't you see it yet? You can't harm me. The reason why Danzo's words came out in broken fragments because Naruto's punches were too relentless, so he could only speak during the brief moments when Izanagi reset his body. You think I'm as half-blind as you? Unlike Danzo, Naruto had no trouble speaking clearly between attacks, openly mocking the men with one eye still bandaged. Your so-called invincibility has a limit, doesn't it? Though phrased as a question, Naruto's tone left no room for doubt. Hearing this, Danzo's heart skipped a beat. Before he could retort, Naruto cut him off. Every so often, one of the eyes on your body closes. Just now, the seventh eye on your arm shut. I'm guessing your invincibility is about to run out. After all, Naruto is a powerhouse who has experienced many battles. After seeing the other party's obviously unreasonable abilities and the characteristics of those eyes, Naruto almost immediately connected the dots. His guess was almost entirely correct. The Izanagi Danzo was using was indeed a god-tier ninjutsu that consumed the power of the Sharingan to maintain. It was invincibility in the most literal sense, as any unfavorable situation could be rewritten as a dream by Izanagi, rendering it harmless in reality. If a member of the Uchiha clan had used this ninjutsu, its duration would have been much longer. But if it were Danzo, it could only last for about a minute. With Naruto seeing straight through him, Danzo could no longer rely on words to distract him. His mind, which had been immersed in conspiracy for many years, was now forced to think for a way out of this predicament. What should I do? What should I do? Given the current situation, his remaining 4 eyes, including Shirsue's, could only sustain him for another 4 minutes, and the Naruto before him clearly had no intention of letting him go. Looking at his so-called partner, Orochimaru, he is still standing not far away and watching the fight with great interest, showing no signs of stepping in to save him. That fool Orochimaru. Didn't he realize that once I died, he would be next? But as they say, heaven never seals off all exits. Danzo-sama. Several loud shouts rang out as 4 or 5 Roots members wearing masks rushed in from another direction. Along with them came a barrage of ninjutsu. Darkness Genjutsu, along with several C-rank fire and water release ninjutsu were all unleashed at once. These Roots members had previously been following Danzo's orders, scattering across the village to cast the Temple of Nirvana technique on other Konoha's ninjas. However, after completing their task, they had the misfortune of running into Jiraiya. But Jiraiya, being too soft-hearted, had merely knocked them unconscious before rushing straight to the Hokage building upon realizing something was wrong. Had it been Naruto who witnessed their actions, they would have likely been skewered like kebabs. Jiraiya's momentary mercy had now given Danzo a slim chance to turn the tables. The Roots ninja's sudden appearance and ruthless efficiency caught everyone off guard. By the time Jiraiya and Hiruzen reacted to stop them, their attacks had already landed on Naruto. While Naruto's physical resilience was such that he could shrug off most offensive ninjutsu, techniques like the Darkness Genjutsu and an unexpected would-release ninjutsu still managed to briefly hinder his movements. T/N, from what I know, Yamato/Tenzo had already joined Hokage's side a few years before Itachi joined Umbu, so he should be already on Hokage's side at this time. A mere moment was all that invincible Danzo needed to create distance and escape death's grasp. As for the Roots members who had launched the attacks, they were swiftly subdued by Jiraiya and Hiruzen. But it didn't matter, as long as they bought their Danzo-sama even a sliver of a chance, their purpose was fulfilled. Seizing the opportunity, Danzo leaped back, putting space between himself and Naruto, then immediately used the summoning technique. Summoning, Baku. A strange, elephantine creature with a long trunk appeared out of thin air, unleashing a powerful suction force from its mouth in an attempt to drag Naruto backward. Yet, to Danzo's despair, Naruto walked through the ninjutsu and suction as if unaffected, flashing forward and striking Danzo once more. Meanwhile, the Baku was slapped away by Enma, who had reverted to his original form. This time, another eye on Danzo's arm closed. How does it feel? Despairing, isn't it? Just when you thought you had a chance to escape. If anything was colder than Naruto's tone, it was Danzo's current state of mind. He was once again trapped in the same hopeless deadlock. Naruto didn't even bother using ninjutsu, and he was overwhelming Danzo with sheer physical power. His attacks were so fast that Danzo had no chance to form hand seals, but even if he did, it likely wouldn't matter. Naruto wasn't the type to stand around and let his enemy unleash their ultimate techniques. Look, your life is now on a countdown. Witnessing your own death approaching, do you feel fear? Do you feel despair? It was clear that today, Naruto's negative emotions had erupted in full force. Normally, he never bothered trying to psychologically break his opponents mid-battle. But facing Danzo, a man he loathed, letting him die too easily would have been far too merciful. Seeing Naruto's completely uncharacteristic demeanor, Jiraiya wanted to say something, but his teacher held him back. Hiruzen understood all too well that the village owed Naruto, and his parents, Minato and Kushina, a debt that could never be repaid. Especially after learning that Danzo, his old friend, had played a role in the tragedy of that night, even Hiruzen's usual hesitation and soft-heartedness couldn't bring him to defend Danzo now. The reason why Jiraiya wanted to speak was not because of Danzo. He simply didn't want Naruto, a prodigy with so much potential, to have his mindset warped because of a wretch like Danzo. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, another eye on Danzo's arm closed. He is now one step closer to his death. Chapter 58, Chapter 58. Don't worry, I'll kill you. At this moment, only the last Sharingan on the back of Danzo's hand remained open. But according to the previous calculations, it should soon close as well. The hatred on Danzo's face was rapidly transforming into madness. Stop. Stop. You brat. Do you know what I represent to Konoha? Are you trying to make an enemy of the entire village? At this time, Danzo had already begun to lose all restraint in his words, even completely ignoring the fact that he himself was one of the accomplices in the so-called Konoha Crush plan. But Naruto's movements showed no sign of stopping. It was unclear whether he didn't believe Danzo's words or simply didn't care about the idea of making an enemy of Konoha Village. Stop, you damn brat. As the eye on the back of his hand was about to close, Danzo's old face was now twisted with utter desperation. You fool. Do you think I'm the only one in Konoha who knows the truth of what happened back then? Have you ever wondered who ended up with your parents' inheritance? Do you think they're clean? Perhaps the last thread of reason in his mind had snapped, as Danzo began laughing maniacally, dragging others into the mess. Naruto had some guesses as to who the they Danzo was referring to was. After hearing these words, Hiruzen's fingers couldn't help but tremble slightly, and his face filled with even more guilt. In fact, strictly speaking, the inheritance left behind by Minato and Kushina didn't consist of much monetary wealth. As a civilian ninja, Minato did not have a huge family fortune, and most of the funds he had accumulated were his salary from the village. This portion had already been confiscated, but it wasn't much, and part of it had been used for Naruto's daily expenses. And while Kushina was technically the heir of the Uzumaki clan, she couldn't have brought much wealth to Konoha. The truly valuable items were the secret techniques and ninjutsu confiscated by the village. These were the treasures worth their weight in gold in the ninja world. Hearing this, Naruto merely glanced at Hiruzen but said nothing. Seeing that Naruto remained unmoved, Danzo tried other ways to disrupt his focus, but none worked. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as Naruto's fist smashed into his face, embedding him into the ground. This time, his body didn't regenerate, and it seemed the technique's time limit had finally been reached. Naruto looked down at Danzo, who appeared to have stopped breathing, and silently bent down to pull him out of the crater. But at that very moment, Danzo, who had seemed to have died from a fatal blow, suddenly reappeared beside Naruto, launching a desperate attack. Damn brat. You actually made me waste this eye that could change the future. This Sharingan with the power of Koto Amatsukami. Then repay me with your life. At this moment, all of Danzo's previous madness and panic had vanished, replaced only by bottomless killing intent. He understood clearly now, even in the best-case scenario, he would have to defect from Konoha, forever losing any chance at becoming Hokage. For Danzo, who had always regarded himself as the next Hokage, this was a fate worse than death. Therefore, even if he died here, he would take this damn fox brat who ruined everything with him. The attack happened too suddenly, even Hiruzen and Jiraiya watching from afar couldn't react in time. Naruto. Watch out. But Naruto seemed to have anticipated this move all along. He effortlessly dodged Danzo's ambush before immediately countering with another barrage of strikes. For the next minute, Danzo had no chance to speak, as Naruto's fists came faster and faster, almost turning into blurs. The moment Izanagi's effect ended, Naruto instantly shifted his attack, brutally breaking all four of Danzo's limbs. Ah! Danzo only managed a single scream before collapsing to the ground. Naruto lifted the half-crippled Danzo with one hand, then spoke softly into his ear in an eerily calm tone. Did you really think I was as stupid as you? This eye was your last trump card, wasn't it? With that, he tore off the bandages covering Danzo's head, and sure enough, the right eye beneath was now completely shut. Kill me. At this point, Danzo coughed up blood as he spoke. Begging for mercy from Naruto was absolutely out of the question. Don't worry, I'll kill you, after I'm done with this. After saying this, Naruto formed a hand seal under Danzo's stunned and bewildered gaze, and used the multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, the entire clearing was flooded with Naruto's shadow clones, even the rooftops were packed with them. Then, these clones swiftly scattered in all directions across the village. No one present understood what Naruto was planning, except for Orochimaru, who seemed to grasp his intentions and let out a soft chuckle. Then, just as Jiraiya turned his gaze toward him, Orochimaru melted into a puddle of mud. Unbeknownst to everyone, he had long since been replaced by a clone. Truly the epitome of cockroaches, Orochimaru has max-level survival ability. However, not many people seemed to care about his whereabouts at the moment, and even Jiraiya was more concerned about what Naruto intended to do next. Soon, Naruto's clones reached every corner of the village, waking up those who had been put to sleep by the Temple of Nirvana technique and summoning them in the name of the Hokage. This included members of great clans whose territories were not even near the village proper. Clans like the Nara and the Abirame, whose territories were farther away, only realized something major had happened in the village when Naruto's clones arrived. Meanwhile, the Hyuga clan, which is located closer, had already sensed something amiss. In fact, when Orochimaru ordered the hidden Sunagekyu's ninjas in Konoha Village to take action in the name of the Kazekage, it was the Hyuga clan who intercepted them. This was also why Gaara's team in the Forest of Death had received no reinforcements. Watching Naruto's clone deliver a message before immediately leaving without hesitation, one of the Hyuga clan's elders cast a questioning look at Hyuga Hayashi. Let's go. We should see what's happening. Even Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura, Konoha's high-ranking advisors, were, politely but firmly, escorted to the scene by Naruto's clones. What's this? Hiruzen. Danzo. What's going on? The two advisors kept pressing for answers, but all they got was a helpless shake of the head from Hiruzen. Meanwhile, the gathered villagers and ninja whispered among themselves. Some might have recognized Danzo, but seeing him battered and held up like a rag doll by Naruto, their expressions were filled with disbelief. What's even more shocking was Hiruzen's silent approval of the situation. Chapter 59, killing him, but also destroying his hearts. As more and more people gathered in front of the Hokage building, Danzo slowly realized what Naruto was planning. No. You can't do this. The old man's earlier defiance had completely vanished. But Naruto had no intention of responding to him now. Once the crowd had grown large enough, Naruto stepped forward and spoke in a booming voice that carried across the square. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. I'm sure some in this village already knew this, didn't they? Naruto's very first sentence sent shockwaves through the crowd, instantly sparking a storm of murmurs. Uzumaki Naruto is the fourth Hokage's son. So he is actually the hero's son. If what he's saying is true, then what have we been doing all these years? Naruto paid no attention to whether they believed him or not. He simply continued, his voice steady. 12 years ago, my parents died protecting this village during the Ninetales rampage. But they didn't have to die. It's because of this guy. Shimura Danzo. Then, Naruto briefly recounted what Danzo did on the night of the Ninetales rampage, repeating the very words Danzo himself had spoken earlier. As a result, many villagers looked at Hiruzen with incredulous eyes, seeking confirmation, but all they got was his silent acknowledgement. The atmosphere instantly grew volatile. Many in the crowd had been victims of the Ninetales rampage that night. Even if a few ninja still harbored doubts, the majority of villagers and ninja now glared at Danzo with undisguised scorn and hatred. Watching how easily these people's emotions could be swayed, Naruto felt nothing but bitter irony. Back then, they believed baseless rumors without question. Today, they're swayed by just a few words from me. How laughable. And yet, at the same time, it all felt hollow. For Danzo, being subjected to so many hate-filled gazes at once was a shock he couldn't endure. The dream he had clung to for so long seemed to shatter completely in this moment. No, you can't do this. Don't you dare look at me like that. I am the root of Konoha. I am Konoha's Hokage. No. Watching the old man's descent into madness, Naruto had no intention of wasting any more time on him. Your guilt means nothing to me. But whatever my parents left behind, no matter who took it, they will spit it all back out. His words were uncompromising, causing the ninja clan's heads and the two advisors to shift uncomfortably. But Naruto didn't care about their feelings. He simply tossed Danzo's broken body high into the air, then gathered all his strength. In an instant, his muscles, haki, and chakra erupted simultaneously, and his strength was forcibly condensed into a single point. Everyone present seemed to feel as if their hearts were hit by a drumstick, making it hard to breathe. Then, just like at Barity, Naruto unleashed an attack with all his strength, Hakoku sovereignty. This time, he doesn't have the strong physique like in the One Piece world. But that didn't matter, as he used chakra to forcibly make up for some of the physical power gap. When Naruto's fist shot forward, a massive shockwave engulfed the sky above the Hokage building. Danzo, who was caught in the blast, was instantly reduced to dust. Immediately afterwards, the impact continued and went straight through the Hokage rock behind the Hokage building. The faces of the first, second, and third Hokages vanished into thin air with this blow. Whether intentional or not, Naruto had slightly adjusted his aim, leaving only the stone face of his father, the fourth Hokage, untouched. Even with Naruto's current enhanced physique, after several battles and throwing this punch that gathered all his energy, he couldn't help but feel a little weak, but he held himself together and refused to show it. The crowd, who witnessed this terrifying spectacle, fell deathly silent. It can be said that before being attacked by pain in the original work, no one in the village had ever seen it, or even imagined that someone could launch an attack of this magnitude. If Naruto had aimed this punch at the village itself, what would have happened? After realizing this, the ninja clan's heads suddenly became very reasonable. None dared to speak. Naruto slowly lowered his fist. Behind him, a colossal hole pierced through everything in its path. Who agrees? Who objects? Total silence. In an inconspicuous corner, a figure resembling a giant Venus flytrap slowly sank into the ground. Perhaps because of the distance, or perhaps because of the sheer number of people present, even Naruto's observation haki failed to detect it in time. A lot of things happened after that day. Naruto's punch not only pierced through the Hokage rock, but also seemed to pierce through the stubbornness in some people's hearts. First, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, declared that the chaos had left him with incurable injuries. Using his declining health as an excuse, he officially stepped down as the acting Hokage. Thus, the Konoha's high-ranking people began to look for a successor to the fifth Hokage. The top candidate is Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, and a loyal Konoha's ninja. However, the old pervert seemed to have anticipated this happening, and he had slipped away somewhere before the advisors could even approach him. Only his student, Uzumaki Naruto, might have known his whereabouts. But whenever Naruto's name came up, everyone seemed to tacitly avoid the subject. As for how to handle Naruto, how could they possibly hold him accountable for killing a Konoha's advisor? Especially when the deceased himself had no objections. Whether it was great clans like the Hyuga clan or the two remaining advisors, they all seemed to collectively ignore this Konoha's genin. Yes, genin. Because the Chunin exams had been interrupted, Naruto and the rest of the Konoha 12 hadn't been promoted. But they were the lucky ones. As those guys from Sunagekure and Otogekure weren't so fortunate. Konoha was very decisive in dealing with Otogekure, which is Orochimaru's loyalists. Summary execution. As for Gaara, the Jinchuriki of Sunagekure, and several other important examinees, Sunagakure could only grit their teeth and tighten their belts to pay hefty reparations to get them back. This decision was made after discussion among the remaining high-ranking people of Konoha. Naruto had no intention of intervening in this matter. To be honest, he had been going out less these days. After all, for some ordinary villagers and ninjas who were previously affected by rumors, telling them the truth that Naruto is not a monster, but on the contrary a hero's son, is too disconcerting, and they cannot adjust to it in a short time. But they couldn't just treat Naruto with the same bad attitude as before. Even without mentioning Naruto's sheer intimidation factor, the label of politically incorrect and failing to deeply implement the will of fire is enough to make them look terrible. And Naruto couldn't stand their awkward friendliness, so he simply stopped going out. He spent most of his time at home, studying the Uzumaki clan's secret techniques, and sent Konohamaru to run errands for him whenever he has something to do. Speaking of which, this good grandson of Hiruzen, Konohamaru, had to be mentioned. Perhaps influenced by Naruto, after he vaguely knew part of the truth, he finally chose to stand on Naruto's side. As for Naruto, he also enjoyed the company of pure-hearted kids like Konohamaru. He always feels that being with these little brats makes his mood much better. Chapter 60 News spreads, storm brews. In a dimly lit cave, Uchiha Obito, hidden behind his mask, listened quietly as Zetsu, who resembled a Venus flytrap, relayed information to him. After hearing Zetsu's report, Obito was utterly stunned. The Uzumaki Naruto you're talking about, is he the same one I know? Fortunately, his mask concealed his expression, preventing him from losing the imposing demeanor befitting his role as the mid-game behind-the-scenes boss. That said, it wasn't entirely his fault. Anyone would be just as shocked upon hearing such unbelievable news. How could Obito not know Naruto? It was just that Naruto didn't know him yet. 12 years ago, during the Nine-Tails rampage, he had orchestrated the deaths of his teacher and his teacher's wife. That was when he first laid eyes on Naruto. After that, Naruto had always been confined in Konoha Village, and Obito would occasionally receive information about him. Previously, Naruto had been nothing more than a dead last loser, just like Obito himself once was. But recently, he had undergone a drastic change, as if he were an entirely different person. The first piece of information Obito received about Naruto came from Kakuzu, who was out earning bounties to fund the Akatsuki. Of course, it wasn't Kakuzu's fault for being unaware of the tailed beast capture plan. After all, at this stage, the Akatsuki was still lying low and building strength. So aside from Nagato, Konan, Obito himself, and Zetsu, no one else knew about the tailed beast capture plan. When Obito learned that Kakuzu had accepted a bounty to kill Kakashi and kidnap Naruto, his first instinct was to rush to the scene. It's not to stop him, after all, it would be a good thing if Kakuzu could catch the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He just wanted to ensure everything went smoothly. As a result, the news of Kakuzu's death came even faster. This made Obito start paying serious attention to Naruto, the child of his former teacher. Later, Orochimaru, who had already defected from the Akatsuki, sent a message proposing cooperation. So, Obito, still posing as Uchiha Madara, ordered Nagato to send Itachi Uchiha and his partner to Konoha. According to Orochimaru's plan, he would draw out Konoha's main fighting forces elsewhere. This way, Itachi and his partner would only need to deal with Naruto and a handful of proctors and jonin. In Obito's view, given Itachi and Kisame's strength, handling one Naruto should have been more than manageable. The only concern was whether Itachi, as a double agent, would truly put in the effort to capture the Nine-Tails. However, with Kisame keeping watch, no matter what choice Itachi made, he wouldn't be able to escape Obito's scrutiny. However, what happened next far exceeded Obito's expectations. You're telling me Uzumaki Naruto single-handedly repelled Itachi and Kisame, then personally killed Danzo right in front of Orochimaru? Obito's face behind the mask was full of disbelief, and he even wanted to ask Zetsu if he was still sleeping. Though he had always looked down on Danzo as a scheming old worm, Obito was well aware of the man's strength. From this point of view, Naruto is definitely more than just a genin. In fact, the power he had displayed so far might not even be his full strength. After all, according to Zetsu's account, Naruto hadn't used the tailed beast's power even once throughout the entire ordeal. The only time the Nine-Tails chakra leak lasted only a moment before it was immediately stopped. Even Danzo, who possessed Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan, was effortlessly obliterated by Uzumaki Naruto without a chance to fight back. Wait. Shirsue's eye. What about Danzo's body? The Sharingan he transplanted into his eye socket, where is it? Obito suddenly asked Zetsu nervously. Zetsu shrugged helplessly and replied, his entire body was completely vaporized by Uzumaki Naruto's punch. Not even a speck of residue remained. After hearing this answer, Obito slumped back in frustration. What a big loss. If I had known earlier, I would have gone there myself. At least then, I could have salvaged that Sharingan. The Koto Ematsukami ability had always been something Obito both feared and coveted. Even if it was a one-time use, it would have been worth it. After all, it was a power that could directly rewrite a person's will. Obito began mentally reassessing the threat level of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto. At the same time, he felt the tailed beast capture plan he had previously devised would need some adjustments. Oh yeah, there's one more thing. At this time, Zetsu seemed to suddenly remember something else and added, Sarutobi Hiruzen has stepped down as Hokage. Jiraiya refused the position and had left beforehand, and Danzo is already dead. Now, Konoha's high-ranking people want to send people to find Senju Tsunade, the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama and one of the Sannin. Apparently, Uzumaki Naruto took on this mission alone and is planning to leave the village by himself. It seems Konoha's high-ranking people can't even stop the Jinchuriki from making his own decisions. Perhaps this could be an opportunity for us. After saying this, Zetsu fell silent, seemingly leaving the decision to Obito. Upon hearing this information, Obito fell into deep thought. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Spread this news, especially to those great ninja villages. Let them test Uzumaki Naruto's limits. Tsunagekure. The Jonin, Baki, who had returned in disgrace with Gaara and the others, was explaining everything that had happened to Tsunagecure's senior advisors, Chiyo and Ebizo. At the same time, he also revealed the fact that the fourth Kazekage had been killed and replaced by someone long ago. This was something they only discovered after being released. At the same time, this also made their entire operation meaningless, even laughable. Do we know who was behind it? It should be Orochimaru, the missing nin from Konoha. He and Danzo orchestrated a plan to overthrow the third Hokage's rule. I see. Chiyo and Ebizo fell silent before finally coming to a decision. An alliance with Konoha. After all, Konoha had been surprisingly lenient, even allowing their people to return. With a common enemy now, it made sense to join forces, even if only temporarily, to stabilize the situation. Just then, another ninja entered and delivered a certain piece of news to the three of them. Do not act recklessly. Tsunagekure needs stability now. In the end, the news stopped within that room and did not cause much disturbance. However, not every great ninja village remained indifferent after receiving such explosive information. Kirigakure. The fourth Mizukage, Karatachi Yugura, still sat high upon his throne, ruling the village with an iron grip. But in the shadows unseen by him, Terumi Mei and her subordinates whispered among themselves. Perhaps we should make contact with this person. These whispers gradually dissipated in the mist, as if no one had ever mentioned them. Kimogakure. Ha! Incompetent Konoha. The fourth Raikage, A, roared loudly and slammed the intelligence report onto the table. Now is the best time. We must act immediately. His order was ultimately dissuaded by his secretary, Mabui. After all, while Konoha had indeed been caught off guard, their actual losses in strength were minimal. It took some effort, but she finally convinced A to abandon his reckless plan. However, barely a moment later, A slammed the table again and said, we can choose not to deal with Konoha, but we can't just turn a blind eye to the son of Namikaze Minato. Where the hell is that idiot B? Iwagakure. The shrewd third Tsuchikage, Anoki, merely glanced at the intelligence before setting it aside. He acted as if he had seen nothing. This kind of news, which came from an unknown source, clearly had someone pulling strings behind the scenes. Still, perhaps we could hire some bounty hunters to test the waters. In an instant, the entire ninja world began to stir, all because of one man's decision. Chapter 61, Time to say goodbye. On this side, Konoha remained as peaceful as ever. Danzo's death hardly caused any ripples. After all, the vast majority of ordinary ninja and villagers in this village weren't even aware of his existence. However, whenever the villagers saw Naruto, the atmosphere always became a little strange. Some felt guilty but were too proud to admit it, so they simply avoided him. Naruto didn't mind those people. Others still harbored doubts, though they no longer glared at him with the same disgust as before. What troubled Naruto the most were those who, out of guilt, tried to compensate him with excessive kindness. Their overwhelming enthusiasm always made him feel uncomfortable. He could clearly sense that they genuinely wanted to make up for their past mistakes, but this kind of approach wasn't something he liked. Sure enough, I am more suitable for the free and unrestrained life on the sea. In a hospital in Konoha. Thanks to someone's intervention, the Konoha Crush plan had been stopped before it could truly begin, preventing casualties among the villagers and ninja. As a result, there were far fewer patients here than expected. A tall, lanky man with an afro, dressed in a white coat, carried a basket of fruit as he casually made his way upstairs, turned a corner, and pushed open a hospital room door. Inside the room were several beds, but only one black-haired boy sat on one of them. The afro-haired man carefully closed the door behind him, then familiarly pulled up a chair and sat down. Poof. A puff of smoke dissipated. Naruto dispelled his transformation technique, reverting to his original appearance. Sasuke didn't even bat an eye at this. It seems like those people are really bothering you. Sasuke's face was gloomy and he said it casually. Sasuke's tone wasn't directed at Naruto. Ever since waking up, he had been in this half-dead state, as if his spirit had been crushed. During this period, Sakura, Kakashi, and the others also came to see him, but none of them had managed to change his mood. Yeah, it's a bit annoying indeed. Naruto casually grabbed an apple from the fruit basket, wiped it on his sleeve, and took a big bite. The crisp, sweet juice instantly filled his mouth. After taking a few more bites, Naruto seemed to have just remembered that there was a patient on the bed, so he took another apple and held it up. Want one? No. His response was the apple being tossed at him. As if Naruto had only asked out of obligation. Caught off guard, Sasuke barely managed to catch it, though his expression still twisted in irritation. Looking at the other person's reaction, Naruto finally showed a smile on his face. That's more like it. A young guy like you should have some energy. The way you were before was just depressing. Says the guy who's also a teenager. Sasuke complained in a low voice, then after a moment of silence, he reluctantly took a bite of the apple. But before he could take another, Naruto spoke up again. So what if you lost once? It's no big deal, once you get stronger, you'll have another chance. Hearing those words, Sasuke felt the apple in his mouth turn tasteless, and his grip tightened. What do you know? He instantly became agitated and threw the fruit aside. The gap was too huge. Just one look. He didn't even lift a finger. Sasuke was about to say more when Naruto abruptly grabbed him by the collar and yanked him forward, cutting him off. Nonchalantly wiping his hands on Sasuke's clothes, Naruto's expression turned serious. So, are you giving up? Giving up on avenging your loved ones? Never. I'll kill him with my own hands. Neither of them backed down, their gazes locked in a fierce standoff. Then, just as suddenly, Naruto's stern expression melted away, replaced by his usual carefree grin. That's the spirit. You've got plenty of chances, dash. With that, he tossed Sasuke back onto the bed, clapped his hands, and turned to leave. Hurry up and recover. Once you're out of the hospital, we'll keep training. I left your next training plan here. As he spoke, Naruto pulled out a small notebook from his pocket and placed it on Sasuke's bedside. Listening to Naruto's words, Sasuke clenched his fists in frustration. If only I was as powerful as Naruto. Oh, I almost forgot. I'll be heading out for a while. By the time we meet again, you'd better have mastered the 2 haki. As a reward, I'll bring you a pretty cool little gift. If my idea actually works out, that is. Without waiting for a response, Naruto walked out of the room. What did you say? Naruto. Where are you going? Sasuke's shout went unanswered as the door closed behind Naruto. After another long silence, Sasuke reached out and picked up the notebook, examining it carefully. Then, without another word, he got out of bed and started changing his clothes. The moment Naruto stepped out of the hospital room, his figure dissolved into smoke. At the same time, the real Naruto, who had already packed his things, walked straight out of Konoha Village's front gates. The ninja guarding the gate seemed to have received some kind of order and pretended not to see Naruto. It has to be said that Jiraiya's timing for sneaking off couldn't have been better. Not only did he get himself out of the Hokage's position, but he also created the perfect excuse for Naruto to leave the village. Of course, it's not so much that Naruto left the village on the pretext of finding Tsunade, the next candidate for Hokage. It was more like an unspoken agreement between the village's high-ranking people and Naruto himself. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the village's high-ranking people and some of the great ninja clans' heads would never willingly let Naruto leave Konoha Village. But after Naruto publicly revealed his true parentage, trying to restrict him under the guise of duty or morality was no longer an option. As for using force to stop him, the fate of the Hokage Rock and Danzo was still fresh in everyone's minds. Therefore, Naruto leaving under the guise of a mission was really just him saving face for Konoha. Because, if he truly wanted to leave, who could confidently say they could stop him without a fight? Likewise, no one dared to take on the public opinion of openly attacking the son of the 4th Hokage. In Konoha, no, in the entire ninja world, public opinion and reputation were shackles that could bind people, even drive some to their deaths. This is also one of the reasons why Naruto didn't like staying here. Maybe it was because he'd spent so much time at sea, but he missed the days of living freely, like a true rogue. But before he could even take more than a few steps, Naruto sighed and glanced toward a familiar figure crouching suspiciously under the shade of a tree. He walked over and yanked the other party up by the scruff of his neck. Now I've got to make an extra trip. Konohamaru, who was caught on the spot by Naruto, began to struggle like crazy, still shouting. Naruto and Ai-chan. Take me with you. I've gotten stronger. Admittedly, his training had paid off, as Konohamaru's struggling was way more forceful than the average kid's. Yeah. Next time, for sure. Naruto replied dismissively as he carried Konohamaru back toward the village's gates. Suddenly, Naruto felt that Konohamaru in his hand stopped struggling, and then lowered his head to look at him. "Nichan, will you come back?" Kids were more perceptive than people gave them credit for. Even if he didn't understand the full picture, Konohamaru could sense the finality in Naruto's recent behavior. "Yeah. I'm just going on a mission." Lying to kids was second nature to Naruto, maybe he'd picked it up from a certain pirate. Really? By the time you master everything I've taught you, I'll probably be back. Promise. Chapter 62, Who threw this wooden clog? Karen was in despair. At this time, her arms and legs were covered in bite marks, and even the skin on her neck was no exception. The culprits were several other ninjas from Kusagakure, the same village she belonged to. If she could even be considered a ninja, that is. This wasn't an exaggeration. Because in Kusagakure, Karen and her mother were treated less like people and more like medical tools. Due to the special physique of the Uzumaki clan, both she and her mother possessed the ability to heal others' injuries. The price is that their chakra would be absorbed, which is the source of the bite marks on her body. TCH, who would have thought we'd run into something like this time? Humph, and Konoha calls itself one of the great ninja villages. They still let enemies strike right at their doorstep. So, what do we do now? Let's just head back to the village. Listening to the two Kusagakure's ninjas walking ahead of her, Karen felt as though her life might as well be over. She knew all too well what fate awaited her upon returning to Kusagakure. Just like his mother, she would be treated as a blood bag and her chakra would be drained until she died. But there was nothing Karen could do about it. She had no strength to resist, and even the will to fight back seemed to have vanished along with her mother's death. Right now, Karen was like a puppet, completely at the mercy of others. Bang. Suddenly, a hard object fell from the sky, smacking the leader of the Kusagakure's team square on the head. The man's head immediately started bleeding as he staggered and collapsed to the ground. An ambush. The other two genin immediately drew their weapons in panic and looked around vigilantly. The injured Kusagakure's jonin clutched his bleeding forehead as he stood up, holding that projectile that had hit him. Who the hell threw a sandal? In his hand was a single wooden clog. It was clear that the jonin of Kusagakure were on a completely different level compared to those from the 5 great ninja villages. Aside from a rare few exceptions, their overall strength was far below that of ninja from great ninja villages. This wasn't just due to a lack of resources in smaller villages, more than anything, it was because these villages lacked systematic training methods, leaving their ninja more like self-taught amateurs. Ah, my bad. A rustling sound came from a nearby bush, and then a tall figure in a crisp white suit emerged. The man had an elongated face, afro hair, and, most bizarrely, while he wore neatly pressed suit pants, only one of his feet had a wooden clog on. Obviously, the clog just now belonged to him. The guy stood over 2 meters tall, and his imposing presence alone was enough to put immense pressure on the Kusagakure's ninjas. However, this intimidating, afro-haired man didn't immediately attack. Instead, he began apologizing. Seeing the stranger's non-hostile demeanor and the complete lack of any ninja's markings on him, the two genin instantly flew into a rage. Bastard! How dare you ambush us? You got a death wish or something? On the contrary, the jonin remained silent, his eyes locked onto the newcomer. Something told him this guy wasn't as simple as he seemed. On the other side, Naruto, the not-so-simple man in question, felt a little awkward. After leaving the village and traveling quite a distance, it suddenly hit him that he didn't actually have a clear destination in mind. However, for someone who had spent years drifting randomly across the seas, this was nothing new. So, he simply raised his leg high and kicked off one of his wooden clogs, planning to let it land and then follow the direction its toe pointed to decide where to go next. In order to prevent himself from being spoiled by himself, he deliberately suppressed his observation haki. As a result, not long after the wooden clog flew out, he heard a startled ouch. It was obvious someone had been hit. When wandering the world, having a backup identity is crucial. Naruto instinctively activated the transformation technique without hesitation, morphing into a shrunken-down version of Akiji. After all, the real guy was nearly 3 meters tall, and fully replicating that would be way too conspicuous. Judging by how smoothly he pulled it off, this clearly wasn't his first time doing something like this. When he pushed through the trees and bushes onto the main road, he was met with the hostile glares of several ninjas. Since he was the one at fault, Naruto immediately apologized. But given their attitude, it didn't seem like this would be resolved easily. Just as Naruto was scratching his head in frustration, he saw the ninja who had been struck by his shoe suddenly grab the red-haired girl beside him. Then, as if handling an object, he carelessly yanked open her collar and bit down on her shoulder. The red-haired girl just had a blank look in her eyes. Even the pain from being bitten didn't cause her eyes to fluctuate in the slightest. This scene made Naruto feel a little unhappy. "Hey! What the hell are you doing?" His voice was accompanied by his massive hand. Before anyone could react, he had already appeared in the middle of the group. With one hand, he gripped the Jonin's head, and with the other, he pulled the girl aside, even adjusting her clothes for her. Naruto was always a man who followed his impulses, or, to put it another way, he always acted recklessly. As long as there is something he doesn't like, he will often take action before thinking about the consequences. This was probably why he'd earned the title of Great Hero. It's an enemy. Though they couldn't sense any chakra, the stranger's speed was clearly beyond that of an ordinary person. The two reckless Kusagakure's ninjas immediately hurled shuriken at Naruto. But their aims were a little bad, and half of the shurikens went in the direction of Karen and the Jonin. Karen didn't even flinch, as if she hadn't registered the danger. Naruto simply flicked his fingers, deflecting the shuriken midair. As for that Jonin, he wasn't so lucky. With Naruto gripping his head, his vision was blocked, and he wanted to resist but couldn't break free. Before he could use any ninjutsu, he was stabbed by his own subordinate shuriken and blood gushed out. "Ah, sorry, I forgot about you for a moment." Naruto's apology this time was half-hearted at best. He tossed the Jonin aside and released his conqueror's haki, instantly knocking out the remaining ninjas. The precise burst of haki didn't affect Karen at all. Therefore, she witnessed firsthand as the people she had believed were inescapable tyrants collapsed in an instant. Once the deed was done, Naruto turned his attention to Karen. The wounds exposed on her body were horrifying, making Naruto frown deeply. "Why were they treating you like this?" In response to Naruto's question, Karen fell silent for a moment, unsure whether she should trust the stranger with the truth about her special ability to heal others. If she revealed it, would this powerful shinobi just take her away and use her as a living blood bag like the others? Seeing that the little girl didn't speak for a while, Naruto thought that she had become autistic due to such long-term abuse. Many of the slaves he rescued back then had similar situations, so it was nothing new to him. A greenish glow enveloped Naruto's hand, and the medical ninjutsu, fueled by his monstrous chakra reserves, quickly took effect, helping Karen heal her external injuries. However, her chakra, that was absorbed by the Jonin just now, would take longer to recover. So warm. Karen felt the heat spreading across her wounds, and before she knew it, tears were rolling down her cheeks. Chapter 63, Let's eat first. The wounds on Karen's body had been mostly healed, but some of the older scars were not so easily treated. This was already the limit of ordinary medical ninjutsu. However, after feeling that warmth, Karen seemed to have developed a bit of trust in the uncle before her. At the very least, Karen was finally able to respond to Naruto's simple questions with words. "So, your name is Karen?" Nods. "And they captured you to exploit your ability to heal others?" Nods. "Do you remember where your home is? I'll take you back." This time, there was no nod. Naruto sighed helplessly as he watched Karen clutch his clothes tightly, refusing to let go. It seemed he wouldn't be able to get her to speak for the time being. Glancing at the unconscious Kusagakure's ninjas, Naruto's initial guilt over accidentally injuring them vanished completely after learning of their despicable actions. Should I just kill them outright? He looked at Karen, who was standing beside him. Considering there was a child present, Naruto simply covered her eyes and performed a ninjutsu. Earth Release, Mud River. These ninjas were swallowed by the mud. If they were tough enough, they might still have a chance to crawl out. Otherwise, this would be a bloody incident caused by a single shoe. When Karen could see again, the companions she had once seen as demons had disappeared without a trace. It felt as though the weight of despair pressing on her heart had also vanished. Only after finishing all this did Naruto suddenly seem to notice Karen's fiery red hair, as if recalling something. Red hair, born with the ability to heal dash. Didn't that match the records of the Uzumaki clan he'd seen in the scrolls left by my mom? No, not just similar, they are practically identical. Sensing the chakra within Karen's body, even though much of it had already been drained, what remained was far beyond what an ordinary child should possess. "Are you Uzumaki Karen?" Naruto tentatively asked. Sure enough, the moment Karen heard the word Uzumaki, her body trembled, clearly recalling some painful memories of her and her mother's past. She had heard her mother speak of their heritage before. Both she and her mother were from the Uzumaki clan of the Land of Whirlpools. However, after the destruction of Uzumaki, the Uzumaki clan survivors had scattered across the ninja world. Some had hidden themselves willingly, while others had been divided among the major powers. Her mother's lineage had clearly been unlucky, as they lacked the strength to protect themselves and had ultimately become nothing more than medical tools for Kusagakure. Naruto was all too familiar with this kind of traumatic reaction and immediately stopped pressing further. Then, he pondered for a moment, and finally dispelled the transformation technique, revealing his true appearance. Sure enough, this loose yukata looks much better when paired with the wooden clogs. After seeing Naruto return to his real appearance with her own eyes, Karen stood there in a daze, even forgetting her earlier psychological scars. His face was not unfamiliar to her. In fact, it was far too memorable. After all, Karen had been present when Naruto fought Itachi and Kisame. But at that time, she had been just another spectator among the small ninja village, unable to even intervene in the small-scale battles between Tsunagakure, Otogakure, and Konoha's ninja. Karen was momentarily at a loss for words. She had thought her savior was just a passing powerhouse. But she never expected it to be that Konoha's ninja, whose power was beyond her comprehension. Don't be afraid. After all, we are still considered members of the same clan. As he said this, Naruto gently placed a hand on her head. It's nice to meet you. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. It's not our first meeting. Karen opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no sound came out. Naruto simply assumed she was still too shy to speak. That wasn't a big deal. The real question is, what should he do about Karen's future? When it came to saving people, Naruto was practically an expert, but he had almost no experience being a babysitter. Most of the slaves he rescued had returned to their homelands, while a handful had sought refuge with his friends. But in the ninja world, the number of people he knew well could be counted on one hand. Jiraiya. Forget it, he himself had no idea where he was running off to. Send her back to Konoha. Hiruzen might treat her well out of respect for Naruto, but Naruto's trust in Konoha had long since hit rock bottom. It was better not to send the poor girl into that place. Orochimaru? Naruto wasn't sure why this guy came to mind, but he knew that definitely wouldn't work. The man was clearly no good. Do you know where the land of whirlpools is? Naruto didn't know why he ended up asking this question. Perhaps he should visit what was, in a sense, his true homeland, even if it was just ruins now. But the moment he saw the blank look in Karen's eyes, he realized he'd asked something stupid. Judging by age, Karen was probably around the same age as him, and she was born after the Uzumaki clan had already scattered. So, was the wooden clog navigation method our only option now? Until he found someone trustworthy to entrust her to, Naruto decided to let Karen tag along as his little follower. At the very least, he needed to teach her some basic self-defense. Karen, who grew up in Kusagakure, had never learned any offensive ninjutsu. After all, she was just a tool, and tools only needed to wait quietly to be used. Looking at her frail physique, Naruto knew this wouldn't be something he could accomplish overnight. Wait. Come to think of it, I actually knew a way to quickly give a powerless person enough compatibility. Devil fruits. It just so happened that Naruto had originally planned to test whether he could bring those fruits back to the ninja world through sealing technique or summoning technique after leaving the village this time. The only reason he hadn't done so yet was the lack of enough alcohol to facilitate the process. Let's go find a place to rest first. As he said that, Naruto casually patted Karen's head. Come to think of it, Karen was probably around the same age as Naruto's current body. But based on appearance alone, Naruto looked like a full-grown adult. This gave Karen a completely mistaken impression, though neither of them brought up the topic of age right now. After ruffling her red hair for a bit, Naruto added, and let's get you cleaned up too. Hearing this, even Karen couldn't help but blush slightly, feeling a bit resistant. But she didn't dare say it out loud. Years of oppression had ingrained this silence deep into her bones. Naruto noticed this as well. Originally, he had said it to provoke a reaction out of this quiet little girl. But now it seemed that, compared to her physical wounds, the scars in Karen's heart would take much longer to heal. With a little girl in tow, Naruto had no choice but to slow his pace, which drastically extended their travel time. But that was fine. He wasn't in any hurry to complete the mission the village had assigned him anyway. After all, it was just an excuse. Growl. There was a sound of stomach growling. It was Karen's. Given her status in Kusagakure, there was no way she had ever eaten anything decent. The limit is to ensure that she doesn't die. But before she could feel embarrassed, an even louder, exaggerated growl erupted from Naruto's stomach. Naruto scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. Haha, I guess we should find something to eat first. Karen was stunned at first, then seemed to understand. For the first time since they met, a smile appeared on Karen's face. Yeah. Chapter 64 Tenzaku Quarter. It must be said that Naruto and Karen's luck this time wasn't bad. Contrary to Naruto's expectation of immediately starting a wild game barbecue, just as he released his observation haki to search for prey, a small town appeared within his perception. Recalling Konohamaru's state whenever they ate meat together and considering Karen's long-term malnutrition, Naruto decisively chose to take the little girl to that town for a proper meal. It just so happened that he might also be able to buy some alcohol for his upcoming experiments. Speaking of which, as Naruto's physical condition recovered at an unreasonable speed toward his prime, his alcohol tolerance was also increasing accordingly. Simply put, if he wanted to get drunk, he needed to drink much more. Originally, regular sake had already made it difficult for Naruto to feel any intoxication, but now, it was even worse. Should I try brewing my own alcohol next time? The thought suddenly crossed Naruto's mind. Forget it. He was good at drinking, but brewing was another matter entirely. Naruto had heard about the distillation process of rum before. But that was as far as hearing about it went. If he actually had to do it himself, he'd probably be completely clueless. Learning brewing techniques. Let's add that to the list. Naruto silently added this task to his mental notebook, prioritizing it alongside finding suitable devil fruits for Sasuke and Karen. With his mind wandering like this, Naruto led Karen by the hand to the place he had sensed. This place was called Tenzaku Quarter. In reality, calling it just a quarter might be underselling it. After all, Tenzaku Quarter was surrounded by numerous casinos, hotels, and entertainment venues, with plenty of traveling merchants and ninja passing through. Even some of Karen's former had once stopped here to rest. But back then, Karen had been in such despair that she hadn't paid any attention to this quarter, which was practically a small town. Now, seeing so many unfamiliar faces and things she had never experienced before, the gloom in the little girl's heart lightened slightly. Still, Karen couldn't help but feel nervous around so many people, as it's something that wouldn't change overnight. Naruto noticed all of this. Let's go find something to eat first, what do you like? He tried to keep his tone as gentle as possible. After all, Karen wasn't as tough as Sasuke or Konohamaru, not just physically, but emotionally as well. She was still in recovery. I'm fine with anything. Karen's voice was soft, but fortunately, Naruto's hearing was sharp. Alright. Then let's go for barbecue. Since the choice was left to Naruto, the result is naturally predictable. On the way to the restaurant, Karen walked behind Naruto, occasionally lifting her head to glance at their surroundings. Hurried merchants, gamblers thrown out of casinos, entertainers calling for customers. There were even a few ninjas from other villages. The moment she saw them, Karen instinctively lowered her head, her hands trembling slightly. Fortunately, Naruto immediately took her hand and reassured her gently. It's okay, I'm here. Those few words seemed to dissolve her fear, and Karen's expression gradually returned to normal. Like this, the two continued down the street in search of a barbecue restaurant. Occasionally, Naruto would stop to buy some daily necessities and seal them into scrolls. Naruto seemed to be enjoying this newly learned trick a little too much. This kind of basic sealing technique for inanimate objects could only be used with specially made sealing scrolls and consumed a fair amount of chakra. Chakra wasn't an issue for Naruto. The real challenge was figuring out how to transfer these sealing formulas to other mediums, like his skin or body. Unfortunately, the space where the Nine Tails resided was, strictly speaking, just a mental world and didn't have any physical storage function. The Nine Tails was also sealed in Naruto's body in the form of chakra, or more accurately, he was sealed into Naruto's chakra. The sealing space was merely a visual representation and didn't actually exist in reality. That's why it is said that the relationship between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast is fundamentally inseparable. The two are fused together, and forcibly extracting the tailed beast would inevitably lead to the Jinchuriki's death. These sealing scrolls were basically purchased with the inheritance from the Uzumaki clan, along with funds obtained from Gato. After walking for a while, the two finally found a decent-looking barbecue restaurant and stepped inside. Right off the bat, Naruto ordered enough meat for 10 people. The moment the owner saw the stack of cash slapped onto the table, he immediately scurried off to prepare the food. Are you kidding? Do you think I, Uzumaki Naruto, need to dine and dash? Come to think of it, Iruka-sensei must have found the money I returned to him by now. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Iruka had just finished a class and returned to his office. When he casually opened his drawer, his jaw dropped in shock. Of course, that had nothing to do with Naruto anymore. Looking at Karen, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, Naruto assumed she was worried about ordering too much and not finishing it. Don't worry, Karen, eat as much as you want. Nothing will go to waste. Unexpectedly, Karen only shook her head, then glanced outside the door. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke, Naruto-sama, why do those people, who have freedom and family, not cherish them? Naruto was momentarily taken aback. He didn't immediately correct her way of addressing him, because for Karen right now, forcing a change might only worsen her anxiety. Then, recalling what they had seen earlier, he considered her question. It was just an ordinary casino, an ordinary gambler. The guy lost all his money and then took more valuables from home. Despite his wife's desperate dissuasion, he still stubbornly returned to the casino. In the end, the wife could only leave in silent tears. For Karen, this gambler possessed the freedom and family that she had once longed for, but he treated them like trash and was completely obsessed with gambling. Karen, gamblers are the least deserving of sympathy. Lose, and they want to win it back. Win, and they want to win again. No matter whether it's a small bet or a big bet, once they step onto that gambling table, it's hard to step away. These people often overlook the precious things they should cherish, drowning instead in the false illusion of gaining more, until they end up with nothing. Karen listened to Naruto's long talk in a daze. Though she didn't fully understand, she still nodded slowly in agreement. Thud. Hey there, kid. I can't just let that slide, you know. The sound of a cup hitting the table abruptly cut off Naruto's words, followed by a woman's voice from the next table over. Naruto looked in the direction the voice came from. It was a blonde woman who appeared to be in her early 30s at most, wearing a coat with the bold character for gamble embroidered on the back. Huh. And what exactly does this Nei-san have to say about it? Naruto seemed intrigued by the woman's sudden interjection and fired back. Listen here, kid, gambling is one of the greatest inventions in the world. No need for bloodshed, no need for plunder. Just toss a few dice, and victory is decided. Once you step onto the gambling table, all your worries fade away. Compared to this rotten, stinking world where people are just pawns, at least at the gambling table, I can choose when to call and when to fold. Chapter 65, looking for you. Looking for me. Cheers. Cheers. To life. To freedom. Karen shivered slightly as she huddled in the corner, nibbling small bites of grilled meat while her eyes filled with worry. She had no idea how things had escalated to this point. Just half an hour ago, Naruto and the busty woman at the next table, who introduced herself as Tsunade, had seemed on the verge of a full-blown argument. Yet somehow, as their debate raged on, the two seemed to reach some kind of understanding, and the atmosphere suddenly turned harmonious. They began toasting each other, drink after drink, first to tomorrow, then to peace, as if every beautiful thing in the world could serve as an excuse for them to share another round. The earlier dispute about gambling seemed to have been completely forgotten. It's normal that Karen doesn't understand. After all, these two are all adults who had been through a lot. It wasn't as if they'd start throwing punches over a minor disagreement. At the very least, Tsunade, with her pride as one of the Sannin, wouldn't attack Naruto, a civilian who didn't have any ninja's markings. As for Naruto, he never really cared much about clashing viewpoints. After all, as a former Pirate King's crew member, he'd even clinked glasses with Marine Admiral Akiji. No need for lengthy explanations, everything was said in the drink. The two chatted and complained over their alcohol, hitting it off splendidly. Especially when Tsunade started cursing out certain ninja, Naruto eagerly refilled her cup. Just as the two seemed to be getting along better than ever, a group of thugs dressed in Ronin attire suddenly burst into the restaurant. The other ordinary people in the restaurant immediately fell silent in fear. As a result, the two who continued drinking and eating meat as if nothing had happened stood out even more. There she is. You owe us money and yet you dare to run away. Catch her. The leader of the thugs pointed a short sword at Tsunade and shouted, looking for you. Naruto didn't seem the least bit surprised by the sudden intrusion, as if he'd sensed it coming. Looking for me. Upon hearing this, Tsunade scratched her cheek awkwardly, and then, she let out a series of half-incomprehensible excuses. Losing money doesn't count as debt, Yakuza money, can that even be called debt, and the like. Of course, aside from Naruto, no one else in the room found the situation amusing. Seeing the thugs about to rush forward, Tsunade didn't hesitate. She flipped over the partition, took a few quick steps, and dashed out the door. The group of thugs didn't even spare Naruto a second glance as they all chased after her. That saved Naruto some trouble. Having witnessed the whole scene, Karen stood frozen in shock. It wasn't until Naruto lightly tapped her head that she snapped out of it. Eat up, the meat's about to burn. With that, Naruto picked up a few slices of grilled meat with his chopsticks and placed them in Karen's bowl. Seeing this, the girl simply kept her head down and continued eating. Back in Kusagakure, she'd never had food this delicious. Those bastards would only give her and her mother some rotten vegetable scraps boiled into a tasteless gruel. She couldn't even remember the last time she'd eaten meat. Watching Karui stuff herself even when she was clearly full, Naruto couldn't help but sigh. Then, in a gentle voice, he said, "It's okay, Karen. Take your time. You don't have to finish it all. It's all in the past now." Naruto didn't say anything more, and Karen didn't respond either, simply lowering her head in silence. A long while passed, and even after the two had finished eating, there was still no sign of Tsunade returning. Naruto decided there was no point in staying in the shop any longer. But speaking of which, has the granddaughter of the first Hokage actually been staying so close to Konoha Village this whole time? Of course, Naruto had recognized Tsunade as the target of his current mission. But so what? He had no intention of completing it anyway. Even though Hiruzen had stepped down, the old man was still alive and well. With him around, Konoha wouldn't fall into chaos anytime soon. As far as Naruto was concerned, this mission could remain unfinished for the next decade without any real consequences. When Naruto took Karen to settle the bill, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly at the two separate orders on the receipt. It has always been Uzumaki Naruto who eats other people's food, so when did someone actually eat my food for free? Well, it didn't matter. Naruto still had plenty of money left, so treating someone to a meal wasn't a big deal. After leaving the restaurant, the two went to buy some supplies, a map, a few changes of clothes, and other essentials. Since Naruto and Tsunade had spent quite a while drinking in the barbecue restaurant, by the time they finished shopping, the sky was already growing dark. Glancing at the little girl beside him, Naruto decided to find an inn and stay the night before setting off again tomorrow. But before they had taken more than a few steps, a familiar figure suddenly vaulted over the nearby wall. The moment the other party landed, the two sides stared at each other in surprise. Ah. It's you. We meet again. Did you shake off those guys from earlier? Naruto recognized the newcomer immediately, while Karen gaped at them in disbelief. The person who had dropped down was naturally Tsunade. At this time, she had already taken off her outer robe with the Gamble character on it. What shocked Karen the most was that Tsunade had now turned into a girl in her late teens. She was left utterly speechless, stammering and not knowing what to say. Yeah. Ha, you don't seem surprised at all. Since Naruto hadn't introduced himself earlier, Tsunade still only referred to him as you. Naruto's lack of reaction to her transformed appearance piqued her interest, though inwardly, her guard went up. As expected, this young brat wasn't an ordinary person. In response, Naruto didn't answer directly. A woman's age is a secret not to be pried into. I at least know that much. Having said that, he nodded at her and prepared to leave with Karen, showing no intention of continuing the conversation. This reaction actually made Tsunade relax slightly. But just then, several unfamiliar figures suddenly appeared at the mouth of the alley, blocking their path. Judging from the way they were dressed, they were completely different from the group of thugs who had been chasing Tsunade earlier. Tight-fitting clothing that facilitates movement, strangely shaped weapons, and ninjas' markings inadvertently revealed in some places. There is no doubt that they are completely different from the previous group of people. Uzumaki Naruto, bounty, 100 million Ryo. We'll be taking your head today. The moment the leading ninja spoke, the others vanished from sight alongside him, and attacks rained down on Naruto from all directions. Looks like this time, they're here for me. On the other hand, Naruto remained completely unfazed, even pushing Karen toward Tsunade. Mind watching her for me? I'll deal with these guys real quick. Chapter 66, Gathering Like Insects. Naruto turned and walked straight toward the bounty-hunting ninja, completely oblivious to the change in Tsunade's expression upon hearing his name. Perhaps he noticed but simply didn't care. Come to think of it, Naruto was quite accustomed to having a bounty on his head. In the One Piece world, he had carried a massive bounty for years, and in his early days, he was constantly harassed by bounty hunters. No matter how many times he insisted he wasn't a pirate, it's useless. The string of zeros on his wanted poster was all the motivation those people needed. This went on for years before eventually fading. His bounty poster gradually became more of a formality, and the Marines even stopped increasing his reward altogether. Now, hearing about a bounty from these ninja actually gave Naruto a sense of nostalgia. Earth Release, Earth Flow Spears. Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. It can be seen that these ninjas, who accepted the bounty, did have some skills, at least the ninjutsu they released were quite good. Several fireballs arced through the air, aiming straight for Naruto. The user of this fire release ninjutsu had passable proficiency, but perhaps due to limited talent, his technique was nowhere near as refined as Sasuke's. As for the earth flow spears, it was downright crude. The stone spikes jutting from the ground might have looked intimidating, but in reality, their hardness and speed were pitifully weak. Naruto casually swatted them away with a single motion. With this level of ability, you still come out to hunt me? Naruto was genuinely puzzled. In his opinion, even Kakuzu, who had once tried to take his bounty, was quite powerful. At least he is better than the average jonin of Konoha Village. Not throwing shade at any particular innocent Konoha's jonin. With two swift chops to the neck, he knocked out the first two attackers. Then, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, he effortlessly grabbed the third ninja, who had been trying to sneak up on him while his companions distracted him. The unlucky man, now with Naruto's hand clamped around his forehead, felt as though his skull was caught in a metal vice, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Tsunade, who was watching this one-sided fight unfold, couldn't help but narrow her eyes slightly, studying Naruto with newfound interest. Uzumaki Naruto. She hadn't heard that name before. As far as Tsunade knows, most surviving members of the Uzumaki clan scattered across the ninja world avoided using their real surnames for safety. Unfortunately, in her memory, there were two people who bore the name Uzumaki. The first was Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage and former Ninetales Jinchuriki. She was also Tsunade's grandmother, the woman who had raised her. The second was Uzumaki Kushina, the next Jinchuriki after Mito, who had been brought to the village around year 33 of Konoha's founding. Could this boy be related to Kushina? Could he be her son? But judging by Naruto's appearance, who is around 18 years old, the timeline didn't quite add up. For now, Naruto ignored Tsunade's unspoken questions. He was more interested in why, just one day after leaving the village, his bounty had already reached these people. He wondered who had issued it. Danzo was dead, so he could be ruled out. Orochimaru? He was a plausible suspect, but based on Naruto's rough understanding of the men, he'd more likely come after him personally. Other high-rank people in Konoha. Logically speaking, this was the most probable scenario. They had both motive and access to the intelligence. But with Hiruzen keeping them in check, did they really have the guts to go this far? Next time I go back, I'll have to interrogate them one by one. As he mulled it over, Naruto reached into the ninja's pocket and pulled out the bounty poster. Staring back at him was a clear image of his current, grown-up self. Konoha's genin, Uzumaki Naruto, the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Below that was the bounty amount, 100 million ryo. Come to think of it, that was about twice Kakashi-sensei's bounty. Did your employer not explain how dangerous I am? This was what puzzled Naruto the most. Generally, when placing a bounty on a target, some information about their strength or signature techniques would be included, at least to increase the success rate. And no. This bounty is public. Anyone who kills you can claim the reward. Under the pressure of the pain throbbing around his head, the ninja spilled everything he knew without hesitation. He also realized that they were nothing more than cannon fodder. He originally thought they could take advantage of the situation and directly kill this so-called Konoha's genin, but who would have thought that they would be nearly crushed like ants on the roadside? Hearing this, Naruto frowned slightly. It sounded like the person who issued this bounty was intentionally drawing more attention to me, regardless of whether anyone could actually kill me. Get lost. With a casual flick, Naruto tossed the ninja aside. He couldn't be bothered with someone who had already abandoned his comrades. Instead, he picked up the bounty poster and examined it closely. Looks like you guys are going to have your hands full from now on. At that moment, Tsunade walked over, with Karen following closely behind. She had clearly seen the contents of the poster. You're right. Karen, we might have to camp out tonight. According to what that guy had said, anyone who saw this bounty would likely swarm toward him like flies. Even if they couldn't kill him, they'd at least try to annoy him to death. Having said that, Naruto casually handed the bounty poster to Tsunade and then pinched Karen's cheek. You're not mad at me, are you? In response to him, Karen shook her head. At 12 years old, she had already matured beyond her age after everything she'd been through. Then, see you next time. These words were spoken to Tsunade who was standing beside him, but Tsunade just raised her head and glanced at him indifferently. So, are you a missing nin from Konoha? Uzumaki Naruto. How could that be? Tsunade-sama. The moment those words left his mouth, it was as good as laying his cards on the table. Clearly, Naruto had recognized her from the start. What Tsunade couldn't understand was why a Jinchuriki, who was obviously far from just a genin, was allowed to leave the village alone. And why had he brought along a little red-haired girl? Red hair. Ah. That part suddenly made sense to her. Then, why aren't you wearing a forehead protector? This was her last question. Aren't you the same? Don't answer a question with another question, you brat. Tsunade threw a punch at Naruto, seemingly just a playful jab. But her fist was caught firmly in Naruto's grip. This guy is so strong. Tsunade, who was just casually playing around, gradually increased her strength, yet Naruto's hand didn't budge an inch. Even with her superhuman power, Tsunade couldn't shake him off. Just as she debated whether to release her Ine seal over something so trivial, Naruto suddenly let go. Come to think of it, my mission this time was to convince you to return and become Hokage. I refuse. Where's that old fool, my sensei? Naruto knew she was referring to Hiruzen. He already stepped down. As he spoke, Naruto briefly summarized the Konoha Crush incident, though he conveniently left out some of his own contributions. Even so, I won't go back. Tsunade's reply was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Naruto wasn't surprised in the slightest. He simply smiled and said, I figured as much. Then it seems that my mission won't be completed anytime soon. After saying this, he took Karen and headed out of Tanzaka Quarter. Then, I'll see you next time, Tsunade-ne. Watching Naruto's retreating figure, Tsunade stood there in silence, and it is unknown what she was thinking. It wasn't until her student, Shizun, who had been searching for her all over the place, suddenly appeared at the street corner that she snapped out of it. Uzumaki Naruto, huh? Chapter 67, Chapter 67 Fish, what a big fish. Naruto-san, are you sure we're going the right way this time? Don't worry, Karen, we're definitely on the right path now. After several corrections, Karen finally stopped addressing Naruto as Sama. The way she called him now, Naruto-san, was at least something he could accept, so he didn't push the matter further. Since leaving Tanzaku Quarter, the two had been traveling toward the eastern coastline of the Land of Fire based on the directions from their map. Along the way, they had taken a few wrong turns, but fortunately, kind-hearted people often jumped out from the bushes to point them in the right direction. After bidding farewell to these good Samaritans, who were exhausted from their kindness and promptly lay down to take a nap, they continued their journey toward the coast. The Land of Whirlpools is located on an island across the sea to the east of the Land of Fire. To get there one must take a boat. And hey, wasn't this right up Naruto's alley? Though he never admitted to being a pirate, Naruto's experience sailing the high seas far surpassed that of anyone else in this world. In other words, he is likely to get lost on land, but if he were to go to sea, wouldn't he be back in his comfort zone? After traveling a bit further, a breeze carrying the faint scent of salt water brushed through the trees and reached their noses. Naruto knew that smell all too well. Sure enough, before long, the view opened up before them. The coastline stretched endlessly to either side, seemingly without end. For Karen, this was her first time seeing the ocean. As the boundless expanse of water filled her vision, it was as if the little girl who had always hidden in the corners of her heart was suddenly pulled into the light. It's so beautiful. Karen murmured unconsciously. Hearing her words, Naruto smiled and replied, yeah, I think so too. After taking a moment to admire the view, the two began searching for a nearby village or town. Since he was traveling with a young girl, Naruto didn't want to carry her while walking on water all the way. It'd be better to just rent a boat, buy one outright. Thanks to the generous sponsorship of the kind-hearted Gato and the enthusiastic donations from the good Samaritans they'd met along the way, Naruto's wallet was practically overflowing. Expanding his observation haki, Naruto quickly located a fishing village. The two first treated themselves to a hearty meal in the village, then bought a reasonably sized wooden fishing boat from a local fisherman at a price well above market value. With the sea calm and the winds favorable, Naruto decided to set sail immediately. Out of sheer confidence, he politely declined the fisherman's offer to pay extra for a guide. What a joke! If I, Uzumaki Naruto, could navigate from the New World back to East Blue without getting lost, how could I possibly fail here? The small boat rode the waves away from the village, with Naruto and Karen sitting on opposite sides. Since the sea breeze was strong enough, there was no need to row manually. Naruto simply pulled out a fishing rod and a wooden bucket from his storage scroll. Time to fish. Karen had never fished before, so she watched Naruto's angling process with great interest. But soon, she grew bored. The reason was simple. No fish. To be more precise, no fish were biting Naruto's hook. Seeing the little girl beside him began to space out, her head nodding as she struggled to stay awake, Naruto felt his face burn with embarrassment. TCH, these fish really had no manners. Unfortunately, the sea creatures couldn't hear Naruto's thoughts, and after several hours of fishing, his bucket remained empty. By the time Karen woke up from her nap, Naruto's bucket was still as barren as ever. Now, even with no fishing experience, Karen could tell that Naruto's angling skills were less than impressive. No, less than impressive might have been too generous. Naruto, who had caught nothing, was now dazed. He stared blankly at the distant horizon, pondering the meaning of life. Seeing this, Karen didn't know what to say. Suddenly, she sensed something approaching the boat from beneath the water. Naruto-san, there's something under the boat. Karen seemed to possess a natural talent for sensory abilities. And Naruto had even taught her the Uzumaki clan's secret technique, Mind's Eye of the Kagura. As a result, after just 2 or 3 days, Karen was already showing signs of being able to use a rudimentary version of this technique. Her progress was slightly faster than Naruto's. But it's not Naruto's fault. Who makes him feel dizzy every time he sees those densely packed texts in the scrolls. Compared to learning something from scratch, he was far better at using his observation haki to carefully observe someone else's technique and then perfectly replicate it. To some extent, the title of Copy Ninja should have been his instead. As everyone knew, Naruto didn't like using observation haki or similar sensory abilities while fishing. After all, that kind of thing was downright blasphemous for a true angler. He might as well just use the ninjutsu to blast the water. When he heard Karen's warning, Naruto perked up instantly. The reason was simple, his fishing rod finally moved. The fishing line was suddenly yanked taut, pulled by something beneath the boat. The force was terrifying, clearly no small fry. The rod bent into a dangerous arc, but thanks to Naruto's armament hockey reinforcement, it instantly became as sturdy as steel. Even the nearly snapping fishing line became as unbreakable as steel wire. Come on up. With a sharp tug, Naruto hauled a bizarre fish the size of a full-grown adult onto the boat. And calling it bizarre was no exaggeration. The fish was round and chubby, almost like a seal at first glance, its body a dull brown with golden streaks along its dorsal fin. Upon closer inspection, 2 long whiskers protruded from its mouth. But the most striking feature was its utterly vacant, dopey eyes. It was exactly the same look Naruto had just given him when he was contemplating life. This should be a catfish, right? Naruto wasn't entirely sure. There are catfish in the sea, but the one in front of him doesn't look like an ordinary catfish at all. When his eyes met the fish's blank stare, Naruto inexplicably felt a strange sense of kinship. This fish was kind of cute. Naruto-san, it looks like it's dying. At Kairin's alarmed shout, Naruto snapped out of his starry-eyed trance and saw the fish weakly flop its tail in a final struggle before collapsing limply onto the deck. In the end, thanks to Naruto's emergency healing, the giant catfish survived. That's weird. This fish has a lot of chakra in its body. Pressing his fingers against the fish's back, Naruto could clearly sense the flow of chakra within its body. Then, a strange thought appeared in Naruto's mind. And when Naruto had an idea, he acted on it immediately. After some tinkering, a scroll with Naruto's name on it and imprinted with the catfish's chakra was carefully stored away. Surprisingly, this strange, chakra-infused catfish seemed to possess some level of intelligence, and it had taken a quick liking to Naruto. The summoning contract was signed far more smoothly than expected. Naruto-san, why did you make a summoning contract with this fish? Ah. Don't you think Jumaru is adorable? You even named it already. Karen couldn't help but blurt out in disbelief. After scrutinizing the dopey catfish a few more times, she still couldn't grasp Naruto's taste. Strangely enough, shortly after the catfish officially joined their party, the weather abruptly turned gloomy. Immediately afterwards, fierce winds began whipping across the sea, waves crashing against the boat one after another. The storm raged for a long time, and if not for Naruto's protection, the boat would have capsized long ago. The bizarre giant catfish, buffeted by the violent waves, rolled around helplessly, its already vacant eyes now even more bewildered. Then, in one unlucky tumble, it plopped right back into the sea. Naruto originally wanted to rescue it, but then he thought that there was no need for him to do so. The sea is its home. Anyway, the contract has been signed, so he could just summon it back later. And the moment Jumaru vanished beneath the waves, the storm began to clear at an almost unnatural speed. What exactly is the connection between them, no one can tell. The real question was, just how far off course had they drifted? Chapter 68, The Land of Hot Water. It was strangely eerie. Not long after Fishcake disembarked, the sky cleared up again. The small boat carrying Naruto and Karen gradually stabilized. However, after the earlier storm, their course had already drifted far off track. By the time Naruto and Karen woke up the next day and spotted land, they only realized they had gone the wrong way after hearing the locals greet them with, "Welcome to the land of hot water." This is the wrong direction. The land of whirlpools is even further south. The land of hot water is a country located on an island northeast of the land of fire, and was a nation with little notable presence. Currently, its only official armed force was Yugakure. But after its national power declined and it was influenced by pacifist ideologies, Yugakure had shifted from a combat-focused ninja village to a tourist destination. Coupled with the daimyo further cutting military funding, the country's defensive capabilities had dwindled significantly. However, they weren't too worried. After all, since shedding its fangs, this nation had gradually distanced itself from war. The conflicts between the great ninja villages rarely affected them, so they simply focused on developing their tourism industry. Their hot springs were considered the finest in the entire ninja world, attracting many ninjas from different countries for vacations. This was evident when Naruto and Karen, shortly after arriving on the island, were enthusiastically led by a friendly guide to experience all sorts of novel services. Of course, with the presence of Karen, a minor, the guide wisely avoided introducing certain, more adult-oriented entertainment options. By evening, the guide had already clocked out, and Naruto and Karen, who are now dressed in yukata, strolled casually down the street. From the back, they didn't look like siblings, more like father and daughter. Whether it was the hot springs or the local cuisine, everything was a first-time experience for Karen. Unconsciously, her smile grew brighter. As for Naruto, well, they were already here. So he felt they might as well take a day or two to rest before setting off again. The land of whirlpools is right there and it wasn't going anywhere. As for the mastermind behind the Ninetales rampage that Minato had mentioned, to be honest, aside from knowing the culprit had a Sharingan, Naruto had no other leads. He couldn't even confirm whether the person was a surviving member of the Uchiha clan. After all, that old bastard Danzo had transplanted plenty of Sharingan, so who was to say others hadn't done the same? Maybe Uchiha Itachi would know something. Silently jotting down Itachi's name in his mental notebook, Naruto led Karen, who had just finished exploring an entire street, into the inn they had booked. Of course, they booked 2 separate rooms. Though the technological level in the ninja world was noticeably lower than in the One Piece world, the service industry was just as impressive. At the very least, the inn Naruto had chosen had excellent service, and each room came with a small private hot spring bath. After spending a day and night at sea and wandering the streets of the land of hot water, what could be more relaxing than soaking in a hot spring? As the hot spring water rose past his chest, Naruto nearly dozed off from sheer comfort. Ah! At this moment, Karen's scream suddenly came from the other side of the wall. What's wrong, Karen? Naruto was gentlemanly enough not to immediately use his observation haki to peek at the girl bathing. Of course, if she didn't respond, he'd vault over the wall in an instant. No. It's okay. Naruto-san, I just sprained my ankle. Karen's voice came from the other side, at least it didn't sound like anything serious. Naruto thought for a moment and dialed down the precision limit of his observation haki perception. After confirming that the adjacent room only had Karen inside and that she wasn't being held hostage by anyone, he finally relaxed. Alright, be careful then. Don't slip when you get into the hot spring. Next door, Karen gazed at the steaming bath with a melancholic expression, then sighed deeply as she glanced at the clothes she had just changed out of. It looked like I wouldn't be able to enjoy the hot spring today. It seemed the young girl had indeed entered adolescence, carrying worries that the rough and tumbleman next door couldn't quite relate to. Naruto-san, I need to go out and buy something. Please go ahead and enjoy the bath. The supplies they had prepared earlier didn't include certain necessities, so Karen had no choice but to make a trip outside. If the ninja world already had vending machines, then products of that area certainly existed as well. This could only be blamed on Naruto, who had spent most of his years traveling alone, lacking experience in journeying with women. Oh, sure. Be careful out there. On the other side, Karen quickly dressed again and left the inn. The inn wasn't particularly close to the night market, as it was designed to minimize noise disturbance for its guests. The shopping trip itself went smoothly, but as Karen made her way back, she sensed something amiss. Though she hadn't fully mastered the mind's eye of the Kagura, Karen's innate sensitivity to chakra and malicious intent had significantly improved. Because of this, she could now clearly detect several hidden presences lurking in the shadows, their chakra sources radiating waves of hostility. More bounty hunters. This was Karen's first thought. In truth, even before setting sail, she and Naruto had already faced numerous assassination attempts. While many of them were as incompetent as the first few they'd encountered, there had indeed been a handful of genuinely skilled individuals. At least when facing them, Karen, who had just been taught by Naruto for a few days, stood no chance at all. But Karen remembered every word Naruto had told her. If you encounter a threat you can't handle, immediately make a commotion. Not only will it make the enemy hesitate, but it'll also signal your allies. Though the inn was still quite far from here. Karen maintained her composure but gradually slowed her pace. The hostile presences in the darkness seemed to notice this as well and began creeping closer. Karen observed this development, her nerves tightening. Though Naruto had been teaching her self-defense techniques over the past few days, this was her first time facing danger alone. As she walked slowly, she discreetly slipped her hand into her ninja tool pouch, using the wide sleeves of her yukata to mask the movement. Then, once the figures closed into a certain range, she suddenly whipped out its contents and flung them outward. Whoosh! 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 Several kunai shot through the air. However, due to lack of training, Karen's aim was poor, and the kunai barely embedded themselves into the ground in front of the enemies. Move now. She spotted us. Don't let the sacrifice escape. The leader, who was initially startled by Karen's sudden action, broke into a vicious grin when he saw how ineffective her attack was. Such a pure girl. She is perfect for offering to the Jashin. But before they could act further, a faint hiss sounded beneath their feet. When they looked down, they saw the explosive tags tied to the ends of the kunai. Chapter 69, Chapter 69. Watch closely, Karen, this is how you use chains. Boom. 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 The explosion tags detonated right in their faces, instantly blasting the Jashin cult members off their feet. However, since these exploding tags were just common goods Naruto had scavenged from bounty hunters, their power was far from comparable to those used by a certain paper-release ninja. But Karen's goal wasn't just to injure them. The explosions echoed through the entire street, and even though this area was far from populated, someone was bound to hear them. The most important thing is that Karen believes that Naruto will notice it. The sudden blast wounded several of the pursuers, but a few quick-reacting ones managed to dodge in time. After throwing the explosive tag kunai, Karen immediately turned and sprinted away, all while steadying her breathing. Don't panic. Watch your steps. Stay calm. Karen kept mentally hypnotizing herself. But thanks to this method of hers, despite wearing clothes that were inconvenient for movement, she didn't end up tripping and falling flat on her face like female characters in movies and TV shows during her escape. Though she was small, her legs moved surprisingly fast. Even though a dull pain still throbbed in her abdomen, this was no time to dwell on it. As Karen ran, she scattered caltrops behind her. The Jashin cult members, who hadn't been injured by the explosion, couldn't see the path clearly in the dark and immediately howled in pain as they stepped on them. However, this trick could only slow them down temporarily and it wasn't enough to cause any real damage. One of the cultists quickly formed hand signs and unleashed a water-release ninjutsu, washing away all the obstacles on the road ahead. With the path cleared, the group charged forward again, moving even faster than Karen. The distance between them was rapidly closing. Karen could naturally sense the dangerous presence closing in behind her, but at this point, she seemed to have no other options left. When she was in the hands of Kusagakure, she had been treated as nothing more than a healing tool. To prevent her from resisting, they hadn't taught her a single thing about ninjutsu, not even the basic techniques like the 3 basic techniques that were taught in Konoha's Ninja Academy. Even the method of channeling chakra to detonate the explosive tags was something Naruto had taught her on the ship. My talent really is terrible. Even though Naruto-san taught me so patiently, I still couldn't learn properly. Gritting her teeth, the despair in Karen's heart was already making her limbs feel weak. During the days they had spent together, Naruto had tried to teach her some simple ninjutsu. But compared to prodigies like Konohamaru or Sasuke, who had been the top of their class, Karen's learning speed could only be described as snail speed. The only area where she showed any real talent was in the secret techniques unique to the Uzumaki clan. Ha! Got you. The cultist closest to Karen suddenly grabbed her sleeve. Fortunately, Karen reacted swiftly, slicing through the sleeve with a kunai in her other hand. But that momentary delay was enough for the other cultists to surround her. No. I don't want to die here. I was just saved from that hopeless hell. I refuse to die like this. In this critical moment, fragments of her past flashed through Karen's mind. The devastation of witnessing her mother's death. The numbness of being treated as a tool by her fellow villagers. And the liberation she felt after being saved by Naruto. I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. Having tasted the dignity of being treated as a human being, Karen's resistance to being captured again had reached its peak. She would rather die here than be imprisoned once again. And it was this intense emotion that awakened the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan within her. In an instant, 4 golden, translucent chains shot out from her back, coiling through the air like serpents. Then, with swift precision, the chains wrapped around the cultists, suspending them midair. Damn it. What is this? Why can't I break free? No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free from those slender golden chains. Karen also recognized the golden chains. This was the adamantine sealing chains, recorded in the Uzumaki clan's secret technique scroll that Naruto had given her. But before Karen could celebrate for more than a second, an even more dangerous chakra presence entered her sensory range. You lot. Why haven't you caught the sacrifice yet? With this kind of performance, how do you expect to earn Jashin-sama's favor? A wild, arrogant voice rang out from nearby. Some of the cultists looked relieved upon hearing it, but the more experienced ones immediately paled in terror. Haydn, clad in a leather jacket, tall boots, and a metal necklace around his neck, strode forward. In his hand was a massive triple-bladed scythe, its crimson edge scraping lightly against the alley walls with a chilling metallic sound. Help us, Haydn! One of the bound cultists shouted impatiently. Ha! The response came in the form of a vicious horizontal slash from the blood-stained scythe. You useless trash! You failed to offer a sacrifice to Jashin-sama, and now you dare order me around. The cultist was bisected cleanly, his upper and lower halves sliding off the chains before hitting the ground. Haydn! Wait dash! A more experienced cultist tried to speak, but his words were cut short by cold steel. Haydn had never considered the other Jashin cultists his equals. If anything, as someone who had already gained Jashin's blessing and possessed an immortal body, he saw himself as a completely different race. Now then, it's time to offer you to Jashin-sama. Ha! Haydn's physical abilities were far superior to Karen's. His scythe slashed rapidly, attempting to sever those strange chains. But the adamantine sealing chains were a secret technique capable of restraining even-tailed beasts after all. Even the youth version that Karen released in an emergency was not strong enough, it wasn't something Haydn could break through with brute strength alone. Seeing that he couldn't cut them, Haydn simply ignored the chains and charged straight at Karen. At this time, Karen was still unable to freely manipulate the chains. Even when 1 or 2 lashed out to block Haydn, he nimbly dodged them. As the scythe's blade drew closer, Karen's pupils dilated in terror. I'm sorry, Naruto-san. It looks like I'm going to die here. In her final moment, the only thought in her mind was regret, that she hadn't been able to help Naruto in any meaningful way before dying like this. The blade was less than 10 centimeters away from Karen's head when it suddenly stopped. When she looked up, he saw a tall man before her, his index finger and thumb casually pinching the scythe's edge. No matter how hard Haiden strained, the weapon didn't budge. Haiden immediately let go of the scythe, then pulled out a short rod from his coat. With a flick, it extended into a sharp metal spike, and he lunged at Naruto. It doesn't matter who you are, once I draw blood, you're dead. But Naruto didn't even seem to acknowledge him, instead looking down at Karen. You did well, Karen. Naruto's voice snapped Karen out of her daze, and she looked up in disbelief. Now, let me show you. This is how the chains are meant to be used. The moment he finished speaking, dozens of radiant golden chains erupted from Naruto's body. Chapter 70 Haiden, I am immortal. In fact, Naruto had already arrived long ago. He had simply been hiding his presence while observing from the sidelines. The purpose is very simple, which is to give Karen some real combat experience. At the same time, he was testing whether Karen could remain calm in the face of danger. These guys were nothing more than low-tier thugs, with the only one capable of using ninjutsu limited to basic attacks like the water wave technique. No matter what happened, Naruto was confident he could keep Karen safe. And Karen truly gave him a pleasant surprise. In a life-or-death situation, her potential was awakened, and Karen actually managed to use the adamantine sealing chains. This was far more vivid than any dry written record. Naruto instantly grasped the key aspects of this secret technique, and then, in the next moment, he unleashed the same adamantine sealing chains. However, compared to Karen's 4 slender chains, the ones Naruto released were as thick as a calf. Since it was his first time using the technique, he didn't hold back and released dozens of chains at once. For any other member of the Uzumaki clan, unleashing such a massive-scale adamantine sealing chains in an instant would drain their chakra and consume their life force. But, for the current Naruto, it didn't matter. Not to mention his already monstrous chakra reserves, which had only grown as his body developed, even if it did cost him life force, his current physical strength could easily handle it. The dozens of chains created by the adamantine sealing chains whistled through the air like a giant hand, slamming Haiden, who had been midair, straight into the ground. This scene not only left Karen wide-eyed in shock, but also made Kurama, who was watching inside Naruto, couldn't help but complain. Seriously, what level is this guy? How could he be hit by the same treatment as me? Kurama glanced at Naruto's thick, densely packed adamantine sealing chains, enhanced by his chakra, and then recalled the chains Kushina had once used to bind him. He couldn't help but think that this mother and son duo was getting more and more outrageous. The adamantine sealing chains seemed to have some sort of inherent advantage when used against tailed beasts, with their duration and sealing power far surpassing their effectiveness against ordinary ninjas. Perhaps this was intentional on the part of the Uzumaki clan's ancestors who created the technique. After taking back the chains, Naruto was about to say something to Karen when he suddenly turned his head back toward Haiden, who had been smashed into the ground. Ha! Ha, that hurt. That really hurt. Feels so good. Several of his bones seemed to have broken, and his body twitched as he slowly straightened up. At this time, a manic, bloodthirsty grin spread across his face. Karen couldn't help but shudder in disgust, but Naruto, who had seen far more in his travels, simply rubbed his chin. Ah, so he's that type of guy, huh? The kind who gets more pleasure the more pain he's in. What was it called again? A masochist. Well, people like him weren't exactly rare on the seas either. Don't discriminate against people like him, Karen. Karen was stunned by his words, but before she could react, the man across from them let out a shrill scream. I am immortal. Ha ha ha. I've decided. I'm going to sacrifice you to Jashin-sama first. As he spoke, Haiden yanked hard on the metal rope attached to the handle of his scythe, retracting it rapidly and pulling the blood-stained triple-bladed scythe back into his hands. His hands gripped his own head, and with a series of unsettling cracks, his bones realigned themselves, completely healing in an instant. This guy's vitality is on par with that old snake's. Naruto silently assessed Haiden as he lunged forward again. But his combat skills are lacking. The chains shot out once more, this time in a more controlled number, just a few. But even these few chains were enough to keep Haiden completely at bay. Haiden's physical ability seemed far beyond that of an ordinary person, but he didn't appear to know any ninjutsu, at least he hadn't used any in this fight. His fighting style was wild and reckless, and Naruto didn't even need to use observation haki to predict his movements. Honestly, based on what he'd shown so far, Haiden wasn't even as threatening as the bounty hunters who had been chasing them. Clang. Under Naruto's control, the adamantine sealing chain seemed to have completely transformed into an offensive ninjutsu. Haiden, who is still midair, was being whipped around like a Beyblade by several chains. He barely managed to block one strike with his triple-bladed scythe, only for several more chains to lash out like venomous snakes from all directions, piercing straight through his chest in an instant. This time, Naruto didn't cover Karin's eyes. Earlier, he had treated her like a child, but now he realized, if she was going to survive independently sooner or later, facing scenes like this was inevitable. So it's better to let her adapt now. Contrary to Naruto's expectations, Karin didn't seem particularly disturbed by the sight of Haiden being impaled. Yes, this time, it was Naruto who didn't think it through. Having lived in Kusagakure, exploited and drained endlessly, what kind of brutality hadn't Karin witnessed? She herself had often been left covered in bite marks. Bastard. That hurts like hell. At this moment, Hijuin, who was still suspended in the air like he was wearing a certain three-dimensional maneuvering device, roared with undiminished vigor. The blood pouring from his wounds didn't seem to weaken him in the slightest. Haiden even had the strength to hurl the ritual iron spike in his other hand straight downward. Of course, Naruto simply caught it mid-air and threw it right back. This time, it went straight through Haiden's throat. Strangely, Haiden just yanked the spike out and kept cursing, showing no signs of weakening. This time, Naruto was really surprised. He lowered Haiden closer to the ground, not caring about the risk of being attacked, and stepped forward to examine him closely. It's not a substitution, a puppet, or an illusion. This man was genuinely tanking these injuries with his bare flesh. How interesting. Seeing his enemy not only unafraid but even boldly stepping into his attack range, Haiden's face twisted into a bloodthirsty grin. I told you. I'm blessed by Jashin-sama. I'm immortal. He shouted loudly, but at the same time, his other hand swung the triple-bladed scythe straight at Naruto's head. Got him. Even if he couldn't kill Naruto outright, as long as he drew even a single drop of blood, Haiden was confident he could end this with his curse technique, death-controlling possessed blood. Karin, who was watching from a distance, nearly exhausted her chakra again to unleash the adamantine sealing chains. But she stopped the next second. Clang. Naruto didn't even try to dodge. The scythe's blade struck his temple, only to be completely blocked by the iron-like defense of armament haki. Of course, to Haiden, who couldn't see haki, it looked as though Naruto had tanked the hit with his bare skin. Not a single drop of blood was drawn. What kind of monster is this? For the first time, Haiden experienced the same helplessness others felt when facing him. However, Naruto didn't care how shocked the other party was. After confirming that Haiden really would not die from fatal injuries, an experimental idea suddenly surfaced in his mind. We're going to be spending some quality time together. A smile as bright as the sun appeared on Naruto's face. Chapter 71. This moment is just like that moment. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that Karin finally woke up in the inn's bed. To be fair, this wasn't entirely her fault. After last night's attack, Naruto had spent most of the night dealing with Haiden. They hadn't returned to the inn until the early hours of the morning. After yawning, Karin resisted the urge to sleep to wash up, change clothes, and head out to buy some breakfast before knocking on Naruto's door. Naruto-san, I brought you some breakfast. Even though Naruto had never ordered her around like those Kusagakure's ninjas, Karin still wanted to do something for him. Even if it was just small, everyday things. Not just because he had saved her, but also because of the guidance and care he had shown her during their time together. No one had treated her like this since her mother passed away. The door's unlocked, you can come in. After hearing Naruto's voice, Karin pushed the door open. The sight that greeted her made her freeze in her tracks. Naruto was sitting intently at a desk, carefully inscribing something, while in front of him was a chattering head. Yes, just a head, without body. If anyone else had seen this, they might have thought they were still dreaming. You bastard. What the hell are you doing to my body? Jashin-sama will punish you. Yeah, let him punish me. The dismissiveness in Naruto's tone only further enraged the head, with no other effect. The head with the slick back hair was naturally Haiden's. At this time, his body was nowhere to be seen, only his head remained, placed on the desk. Naruto slowly rolled up a scroll marked with the character for body, completely ignoring Haiden's incessant noise. At first, Naruto had thought Haiden's claim of being immortal might have been exaggerated. But after stabbing him through the heart and watching him remain lively even an hour later, he began to believe it. As for why Haiden was now just a head, well, that didn't need much explanation. Earlier, he heard those Jashin cult members had been muttering something about sacrifices, and Haiden kept going on about how Jashin-sama will punish him. Naruto quickly realized these guys weren't bounty hunters. After a quick search, sure enough, he found a few more of them lurking around the town. So Naruto followed the trail and wiped out their hideout in one go. He had expected to run into at least one or two more immortals like Haiden, but to his surprise, the rest were far weaker, and they crumbled almost instantly. However, it was from them that Naruto learned the truth behind Haiden's immortality and the secret technique he wielded, death-controlling possessed blood. According to them, Haiden's immortality was essentially a modification of his physical body. Rather than calling him truly immortal, it was more accurate to say he was already half dead. This became clear when Naruto effortlessly sealed Haiden's body into a storage scroll, and without his head, the body instantly lost all vitality. Normally, storage scrolls couldn't seal living things. Apart from certain secret techniques, most sealing techniques in the ninja world worked this way. Of course, the 9 tails sealed inside Naruto was an exception, as the nature of tailed beasts was less like living creatures and more like masses of uniquely composed chakra. When Naruto heard about the effects of death controlling possessed blood, even he couldn't help but click his tongue. This kind of absurdly overpowered curse technique was something even Naruto couldn't guarantee immunity against. Fortunately, Haiden's attacks were so weak they barely scratched him, he couldn't even draw blood, let alone land a solid hit. Standing up, Naruto glanced at the still noisy head and calmly pulled out another blank storage scroll. Haiden, who was extremely irritable just now, became obedient instantly when he saw the sealing scroll. Wait, don't seal me back in there. Being sealed inside a scroll probably wasn't a pleasant experience, judging by how even someone as fearless as Haiden was now begging. Unfortunately, Naruto wasn't so easily swayed. He ignored the struggling and sealed the head away separately. I'd have to remember taking him out every now and then to feed him. According to those Jashin cult members, even though Haiden was immortal, he still needed nutrients to sustain himself. If he went too long without replenishing energy, he would eventually die for good. Somehow, this felt like keeping a pet. After storing away the head and body scrolls, Naruto finally had time to eat the breakfast Karen had brought. Last night must have been rough for you too. Sorry about. It's okay. Naruto-san. As if sensing that Naruto was about to say something thoughtless, Karen immediately cut him off, her face flushing red. After last night's battle, Naruto had seen the personal items Karen had bought. Even someone as dense as him couldn't miss what was going on now. Seeing the girl's embarrassed expression, Naruto smoothly changed the subject. Speaking of which, since you can't go to the hot springs right now, how about we find a bathhouse instead? After all the chaos last night, they had both worked up a sweat. A proper wash and fresh clothes would definitely feel better. At Naruto's suggestion, Karen could only nod shyly. After finishing breakfast and packing a change of clothes, the two left the inn. This town wasn't just famous for its hot springs, it was also a paradise for bathing in general. While Konoha Village only had a handful of bathhouses, this small town had over a dozen, each with its own unique theme. Rose baths, milk baths with massages. Naruto had lived for decades on the seas, yet he'd never seen such novel ideas before. Gazing at the dazzling array of specialty baths, Naruto couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If Jiraiya-sensei were here, he'd definitely be perched on a rooftop right now, enthusiastically gathering material. Yep. Just like that guy on the rooftop there. As if sensing the gaze on his back, Jiraiya slowly lowered the roof tile he'd just lifted and turned around. His eyes met Naruto's. This moment is just like that moment. Of course, Karen noticed it too. Not only her, but also several women passing by followed her gaze and looked in that direction. A pervert. A shrill scream pierced the air, signaling the unfortunate delay of the great literary master Jiraiya's next masterpiece. Naruto watched as Jiraiya scrambled away in a panic, pelted by whatever objects the towel-clad bathers could throw. Silently, he clasped his hands together. Namu-san. Naruto-san, do you know that peeping pervert? Nope. Never seen him before in my life. Chapter 72 Orochimaru. After all the commotion, the Toad Sage of Mount Maiboku managed to make his escape. Meanwhile, Naruto and Karen had already slipped away from the crowd and found another bathhouse to wash up. Hey, what are you doing here, kid? Just as the two had finished bathing and sat down at a hot spring-themed barbecue restaurant, Jiraiya popped out of nowhere. Seeing this scene, Karen subconsciously wanted to use the adamantine sealing chains that she had just mastered to deal with the pervert in front of her. Fortunately, Naruto stopped her in time. After all, even for an Uzumaki clan's member, frequent use of the adamantine sealing chains would take a toll, not to mention that Karen is still in the recovery period. Don't worry, Karen. He's one of us. After reassuring her, Naruto turned to Jiraiya, who had already taken a seat and picked up a pair of chopsticks. Jiraiya-sensei, what brings you here? Collecting materials. Jiraiya waved a hand, stuffing a freshly grilled piece of meat into his mouth before countering, but you, why are you here in the land of hot springs with a young girl? At first, Jiraiya had been nudging Naruto's shoulder with a teasing grin, but when he caught sight of Karen's fiery red hair, his expression shifted slightly. I'm actually on a mission. Unlike some people who sneak out for fun. Naruto casually pulled out the mission scroll issued by Konoha and waved it in front of Jiraiya. But Jiraiya wasn't focused on the mission details, as his attention had fully shifted to Karen. Karen squirmed under his stare. Really looks like her, that same hair color as Kushina. Hearing Jiraiya's muttering, Naruto also glanced at Karen across the table. After a moment of thought, he explained her background and origins to Jiraiya. We were originally planning to visit the ruins of Uzumaki to see if there were any other survivors, but we got lost and ended up here. After hearing that, Jiraiya just waved his hand and said, "There's nothing left there. Just ruins. We still have to go. At least to see our true homeland." The conversation took a somber turn, and even Karen fell silent, pressing her lips together. Fair enough. Jiraiya couldn't say anything to persuade them about this. After all, what's wrong with people tracing their roots? But you should be careful lately. I've heard rumors that someone's put a bounty on you. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Jiraiya lowered his voice and whispered mysteriously. Having witnessed Naruto's strength firsthand, he wasn't too worried about his safety. Jiraiya knew that even if Naruto couldn't win a fight, very few in the ninja world could stop him from escaping if he wanted to. As he was speaking, his eyes flicked at Karen sitting opposite him. The meaning was self-evident. You can run, but what about her? Naruto understood the implication and suddenly spoke up, "Speaking of which, there's something I wanted to ask you." "What is it?" Rather than discussing it in the restaurant, Naruto waited until after the meal, and then after letting Jiraiya pay the bill with great pain, he took him back to the inn where they were staying. Here, there were no outsiders around. "To be honest, you must have wondered how I gained this level of strength, right?" At these words, Jiraiya's expression shifted slightly. Of course he had questions, but out of trust in Naruto, he had never asked. Naruto didn't beat around the bush. In front of Karen and Jiraiya, he recounted his childhood, crossing worlds experience once more. If even Kakashi could know, then there was no reason to hide it from Jiraiya and Karen. Besides, Naruto had never been too concerned about keeping it a secret. What did it matter if others knew? Those who wanted to hunt him down would do so regardless. For Karen, this was the first time she had heard about Naruto's incredible past. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was even more astonished. Given his strength and experience, he had heard plenty of the ninja world's secrets, even from the toads of Mount Myaboku. The concept of other dimensions was not unfamiliar to him. But those were minor, attached spaces, like Mount Myaboku or Ryuchi Cave, which are essentially small pocket realms connected to the ninja world. As for a completely different, fully independent world like the one Naruto described, that was something Jiraiya had never heard of before. Once the two had digested the information, Naruto finally made his request. Originally, I planned to go to Uzumaki first, then visit that other world to find ways for Karen to quickly gain the power to protect herself. But since we've run into you, I was thinking. Before Naruto could finish, Jiraiya immediately shook his head. No, I have no experience taking care of little girls. Karen, standing to the side, looked conflicted. She clearly wasn't thrilled about being left alone with the pervert who had been peeping on women's baths earlier. Even with Naruto's repeated assurances that Jiraiya was trustworthy, she still wasn't convinced. Naruto was about to press further when suddenly, his expression changed. In an instant, he drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist. Jiraiya was stunned. Wait, we're just talking, there's no need to pull out a sword over a disagreement, right? Naruto had never seemed this violent before. But Naruto wasn't drawing his sword to attack anyone. Instead, he flipped the sword upside down, gripping the hilt, and plucked the jewel embedded in its hilt. As the other two in the room watched in confusion, the emerald green gem began to wriggle, as if alive. Then, an extremely slender snake slithered out from within. Turns out, the jewel had actually been a strangely shaped snake egg. Jiraiya also recognized the sword at this moment. Isn't that the Kusanagi sword carried by Orochimaru? Naruto immediately pinched the snake's neck, ready to crush it. Wait a moment, Naruto-kun. The little snake stared at Naruto with its cold eyes and opened its mouth, from which came Orochimaru's sinister voice. Perhaps we can make a deal. Not interested. Naruto's response was blunt. His opinion of Orochimaru could be summed up in one word. Schemer. This guy always thought 10 steps ahead. The moment Naruto agreed to anything, he'd probably already be walking into a trap. He had no idea how much the snake had overheard while hidden in the Kusanagi sword. If it hadn't suddenly activated, even Naruto's heightened senses might have missed this living eavesdropping device. Clearly, Orochimaru had prepared this the moment he left the sword with Naruto. What if I told you I could revive your parents? No thanks. Naruto also remembered the impure world reincarnation that the other party had once used. However, in his opinion, that was nothing more than a desecration of the dead. Just as Naruto was about to finish off the snake, Orochimaru hastily threw out another lure. Wait. Don't you want to know who really killed your parents? This time, Naruto's hand stopped. Chapter 73, The Clues That Came Knocking. Oh my, to be honest, I truly didn't expect you to be hiding such a secret, Naruto-kun. Another world, one completely different from the ninja world. The small snake controlled by Orochimaru coiled itself on the table, flicking its tongue lightly. Naruto couldn't help but feel as if he was seeing Orochimaru's pale, shadowed face reflected in the snake's movements. Cut the nonsense. Just say what you want. Naruto knew that Orochimaru was the type who wouldn't act without a guaranteed benefit. If he didn't have some scheme in mind, he wouldn't have revealed himself so soon. Beside them, Jiraiya opened his mouth to warn Naruto not to agree to any of Orochimaru's demands, but Naruto raised a hand to stop him. Speaking with a clever one is always so refreshing, Naruto-kun. I want a sample of your body. Of course, it would be even better if you allowed me to conduct research on you directly. It's not even nighttime yet. Save the dreams for when you're asleep. Naruto rejected the request outright. If Orochimaru could plant a spy inside the Kusanagi sword, then who knew what he could do with a living body? Only a fool would agree to such terms. I see. Naruto-kun, you don't seem to trust me. That's understandable. The little snake nodded before continuing. Then, how about a different condition? I want to see this other world you speak of. This request caught Naruto off guard. His eyes widened slightly as he stared intently at the snake. I haven't found a way to bring things with me when I travel yet. No need to worry about that. I believe you'll find a way. I can wait. Orochimaru's tone was unexpectedly calm. And for good reason. Although the Konoha Crush plan failed, Orochimaru had suffered almost no losses beyond a few subordinates. Unlike in the original work, where Orochimaru's hands had been sealed by Hiruzen's dead demon-consuming seal and he urgently needed a new body, he was in no rush now. He could afford to wait until his chosen vessel ripened before performing the living corpse reincarnation. In other words, Orochimaru had all the time in the world. Naruto fell silent for a few seconds before nodding. Fine. Speak. With Orochimaru, Naruto never wasted words. The man was a schemer through and through, and Naruto simply didn't mesh with that kind of personality. Where to begin? The snake slithered slowly across the table. Strangely, Orochimaru didn't seem to consider the possibility that Naruto had only agreed verbally. It's as if, in his eyes, Naruto's word was absolute. Perhaps you don't know this, but the one who manipulated the Ninetales rampage, leading to your parents' deaths, was someone else entirely. And no, I'm not talking about Danzo. Naruto didn't even blink when he heard this. I know. It was someone with a Sharingan. This time, it was Orochimaru's turn to be surprised. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who heard this truth for the first time, looked utterly stunned. Because after the Ninetales rampage, all the Konoha's high-ranking people said it was just a natural disaster, and even his teacher, Hiruzen, had remained silent on the matter. Though Jiraiya had his suspicions, he hadn't uncovered any concrete evidence yet. How could it be? Jiraiya muttered to himself, already deciding that he would confront Hiruzen directly when he returned. Ku, it seems you know far more than this fool does. Watching Jiraiya's expression of utter disbelief, Orochimaru's real face unconsciously revealed a smile. If that's all you have to offer, then our deal. I know who he is. The moment these words were spoken, 3 pairs of eyes locked onto him. In particular, Naruto's gaze carried an overwhelming intensity. I know. A Sharingan capable of controlling a tailed beast. That's not something achievable through mere transplantation, like Danzo's cheap tricks. Clearly, he is an Uchiha. And right now, aside from your little friend, Uchiha Sasuke, there are barely any Uchiha left alive in the entire ninja world. Uchiha Itachi. Naruto recalled the men in the black cloak with red clouds who had attacked him in the Forest of Death that day. The one who had slaughtered every Uchiha's clansman except Sasuke. No, not him. During the Ninetales rampage, he was just a child. At the very least, he didn't possess that kind of power back then. As he spoke, Orochimaru seemed to recall something unpleasant, and added reluctantly, however, the culprit is connected to him. They belong to the same organization. Akatsuki. Naruto uttered the name softly. Kakuzu, who had attacked him before, was wearing the same black and red robe as Itachi, and at that time, he said that Akatsuki will avenge him. If Orochimaru was telling the truth, then Naruto had already made an enemy of them long ago. Unfortunately, Jiraiya hadn't yet investigated Akatsuki or the mastermind behind it, otherwise, his reaction might have been even more entertaining. Indeed. Perhaps you didn't know, but I was once a member of that organization. Orochimaru's voice remained unhurried. In that organization, there was a man who called himself Uchiha Madara. Impossible. This time, it was Jiraiya who interrupted. Uchiha Madara died a long time ago. He's lying. Naturally, Jiraiya had heard of the legendary conflict between Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage. Unexpectedly, the snake merely tilted its head, ignoring Jiraiya entirely as it focused on Naruto. Naruto-kun, should I continue, or shall we let this fool keep interrupting? Jiraiya-sensei. Hearing Naruto's voice, Jiraiya opened his mouth, but ultimately did not continue speaking. Thank you. The snake nodded almost humanely before resuming. He called himself Uchiha Madara, though I never saw his true face. After all, I left the organization before I could uncover much. But if you ask me who would have both the ability and the motive to control the Nine Tails, then without a doubt, it was him. After dropping this bombshell, Orochimaru casually tossed out another. In fact, even before I left, they were already planning something called the Tailed Beast Capture Plan. Oh. And just so you know, I was the one who provided the bait that set their plans into motion. As Naruto listened, the pieces began falling into place. He also had to admit that according to what Orochimaru said, the guy in the Akatsuki, who called himself Uchiha Madara, was a prime suspect. Is there anyone in that organization who always wore a mask? Naruto suddenly asked another question. He remembered his father's description of the mastermind within the ceiling space, a man hiding behind a mask. A mask. The one who controlled the Nine Tails, he always wore one. The first figures that came to Orochimaru's mind were Sasori and Kisame. But Sasori was just a puppeteer, and Kisame was definitely not Uchiha Madara. Who else could it be? Unfortunately, by the time Orochimaru was driven out of Akatsuki by Itachi, Tobi hadn't yet appeared, otherwise, he might have had the answer. Chapter 74, Pain and Leaving. My apologies, Naruto-kun, but I'm afraid I don't know much about that. Orochimaru's words didn't disappoint Naruto too much. At least now he had a lead, unlike before when he had been stumbling around blindly. Still, perhaps you could visit one of Akatsuki's hideouts yourself. You might find something new there. Where are they? Naruto's tone turned cold. But this time, Orochimaru didn't tell him everything he knew as he did before. That is something we should discuss in person. Naruto-kun, don't forget that this is a deal. For Orochimaru, everything he had revealed so far was merely baits to hook Naruto's interest. The location of Akatsuki's hideout was his real bargaining chip. Naruto might be a man of his word, but Orochimaru always judged others by his own standards. In some ways, his fishing skills far surpassed Naruto's. Where do I find you? Otogekure. Naruto bit the hook without hesitation, though whether Orochimaru had the strength to reel in a fish like him remained to be seen. No, it's not that far. Someone will guide you. You'd better not be lying to me. Naruto nodded slightly, and after saying this, he twisted the little snake's head off. He first used his observation haki to scan every inch of the inn, and then, still feeling unsatisfied, he simply sealed the Kusanagi sword into a scroll for good measure. Only after all this did he sit back down. Across from him, Jiraiya and Karen watched with concern. Jiraiya knew exactly what kind of person Orochimaru was, but the men also held information about the mastermind behind the Nine Tails rampage. For Naruto, that was an undeniable trump card. Naruto, give me some time. I can help track down that Akatsuki. Or I'll go with you to meet Orochimaru. He definitely has another agenda. Jiraiya's voice was thick with worry. He couldn't just stand by and watch his student son walk into a trap. Beside him, Karen still didn't fully grasp the situation, but she understood one thing. Naruto was about to do something dangerous. I know, Jiraiya-sensei. I know. With Orochimaru gone, Naruto's tone immediately softened. He reassured the older man before pulling out his flask of sake and taking a slow sip. Jiraiya-sensei, to be honest, when I first returned to this world, I was lost. In that other world, I had comrades, friends, a life of my own. But there is always a voice in my heart telling me that I must come back here. Setting the flask down, Naruto's eyes were calm. At first, I didn't know why. There shouldn't have been anything left for me in this world. But when I learned that my parents didn't abandon me, that their deaths had a mastermind behind them, I understood. In this world, there were people who loved me. And the reason I returned was to fulfill a mission entrusted to me by fate itself. When Jiraiya heard the word fate from Naruto's mouth, a nerve in his body was suddenly touched, and the prophecy of the great Toad Sage instantly flashed through his mind. I will avenge my parents. But it's not just about killing the culprit. What killed them wasn't just that Uchiha, it was this twisted world. This time, Naruto's tone was firm and decisive, unlike when he had confronted Hiruzen, leaving room for negotiation. Perhaps it was because he had witnessed the tragic fate of other Uzumaki clan's members with his own eyes, or perhaps it was because he discovered that in this ninja world, a country like the Land of Hot Springs that is far away from war can also survive. Peace is the truest mirror of war. If everything were the same, it would be easy to lose perspective. But with an example before him, Naruto could say with certainty, the 5 great nations, no, most of the ninja world, is wrong. Even though there were no celestial dragons oppressing from above, they will still waged war against each other for the ambitions of some people. The lives of ninja had been reduced to cold statistics, and even children were thrown onto the battlefield like expendable tools. I will destroy this old world. The words that left Naruto's mouth struck Jiraiya like a thunderbolt. What do you intend to do, Naruto? Jiraiya's throat felt dry, as if he could barely force out the words. Where there is oppression, there will be resistance. The only reason they haven't succeeded is because they lack the power to defy fate. This was the case with Inari, the child in the land of waves, whose father-like figure was killed by Gato. The Uzumaki clan, who were destroyed during the war because their special abilities were coveted, was another example of this. How many more like them existed in this ninja world? And I will give them that power. Starting with you, Karen. At the end, Naruto turned his gaze to Karen, his eyes filled with expectation. Karen was a little overwhelmed by his gaze and quickly adjusted her glasses. Naruto, have you considered that this might lead to even more death? Although he didn't know why Naruto sounded more and more like Orochimaru when he said this, Jiraiya still tried to dissuade him. Reform is always accompanied by pain. This was a lesson Naruto had learned from observing the Revolutionary Army in the One Piece world. To be honest, Naruto didn't fully understand what that ideal world of freedom the Revolutionary Army spoke of would look like. So, for now, he could only follow their example, feeling his way forward like wading across a river. Of course, he could simply kill the so-called daimyo. Naruto had no doubts about his ability to do so. But if he kills one daimyo, another would just take their place. If the oppressed refused to rise up, if the enslaved refused to fight back, then new rulers would always emerge, and the world would remain unchanged. Jiraiya opened his mouth to argue, but Naruto cut him off. Jiraiya-sensei, while I'm away meeting Orochimaru, I'll need you to look after Karen for me. Naruto-san, I'm coming with you. Karen spoke aloud. But Naruto just reached out and patted her head. Jiraiya-sensei was right about one thing. Orochimaru definitely has another scheme. Karen, it's not your time yet. High EQ, it's not time for you to come on stage yet. Low EQ, you're just a burden. The girl pressed her lips together, unable to retort, but in her heart, she made a silent resolve. Naruto, are you sure about this? At this time, as if steeling himself, Jiraiya spoke in a tone more serious than ever before. Don't worry, I'll be careful with Orochimaru. It's not him I'm worried about. What concerns me more is Dash. Naruto only smiled at him, leaving the sentence unfinished as he turned and walked out of the room. Looking at Naruto's back, which had become broad enough, Jiraiya didn't know what to say for a moment. When the great Toad Sage said, "Stop the child of prophecy," was he referring to Naruto? For the first time, Jiraiya felt truly lost. Chapter 75, Grilled Snake Meat, I like it. At the harbor of the hot spring town in the land of hot water, Naruto had set up a small grill. Skewered on it was a skinned and gutted snake, its meat sizzling as fat dripped onto the flames. Though the portion was small, it would be a waste not to eat it. Neither Jiraiya nor Karen were with him. Naruto had instructed them to lay low for the time being. Meanwhile, news of Uzumaki Naruto's conspicuous appearance at the harbor quickly spread like wildfire, thanks to certain interested parties. Konoha's genin with a bounty worth 100 million ryo. It was no exaggeration to say that, in the eyes of some, the head on Naruto's shoulders might as well have been made of gold. And that was exactly what Naruto wanted. These assassins were all coming for him, and Karen had just been caught in the crossfire. Now that she was under Jiraiya's protection, he could finally cut loose a little. Though it seemed his trip to the land of whirlpools would have to be postponed. Lost in thought, Naruto sprinkled some seasoning on the grilled snake before taking a bite, leisurely enjoying the meat with occasional sips of sake. Grilled snake meat, I love eating it. Admittedly, though the portion was small, the taste wasn't bad at all. Maybe I should ask Orochimaru to send me more snake meat. When the Sound 4, Jirobo, Kidomaru, Tayuya, Sakan, and Yukon arrived on the island, this was exactly the scene they witnessed. Is that him? The Uzumaki Naruto that Orochimaru-sama mentioned. Sakan glanced at the boy across from them, then at his companions, uncertainty in his voice. Jirobo remained silent, his gaze fixed on the skewered snake meat in Naruto's hand. He doesn't look like much. Kidomaru was the most arrogant of the four. Aside from Kimimaro, he didn't respect anyone else under Orochimaru's command. Meanwhile, Tayuya scanned their surroundings. By now, quite a few people at the dock had turned their attention toward them. Which wasn't surprising. Aside from her and Jirobo, Sakan and Yukon, as well as Kidomaru, were the type whose appearances screamed, not human. Normally, they rarely appeared together in such public places. But this time, the situation was urgent, as they had received a direct order from Orochimaru without any prior notice. The command was simple: head to this location, retrieve Uzumaki Naruto, and bring him to their prison on the southern island, where Orochimaru would be waiting for them. Perhaps Orochimaru considered this a straightforward task, and since he intended to personally meet with Naruto, he hadn't bothered to explain the details to the Sound Four. And so, the group had rushed to the sea, arriving in the land of hot water. The journey had been rough, so it was only natural that they were in a foul mood. However, since the failed Konoha Crush plan had never come to fruition, these four had never had the chance to witness the extent of Naruto's power. As a result, in their eyes, Naruto was probably just another vessel that Orochimaru had taken an interest in. Come with us, Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru will grant you power and bestow upon you the cursed seal. Tayuya, at least, still had some professionalism as a subordinate, delivering Orochimaru's classic recruitment pitch. But all this earned her was a look of utter confusion from Naruto. Did that guy Orochimaru not explain anything to you guys? Naruto even set down his flask of sake, asking the question without a hint of malice. He didn't actually hold any ill will toward Orochimaru. He just didn't like the guy's creepy demeanor. But to the Sound Four, his words came across differently. Watch your tongue. Surprisingly, Jirobo was the first to speak up. And the hot-tempered Sakan simply attacked without hesitation. Seems like no one's taught you to show respect to Orochimaru-sama. Ignoring Yukon's attempt to stop him, he reached out toward Naruto. He intended to teach Naruto a lesson. The Sakan-Yukon brothers possessed a secret technique that allowed them to merge into another person's body, gradually seizing control over it. This was the kind of ability that sent chills down one's spine just thinking about it. Naruto seemed to glimpse a certain future, and the leisurely smile on his face slowly faded. Brat. A faint red glow flickered in Naruto's eyes, followed by an indescribable, terrifying aura radiating from his body. This was the first time since leaving Konoha that Naruto had seriously unleashed his conqueror's haki. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? At this moment, what stood before them was no longer just a mere Konoha's genin, but a true warrior of the seas. Lightning. Wind. Dark clouds. Everyone felt as if they had been swallowed by a storm at sea. Jirobo and Tayuya, the weaker of the four, were forced to activate their first stage of cursed seals just to barely maintain their sanity. Nearby bystanders nearly all collapsed into unconsciousness in an instant. The few who remained conscious were frozen stiff, unable to move. And Sakan, who bore the brunt of it, had his mental world completely shattered by the overwhelming pressure of the haki. He didn't even have time to activate his cursed seal. If not for Yukon immediately taking control of their shared body, he would have already crumpled to the ground. Kidomaru was the least affected among them, but even he felt his limbs turn ice cold at this time. Not even Orochimaru had ever subjected them to such oppressive pressure. And this was the result of Naruto deliberately holding back. Otherwise, every single person in the vicinity would have been left sprawled on the ground today. Naruto's haki had only been unleashed for a few seconds, but it left an indelible mark on the minds of those who remained conscious. Suddenly, he withdrew his haki and stood up. Just messing with you. Why would I bother getting serious with a bunch of brats? Naruto's tone was light, and his usual carefree smile returned to his face. But this time, no one dared to underestimate him. Let's go. Don't want to keep Orochimaru waiting. As he said that, he simply took the lead and walked onto the small boat that the others had taken when they came here. The Sound Four exchanged glances before silently following suit, boarding the ship without a word. Not even a single one of them suggested stopping to resupply at the port. Only after the boat slowly drifted away from the shore did the stunned crowd finally begin to murmur, their voices rising in a nervous clamor. Among them, a few shadowy figures quietly slipped away from the gathering. Naruto, who had seen this from the boat, inwardly relaxed. Good. Now, everyone's attention would follow me, straight to Orochimaru. The boat's journey wasn't particularly fast, but fortunately, everyone on board was a ninja. If push came to shove, they could always use ninjutsu to speed things up. Of course, that task definitely wasn't going to fall on Naruto. Ever since the display at the dock, the Sound Four had become eerily quiet. Even the usually hot-tempered Sakan had mellowed out considerably after regaining his senses. It just went to show that, when you were strong enough, the whole world became a much kinder and friendlier place. Chapter 76, Chapter 76 Cursed Seal. With the group taking turns using ninjutsu to accelerate the boat, they didn't spend much time before arriving at an island. This was one of Orochimaru's branch bases, referred to as the Southern Hideout. One could say Naruto's luck this time wasn't too bad, as there were no incidents of getting lost at sea like before. Or perhaps it was because the ones steering the boat were Orochimaru's subordinates. So, was it actually my fault before? Naruto began to doubt himself. No way. I've spent nearly as much time at sea as I have on land over the years. How could it be because of me? Unable to figure it out, Naruto ultimately chalked it up to unfamiliarity with sea conditions. Completely ignoring the fact that the eternal pose had been doing most of the work all along. After arriving on the island, the moment they disembarked, a group of fully armed Otogekyu's ninjas surrounded them. Naruto didn't care about this at all. Right now, he was fully expanding his observation haki, scanning the entire island in every direction. By the time he finished, the Sound Four had already confirmed their identities with the Otogekyu's ninjas and were granted passage. Meanwhile, Naruto strolled along as if he were taking a casual walk in his own home, completely indifferent to the guards and puppets scattered across the island. Not far from the coastline, one can see the only building on the island, a cluster of low, fortress-like buildings. Of course, under Naruto's observation haki, the underground prison facilities and laboratories were laid bare. Similarly, he also found many guys who were imprisoned. Some of them are ninjas, while others are just ordinary people with special bloodlines. TCH. Naruto clicked his tongue in disgust. This guy Orochimaru really is revolting. Speak of the devil and he will appear. The few of them had just entered the fortress and taken the elevator underground when Orochimaru, whom Naruto had met twice before, appeared before them. Welcome, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru's tone was gentle, even friendly. But against the backdrop of the occasional wails and sobs echoing from the prison cells, it only made him seem all the more insincere. So, when you said you wanted to meet and talk, you meant sending this thing to come get me. I knew I couldn't hide it from you, Naruto-kun. As he spoke, cracks began to form on the skin of his current body. This was just a clone, an experimental vessel. Due to the limitations of Orochimaru's current techniques, its lifespan was unstable. Is this unique sensing ability also from that other world? Or is it a special trait of the Uzumaki clan? The special ability Orochimaru referred to was the Uzumaki clan's secret sensor technique, Mind's Eye of the Kagura. Come to think of it, Naruto had read about the technique, but since its functions overlapped too much with observation haki, he'd simply ignored it. The scroll containing its training methods was probably still with Karen. That's none of your business. Naruto didn't bother hiding his distaste for Orochimaru. The only reason he'd agreed to come here was to get the location of Akatsuki's hideout. However, Orochimaru wasn't bothered by Naruto's attitude. Please forgive me. Given your current strength, Naruto-kun, I couldn't risk appearing before you in person. As mentioned before, Orochimaru always projected his own nature onto others. If their positions were reversed, he absolutely would have broken the agreement and captured Naruto to interrogate him by force. Enough stalling. Just tell me, what do you want in exchange for Akatsuki's location? If you're thinking of using my body for some experiment, don't waste my time. You should know that as time passes, more and more about that organization will come to light. I don't necessarily have to get their location from you. Faced with Naruto's forceful response, Orochimaru merely shook his head noncommittally. Naruto-kun, there's no need for such intense wariness toward me. I bear you no ill will. That was the kind of line only the unfortunate people Orochimaru had tricked into following him would believe. As far as Naruto was concerned, this cunning snake was wrapped in greed so intense it made Morgans, that bird-brained newsman, look tame by comparison. Seeing that Naruto had no intention of continuing the conversation, Orochimaru smoothly steered the topic back on track. Truthfully, the reason I invited you here was simply to test whether the cursed seal I've created can bypass the so-called barrier between worlds that prevents the transfer of matter. Cursed seal. Naruto's gaze flicked toward the Sound Four who had brought him here. Weren't these guys had also mentioned something about a cursed seal earlier? Indeed, the cursed seal. With a glance from Orochimaru, Kidomaru stepped forward and immediately activated his second stage cursed seal transformation. Naruto then witnessed with his own eyes the other party's complete transformation from a weirdo with 6 arms into an ugly monster that no longer looked like a human. Of course, the grotesque appearance cannot conceal the increase in its power. But that wasn't the main point. Even though Kidomaru's seal wasn't the cursed seal of heaven Orochimaru used for reincarnation, Naruto still sensed it, the slimy, reptilian essence of Orochimaru's chakra coiled within the transformed body. He smells like you. The phrasing was ambiguous, but Orochimaru understood it. As expected of you, Naruto-kun. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. To recognize this at first glance dash. Correction. Not the first glance. Naruto said after taking out his sake flask and taking a sip. After being interrupted, Orochimaru simply glanced at the Sound Four, who dared not speak, then chuckled and muttered softly to himself. It seems there were some unforeseen incidents along the way. When the Sound Four heard Orochimaru say this, uneasy looks immediately appeared on their faces. But Naruto was already getting impatient, so he simply stood up, walked in front of Orochimaru, and looked down at him condescendingly. Get to the point, Orochimaru. What are you really after? No need for haste, Naruto-kun. After seeing this scene, Orochimaru put away his desire to show off and began to explain the cursed seal of heaven and cursed seal of earth that he had created. Of course, he conveniently omitted certain key details. So you're saying that if you implant this so-called cursed seal on me, you can hitch a ride to the other world? Precisely, Naruto-kun. Once that's done, our transaction will be complete. Orochimaru's face, whose skin had begun to peel off, twisted into what might have been a reassuring smile, if not for how grotesque it looked. Damn it, Orochimaru. And Naruto, who was looking down at him, couldn't control his expression for the first time and laughed out loud. What did I ever do to make you think I'm that stupid? In that instant, his haki erupted without restraint. Chapter 77. Chapter 77. Do you even know what a researcher's mindset is? It seems agreeing to your proposed deal would just be a waste of time. Naruto appeared to have lost his patience, his overwhelming haki spreading outwards. The surrounding guards collapsed almost instantly, while the Sound Four were forced to activate their second stage cursed seals just to remain conscious. Seeing that the talks were about to break down and they were about to fight, Kidomaru and Sakan and Yukon from the Sound Four were the first to attack. Meanwhile, Tayuya and Jirobo, who had slower attack windups, lagged slightly behind. However, that slight delay ended up saving them. Kidomaru, the strongest of the four, barely had time to fire a single arrow before Naruto caught the projectile and hurled it straight back. The arrow formed by the hardened mucus instantly pierced through his body and nailed him to the wall, leaving his fate unknown. Sakan and Yukon split into two and rushed Naruto from both sides. But these guys were still far too slow. A flash of sword light later, the two brothers collapsed to the ground. In just one exchange, Orochimaru's elite Sound Four had been reduced to a duo. Stand down. Orochimaru's command came belatedly, but Tayuya and Jirobo, the lucky survivors, sighed in relief and quickly retreated. Right in front of Orochimaru, Naruto calmly stored the Kusanagi sword, which he had confiscated from Orochimaru earlier, back into a sealing scroll. Orochimaru's expression darkened. Not just because Naruto had so blatantly disregarded his authority, but also because this cloned body was nearing its time limit. Perhaps due to being exposed to Naruto's haki earlier, the skin on his face had already begun to peel. Silently, Orochimaru locked eyes with Naruto. Just moments ago, Naruto had forcefully reminded Orochimaru exactly who held the upper hand in this so-called negotiation. It certainly wasn't Orochimaru, who didn't even dare to reveal his true form. Naruto, seemingly having vented his anger through that brief display of power, now stood waiting for Orochimaru to continue. Of course, he still wanted the information Orochimaru has. But that didn't mean he would let himself be manipulated. Just as he himself said, without the information provided by Orochimaru, the most he could do was to delay the time of his revenge. Naruto wasn't some hot-blooded youth who could be swayed by a few words. Orochimaru's usual targets were those who were desperate, insecure, or powerless, but none of which applied to Naruto. It seems I was too hasty. After a long while, Orochimaru finally said. If this method of cooperation doesn't suit you, Naruto-kun, we can try another. This statement was essentially Orochimaru's way of backing down, for now. Realizing that Naruto wasn't someone he could easily manipulate like his usual pawns, he immediately shifted tactics. If he could directly corrupt and take over Naruto's body through the cursed seal, that would be ideal. But even if he failed, he won't lose anything. The worst outcome of this test would be Naruto going on a rampage and destroying the entire island. But at most, that would just mean losing a branch base and a clone body, and for Orochimaru, it is a price he was more than willing to pay. If I recall correctly, Naruto-kun, you recently captured an immortal ninja, didn't you? It wasn't surprising that Orochimaru knew this. In fact, he probably even knew about Naruto's encounter with Tsunade. That's right. Naruto pulled out two sealing scrolls labeled head and body from his travel pack. With a puff of smoke, Hayden's dismembered body appeared on either side of him. Ah. You bastard. I'll kill you. After seeing the light of day again, Hayden was still as energetic as ever. It seemed that not eating for more than a day didn't affect him much. Both Naruto and Orochimaru ignored Hayden's outburst and focused on each other. So, what new ideas have you come up with? Naruto crossed his arms, showing some interest in whatever plan Orochimaru might come up with. Meanwhile, Orochimaru slowly approached Hayden's dismembered body on the ground, poking at the lifeless yet still animated limbs. Ignoring Hayden's furious screams of, I'll kill you, and, I'll sacrifice you to Jashin-sama, Orochimaru picked up the severed head, examining it like a piece of art. Humph. A crude modification. But not without its merits. As a researcher obsessed with eternal life, Orochimaru easily saw through the truth behind Hayden's so-called immortality. From an academic standpoint, he dismissed this false eternal life as shoddy work. Naruto-kun, if you refuse the cursed seal, how about simply carrying a sealing scroll containing this body instead? Go on. I'll need you to stay here a little longer. I'd like to perform some minor modifications on him. As he said this, Orochimaru held up Hayden's still cursing head to the side. He can become another vessel for me, just like this clone body I'm using now. Once sealed inside a scroll, you'd only need to swallow a specially prepared miniature version of it. That way, you'd have full control over when to release me, with no risk of me interfering behind your back. Orochimaru's compromise seemed sincere, and his proposal was indeed feasible. Before this, Naruto hadn't even considered the idea of ingesting a sealing scroll. Perhaps this was the kind of twisted logic only a biology researcher could come up with. But Naruto wasn't about to trust him completely. Use my sealing scroll. Orochimaru was stunned when he heard this, and then quickly understood Naruto's suspicion. This is because Naruto was afraid that he would tamper with the scroll. Very well. As for how Naruto planned to swallow an entire sealing scroll, well, it wasn't like he'd trained in life return for nothing. Tayuya, show Naruto-kun to a room to rest. My experiment may take some time. As if completely unbothered by the deaths of Kidomaru and Sakanya-kan, Orochimaru's face twisted back into that grotesque yet hospitable grin once negotiations were settled. Don't keep me waiting, Orochimaru. Of course, Naruto-kun. Naruto dismissed Orochimaru's words as nonsense but allowed Tayuya to lead him away. Only once Naruto was completely out of sight did Jirobo move to free Kidomaru from the wall. Unlike the twins, who had been bisected in one slash, Kidomaru had only been impaled by his own mucus arrow. This kind of injury was not fatal due to the empowerment of the cursed seal. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Naruto couldn't be bothered to finish him off. Sakan and Yukon were just unlucky. Their abilities were too revolting, and Naruto had no intention of letting those two touch him. While this discussion concluded, another conversation was also coming to an end elsewhere. Are you certain? Yes. Uzumaki Naruto has left the island. We've sent tracking summons after him. Good. Move out. Similar orders were being issued in multiple locations. The southern hideout is in danger. Chapter 78, Chapter 78 Chaos in the Southern Hideout. Tayuya was currently in a state of panic. The reason was simple. Just now, Orochimaru had ordered her to escort the terrifying Uzumaki Naruto to a guest room to rest. But the moment she turned her back, the guy had vanished. After witnessing the conversation between Orochimaru and Naruto firsthand, Tayuya had silently raised her assessment of the boy's threat level in her mind. Allowing someone like him to roam freely inside this hideout was no different from tossing a lit fuse into an oil warehouse. She even took out her flute and used a summoning technique to call forth the three demons. Three bizarre-looking humanoid monsters appeared, and then, under the guidance of her flute, they began searching in three different directions. But Tayuya always seemed to be one step behind Naruto. By the time she arrived at the scene, all she found were violently torn open doors and empty prison cells. The guards around them were all unconscious. However, not all the prisoners had been released. Among the test subjects imprisoned by Orochimaru, there are also many scoundrels from other ninja villages. Among them were ninjas, thugs, or gangsters, but now, this group of people had completely set aside their differences and were peacefully snuggled up with the guards, fast asleep. Realizing she couldn't stop Uzumaki Naruto's rampage on her own, Tayuya decisively retreated to the upper levels and headed straight for Orochimaru's personal laboratory. When she entered, she found Orochimaru in the middle of shedding his skin. And Orochimaru, who saw Tayuya running in so panic, didn't show any displeasure. In fact, he seemed to be in a rather good mood as he asked what had happened. She reported everything she had seen truthfully to Orochimaru. She had expected Orochimaru to react strongly, but instead, he merely chuckled lightly. If it's just those people, then let Naruto-kun do as he pleases. Compared to him, those test subjects have little value left anyway. If Naruto-kun wishes to do this, then cooperate with him. Tell the guards on the island not to obstruct those trying to escape. When it came to Naruto, and the other world behind him, Orochimaru was practically salivating with greed. The vitality radiating from Naruto's body was something Orochimaru had only ever seen in the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama. Perhaps the Uzumaki clan's bloodline played some role in it, but based on his past dissections of other Uzumaki clan's members, that wasn't the key factor. In Orochimaru's opinion, the true reason Naruto possessed such a formidable physique lay in that other world. Right now, all he wanted was to keep Naruto placated. Releasing a few prisoners was nothing. Even if Naruto decided to tear this entire hideout apart, Orochimaru wouldn't bat an eye. Very well. If Naruto-kun doesn't need you to guide him, you may leave. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Tayuya naturally didn't dare to argue. She obediently stepped out and closed the door behind her. Now then, it's time for the two of us. Orochimaru slipped on a pair of gloves and gazed lovingly at Hayden's head, which was placed on the table. At this point, Hayden seemed to have undergone some sort of treatment by Orochimaru. He wanted to shout out curses, but no sound came out. Leaving aside Hayden's impending tragic fate, Naruto continued to delve deeper into the facility. Those innocent people, who had been either tricked or outright kidnapped, were all freed by Naruto without hesitation. Every guard along the way was knocked unconscious, and though the prisoners were weak from exhaustion, they could still manage to stand. Thank you. Who are you? One of the boys asked timidly when he passed by Naruto. Naruto. You can call me Uzumaki Naruto. For these people, who harbored no real malice in their hearts, Naruto's attitude was exceedingly friendly. He gently patted the boy's head and pointed toward the elevator leading upward. Go. The guards outside are all knocked out. Now's your best chance to leave. Naruto dash. Naruto-sama. My name is Sakinasuke. Can I follow you? The rescued boy, Sakinasuke, gazed up at Naruto's tall, imposing figure and couldn't help but ask. His family was already dead, and he himself had been captured and imprisoned here by Otogekiru's ninjas under Orochimaru due to possessing a unique bloodline. So even if he were released now, he had no idea where to go. I still have things I need to do, but if you have nowhere else to go, you can head to the land of whirlpools. It's an island nation further south. Though there probably aren't many people left there now. If I get the chance, I'll come visit you there. Sakinasuke's expression dimmed slightly at Naruto's refusal, but it quickly brightened again at his following words. Understood, Naruto-sama. I'll wait for you in the land of whirlpools. There were many others like Sakinasuke. A large portion of the prisoners here had lost their homes, or their families. They also heard Naruto's words. In the end, these people silently gathered around the young Sakinasuke and left the hideout together. This could be considered as gathering the initial population for the revival of the land of whirlpools. Naruto thought to himself. He took out his flask of sake and took a sip. After doing a good deed, even the sake tasted better. He seemed to have returned to the days when he was in his 20s and climbed the red line to marry Geos with Fisher Tiger to liberate slaves. Those were truly memories worth savoring. As he walked, nearly all the innocent prisoners without major ill intent had been freed by Naruto. As for the guards outside the island, they had already been, quietly, knocked out when he first confronted Orochimaru. In fact, as soon as Naruto came here and saw the prisoners, he had already planned to release them. As for how they would leave the island, there are boats at the dock. Although there are not many, if they squeezed in, it should be manageable. He just hoped they wouldn't run into a storm at sea. Tap, tap, tap. Naruto continued descending to the deeper levels. Beyond this point, there were no more prison cells. Instead, cold, sterile rooms filled with various experimental equipment took their place. Inside, there were plenty of dismantled remains of victims. Damn you, Orochimaru. In Naruto's mind, Orochimaru's life was already on a countdown. While he wasn't one to break agreements, but once he obtained enough intel on the Akatsuki, their deal would be considered complete. And when that time came, he would wipe out this bastard, along with every last one of his hidden bases. When Naruto reached the lowest level, he saw a massive containment tank, inside of which floated a naked, white-haired boy. The moment he stepped into the room, the boy's gaze locked onto him through the transparent liquid. But besides the two of them, there were also over a dozen of Orochimaru's subordinates dressed in lab coats. Who are you? Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to approach this area without Orochimaru-sama's. One bespectacled researcher, who looked rather dull-witted, was still reciting protocol when one of his companions smacked him upside the head. It's an intruder. Call for backup. Chapter 79, Hozuki Suigetsu. These researchers, with a combat power of 5, stood no chance against Naruto. And as for calling for reinforcements, well, the reinforcements they were hoping for were currently upstairs, fast asleep. Well, there was also the possibility that the escaped prisoners might kill them on their way out, but that wasn't Naruto's concern. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Even if Naruto had been present, he probably wouldn't have stopped them. With a casual release of his haki, Naruto knocked out the entire group of bookish researchers before finally turning his attention to the white-haired boy inside the containment tank. Meanwhile, Hozuki Suigetsu, who was trapped in the container, looked bewildered, as if he was only just realizing what was happening. To be honest, he was pretty unlucky. In the original work, this guy had escaped Kirigakure after his older brother's death, only to be captured by Orochimaru before he could even make a name for himself. But now, Suigetsu's older brother, Hozuki Mangetsu, the prodigy of the Hozuki clan who could wield all 7 of the Mist's legendary swords, is still alive. So even though Kirigakure was already in turmoil under the Blood Mist policy, Suigetsu hadn't yet considered fleeing. In a way, his current predicament was partly Naruto's fault. Because of Naruto's actions, Orochimaru's plans had failed, but Orochimaru himself had suffered almost no losses. At the same time, Mei and the others in Kirigakure had caught wind of certain rumors and decided to send someone to make contact with Naruto. And Suigetsu just happened to witness it. So, using his hydrification technique, he slipped out of the village unnoticed, tailing them. But the result is this. Maybe he and Orochimaru were just fated to cross paths, as through a series of coincidences, he had still ended up captured. But since it hadn't been long, and this hideout was still too close to Kirigakure, Orochimaru hadn't conducted any major experiments on him yet. In fact, keeping him here was partly to prevent his escape and partly to prepare for his eventual transfer to another hideout. Through the glass tank, the two stared at each other for a long moment before Naruto finally drew Kusanagi sword. With a single slash, he cleanly severed the sealed top of the tank. Suigetsu immediately activated his hydrification technique and slipped out as a stream of water. When Naruto saw the young man turn into a stream of water, Naruto's eyes gleamed slightly. An ability similar to a Logia devil fruit's elemental intangibility. And without the weakness to seawater. Interesting. Originally, Naruto had just been freeing another prisoner on a whim, but now, he was genuinely intrigued. When he was in the tank, Suigetsu was surrounded by anesthetic drugs, which made it impossible for him to gather chakra. The bottom of the container was also rigged with lightning release mechanisms, and with the press of a button, the researchers could electrocute him. As everyone knew, water was weak to electricity. That was one of the few weaknesses of the hydrification technique. Oh. What's this supposed to mean? Naruto sheathed his sword, then turned his head away without hesitation, completely ignoring Suigetsu's actions. Behind him, Suigetsu was pointing two fingers at Naruto's head like a gun. I'll let you off once. That makes us even. Even though Naruto had freed him from captivity, Suigetsu was a guy with a bit of a strange personality. He didn't want to owe anyone a life debt and be ordered around. Then go ahead and shoot. Naruto just tilted his head slightly, looking down at the brat in front of him. It should be mentioned here that at this time, Naruto was almost 180 centimeters tall, while Suigetsu, despite being the same age as Naruto, hadn't even hit 160 centimeters yet. So, he was standing on his tiptoes to threaten Naruto. It's actually quite hilarious. Do you even realize what you're saying? Suigetsu acted as if he'd been provoked, and chakra gathered at his fingertips. With just a thought, he could fire a high-pressure water bullet from his fingertips. Shoot. There wasn't a trace of nervousness on Naruto's face, in fact, he looked amused. You bastard. Suigetsu felt like this tall bastard was looking down on him, so he pressed his finger even closer to Naruto's head. But in the end, he didn't fire the water gun. Instead, he used great water arm technique to strengthen his arm several times over, intending to knock out Naruto, who was still hard to read as either friend or foe, from behind. But the moment he moved, Naruto twisted around, grabbed his arm, and slammed him face first into the ground. I didn't sense even a hint of killing intent from you. Naruto hadn't intended to use much force, but his sudden movement startled Suigetsu. Fortunately, thanks to the passive effect of his hydrification technique, he turned into liquid just before being pinned and swiftly flowed to the side. The liquid then reformed into his human shape. You bastard. He gritted his teeth, but Naruto merely flexed his fingers thoughtfully. Even Haki can't touch him in that state. Having reached that conclusion, his appreciation for Suigetsu grew even more. Hey. Don't look down on me. Hozuki felt ignored, and his teenage temper flared up instantly. Unlike in the original work, where he had lost his brother's protection and developed a prickly but dependable personality, this version of Suigetsu was still very much a brat. Being provoked by this, he immediately abandoned his earlier restraint. Water gun technique. 2 high-pressure water bullets shot from his fingertips. To his credit, even in his anger, he avoided aiming at Naruto's vitals. But Naruto didn't even treat the attack seriously. He simply raised a hand and swatted the water bullets away like they were flies, dispersing them into mist. If Haki doesn't work, then how about this? With a thought, 2 golden chains shot out from Naruto's body and pierced through his body before Suigetsu could react. Ha! It's useless. My hydrification technique can dash. Before Shueiyue could finish his words, he felt all his chakra instantly sealed away. His body was also forcibly reverted to solid form. Fortunately, Naruto quickly adjusted the chains to wrap around Suigetsu's body instead of impaling him in time, otherwise, the kid would have been skewered in that casual test. Now, Suigetsu hung in the air like a sacrificial offering, with his arms spread wide and legs bound together in a cross shape by the chains. This made Suigetsu, who already had a strong sense of self-esteem, turn red and white. Of course, Naruto hadn't meant to humiliate him. After realizing that the kid was not wearing any clothes, he immediately lowered him and tossed over a lab coat snatched from an unlucky researcher. Ah, sorry about that. I didn't mean to do that. You. Just you wait. Suigetsu wrapped the coat around his waist and looked at Naruto with gritted teeth. At least he didn't attack again. After this exchange, Suigetsu understood that Naruto meant him no harm, otherwise, Naruto could have killed him the moment his chakra was sealed. But the teenager's self-esteem would not allow him to back down against the guy in front of him. Ha ha ha, not bad, kid. Got some fire in you. Seeing Suigetsu's current expression, Naruto's eyes shone with approval. What the hell do you want? Just say it. Suigetsu couldn't stand Naruto's gaze and finally snapped. Fine. As thanks for saving me, I'll do one thing for you. Nah, I don't need anything from you. In response, Naruto simply waved his hand. You're free to leave whenever. Huh. Suigetsu froze, unable to believe what he was hearing. Naruto simply stepped aside to make way, indicating that the other party could leave at any time. So. I can just go. Aha. Suigetsu cautiously stepped out of the laboratory, half expecting Naruto to stop him. When no such thing happened, he actually felt a little guilty. Oh, one more thing. At this moment, Naruto spoke again. If you ever need help, come find me in the land of whirlpools. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Weird guy. Chapter 80. Chapter 80 finally took the bait. In a room filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant, Tayuya, Jirobo, and Kidomaru, who had already recovered, knelt before Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama. Tayuya seemed to be hesitant to speak, a behavior she had repeated many times over the past 2 days. Speak. What has Naruto-kun done this time? Orochimaru remained fully focused on his experiment. His current clone body was nearing its limit, but fortunately, the new vessel he had created using Haiden's immortal body was almost ready. He ate all of our food reserves. Is that all? It's fine. Just send someone to buy more. Orochimaru didn't seem surprised at all by Naruto's actions. On his first day on the island, Naruto had released a large number of prisoners, including a rare user of the hydrification technique. But Orochimaru hadn't bothered to confront him about it. On one hand, Orochimaru himself considered those prisoners expendable, and losing a few didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. On the other hand, was there anyone in this base, including his current clone, who could actually stop Naruto? To put it bluntly, even if Orochimaru's main body were on the island, Naruto would likely still act as recklessly as he pleased. Eating some food was nothing in comparison. But, all the boats on the island were taken by those escapees. Ah, that was a problem. The prisoners Naruto had released numbered around 100, and the boats in the southern hideout were nothing more than small modified fishing boats. Now, not a single one remained. After hearing this, Orochimaru finally paused his work and turned around, his expression cold as he stared at Tayuya. At this moment, he no longer maintained the smiling facade he wore in front of Naruto. A chilling sensation, like the touch of cold snake scales, crept over the three in the room. After staring coldly at the three guys, Orochimaru slowly opened his mouth. Someone will come to the island with supplies. After saying this, he turned back and resumed the final stages of his experiment. The three of them felt as if they had been saved. They hurriedly bowed and left the room. Thanks to Naruto's actions the previous day, all experiments in the southern hideout, aside from Orochimaru's, had come to a halt. The vicious prisoners who were supposed to be thrown into a deathmatch had their lives extended. In a way, this could be considered one of Naruto's good deeds. Orochimaru's experiment progressed much faster than expected. Perhaps he had already formulated his plan before Naruto arrived. Inside the room, Orochimaru handed Naruto his final creation, a new body that bore only a vague resemblance to either Orochimaru or Haiden. At the moment, it showed no signs of life. Well, it wouldn't be wrong to call it a corpse. So, this is your finished product. Naruto looked at the body that had been stitched together by Orochimaru. No, Naruto-kun. There's one last step. A hoarse voice came from the clone body that no longer looked human. Then, a small white snake crawled out of the body's mouth. It slithered onto the table and quickly entered the new body lying there. Meanwhile, the original clone body, which is now deprived of chakra, completely dissolved into a pool of flesh and blood. The new Orochimaru, lying on the table, soon reopened his eyes and looked at Naruto. However, it seemed he hadn't yet adjusted to this new body, as he could only speak for the time being and couldn't move. Naruto-kun, as per our agreement. You will take this body to that world. After that, what I do will no longer be your concern. As long as you remember to bring this body back before returning to this world, our deal will be complete. At that time, you'll tell me the location of the Akatsuki's hideout. Yeah, got it. Naruto sounded somewhat impatient as he directly took out a sealing scroll and began the sealing preparations. Don't you need any other assistance, Naruto-kun? This question received no response before Orochimaru was sealed into the scroll by Naruto. The three people witnessed the entire process. Find me a quiet room. Don't come near. The Sound Three had no objections to Naruto's words. Even if Orochimaru hadn't given prior instructions, none of them would dare oppose Naruto now. After being led to a room deep underground and confirming no one else was around, Naruto pulled out the scroll containing the sake he had bought earlier in the land of hot water. It's the first time I feel that drinking is so tasteless. When Naruto regained his vision, his surroundings had completely changed. One moment, he was in an underground room, but the next, he was back in Kushiro's house in Uzumaki Village. To be precise, in the guest room. Feeling his body restored to full strength and his bulging stomach, Naruto raised an eyebrow. It seemed that whatever he swallowed could indeed be carried over. So, after glancing around to ensure no one else was present, Naruto opened his mouth wide toward the floor. Bleh. The first thing to drop out was a scroll marked with the character of sword. Then, scrolls began raining down in rapid succession. Of course, what inevitably fell down were the undigested remnants of sake that his life return hadn't fully processed. The last thing to drop out was the scroll containing Orochimaru's new body. According to the terms of their deal, Naruto was supposed to release him now. But after gathering all the other scrolls, Naruto made no move to unseal the remaining one. Ha! Finally took the bait. With a light chuckle, Naruto's expression was no longer the impatient one he had worn at the southern hideout. Orochimaru had indeed prepared for every contingency, and he even said that he would only reveal more intel after his clone safely returned to the ninja world. But he had severely underestimated Naruto. And he had underestimated this sea-bound world, which are filled with all kinds of unreasonable powers. He thought Naruto was a straightforward brute like Jiraiya, but he never imagined that Naruto had never intended to honor their so-called deal from the very beginning. Did he really think that Naruto was able to survive after wandering on the sea for so many years just by luck? Orochimaru believed the most peculiar aspect of this world was its incredibly resilient and powerful bodies, but he had no idea about the existence of miraculous things like devil fruits. In the ninja world, extracting information from a ninja required either torture or genjutsu. Even then, prying intel from someone with strong willpower was difficult. But in the One Piece world, abilities that could read minds and memories were far more common. Apart from anything else, Naruto remembered that Big Mom's three-eyed daughter had a similar power. Now that they were in the One Piece world, how to deal with this snake was entirely up to him. As for the southern hideout back in the ninja world, before leaving, Naruto had sensed numerous unfamiliar presences approaching. While he doesn't know whether they are friend or foe, he was sure those ninjas would give Orochimaru a little surprise. Chapter 81, 3 days. Perhaps Naruto's laughter was a bit too loud, even Kushiro, who was teaching his students in the dojo, heard it. With a swoosh, the sliding door to the guest room opened. Naruto-sama. You're back again. Koshiro wasn't surprised when he discovered Naruto disappeared into the guest room the next day. Given Naruto's status and habits, it was likely that his visit to Uzumaki Village had just been a brief stop. Since he hadn't been able to meet his father, Kozaburo, it wouldn't have been strange for him to leave the next day. But seeing Naruto suddenly reappear in the guest room was another matter entirely. And, why the guest room? Shouldn't he have entered through the main gate of the dojo instead? Yo, Kushiro. Long time no see. People feel refreshed when good things happen. After returning to the One Piece world, even though the air composition was nearly the same, Naruto felt like breathing was somehow easier in this world. The ninja world was filled with too many secrets, too many conspiracies. Even the hatred he carried was shadowed by countless people. Simply put, the atmosphere there was too depressing. In that world, Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, burdened with vengeance and the responsibility of changing the world. But here, Naruto was just a free-spirited wanderer sailing the seas. You must be joking. It's only been 3 days. Did you leave something behind? That was the only possibility Kushiro could think of. After hearing the other party's words, Naruto fell silent for a second before casually lifting Mushoku at his waist. Yeah, my sword still needs maintenance and polishing. Hearing this, Koshiro was stunned at first, then he chuckled. Haha, that's right. It seems you left in quite a hurry last time. Koshiro nodded and immediately took Mushoku from Naruto's hands. In that case, if you trust my skills, I can take care of the maintenance for you. Of course. I'm sure you've learned quite a bit from old man Kozaburo. Ahaha, I'm ashamed to admit it, but my talent for sword forging is rather lacking. I can only handle minor tasks like cleaning and polishing. Though he spoke modestly, Kushiro's skills were far from as lacking as he claimed. After all, Mushoku was made of special materials, and its unique blade required particular techniques to maintain properly. Watching Mushoku carry Mugenku toward the sword room, Naruto stood still for a moment. 3 days, huh? It seems that my guess is correct. The intervals between his disappearances across the two worlds were growing longer. From instantaneous transitions at first, to a day-long gap, and now 3 days. Naruto didn't know how long these intervals would stretch before finally stopping. Just like he didn't understand the mechanics behind his crossing in the first place. After all, every time he crossed over, it happened when he was drunk and unconscious. Wait. Nine Tails. Did you see how I crossed over? Naruto suddenly closed his eyes, focusing his consciousness into the ceiling space within him. How should I know? Kurama grumbled reluctantly, clearly unwilling to answer. Not that Naruto could blame him. From Kurama's perspective, the crossing really did happen in an instant, so he had no clue either. Is that so? I was just thinking that if you cooperated, I might let you out for some fresh air or something. TCH, you think I'd fall for that? Seeing that the Nine Tails wasn't in the mood to talk, Naruto simply shrugged and left the ceiling space. Kurama's feelings toward Naruto weren't exactly warm, but they weren't entirely hostile either. Though he had to admit, this brat was full of peculiarities, unlike the other ninjas who only saw him as a monster. But ever since Naruto learned the truth about his parents' deaths, he hadn't been particularly friendly toward Kurama either. However, when Naruto said he would let him go out for some fresh air this time, he was not really teasing the Nine Tails. During their last father-son heart-to-heart talk, Minato had mentioned the seal on Naruto's body. It was a dual 4-symbol seal, specifically, the 8 trigram seal, created by Minato and reinforced by Kushina's remaining adamantine sealing chains. Minato understood that forcibly suppressing Kurama's rampages had its limits. Therefore, when Minato was still Hokage, he studied the methods used by Kymogakure to deal with the Jinchuriki. So, in truth, he was aware of the concept of the perfect Jinchuriki. However, neither the previous Jinchuriki, Mito, nor Kushina had been able to truly break the cycle of hatred and build mutual trust. But after witnessing his son's extraordinary experiences firsthand, Minato felt that such a miracle might just be within Naruto's reach. Thus, he advised Naruto to interact more with Kurama when possible, even suggesting that he loosen the seal under the right conditions. If Naruto was just a little brat who couldn't even control his emotions, Minato would never have brought this up. But with the current Naruto, there was at least a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, just like all the previous Jinchuriki did not trust the Nine Tails, Kurama did not believe in Naruto either. And so, he missed a rare chance to stretch his legs. Kushiro's polishing and maintenance didn't take too long. Naruto had only returned from his crossing world that morning, and by the afternoon, his sword was already restored. Sliding the now crystal-clear blade back into its sheath, Naruto boarded a small boat kindly provided by Kushiro. Though Kushiro was puzzled by the request, he still agreed to lend Naruto the boat. There was no helping it. Momo wasn't foolish enough to wait around near Uzumaki Village. In fact, it had fled the moment Naruto stepped onto the island. Standing on the shore, Naruto declined Kushiro's invitation to stay with the vague excuse, if I keep lingering in the East Blue, who knows who might come after me next. Only once Kushiro, who had come to see him off, was out of sight did Naruto sit back down at the bow of the boat. Wait. Had I forgotten something? That's right. It finally hit Naruto. Earlier, he'd been so caught up in successfully outsmarting Orochimaru that he'd completely overlooked an experiment he still needed to conduct. Glancing at the boat's slow speed under the sail, Naruto figured now was the perfect time. Summoning technique. He was going to summon a giant toad to pull the boat, just like Jiraiya did. Toads from the ninja world should be able to swim in the sea, right? Naruto, who had no real concept of the average size of toads from Mount Myaboku, didn't realize just how reckless his plan was. He bit his finger, formed a seal, and began to use the summoning technique. But unfortunately, the attempt failed. Naruto could feel his chakra being drained, but the summoning seemed to be blocked by something. Let's try this one instead. He formed the hand seals again, this time attempting to summon his other contracted creature, Jumaru. But the result was the same. The summoning technique was successfully activated and his chakra was drained, but nothing appeared before Naruto. It seemed the summoning technique couldn't be used across worlds, at least, not with Naruto's current level of power. Clenching his fist, Naruto could faintly sense a barrier of sorts. It's not that it's impossible. Just not enough yet. Just as Naruto was pondering ways to improve his summoning technique, the sky suddenly darkened. He looked up, thinking it was a dark cloud that had suddenly appeared. Instead, what he saw was a massive chunk of earth, no, more accurately, a small island. Chapter 82, Skypiea. Seriously, who has no sense of public morality? This island that fell from the sky might not be as big as those habitable ones, but its size was still nothing to scoff at. Even though Naruto threw a punch upward in advance, he only managed to break it into smaller fragments. These fragments sent waves churning across the sea, and the little boat under Naruto's rear was already on the verge of capsizing. Just as Naruto leaped up to smash away a huge rock, his boat was struck by a falling tree. In the end, the boat, courtesy of Koshiro's generous sponsorship, didn't even last half a day before sinking beneath the waves. It can only be said that the disaster was unforeseen. By now, Naruto had sailed quite a distance from Shimotsuki Village, and the surrounding sea was empty except for scattered fragments of the chopped-up island, leaving not a single place to stand. Standing on the water's surface, Naruto glanced at the spot where his boat had vanished, then looked up at the sky. Without a word, he kicked off the air violently, propelling himself upward at incredible speed. Naruto's action was not because he was angry, but because he suddenly remembered the Skypiea that Roger had talked about. At that time, he was still regretting that he didn't have the chance to visit the Skypiea and take a look. Is this the god giving him a chance to make up for that regret? Once the idea struck him, he acted on it immediately. Supported by his bottomless stamina, his moon step had become practically akin to flight. But even after kicking upward for nearly a kilometer, the sky above remained clear and empty. Still higher. Thinking of this, Naruto suddenly had an idea and aimed his hands under his body. In an instant, a huge Raiznon materialized. If Jiraiya was present and saw this scene, his jaw would have hit the floor. Aside from lacking the condensed power and no natural energy is added, resulting in insufficient power, this Raiznon was already comparable in sheer size to the Sage Art, Ultra Big Ball Raiznon. And Naruto wanted it to be less stable. With a thought, he severed the connection between the Raiznon and his palm, causing its form to destabilize instantly. Immediately afterwards, the Raiznon exploded on the spot, the explosive force launching Naruto's body upward like a cannon. Interesting. Like a child with a new toy, Naruto formed another Raiznon, using its explosive dispersion to propel himself even higher. This method consumed far less stamina than relying purely on Geppo, and his chakra reserves could handle the expenditure easily. Of course, this is only because Naruto's body is strong and durable enough. If it were someone else, they would have been injured by their own Raiznon long ago. As he continued ascending, Naruto even thought about whether there was any way to further enhance the thrust of Raiznon. Maybe, mixing in some wind attribute chakra. The Raiznon was fundamentally a shapeless chakra sphere, but its mechanics aligned closely with wind release, so this wasn't a strange leap in logic for Naruto. Over the years at sea, though he hadn't received systematic ninjutsu training, he'd still managed to grasp chakra nature transformations for different elements through sheer circumstance. For example, when you use chakra to stick to the mountain wall next to a volcano, he'd mastered fire attribute chakra. And when he used the multiple shadow clone technique to fight others in a thunderstorm environment, he mastered the lightning attribute chakra. This is why, after returning to the ninja world, Naruto was able to quickly learn the 5 elements techniques from others. Like Kakashi, he'd mastered the 5 basic chakra natures. As wind attribute chakra flooded into the Raiznon, the already massive sphere grew wildly unstable. Although Naruto's chakra control is amazing, this was his first attempt after all, so some fluctuations were inevitable. Additionally, he seemed completely lacking in the awareness of controlling variables and experimenting little by little, directly pouring an enormous amount of wind attribute chakra into it. The consequence was that the released wind release, Raiznon exploded the moment it left his hand, detonating like a bomb right in his face. Not only that, but the wind attribute chakra within the Raiznon also scattered like razor-sharp blades during the explosion, wildly slicing through everything around it. Thankfully, Naruto quickly covered his entire body with a layer of armament haki, avoiding an impromptu streaking incident. His body was tough enough, but that didn't mean his clothes could withstand the same level of abuse. Propelled by the oversized wind release, Raiznon, Naruto's body shot upward at a speed several times faster than before. What's that? After flying who knows how much higher, Naruto finally spotted something else in the distance. They were some small black dots. And as he approached, they quickly enlarged in his vision. They were massive floating islands high in the sky. This is Skypiea. Why didn't it match what Captain Roger and the others had described? Naruto was a little puzzled. According to Roger and his crew, reaching Skypiea required riding the Knockup Stream, passing through the White Sea clouds known as the White Sea and White Sea. Skypiea itself was a floating archipelago built on solid cloud foundations called island clouds, with very little actual soil. Most of it was carried up by the Knockup Stream. But looking at the massive cluster of islands before him now, every single one was made of solid earth. It seemed this place wasn't Skypiea after all. Sighing inwardly at his lack of luck, Naruto shot out an adamantine sealing chain from his body, rapidly extending it toward one of the islands. After wrapping around a mountain peak on the island, the chain retracted, pulling Naruto toward it. Tap. Naruto landed on the island, feeling the solid ground beneath his feet. This is amazing, a real island. As far as he could see, everything looked just like a normal island, except for one key difference. Everything is huge. Way too huge. Whether it was the trees, plants, or flowers, they were all far larger than those in ordinary environments. Roar. At this time, a tiger over 20 meters tall appeared behind Naruto, roaring at its tiny prey. Naruto had naturally sensed the beast's approach long before and easily dodged the tiger's pounce. He examined the giant creature closely. At first glance, it was just an oversized tiger, except with two bull-like horns on its head, adorned with golden spiral patterns. In some islands of the New World, Naruto had hunted similar giant beasts before. However, this horned tiger wasn't just bigger, its aggression and durability seemed significantly enhanced as well. Even after taking a punch to the head from Naruto, the beast merely shook its head dizzily before glaring at him with renewed ferocity. Seeing this, Naruto frowned slightly and glanced at his own fist. Even if I hadn't gone all out, my raw physical strength alone should have been enough to knock out a beast of this level effortlessly. Before Naruto could ponder further, the tiger roared again, this time tilting its head back. Then, the golden horns on its head began crackling with electricity. Chapter 83. Chapter 83. That day, Uzumaki Naruto felt like he was in heaven. Boom. The golden bolt of lightning pierced through a massive boulder and continued unimpeded, striking the trees behind it. Devil fruit. It was no surprise Naruto thought this way. After all, in this world, the easiest and most common method of harnessing the power of nature was by consuming a devil fruit. However, Naruto quickly dismissed the idea. Because right beside him, another horned tiger appeared. This one was slightly smaller in size, seemingly the mate of the first tiger. Then, under Naruto's slightly puzzled gaze, this horned tiger also unleashed a bolt of lightning from the top of its head. Clearly, this ability wasn't derived from a devil fruit but was instead an innate power of this particular species. The bolts of lightning crisscrossed, forming an X shape in the air. Unfortunately, they failed to hit Naruto. Come. Perhaps because he hadn't stretched his limbs in so long, Naruto found himself unusually excited. He rolled up his sleeves, eager for a good, old-fashioned brawl with these giant beasts. Back in the ninja world, he had rarely encountered opponents who could push him to fight seriously. Even for those veteran and famous ninjas, most battles were over in just a few minutes. Combat between ninjas was largely a battle of intelligence. The side with more information, or the more unpredictable abilities, usually held the advantage. But when facing opponents with unknown abilities, observation hockey's near-future prediction effect was simply too overpowered. Basically, as long as Naruto's reflexes could keep up, it was nearly impossible for anyone to catch him off guard. At least not yet. Grabbing the giant tiger's head fur with both hands, Naruto followed up with a knee strike straight to the center of its forehead. The massive tiger, which was dozens of meters tall, was sent crashing backward, flattening an entire stretch of forest. It struggled to get back up, but the dizziness from the blow left it staggering, unable to fully regain its footing. Naruto wasn't the type to show mercy to wild beasts. He leaped onto the tiger's chest and delivered another punch straight to its face. During the entire process, he didn't use haki at all, relying purely on raw physical strength to pummel the beast. When Naruto's fist collided with the tiger's skull, it was like a nail hitting an eggshell. There was almost no resistance as the bone shattered under the impact. The force behind the punch continued to surge into the tiger's brain, turning its insides into mush. Even if Naruto chose to spare it now, the tiger would most likely end up as a vegetable. Pulling his arm free, Naruto's upper body was splattered with the beast's blood, with a relaxed and happy smile on his face. He looked as innocent as a child who had just been taken to an amusement park. Seeing its companion nearly killed in a single exchange, the remaining tiger let out a furious roar. Then, without restraint, it unleashed a relentless barrage of lightning bolts from its horns. The storm of electricity even engulfed its fallen comrade. The lightning continued for over 10 seconds before finally dissipating. After that, the giant tiger looked visibly exhausted. Clearly, using this ability came at a cost. Is that it? A voice like a demon's whisper echoed through the smoke. Though it couldn't understand Naruto's words, the tiger displayed human-like emotion for the first time. The injected, which had been injected with the special drug, SIQ, weren't supposed to feel fear. But in certain situations, biological instincts could override the effects of drugs. As the smoke cleared, Naruto stood there bare-chested, his body emitting faint wisps of steam, just like the fallen tiger. Thankfully, he had used armament haki to protect his clothes and hair, otherwise, his hair would have turned into an afro by now. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Naruto cracked his neck. Not bad, for a wake-up call. The moment he finished speaking, Naruto vanished from sight. The next instant, his leg whipped like a steel cable, smashing straight into the tiger's jaw. The tiger's head, which is larger than a house, spun 3 or 4 times on its axis before its body finally collapsed limply to the ground, as if realizing its fate too late. Ha! That felt amazing. Naruto roared at the top of his lungs, as if venting all the frustrations he had endured back in the ninja world. It was like he had returned to his late teens, when all he had to do was smash through whatever enemy stood in front of him, no need to overthink, no need to worry about anything else. Still riding the high of battle, he started a fire to roast the meat, pulling out various seasonings from a storage scroll he had prepared specifically for daily necessities. Yes, Naruto had even dedicated an entire scroll just for cooking supplies. However, perhaps his shouting had been too loud, or maybe the aroma of roasting meat was too conspicuous, because soon, rustling sounds reached his ears. A new challenger had entered the fray. An ant, which is as big as a bear, but with a head resembling a mammal's, peeked out from the undergrowth nearby. At first glance, it didn't seem nearly as threatening as the lightning-spewing tigers. But this ant wasn't a solitary creature. Dozens, no, hundreds of ants soon swarmed in from all sides, their predatory gazes locked onto Naruto and the two giant beast carcasses on the ground. To them, this was nothing more than a feast. At this sight, the grin that had barely faded from Naruto's face widened even further. And just like that, the next battle began without pause. The sounds of combat drew more and more giant beasts, each one surging toward the source of the commotion. They all wanted to be the opportunistic victor, the last one standing. But none who stepped into that blood-soaked battleground would leave unscathed. Fists collided with chitin, bone, and fur, producing a symphony of impacts, a brutal concerto of destruction. This was a movement of pure, unrelenting battle. Naruto poured every ounce of his strength into crushing these beasts, fighting until he was spent, then roasting and devouring their meat before diving right back into the fray. The sheer, mindless exhilaration of it all made him feel like he was in heaven. Maka heard the commotion too. But this middle-aged woman didn't dare approach the source. As an ordinary person, she could only huddle fearfully inside the hollow of a tree stump, waiting for the terrifying battle to end. Maka was a native of this floating island. Perhaps due to generations spent living at high altitudes, her people had developed thin, elongated feathers along the edges of their arms, a trait that might have linked them to the true Scipions. Her village was surrounded by a peculiar plant called mad green, whose scent repelled the frenzied beasts. But the plant itself was also highly toxic. The reason Marka had left the safety of her village, which is protected as it was by the mad green, was because her mother had been poisoned by it. Green patches had begun spreading across her skin, and once they covered her entire body, the victim would stiffen like a plant and die in agony. To save her mother, Marka had no choice but to venture out in search of a medicinal herb called IQ, the key ingredient in the antidote. But most of the IQ herbs had already been monopolized by the Golden Lion pirates. Because this herb could also be used to manufacture SIQ, a drug that sent beasts into a frenzy, numbing their pain and fear. Therefore, Golden Lion pirates had scoured the land, and now, the IQ herbs remaining in the wild are almost all in areas teeming with monstrous beasts, which are impossible for ordinary people to approach. Places like this. Please. Just end already. This ordinary middle-aged trembled, curling into herself as she muttered under her breath. Ah. What are you doing here? When an unfamiliar voice suddenly spoke, Marka instinctively looked up. As a result, she saw Naruto, who looked like he had just climbed out of a pool of blood, staring at her with curiosity. The poor woman barely had time to let out a shriek before her head jerked up in shock, slamming against the tree trunk, knocking herself out cold on the spot. Naruto. Chapter 84, Chapter 84 Golden Lion Shiki. Ah. So that's how it is. By the campfire, Naruto, who had already used water release ninjutsu to clean off the blood on his body, nodded while stuffing large chunks of roasted meat into his mouth. Not only did the beasts on this island possess special abilities like lightning and fire, but their meat was also incredibly tender and juicy, with a unique, almost magical texture. It was practically a delicacy. Marka wasn't unconscious for long, as she was awakened by a small water ball summoned by Naruto using water release ninjutsu. After seeing Naruto's appearance clearly, she finally didn't scream immediately. But looking at the corpses of various beasts, big and small, around her, the woman still felt a little scared. Fortunately, Naruto is an easygoing guy. At least, most of the time. The reason he was called the Great Hero was precisely because he had a habit of stepping in to help whenever he saw injustice. Whenever he encountered any problem, he'd act without hesitation. After all, he had no attachments, so there's no reason to hold back. No need to be nervous. You can call me Uzumaki Naruto. Unsurprisingly, Marka, who had lived on this island for decades, had never heard his name before. But at the very least, she understood that Naruto wasn't one of Golden Lion Pirate's crews. Still trembling slightly, she gave a brief introduction of herself and explained the situation on the island. It was only then that Naruto learned who ruled this place. Speaking of which, he is quite familiar with the other party's deeds, though the other party may not know him. He is the legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion. Unfortunately, by the time Shiki lost to Roger in the Battle of Ed War, Naruto hadn't even arrived in this world yet. Therefore, he had only heard about the deeds of this flying pirate from Roger and his crew during occasional conversations. No wonder these islands floated in the sky. It had to be the power of his float fruit. Devil fruits really were something else. As this thought crossed his mind, Naruto's gaze shifted to the unusual feathers on Marka's arms. As if she sensed Naruto's gaze, Marka naturally explained the minor physical difference without any discomfort. Don't let their appearance fool you, they actually let us glide a little. After hearing this, Naruto's eyes lit up, as if he had just made a decision. Then, in a few bites, he devoured an entire roasted leg. His swollen belly shrank back to normal within seconds under Marka's stunned gaze. Noticing her expression, Naruto offered her a roasted scorpion leg the size of half a person. Want some? Marka frantically shook her head in refusal. Then, as if suddenly remembering something urgent, she spoke anxiously. Naruto-san, we can't stay here for long. Is it because of these beasts? No, it's Shiki. He has dozens of flying ships patrolling the skies at all times. He can see everything that happens on this island. Please, you have to leave before they find you. Marka is a kind villager. After witnessing Naruto's strength, of how easily he slaughtered those monstrous beasts, she had briefly considered asking for his help in finding the IQ herb. But in her heart, Golden Lion Shiki was far more terrifying. Hearing her words, Naruto was stunned, then he chuckled lightly. When Naruto heard Marka describing what happened on the island and her own experiences, he had already sensed she was asking for help. But Marka hadn't treated his assistance as something owed to her. Even in the face of danger, this ordinary middle-aged woman still held onto the purest form of kindness. That kindness shone brightly in Naruto's observation haki. This was why Naruto kept choosing to help people, time and time again. No complicated reasons. Maybe he just didn't want to see kind people suffer. No need. He shook his head at Marka, then handed her a few red, lantern-shaped herbs he had casually picked earlier, which was originally meant as seasoning. They're already here. Take these herbs and go back. After seeing Naruto handing the IQ herb to her and hearing what came out of his mouth, Marka did not show joy on her face, but became more worried. If possible, you should leave this island. I can't. The village is watched by Shiki's men. The skies are blockaded by his floating fleet. Don't worry. You won't have to worry about that soon. Marka wanted to say more, but Naruto had already stepped onto the air itself, ascending to the sky with a flicker of movement. Then, his gaze locked onto a certain direction, where a medium-sized warship was silently floating toward them. Let me see what kind of person Captain Roger's old rival really is. A fierce fighting spirit burned in Naruto's eyes. The earlier brawl with the beasts had just been a warm-up. The real feast should be a legendary pirate like Golden Lion Shiki. On the patrol ship, the Den Mushi projector displayed footage of Naruto slaughtering the monstrous beasts on the island. On another screen, the face of Golden Lion Shiki, his bald head embedded with half a ship's rudder, appeared. Shiki-sama, we've confirmed the intruder's identity. It's the great hero, Uzumaki Naruto. Shiki's crew was far from incompetent. Not only had they developed the bioweapon, SIQ, but their communication technology was also leagues ahead of most pirates. Visual Den Mushi like these were rare in the outside world, as they're mostly controlled by the world government's intelligence agencies and the World Economic Newspaper. But on Shiki's floating islands, there are Den Mushi everywhere, which are capable of surveillance and video communication. Not only that, these floating islands have been deployed with jammers by Dr. Indigo, a subordinate of Shiki. Except for their Den Mushi, any outsiders will have no chance to establish contact with the outside world. It was thanks to this technological edge that Shiki had been able to secretly gather a massive pirate alliance under the world government's nose. Of course, this hasn't happened yet. In fact, they had even hacked into the Marines' communication network, allowing Shiki to stay ahead of the news. For example, the reports of Uzumaki Naruto stopping the Big Mom pirates, or the Marines' classified files on the great hero, Uzumaki Naruto. Shiki chewed on the name, feeling like he'd heard it somewhere before. But maybe it's because there's a rudder stuck in his head, his brain is always sometimes sharp and sometimes not. Yes, Shiki-sama. Like red-haired Shanks, he was once one of the apprentices in Gol D, Roger's ship. After hearing a certain name, Shiki's eyes instantly darkened with malice. Oh. Roger's brat, huh? Wait there. I'm coming myself. No one knew what Shiki was thinking, and no one dared to question his orders. However, the communications officer swallowed and spoke with a stutter. Sure, Shiki-sama. Uzumaki Naruto, he's... Before he could finish, another face suddenly pushed into the screen. It was Naruto, who had just been on the island moments ago. Somehow, he had already infiltrated the patrol ship. Hey, Golden Lion Senpai. Naruto grinned, deliberately emphasizing the word senpai. No need to come find me. I should be the one visiting you, right? Looking at the grinning face in front of him, which looked very similar to that mustached bastard, Shiki fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly bursting into wild laughter. Shihahaha. Fine, then. Come. Uzumaki Naruto. I'll give you a proper welcome. Chapter 85, Chapter 85 Different Paths. The flying ship wasn't particularly fast, but it was certainly more convenient than Naruto running all the way himself. After exchanging greetings, Naruto unilaterally ended the Den Mushi call. The technicians under Shiki's command beside him wanted to stop him but were powerless to do so. There was no helping it, every other pirate on the ship had already been knocked unconscious by Naruto's conqueror's haki. Naruto had his reasons for doing this. There was still a village on this island. And Shiki's obvious hostility meant a battle was inevitable. If he and Shiki were to fight, keeping the main battlefield at Shiki's stronghold would at least prevent innocent villagers from getting caught in the crossfire. At the very least, it would give them enough time to react. Now, it was time to face this long-renowned senpai. When Naruto stepped off the flying ship, what greeted him was the palace Shiki had built on this island with massive manpower. It is a literal palace. It seemed the men genuinely wanted to become a king. Perhaps, just as Roger was called the Pirate King, the stubborn Shiki was determined to claim the title of king for himself as well. Naruto, the uninvited guest, was greeted by the Shiki's densely packed subordinates. At this point, Shiki hadn't yet completed his research on the SIQ drug, so the grand gathering of pirate captains from the original work hadn't taken place. But even with just his own crew, the numbers were nothing to scoff at. These men seemed to have undergone some kind of modification, as each one of them are muscular. They glared fiercely at Naruto as he walked from the gates toward the palace. But Naruto couldn't care less about the stares of these small fries. To be honest, to Naruto, the palace's interior design was far more interesting than these lackeys. At the palace's main entrance, a man in a white lab coat, with his face painted like a mime's, was wildly gesturing in all directions. Next to him, a gorilla wearing a pink suit was covering its mouth, snickering in a human-like manner. TCH. The moment Naruto laid eyes on Shiki's uniquely eccentric companions, his opinion of the men underwent a subtle shift. Say what you will, but as a pirate captain, Shiki was at least open-minded. At the very least, the Roger pirates didn't have members who looked quite this distinctive. Clang. 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 The sound of metal striking the floor echoed through the hall. Naruto raised his gaze toward the source of the noise, then, he saw a man draped in a yellow coat, his wild mane of hair resembling a lion's. Who else could it be but Golden Lion Shiki? Shiki stood at the entrance, with a cigar dangling from his lips, looking down at Naruto with an air of superiority. Naruto met his gaze without backing down an inch. His eyes lingered for a moment on the two legendary swords, Oto and Kogarashi, that replaced Shiki's legs below the knee. What a ruthless person. Naruto had naturally heard the stories of how Shiki had cut off his own legs to escape impel down. But seeing it in person was still astonishing. Admiral, Uzumaki Naruto has arrived. Suddenly, Dr. Indigo, who had been making all those strange gestures, opened his mouth and spoke up. Huh. You can talk. Before Naruto could even react in surprise, it was Shiki's own crew who gasped in shock, as if they were only just learning this fact. Puffed. Fahaha. The gorilla, Scarlet, burst into even louder laughter, even clapping its hands. When Shiki glanced over, a look of confusion instantly appeared on his face. Mom. That's clearly a gorilla. This time, it was Dr. Indigo who delivered the deadpan retort, casually slapping Shiki upside the head like it was the most natural thing in the world. Clearly, this wasn't the first time he'd done this. Witnessing this absurdly comedic exchange, the rest of Shiki's crew struggled to hold back their laughter. But Naruto had no such reservations. Ha 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 ha. You guys are hilarious. His laughter seemed to snap Shiki out of his daze. His expression quickly reverted to its usual arrogant ferocity. Once again, he was the flying pirate. Shihahaha. Uzumaki Naruto. So you're one of Roger's little brats, huh? Pulling the cigar from his mouth, Shiki exhaled a long stream of smoke. Come in if you got the guts. With that, he turned and strode into the palace without another glance, Dr. Indigo following behind with his bizarre gait. Just like that, the atmosphere was completely ruined. Naruto glanced at the surrounding lackeys, who very much looked the part of villains, and chuckled before following without hesitation. To Naruto's own surprise, Shiki's proper welcome turned out to be just that, a literal welcome. The two sat as host and guest, while a young woman poured wine into large bowls between them. This is that special sake from the Happo Navy. Although it's unclear how Shiki managed to learn the brewing recipe from over there, the aroma of this sake was all too familiar to Naruto. Before Shiki could even speak, Naruto grabbed the large bowl and chugged it down in one go. Watching the now empty bowl in Naruto's hands and then glancing at his own untouched drink, Shiki simply tilted his head back and downed a large bowl as well. Ha! After finishing the bowl, Naruto turned his gaze toward Shiki, as if waiting for what he had to say next. Uzumaki Naruto, right? Shiki's eyes burned with an overwhelming sense of dominance. Join my crew. No questions, no probing. Just pure confidence in his own power and an unshakable authority that brooked no dissent. Naruto wasn't angered by these words. This was the essence of what a pirate should be, and he knew it all too well. Setting the bowl down, Naruto looked at him with amusement. Join your pirate crew. There was some disbelief in Naruto's tone, but it wasn't because he was flattered, but because he found it strange that Shiki would even suggest such a thing. Had he not been reading the world news? Though I'm not a pirate anymore, back in the day, I was part of Captain Roger's crew, you know. TCH, just a rookie back then. Still a rookie under the Pirate King. Naruto deliberately emphasized the words, Pirate King. Those who walked different paths could never work together. After learning about Shiki's actions on this island, Naruto had already ruled out any possibility of peaceful coexistence. A throbbing vein bulged on Shiki's bald head. Brat, are you trying to provoke me? Shiki rose to his feet, his body slowly levitating into the air. In his eyes, his true rival should have been someone like Roger, a true powerhouse. In his opinion, Naruto's status as a mere junior made him inherently lesser. The slight appreciation he'd felt earlier, after seeing Naruto brawl with wild beasts, vanished in an instant. After all, Naruto wasn't like Nami from the original work, a supremely talented navigator who could play a crucial role in his conquest. For someone like Naruto, which is a mere fighter, Shiki had no shortage of replacements. Thus, without even bothering to explain his grand ambitions, Shiki had already lost patience in dealing with Naruto. Since you wouldn't join, then you could die.